Yeah, and it's hard times with star nines out here. I keep gully fucks in the GPH. Listen, I'm headed for a crash collision. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons, street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision. Into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. It's hard to tell where my head is at. Fresh out of jail, just got nicked. They gave me bail from the cell, but I'm heading back. And my girl wants to know when the wedding's at. But the streets are rough as hell when I got bread to stack. Before they put a couple shells up in my head and back. I guess it's just another tale if you dwell in flats, but you don't have to be selling crack. Little Tony Gamma's only 9 years old and got a melon crack. So now you see why I'm a head case. Instead of decreasing, the beats increasing like the death rate. I'm still grieving from my best mates, breezing from demons. The grim reaper runs my estate. I dream of achieving. I believe that I can escape from my heart beating and I'm breathing. I'm in the best shape. Most of my niggas face east, praying to see the next day. I fell asleep in the vest with a bulletproof breastplate. Today I woke up and realized I'm heading for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm heading for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Bars are cold like the ice pack, the beat gets hijacked. The feds wanna see me locked down in a time trap, so I have to dodge them cause I'm black. And I'm on the road shotting and robbing cause I'm rap. And I'm on it still plotting and clocking cause time's capture in the studio, knocking and rocking them high hats. I'm just trying to make ends meet, hustle up an MC, try to break the charts and have to hold in a frenzy. Maybe purchase a Bentley, go on a holiday where I can ride on a jet ski. But if a nigga tempts me, it's all out the window. That's when Johnny gets as dark as his skin tone. I put something in your arm and your shin bone. You ain't ready for the wrath of a schizo. I'm hard with these sick flows. And never forget it's your boy Kid Gully. I grew up on the south side where ain't shit fun. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. I was born a hostage, my estate smelled like a hospice, while my local MP just sat up in his office with his head buried in the sand like an ostrich. It's toxic. Half my niggas went jail but lost it. It wouldn't matter if this was LON or another city. My jeans are still sag like in other cities. Yeah, and it's hard times and star. Yeah, and it's hard times and star nines out here. I keep gully fucks in the GPH. Listen, I'm headed for a crash collision. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons, street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. It's hard to tell where my head is at. Fresh out of jail, just got nicked. They gave me bail from the cell, but I'm heading back. And my girl wants to know when the wedding's at, but the streets are rough as hell when I got bread to stack. Before they put a couple shells up in my head and back. I guess it's just another tale if you dwell in flats, but you don't have to be selling crack. Little Tony Gamma's only 9 years old and got a melon crack. So now you see why I'm a head case. Instead of decreasing, the beats increasing like the death rate. I'm still grieving from my best mates, breezing from demons. The grim reaper runs my estate. I dream of achieving. I believe that I can escape from my heart beating and I'm breathing. I'm in the best shape. Most of my niggas face east, praying to see the next day. I fell asleep in the vest with a bulletproof breastplate. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street light. Bars are cold like the ice pack, the beat gets hijacked. The feds wanna see me locked down in a time trap, so I have to dodge them cause I'm black. And I'm on the road shotting and robbing cause I'm rap. And I'm on it still plotting and clocking cause time's capture in the studio, knocking and rocking them high hats. I'm just trying to make ends meet, hustle up an MC, try to break the charts and have out the hood in a frenzy, maybe purchase a Bentley, go on a holiday where I can ride on a jet ski. But if a nigga tempts me, it's all out the window. That's when Daddy gets as dark as his skin tone. I put something in your arm and your shin bone. You ain't ready for the wrath of a schizo. I'm hard with these sick flows. And never forget it's your boy Kid Gully. I grew up on the south side where ain't shit fun. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street lights. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street lights. I was born a hostage, my estate smelled like a hospice, while my local MP just sat up in his office with his head buried in the sand like an ostrich. It's toxic. Half my niggas went jail but lost it. It wouldn't matter if this was LON or another city. My jeans are still sag like in other cities. They call me scum from the slum where there's nothing pretty. I set my daughter's face. My princess was barely 2 weeks old when I caught a case. That's so shameful. The truth is so painful. Nah, I'm no angel. In fact, I know devils. I'm a road rebel with no old levels. The rose that grew with no petals. Never been in full bloom since Daddy left mummy with a full womb. Me and poverty's been like werewolves and full moons. That's a curse from birth. You're stranded in this world. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street lights. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street lights. I'm on these streets trying to make it out, and if you're local, you probably see my face about. Without bricks, you can't make a house, so I'm building for my future, for my fam, for my children. It's hard out here on these streets of London, where adolescent youths get beat with truncheons, where enemies meet at junctions, and it don't take much for their heat to function. When will it stop? It gets deeper every year. I can smell it, I can feel it. That's the reaper in the air. Yeah, that's why youths carry heaters everywhere and got innocent bystanders all reaching for the air. Yeah, it's 2006. That's why every ghetto nigga gets down with the sticks. Remember, you can't build a house with no bricks. That's why Kid Gully loves to get the ounces and flip. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street lights. Today I woke up and realized I'm headed for a crash collision into a cemetery or back to prison. Sometimes it feels like we're trapped in these flats we live in, where we scrap like cats and pigeons in street lights.
And hit them with a classic, man. 2006, you know, mad. Why is it not reloading more? I want to find something else. Yeah, that's a fucking classic, man. Old school. Let me find another classic like that. That's a big tune. Still. That was a proper classic. Oh, it's another good one.
Frogzilla, Kid Gully, True Colors. Listen.
Fake dog, no love, you get the slug, CB4 gusto.
Some niggas never go jail or get locked, they stay blessed. True, they spit through the wire for rock, like K West, and they ain't signed to Rockefeller. They working with the boy, them trying to lock a fella in a rotten cellar or stop the cheddar. Have my stuff on the block forever. Whenever the Glock, Beretta or the Luger blast, they maneuver fast. Turn Queen's evidence, super grass to avoid a new case. And that will cost you like shoelace in your face. His skin and teeth like an ad for toothpaste. By the time you find out, he done already slide out with this protection program. Living cushy in the hideout, now he's off like a boiler with no gasoline. After fucking you in the arsehole with no Vaseline. Rule numero uno on this road with no plasticine. Fucked with 1 week late. I make your old crew suffer. Open your eyes, only let him ride if you know his true colors. Turn best friends to enemies. True colors. Might leave you love sick with no remedy. True colors. Get niggas killed like Kennedy. Cause what you don't see might have you chilling in the cemetery. True colors. colours turn best friends to enemies. True colours might leave you love sick with no remedy. True colours get niggas killed like Kennedy. Cause what you don't see might have you chilling in the cemetery. Those traitorous bastards are hiding with the snakes in the grasses, and you won't even see them coming to your face with a cartridge. They wait in the darkness, the true colours show in the sunlight. It's hard to smell a snake, so I'm holding my gun tight. I'm rolling with one tight, but best friends are killers. It ain't like the days I used to go west them with niggas. Now there's jealous green eyes that despise the fact that you make a little paper off of pies of crap. I'm wise to that and try to keep my enemies close. It's the kid that can handle fucks better than most. Lead in my toast, I proceed to feed these niggas, and if they ever shed the skin, then I bleed these niggas. Squeeze the triggers, I roll with disease gorillas, and if you can't hustle right, then we seize your fingers. You may have bad boys that are friendly, but hey, true colours always show up at the end of the day. True colours turn best friends to enemies. True colours might leave you love sick with no remedy. True colours get niggas killed like Kennedy. Cause what you don't see might have you chilling in the cemetery. True colours turn best friends to enemies. True colours might leave you love sick with no remedy. True colours get niggas killed like Kennedy. Cause what you don't see might have you chilling in the cemetery. These reptiles keep my blood pressure rising like helium. True colours never revealing them. They keep changing like chameleons. I ain't feeling them. When it comes to trial, these niggas stand up like comedians. Ditching for lenience, and I wonder why I'm heartless. My own baby mother got me arrested for some bullshit charges. Blinded by emotion. Took a cell for me to know she was Delilah in disguise with ulterior motives. See the true colours of these shapeshifters, acting like they're true brothers when they're really fake sisters. He swore it was your partner, man, but all the time it was his plan to keep for grabs. I throw your corpse in the garbage can. You were sure you were rolling with a heartless gang. When it comes to beef, courage melted like parmesan on spaghetti. Man talk deadly, but he wouldn't throw confetti. Spinning dough and Betty, she's a hoe and Jenny. Colours turn best friends to enemies. True colours might leave you love sick with no remedy. True colours get niggas killed like Kennedy. Cause what you don't see might have you chilling in the cemetery. True colours turn best friends to enemies. True colours might leave you love sick with no remedy. True colours get niggas killed like Kennedy. Cause what you don't see might have you chilling in the cemetery. Yeah. Aye. Keep your eyes open and your mouth closed. Stay alert for these imposters. Fake man them. Dress up like man, looking like man, talking like man. See man in the same shorts. Getting haircut in the same fucking barbers, but you're not really man them. See your true colours. You're fake. Hey, Kid Gully. Done no GBH. Not a long time.
Anyway, Jack will fly by. Send boy, but we send me get red them me.
It's Mr. Do or die, ride or collide, JED. I am a gangster for life. I just wanna sip on champs and get high, but I can see a gassed up amps on a hype like I will lose sleep over shanking a guy. So I'm out for blood like a vamp in the night. I can handle a nine. Look off your head like Gambian wine. I'm a champion with mine. Multiple bullets will land in a guy. That's why pussycat shouldn't tangle with lions and victimize. Someone tell him that he'll get victimized. Left with his melon, smash his kids, the wife, or go through hell and back. Screw face and bam, I'll put a shell in that. You play bad man, your cheekbone ain't friending that. No bullshit when I tell him that I'm just a
gangster for life.
Or at least to the day that I die, plus you can see I'm a G from the way that I ride. Cause you're lying if you're saying that you like us. I make money, smoke weed and licking vaginas and down for the war like King Leonidas. Let nothing slide, I came to the violence. One take bad man for simple like Simon. No homo, putting work on the arsehole. Put a pump to a you and burst a tomato. Jump in the booth, reverse with a Vardo. It's like I got a gift and a curse in my heart. But I got a beautiful mind. I ain't sure what I see, I gassed up. JEDI. It's Mr. Do or die, ride or collide, JED. I am a gangster for life. I just wanna sip on champs and get high, but I can see a gassed up amps on a hype like I will lose sleep over shanking a guy. So I'm out for blood like a vamp in the night. I can handle a nine. Look off your head like Gambian wine. I'm a champion with mine. Multiple bullets will land in a guy. That's why pussycat shouldn't tangle with lions and victimize. Someone tell him that he'll get victimized. Left with his melon, smash his kids, the wife, or go through hell and back. Screw face and bam, I'll put a shell in that. You play bad man, your cheekbone ain't friending that. No bullshit when I tell him that I'm just a
gangster for life.
Or at least to the day that I die plus. Cause me I'm a G from the way that I ride cuts. You're lying if you're saying that you like us. I make money, smoke weed and ligging vaginas and down for the war like King Leonidas. Let nothing slide, I cling to the violence. Can't take bad man for simple like Simon. No homo, putting work on the arsehole. Put a pump to a you and burst a tomato. Jump in the booth to reverse with a hardo. It's like I got a gift and a curse in my heart. But I got a beautiful mind. I ain't sure what man's doing or trying, but I ruin your spine. Have man's fam at the funeral crying. I be shooting a guy, put him in a box with a suit and a tie. Hit him in the heart like Cupid arrived. But I ain't taking his life with an arrow or make his marrow fly in the sky like a sparrow. Raggle, rude boy, I'm way too peril. They let you come close, I spray you famo. Try and know the barrel, I'm still ain't narrow. Fame in the club, I get a wheel like barrel.
Yeah, cheers, the boy Vala. Let me just answer this call real quick. Yo. Yo, fam, Wagwan, Vala, where you at?
I'm on the block still, cuz where you?
Yeah, I'm in the bits, fam. You spoken to Decker?
No, cuz I'm gonna dial him in though. I'm gonna holler at him. Holler you back.
Alright then, holler back. GBH. Hold on, who the fuck is that? Hold on. Yo, GBH, who's speaking? What's going on, dog? Me, I'm on the ends. Where are you? Where's Jed? Yeah, I'm ready to get this popping, fam. Let's do this, innit? Say no more.
Where you at, man? I'm in the street with the heat, with the CGB. Retreat from the beat, where you at, Dex? I'm in the park in the dark with the dogs bark and biting, gunshots smart, where you at, Jed? I'm up here looking down from a bird's eye view. I'm early for the work like you. These brothers wanna burst my crew, but I know they didn't heard about the work I do. Where you at, man? I'm in the manner with the hammer, don't think you'll get black, cause mama get better. Where you at, Jed? In the zones with the chrome, couple O's in the phone, when they pull on the low. Where you at, Dex? I'm in the city looking beauty with my cap low, jeans tag for the 9 milli. Dragons that drinking, puffing on sleeve. Back to the yard, chicks sucking on willies. Okay, GBH, we're back on the scene with some brand new crack for the fiends and a jacket for clean. Like you stole it and you're giving it back to the team. Hand over the goods. I leave your brains all over your books that season before know when it's cooked. Keep on hyping, nobody shooting can scope. You can look my poke and I took I suppose I'm a crook. Trapped in the cycle, forced to war in the flaps of survival. With my gaps on my rifles, guerrilla warfare setting traps on my rivals. GBH all back for the title. Catch us if you can. Take me to court, I put my hand on the Bible. I'm not ratting no man. No, I'm a street youth, so I live by the codes and I know who to speak to. Eyes the same colour as beat roots. Red hoodie on Nike cares and a V suits. Somebody let the beast loose. JEDI, yeah, I'm from the dirty south, I'm not TI. RUCI, KIDGULLY, puffing outside, I walk when the shells fly. EA get a replay from the DJ LA, let a shell spray in your face. You get burned up patty like Hell's Gates. And I spit for my cellmates, for my coldies and a man licked with L plates. Cause most of these pricks never felt rage. With a mask in the dark, but the grips in the 12 gauge. Nah, nothing like that, ain't bag no weed, ain't cut no crack, ain't pack no shank, ain't tuck no gat, ain't load no gun, ain't bust no strap. KID got it, I go black. Smoke weed, drink the I'm so black. And I'm so light, man, let me hating on my features, that's why I'm so hyped. And I got a life for Snow White and whenever I ride my flow tight, I'm thinking of riding all night and I'm thinking my time is alright. I got a grip on the mic like a python. Without a stick over knife, I'm a tyrant. I put a fist in your eye like I'm Tyson. And your cheek was the grind of a hydrant. But I'm out trying to grind on the island. Jump in the whip, never ride with a license, switch up place. So I know that the 5-0 and chill when I switch up lanes is a stick up, mate. Down on the floor, you might recognize the trade pound in my ball. Don't come around, you get spun around on site, gun them down. We bust round to the wall. I'm in the street with the heat when you see GB. The cheek from the beef where you at, Dex. I'm in the park in the dark with the dogs bark and biting, gunshots smart. Where you at, Jed? I'm up here looking down from a bird's eye view. I'm early for the work like you. These brothers wanna burst my crew, but I know they didn't heard about the work I do. You at, fella? I'm in the manner with the hammer, don't think you'll get black, cause mama get bad up. Where you at, Jed? In the zones with a chrome, couple O's on the phone, when they pull on the low. Where you at, Dex? I'm in the city looking beauty with my cap low, jeans tag from the 9 milli. Dragons that drinking, puffing on sleeve. Back to the yard, chicks sucking on willies.
Keep Gully, Zilla, Connect, Valor. Know what time it is. South, reppin', GBH. All time, all the man them. I don't have to mention names. South, listen. It's over. Man them, listen. Yeah, we got Valor on the set, Connect on the set, Jedi on the set, Kid Gully on the set. Talk shit, fam, and we'll split tummies on the set. You're laughing, but ain't shit funny on the set. You all look like prick dummies on the set. It's Southside Kid, and I keep shaking them off. Approach the beef direct, I'm a raising the boss. I'm on the case, in your face, you get laced with a crush. My camp's way too hard, the rest are blatantly soft. So all the niggas and the pillar shotters on the block for Skrilla, Fugzilla, Kid Gully, Omens, Connect and Killer, fuck it. I'ma cook up the south, I'ma keep burning, cause others are stuck with a foot in their mouth. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you know where I'm at, back on the map. Stand tall with my hand on my gap. My plan's full, then the bangers a clap. Have a nigga straight dead, then the alleys are flat. It's like that, my hungry niggas on the blocks. They will wild out for funds and burst shots. Shut it on, cause we don't wanna pile up the guns. I'm getting mine and it's done. You will find me on the beats every day, cause this rhyming is fun. You see, I'm about the south, see the clips and the bullets. I just gotta get them out, so give me a reason, put your hand in my pouch. Yo, when you see the metal thing, click, 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 pow, see how quick you get them out.
Yeah. It's Fugzilla, the blood spiller, my love spiller, deliver slugs quicker. I had to get that one in. You don't know, GBH 2006 is not a long thing. Bred in captivity, listen, listen. I twist roots and blow smoke that smells like mixed fruits. We stick cutes and skit shoots. When you see I switch routes, roll up in your ends and 6 coots. Let the clips loose, run up in your crib. I ain't leaving till I grip loot. Gun but your wife, we left the bitch with a chip too. We let her fill the cash, that's a stash of food in the chicks blues. I keep it old school like Patrick Ewins and click suits. Wanna raise in the hood, most of these rappers just skip through. When I'm not getting my prick chewed by a crisp blue with a swimsuit. When I sit through, I'm on big moves. Every day grinding like a clip stew. Stick dudes, spit tunes, then my lips bruise. Niggas not on my dick like clip juice, cause I'm about to blow like a lip fuse. They better let me in, or I'ma rip through. I ain't come alone, I brought my GBH click 2 to shoot crews. Stripes titles and belts are duck when the stick shoots. Bang, Dr. Scooby-Doo, working with the boys in blue. Trying to sniff clues, I see snitches on my radar, they can't slip through. I give them rude awakenings that ravishing brick brew. My life story's too deep to flick through, so I give you chronicles of the shit I've been through. I went to hell and came back colder than an igloo, swinging samurais and ginsus. Destructive like my name was Vishnu, Lord of the Hindus. I've been loose and hit roots before I heard a hey. Fugzilla. For 54 years, a prison cell was my location. No parole, cause a racist probation officers is at my iris. Took the old nation, diggity damn right. I'm a beast on these cold pavements. I don't give a diggity fuck what your man said. I leave your man dead. It's that damn jet blazing lamb's bread. I'm on a rampage. Ain't stopping till they throw me in a damn cage. Till I reach my grand's age. All my ribs are covered and my kids are covered. Set for life, I don't see what my kids should suffer. I'm trying to make it happen, yeah. I'm trying to make it rapid. Move my baby mother out that council estate in Clapham and into suburbia where no one's trying to murder you. But straight bullets ain't licking kids down like it's Serbia. So I got my gloves on, I'm creeping like a burglar. Got bigger deep in poverty like Johnson's a burger. You better wiggity watch what your siggity say, got your niggity mouth. To no niggity mercy from the serious siggity south. I'm too complex, these niggas can't figure me out. So I'm a problem, they wanna get rid of me now. I don't watch that, I cock back, I'm diggity blow. Self-preservation, I lay a hate, I diggity down. They hit the studio, it's off to make that siggity sound. To get me paid in euros, diggity dollars, diggity pounds. JEDI, I'm bigger than the hooligan since I was knee high. Take a look at my record, you can see why. I'm a biggity black cloud problem to these guys with green eyes. I switch cheese guys, eat guys, biggity beat guys. Ain't nothing like these guys. I really live the street life. The diggity that you see me cool fence. The day you see sweet with a bull head, just in all red, claiming pie root. One shooks in sky blue, I catch you wiggity with your biggity fam at the drive-through. Roll up, give your wiggity wife a face full of windshield. Chamber spin like a windmill, your cat's been peeled. My biggity fucks it like AKA no biggity mercy. The tiggity dumb niggas, some through that biggity Burberry. Pull your gun quicker if you want the biggity murky. Got this tiggity tongue, this I lock my flow. Tiggity, you better wiggity watch what your siggity say. Got your biggity mouth to no biggity mercy from the serious tiggity south. I'm too complex, these niggas can't figure me out. So I'm a problem, they wanna get rid of me now. I don't watch that, I cock back, I'm diggity blow. Self-preservation, I lay a hate, I diggity down. They hit the studio, it's off to make that siggity sound. To get me paid in euros, diggity dollars, diggity pounds. Gold, diggity platinum, I might hold your grandson right.
ransom for mad funds. I move random with biggity magnum handguns in case you act dumb. Up here like the biggity phantom, then it's biggity pandemonium. You must be smoking opium, thinking I will like your kid like petroleum while they're watching Nickelodeon. I'm in the hood like coke and sodium, trying to blow like podium and flop with my click on the podium. So biggity watch what the biggity say. Yeah, yeah, biggity mad. The egg liver punch, get who's biggity spray through your biggity blouse. Before I've not 5 years ago, they consider me now. I'm ill like AIDS, haters can't get rid of me now. They're sick of me now, I'm taking the things in the vicinity now. They're dreaming of killing me, feeding me with artillery now. I don't give a fuck whose eyes screening me now. I'm strapped like the military now, paid this gorilla with pounds. Yeah, fuck it, the blood spill. I'm born hungry and got. Listen, ever catch, I don't send any far back. You like champagne, so I draw for the keys. What's up? Hey, you know what? Pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. Yeah, GBH, Funkzilla, come again. Yeah, me and Omen's got next. Yo, what the fuck you talking about? Put your hands on who? Ain't you heard that my gang don't lose? When you go to the fridge and reach for the mango juice, I put the 90 in spine and be like, man, don't move. Now I can't be talking about me. Must I met the other jet, cause I'm a thoroughbred with an evil street like my mother said. I jump out of nowhere, now undercover feds. Put your sister in a wheelchair, leave the rubber dead. With those unforgiven bars, plus I give them scars. If I don't know a killer in your ends, then you live in Mars. It's nothing to get you touched up, and I don't mean molested. Stop searched and cuffed up, but I don't mean arrested. No mercy's deeper than octopus tentacles. The incredible, unedible hooligan general, make a man a vegetable. Spirit. But I follow the devil, like the son of the devil with burner. I got my eyes closed, like the back, fast with the warrior. The streets are in them, warrior. Wanna, but I follow. In them, hollering. I hear the devil hollering, don't wanna, but I follow him. Grab my gun, put some hollows in, fed up, begging and borrowing. I hear the devil hollering, don't wanna, but I follow him. Grab my gun, put some hollows in, fed up, begging and borrowing. The streets of hell, the devil knocked on my door to borrow some sugar. Boy, them stop me in the road, asking for cover. Bitches are quick to stab me in the back, fast with a dropper. Must stay focused and meditate harder than Buddha, cause life is like a tightrope. Can't walk it with my eyes closed, like the good died young and the bad died slow. Talking on hydro, running from 5-0, blood on my clothes. The options I chose, depicted in my flows. Now I'm a mic burner. I used to beat my ex like Ike Turner. Pockets empty on the brow for a nice earner. My wolf in black sheets clothing, on these back streets roaming. Dodging kisses that these Lugers and these Macs keep blowing. Trying to make my cash keep rolling, stats keep folding and growing in my wallet. So the pocket at the back keeps bulging. I'm a bad breed. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Yo. Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in the book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in the zoo or hope in the bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in the puzzle. Rich in a mansion, or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry and cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment was our last and now so golden. Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him. That's not what I told them. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibe, and most of my real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles, happen so regular but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful, the flesh ain't forever. We are delusional, and the grief goes so deep.
Yo, family, jump on, family. I need to go to the barbers, take my little man barbers as well, and then I'll be back. So jump on, family tree. I'm gonna play this tune, and then I'm out. I started the stream. If you lot are here, jump on right now. Get me. Any of the key holders, if you lot are about, jump on. And yeah, man, I'll be back after the trim. Well, let me know, man. All right, man.
Yeah. Yo. Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in a page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry till my eyelids are swollen. Remind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughed and now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends ask me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told them. That's not what I told them. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibes, and most of my real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles, happen so regular but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful, the flesh ain't forever. We are delusional, and the grief goes so deep. How could the last man be so brief? And the thoughts in my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. Reason for taking my codees and snatching loved ones from my homies. Tell me. Why? Man? It's fucked up. Pouring liquor just don't cut it. Yeah.
It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it will pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature reports a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you're you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past. In the same way, you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? Never learned, but you're this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint,
I don't like to talk twice, you know. Told you lot, jump on. I'm gonna go get my hair cut, take my son for a haircut. Jump on. Fair Grows here. I'm out. Peace. Love, unity. See you lot when I get back. If not, big up.
Respect, dude. Keep it safe. Much peace. Mary Jane. Big up yourself, Jedi. And your
Big
son.
up, Jeds. Big up, Fagro. Jump on, family. I can't chat at the moment, but you lot, jump on. Jump on. Happy Friday. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the fam at? We're saying, Fagro, how's your day been so far?
Chill, man. Chill. As usual. Just doing the thing. Trying to keep the thoughts rotating.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
What's on your mind?
Oh, man. Many things all the time, but music always. Rhythms and beats and melodies, for sure. I don't know, man. It's just a weird day. Like, I don't want to start it off dull, but like, I just find myself in the past 5 years in my mid-30s kind of just contemplating on the way that society is and how it kind of probably always has been and continues to revolve on itself. And you get taught all these morals as a child, but it seems as you get into your teenage adult years, nobody really takes that sincerely. It's more of a game to play around, muck about, and talk the part, look the part, but do as much as you kind of can outside the box or something. I don't know. It's a weird one, but I just find definite relation to the earth. We're all people. We all need to breathe. We all need water. We need sunshine. We need food. And and emotional contact and stuff like that. So just respect that fact, because the earth is where it's at. And natural things,
You're right,
not bricks
bro.
and yeah.
As people, I feel like we're fucked. Like, life seems so simple, and as you said, like, we're given this sort of moral guidance and stuff from when we're young. But I mean, I was sort of thinking the same thing. Maybe early last night, this morning, I was having some trouble falling asleep, and stupidly, I start flicking through the phone, and I start seeing just negative stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this person's dying, this person's killed someone. Negativity. It's like, oh, why is all this happening? Like, if everyone knows from this young age, like, what's right from wrong, then why is all this fuckery really happening?
Definite. And
distraction. It should be so simple. Like, all we need is life, water, foods. You know what I mean? But it seems that life is set up for us in this particular system that these things are so difficult for us to actually achieve without maybe going against what our morals tell us we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Kind of goes back to that conversation that was happening yesterday in terms of like beg, borrowing and stealing. You know what I mean? Like, people have to do what they need to do to survive. And yeah, sometimes that's going to mean that you have to go against your moral compass, isn't it?
True though. And then on another thought, I was thinking just us or so this couple hours ago, really, and big up yourself, Randy. How you doing, bro? Kind of how I guess sexuality has been brought to the forefront and stuff. But I was thinking
we've got Carnival coming on. Let's go. Let's enjoy the weekend.
Big up, Randy.
Word to that. The amount of parents that are out there that have have to come to grips in terms with the fact that their child has come home and said, I want to transcend or whatever it is, or do whatever they do. How shocking that would be, and just the amount of parents that would be out there that have faced that situation now. And I was just thinking, wow, when I go out and walk in the street, people who are probably in their 40s, 50s and up would be dealing with that, because they'd have children who would be in the age of 10 to 30. And I don't know, it's very shocking to me. But anyway, Carnival's happening. So you going, Randy? What are you going to do there? What's happening?
I was watching Jed's last night. Is one of the warm-up events. They're playing those steel pans. It looked good. I'll probably pop down and just hang out. I haven't got any specific plans yet, but sometimes the best laid plans are not good, and sometimes it just happens last minute. I jump on my overground. The women are ready. They got the batty riders on, and we just rock up. And it's a great event. You don't need to follow the carnival. You can just jump off the overground and just wander in. So you're not the key to the whole carnival thing. What I found after going there for 30 years is to just don't follow the crowds and walk a mile before you get there, and just see what you like and the flow. If you're smelling jerk chicken, you follow your nose. If you hear a good vibe or a good soundstage, you follow that. So just go with the flow. And it's a beautiful weekend.
I had a question.
The sun's out, and it hasn't happened for 2 years. So it's time for us to celebrate the end of summer with a nice carnival weekend.
I was interested yesterday when you were watching that. So where does it take place? Like, is it certain streets that are blocked off and cordoned? Is it city centre Trafalgar?
Right. So it's all out West London. So Ladbroke Grove, Notting Hill area. Okay. There's a carnival presenting route, but a lot of people, and this is what I did 30 years ago, is like, oh, let me get on the route. But as you've been, I've been 7 times, I think. As you've been a long time, you've seen the carnivals and the floats and all that, and that's what the new people do. But actually, the best thing to do is just stop off from a mile earlier, and then just wander around and feel the vibe. Like your man might be lighting up a joint, pouring out his Jamaican rum over there. You go and chat to him, or there might be some jerk chicken over there, so you go and go up there and see what's going on. So it's just, you've got to sense it from a street level. Like, where do I want to position myself? I'm meeting with mates. One time I went and there was somebody has a house down there, so we had a house party. We popped out, we popped back, we popped out, we popped back, and we ended up at the end of the day, there was an outdoor street party, and we just cruised into there. And I caught a midnight taxi home or something, because that's the other thing. You've got to prepare getting there and leaving. You want to avoid the crowds and have a strategy. They're predicting 2 million this year. It's usually 1 million, but this year they're predicting 2.
I do think, due to the fact that people have obviously been in lockdown the last couple of years, missed out on it. And as I was saying, like, there's a whole generation of teenagers who was probably planning on going the last couple of years, who probably haven't had that independence of going without their parents. You know what I mean? They've missed out on it, so everyone's playing catch up in that sense.
It's like the clubs. Like when you saw them open the clubs, and the youngsters were like, "Oh, I can go clubbing now. I've not been able to go clubbing," and this is the same. And big up to them, because it has literally been something that's happened that's never happened in my lifestyle or anybody else's lifestyle. I'm 54. This last 2 years has never happened before. So it's time to return to normal, meet your people, show some love, show some appreciation, buy your jerk chicken, go and enjoy the tunes and relax and show love to the people. Even if you're sitting on a curb, just having a joint, it's like, all right, how you doing, mate? Yeah. Just chat, just relax. There's nothing, it's all cool.
All right, Randy, tell us a story today. We got time.
A story? What story are we doing today? A story. I tell you what, this Airbnb gives you stories. It was Christmas Day, yeah? Christmas Day, yeah. So I've got my Muslim Lebanese friend in, and it's Christmas Day, and I've listened to Jeds, and I've had a few beers, and then 9 o'clock on Christmas Day, doorbell rings. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? So I was like, obviously it's not for me because I haven't ordered any food or whatever. So here's the doorbell. So I just let it go, and my mate Ali answers it, and I'm like, and I just crash on with a few more beers, and I'm having a good time, you know, I'm doing whatever I'm doing, and then 3 o'clock, I'm going to bed, you know, Boxing Day, and it happens the girl Tinder date has finished, been serviced, and is on her way out on a bike. So that's the Tinder dates Airbnb situation, Christmas Day, 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. There's a Tinder sex event happened in my yard. These kids with their Tinder, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, that's what happened. And the review from my mate Ali was, yeah, she was a bit too keen. So there you go, story. I literally could write a book on these Airbnb situations. I was just finding something out this morning which was happening from a neighbour. Said, "Did you realise this happened?" I said, "No, I was asleep." So yeah, there's all kinds of nonsense goes on. So that didn't really hit the mark, did it? Jeds, are you there or what?
No, Jed's is busy.
Nah.
I'm actually like making a ton of phone calls in the background. So as I said earlier on, I can't really talk, but I'm here to.
It's me and you, Randy.
It's Mary Jen takeover. Come on, get your.
It's not even a Mary Jen takeover. Honestly, like I literally can't even be here to speak right now, but I can let people on the panel.
All right, Khan, press the StreamYard button, jump on. Trillo, jump on. Oh, MD Gold, she'll rinse me now.
They want to talk to me, Randy. They want to talk to me, brother. What's going on? I thought we were going to get into a chat.
I told you, right? I'm going to speak to you. I have to ask
I'm joking. Everybody should come up.
Because she gives me a hard time.
Everybody should come up, right? He's done. What's going on,
Sorry, guys, I'm just going to have to keep pausing because I'm on the bus. 29.
Oh, you're on the bus, yeah? So we're not going to do polyamory today, yeah?
Maybe not. But, you know, here's the topic. What do you think about people, you know, the dispute that's saying that they want Afrobeats and a piano in Carnival? What do you think about, what's your thoughts on that? Because obviously certain people are saying, well, no, because obviously it's a West Indian event, it's a West Indian cultural event, so therefore it's about celebrating and focusing on the West Indian culture. Do you see what I'm saying? Rather than adding extra, even though we're all connected in terms of all being black, obviously, even though we're all black, yes, we're all different culturally. Do you see what I'm saying? From West Indians, different past backgrounds and stuff like that. So what do you guys think?
The thing for me, sister, I just follow the vibes. I mean, I'm not, you know me, I don't know the genres, urban, drill. I don't even know the names of all these things, but I just follow the vibes. If I like the tunes, I go there. Give it a little dance, see what the people like, buy whatever's going on, some food and drink, and then I just hang out if I like it. And if I don't like it, I'll move on. I'm not judgmental. I'll listen to all kinds of music.
I guess that's the
Anyone
point.
else's thoughts?
Yeah, with my initial thought, I guess, like, I'd probably say, you know, it probably has its own place because depending if it was a West, like a Caribbean artist taking up like Afrobeat rhythm within their performance, yeah, okay, that's cool. But if it was, say, basically, you know, an African artist trying to, you know, promote that essentially in a kind of Caribbean calypso themed thing, I say it wouldn't really fit. It shouldn't be there. Although dancehall, you know, and that type of rhythm, Afrobeat rhythm, even reggaeton, and then, you know, but then I'm taking it more down to Southern America, I guess, with that kind of vibe in my head. So if it's strictly West Indian or like in the Caribbean,
But you have to remember, certain Caribbean islands are Latinos in it, so you have reggaeton and stuff would be a part of Carnival. Do you see what I'm saying? Because depending on the island that you're from, yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Right. So all that rhythm, in a sense, essentially is like drum trouble taken from that trouble Afrobeat and then tweaked in certain ways. So you know, the drum, essentially fits there, but if it's as I said, if it was like a West African artist trying to really show off their thing in this Caribbean scene, to me initially it just doesn't feel right, and I don't even know. That's just me just talking out loud. So
yeah, I hear you.
Now if I see
what are your thoughts?
Now if I see Tony Brown pop up with his car, unload a couple of decks, I'm going to sit down because I like Tony Brown's history and music, so I'm going to spend a bit more time there. He might play a duff tune, but I'm going to wait out because I've heard Tony Brown's music, so I'm going to be a bit more patient with Tony Brown because I know his history and I know what he's played for me. So I'm going to give him a bit more of a chance.
yeah, well, just on the fact which you were saying, what do you think about Afrobeat trying to rock into a carnival? What is it like
I
a
don't
party
know
time atmosphere?
I don't know much about Afrobeats. I'm more into
it's just
old school reggae.
No, because Afrobeats obviously. Well, reggae
I'd
is
be thinking
obviously
Fela
Caribbean music,
Kuti, right?
but when
Fela
it comes
Kuti,
to Fela Kuti, he's Nigerian. He's a Nigerian artist. So I wouldn't
right. So that would be kind
think
of
you would hear his music in Carnival. Do you see what I'm saying? Because again, Carnival obviously is Afro-Caribbean, but it's to do with the diaspora that actually born and raised, or heritage is from the Caribbean. They have their own. Obviously, it's going to be similar in terms of drums, this and that, but at the end of the day, it's a celebration of their culture. So, the Trinis will have their thing, the Bajans, the Jamaicans, the Soca, do you know what I mean? So it's supposed to be a collective celebration. And you got to remember all the struggles that the West Indians, they went through when they first come to England, and it was a part of them saying, they don't want part of their heritage, cultural heritage, to die out, that they're in a foreign land. Do you see what I'm saying? And a celebration of the people and their nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
so
that.
I can understand why they would say, no, I wouldn't want It's not to say that they don't like Afrobeats or Apiano or things like that. It's just saying, for this particular event, this is what it is. It should be our cultural music. If you wanted to listen to XYZ, then, you got another 362 days of the year to listen to that, or go to events that specify that, or does a mixture of that. Do you see what I mean?
I think if you were to reverse it too, and you were to say, like, I only said like Fela Kuti because like he would be to me like one of the pioneers of popular Afrobeat anyway, I guess, and the modern style. But if you were to reverse it and you were to have like say an Afrobeat type festival and you saw a calypso artist and someone playing steel drums and reggae, you would be a bit like, hey, is that fitting? So same way, I guess that point's coming across. It just not it just doesn't really fit. If it was a Caribbean artist doing it, I'd see it fit, but otherwise,
no, I mean, to be fair, if you look at the music in Africa, obviously, because it's a continent, there are more countries, there's a larger amount of people there, so there's going to be more variety in terms of the music and culture. If you're doing, say, for example, an event that was showcasing African music, you'll be seeing all different types. Do you know what I mean?
Should I jump on? What's going on?
Oh, and MJ put in the back, she said, Notting Hill should Notting Hill be more inclusive of the diversity that's now in London, or should there be another event to celebrate the multiculturalism in London?
I've got
get my English out.
Right.
Yeah.
So anything you go to evolves over time. So when I first came to Stoke Newington, it was guitar rock music, and now I don't go out much and see events, but now it's a lot more different. It's a lot of different things going on. Hip hop. Indie music, there's all kinds of things. I don't go out, so I don't really know. But it's like everything evolves, yeah? So if I was wandering around Carnival on Monday and I suddenly hear a tune like Sugar Me Not, I'm going to be heading that way because I like my old school reggae. So my ears are open and focused, so I'll be listening out for stuff. Trilla, jump on. What's going on?
Answer as well, jump on as well, because I know he's saying, I can read some parts of the chat where he's saying it will never be normal. It's only going to get worse. But I'm not sure what he's talking about.
I think, I mean, you can every year you can go and have a different experience. It's like going to festivals, you know. So I've been to Glastonbury, I've been to Big Chill, I've been to Irish Festival and this sort of thing, and it can be different things. Sometimes you're not wanting to go and see the big bands or the main stage or the session. Sometimes you're quite happy if you find a nice little niche. You'll just sit all day and enjoy a little niche. You find a nice group of people, you're enjoying the vibe, you're having a little smoke, and you're cool. And you don't have to, you know, when you're young, you want to go and see everything. Let me go and do this. Let me go and see this and that. When you get older, you're just quite happy to relax. And if you found a nice spot, you live your nice spot. It's a bit like in a pub. I enjoy sitting down now. I'm not into, you know, hustling the bar. And that's what happens with age.
On another topic, what's the go with the Prime Minister? Has that guy, last I heard a few months ago, I don't really follow it, but there was an Asian guy who was going to take the place. Has that happened?
No, not yet. It's Richie Sunak versus I can't remember her name. True, whatever. But they're still fighting out till September. Boris has left and doesn't give a fuck. So they're basically ungoverned at the moment because it's August. But yeah, it looks like I don't even know what she's called, but the female conservative, who is a Remainer, which is a big thing. We're still talking about Brexit like 6 years on. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. It's quite dull. It's in the news every day, but it's very boring. Fairgrove, where are you? Where do you live?
Sorry, Randy, I was just going to say to you, what road do you normally go to? Do you go to a particular side road? Because I know you say before you don't follow the floats.
No, actually, every time I do something different, you know. The first year I went, which should be '94, I think, we got on the tube and we came out and followed the floats and that was a bit hectic. Another year I went, a mate had a house down there, so we hung out there, had a big barbecue, and then we kept popping in and out. And then recently, when I went probably 3 or 4 years ago, like we did the overground, and we walked in, but somebody knew a sound system in the group and took us down there, and we just hung out there all day. So every time it's been different. I haven't actually done the same thing. And it's very interesting that you can do that. You know, you don't have to, right, this is my carnival strategy. No, you can do different things. You can be on the edge. You don't have to be in the hustle bustle. You can just hang out and everybody's enjoying it. And just,
no, because some people who tend to go often, sometimes they go to specific places. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they know it's reliable. Like they know that every year they know that this spot, regardless if they're searching somewhere else, this particular spot or this particular sound system or this particular whatever, it's going to be the spot for them, you know?
Yeah. So I was reading it a bit last couple of days, and it's like some people like, I want to get down to that specific sound system, but I've never stayed with the same spot. I do different things every time I've gone, and that's the beauty of it, is that you can have a different experience every time you go. It's great, and you know, last time I went, it was baking, man. It was really hot, but we had a great day. So come on, jump on people in the chat who are just chatting and doing nothing. It's Friday afternoon. It's time to
relax. Come on, family, jump on. I'm going to be having to get off soon as well.
You know, you need to chat and just let your hair down, relax. The working week's over. Let's enjoy these 3 days of end of summer. Fairgrove, where are you from? I'm sorry, I don't know your backstory, my friend.
Yeah, so born in Brisbane, Australia.
Okay.
Pretty much born and bred, yeah. So been to Fiji 15 times. My parents are from Fiji. Have like Asian heritage. If you go there, half of Fiji is
Oh,
pretty
do you
much
mean like
Indian.
proper indigenous Fijians? Sorry to jump in. You know, you said your parents are from Fiji. So are you Fijian, like originally?
No, I was just explaining that. So, like, basically, after slavery stopped, they had indentured labor, which was when the British took all the people from India around to the sugarcane plantations, like South Africa, West Indies, Fiji being one. So that's about my great grandparents would have been that, and they were kept segregated up until like 1960 something or 1970, I think. Or maybe not that long, but you pretty much is still, there is some integration now, but yeah, so basically that's why it's a very much like different.
I never even knew they did indentured. They had indentured slaves in that they brought them to Fiji. That's new for me.
Yeah, that's the truth. And yeah, so that's me. And I'm in Adelaide at the moment.
Isn't that the serial killer capital of Australia?
Is that the what?
The serial killer capital of Australia.
Oh yeah. South Australia's
is it
the highest.
It's a weird fact I just dragged out. I've never been to Adelaide, but I've been to Brisbane a few times.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not surprised you know that fact, Randy, to be honest. I'm not.
There you go. I gave you an in and you jumped in. So
I found that this state is
South Australia, yeah. How is Adelaide, yeah? Because it seems pretty cool and laid back compared to Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. It seems a bit more relaxed down there.
Yeah, it's very much like that country town. Not country town vibe, but the actual CBD is tiny. It's probably about 500 square meters, and the tallest buildings are probably like 20 story. Like it's no real skyscrapers. Very small city. Everything's first class within the roads and the technology, traffic lights and infrastructure. It's like, best in the world, but the population and the vibe is very like, you wouldn't come, like if you wanted to be exposed to the rest of the world as a young, like, graduate or something, you'd be wanting to the East Coast Australia, because that's the gateway to the rest of the world. And then there's also such a bigger thing going on in Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. But it's a chill vibe. But I was just want to say to that homicide fact, like the murder rate thing, like something I found out when I came here. I've been here for about 6-7 years. I do like that chilled out vibe. But I found that I think there's a lot of space in this state compared to the people, so that's probably one reason. People take things out far and wide and whatever. But I've also sincerely have this, that's my intuition, and I think this state is a narco state. Like the amount of people that are here and the amount of narcotics that are flowing around, and the amounts of money. I'm talking about everything. Everything. It's a narco state, so everything, right? Like the amount of money that's there, the amount of people that are here for the population. You see the really expensive cars and things like that in the certain things, right? And it's just it doesn't make sense to me. And to make it make sense, I find that's what it is, and it's kind of a requirement for the rest of the other states, because a lot of things go through here, and so I'm not. Anyway.
So do you have those biker gangs down there? Because I know I didn't really come across it very much, but I've watched it on documentaries and TV and stuff, like the biker,
yeah, for sure.
Biker gangs doing their thing.
Yeah, like that element is it's there. It's all over every state. Definitely, it is here, as I said, because of that fact that I was just saying. Like there is a heavy element to this in this state, but to that point, it's not the stereotypical thing that you see people would think, because when I was probably in my teen years, so like about 15 years ago, it would have been, you know, the typical Australian white guy would have been the sergeant at arms and president of these clubs. They would have been driving like that stereotypical look, beard, riding the Harley Davidson. But also in that same sentence, I kept saying that it was that the police commissioner is also this man's cousin. So when it's Christmas time, they all meet each other, right? But now it has changed to, it's much more of an ethnic-based thing, and they don't really riding bikes so much. You kind of see it as an ethnic guy in a big sedan, you know.
So
we patched up and everything. But
when you say ethnic, we're talking about the Asians coming down, or we're talking about the Samoans, or some other
all sorts. Yeah, you know, you got the Middle East, the Serbians, all sorts. Like, because Australia is so very multicultural, so you got the Europeans, Eastern Europeans, you know, the Asian element. Then probably they'd be on their own. They've got that triad type of element. They're not really in the bikies so much. Islanders, yes, but a couple of decades ago, that wasn't seen. But yeah, now it's different. And even on those documentaries, I've watched a couple too, and they've been explaining, you know, that change has happened, and the amounts of well, I don't believe half the shit that they say either, because they just fucking hype it up in real. Yeah. So I was about to say that they said, oh, the amounts of money that these guys are making now is immense, but you know, every year the world gets bigger, so those numbers are going to get bigger no matter what. When they say, oh, this is the biggest shipment that we've ever, like, it's just going to grow anyway. That's part of life, and I'm sure it was happening back then too, in the same amount.
They're only catching the tip of the iceberg in any of these countries. Everybody knows that. I mean, it's just like, oh, you got lucky, we got this, yeah, and then what didn't you get? I mean, you'd have to look at London to know that, you know, the cocaine market is massive, and when they, you know, see something, it's like, you know, they detect it in the sewage and everything. It's on the banknotes, and you know, it's just massive, the cocaine market in London, and it's they only have.
How's that been?
Going on. Big up, Judah.
Big up, bro. What's up?
Just one quick question before we change the topic. Was that, like, would you say that in your experience of, you know, all the years you've been around Randy, that the scene has kind of stayed the same in the amount of exposure and level of people, and of, you know, the prices and things obviously change and potency and stuff, but, you know, with the acceptance, the amount of people doing it?
It's massively changed. When I arrived in the 90s, yeah, so we were just doing hash. So we were just, you know, buying our 8s and quarters for £15 and £30. And then suddenly in the late 90s, it's suddenly, you go around to a party or something and suddenly the cocaine appears. And it's like, what the fuck's going on? And then obviously the ecstasy's been around since the 80s. But then ketamine appeared, and then lately, which I've only done once, but GBH appeared in the last decade, and that's going around now. So it's like, you know, it is ever evolving. You know, I mean, like, even in the thing that's changed is now in local pubs, people will be offering you cocaine. It'll be shit quality. Not that I do it or anything, but you know, you get offered it. Okay. You know, pub. You go into the toilets, and it's like somebody might be doing something, this sort of thing. That never used to happen in the 90s, but now it's just a everyday thing. It's like, you know, cocaine will be everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. That's cool. That's cool. I'll learn about it. How are you, Zulu? What's going on, bro?
Yeah, what's the topic, guys? You got to, you know, I'm trying to engage in the conversation.
Well, I was just trying to get some history on Fairgrove, what his backstory was, and then started talking about the drugs and that. But yeah, it's open. Zulu, you bring a topic, we'll discuss it.
Yeah, I can't really think of a topic right now. You think of a topic, Randy. Come on, all those years of experience, and you know, I'm sure you can think of something.
Well, how about yourself, brother? Have you seen? I'll put the same question to you. You know, maybe I don't, you know, like, just from what you've seen as of the cocaine culture change? Like, you know, not to say that you're exposed to it, but I'm just saying, do you see the people at the bus stop running around? Do you get offered it at school, at your work, something like that, you know? Have you seen
No,
it change,
when it
or is it the same?
when it comes to those kind of drugs, I'm completely removed and disconnected. I've no interactions or I've no experiences with cocaine. With weed, I think I've been close to taking weed multiple times. I've been around people that smoke weed, and that's more something that I see casually. But with cocaine and all those hard drugs, I have no experience at all. I don't think I've ever even seen cocaine. I don't even think.
Right.
So, yeah.
How about the
I know it goes
the
on,
spliff
but I know it
culture?
goes on.
Did that change it? Of course it does.
Pardon?
But in the flower then. So in the times you've seen these people with the you know, lining up spliffs or doing what they do, have you seen any change in that? Like, I mean, I hear sometimes there's synthetics or also hydro. You've got
I
Amsterdam
think it's
coming in with
making. I think
hydro.
it's making young people more lazy and more slow. I think it's making, because when I was in school, a lot of the people, my peers that were smoking weed, like, I don't know if it was something they were taking or whatever, but they were quite tired and kind of like docile. Like, they weren't mentally like quick. They weren't quick thinking. I don't know what it was, but it might have been what they were taking, because there are some people that sharp that do, you know, take certain weeds or whatever. But it just, I didn't have any good experiences with it. Let's just put it like that. When I was growing up, when I was seeing other people around me smoking it, so I stayed well away from it. And I came close to smoking it one time, but I just said, nah, I'm not about that. So
okay,
it's not my kind of thing still.
I heard that it affects your cognitive ability in it if you smoke too much weed.
Yeah, the way I view weed is I treat it like it's a medicinal substance. I don't think it's meant to be taken all the time and abused. You know what I mean?
And there's different traits, different, like, you know, the people who are getting the lethargic and kind of, you know, demotivated would be kind of, as you said, probably heavy use, but also high indica. People's reactions are different. So there's sativa strains, and they would be more kind of creative, uplifting, energetic. So there is a breakdown. There's a definite medicinal fact into it. The plant as a whole is such a brilliant and beautiful thing, and people that are not prone to even smoke it, I think, you know, you could think about oils or edibles and just in low doses, and the people, because there's also to the factor of schizophrenic tendencies. People with that, they probably are more susceptible to an incident if they were having a strong sativa dominant, you know, THC, because that's what will activate it.
Fair growth. The thing that's changed for me in the last 30 years is that we usually get hash. So we'd have a bit of hard hash, and then we'd just relax, or, you know, have it a couple of hours in the evening, pass around a few joints, listen to music. And the thing which I always notice is, because I did my back in the early 2000s, is I could have a joint. I don't need to do my ibuprofens or some stronger painkillers. I can just have a couple of joints. I'm going to sleep good. My back's going to be lovely in the morning. And that's what I've always realized about having a little smoke, is that if I've got a little pain or if I've got a little stress, I'll just relax and I'll feel more comfortable.
But Randy,
I'm not doing lots of stuff. I'm just having an occasional joint, because, you know, I very rarely buy it, so, you know, I'm not really into it. But it's like, because one of the things I don't like, especially now getting older, is I don't like the lethargic sort of low energy. I just want to do it as, oh, I've got a bit of back pain like I had yesterday. Oh, let me just have a joint, relax, have a good sleep.
But Randy, do you not see an issue with smoking anything really in terms of your health? Because if you're talking about taking a plant, there's nothing wrong with that intrinsically. But if you're talking now about smoking something, you know, producing carcinogenic things into your lungs and all that smoke into your lungs clearly isn't going to be beneficial. So I can only really be against smoking, but I can't say a plant.
You will not believe, but in my up till say 25, I was very anti-smoking, like religiously anti-smoking. I made my grandma stop smoking. I was not around it. I didn't have cigarettes. And it was only after 25 I had a first cigarette or a first joint. So I was very anti it. But then I tried a joint in my late 20s, listening to some music, and I enjoyed it. And that's how it all started for me. And then by 30, I started smoking cigarettes. So it was a very late start of this situation.
Do you know what? Yeah, I heard smoking relieves stress and all that, but I also heard based on research that smoking increases stress.
Increases stress, increases chances of getting cancer. It causes all sorts of issues because nothing is your lungs are not a chimney. All right, these plants are meant to be consumed. They're meant to be, oiled, but they're not meant to be smoked. So I can only be against the smoking aspect of it. But even if there's beneficial aspects to it, taking it in other ways, I don't know if it's healthy to have your brain continuously docile. Like people that have it every day. Like I see the utility in you have an injury or you're trying to go through pain or whatever like that. I see the utility in that. Of course, you're not going to take painkillers every day. You're not going to, be under whatever the anesthetic every day, right? So why then would you be in this docile state every single day? And I'm not saying anyone here has done it every day,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not an habitual smoker.
Right.
Schiffer will be able to educate you much more than that.
Obviously on
relief in my back pain when there's a bit of hash going around, and I've enjoyed that relief. I'm not buying it or habitually smoking it, but rather than me taking ibuprofen or something stronger, I found just having a couple of joints, having a nice sleep, my back's relaxed, and I wake up better. So that's the medicinal aspect of it for me.
And to the question you were saying, I think as I said before, there's the different strains, different characteristics. So if you don't want to be docile during the day, and it also there are some people with anxiety. It's different on some and different issues. So their consumption, if they didn't have it all day every day, they wouldn't be able to integrate into society and want to go outside. But on that same tip, you'd be wanting to have a sativa, so you'd have a daytime medication, and then if you wanted the pain relief or sleep, you have a nighttime, which is the kind of the indica dominant and sativa dominant for the day. So if you have a lot of sativa flower, you're not going to get that lethargic type of feeling.
Hey yo, can I ask a question?
Oh, go ahead then, man.
Actually, go through. We've been talking, though. We've been talking. Go ahead,
man. Ask your question.
Oh no, I only have a question about what you guys are talking about. To be fair.
Yeah. So go on, Zulu, bro. We were talking. So.
No, I was gonna say, you were talking about the different strands, and you were talking about the benefits. But my question was, right, once you've taken this substance to mitigate the issue, is this a temporal fix or is this a permanent fix? Because you talk about people that have anxiety and they have stress and all these mental, or even Parkinson's, right? That's another example. I've heard people support the case for medical use of marijuana. But if it's not completely mitigating the issue and it's only a temporal thing, then do you not see a dependency issue?
Of course, yeah. Obviously, there would be a situation like that, and so I'm probably in a similar situation like that. I smoke a lot, but it's also culturally and a sacrament. But I do find those benefits to it, and then to that point, I would say, okay, when a doctor would say, okay, dependency and things, you would be understandable, but then at this stage, just dose high, and you would be trying to wean down slowly. If that's if it's becoming detrimental and you're not as productive as you should and could be, because at the same time, I found that when I first got onto this medicinal, and this is sincere talk from me, and it's different for every single person because reactions and chemical balance within people, but I dosed up really heavy, and it was like 3 to maybe 5 grams, 3 to 5 grams daily for about 2 weeks. And that's a lot. This is 20% plus THC, but I really found like this kind of rejuvenation in a way of like the muscles, senses, and things like that. So it was kind of like an overload, a saturation, and it just, I don't know. I totally hear what you're saying, and you don't want to become dependent on it. But at the same time, I just think cannabis is such a beautiful thing that it could be we've got an endocannabinoid system, which is, just in our body, which is, designed so that these molecules just attach perfectly. So it's like, there's either
Can I ask a question now? Or is this white privilege hour?
Ask your question, man. Ask your question.
I said figure.
I've been trying,
you're
man.
foolish, mate. You're foolish,
You don't need to do all that white privilege shit. Just answer your question, man.
I'm just asking, is it white privilege hour? You could tell me.
I ain't even white,
bro. You're lucky you're even here, man. Just ask your question, man. What you want?
What are you, white Zulu?
Bro, just ask your question, fam. I don't even know why. I still don't even know why you're here. You ain't answered my question from before. I don't even know why you're here.
You, man? Broski, listen, I got some questions for you that I'm not going to ask because I'm not going to disrespect you. I'm not playing your little boy's game, innit? I'm going to be a grown man. I'm going to say, is it okay if I ask my question now, lads?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So my question is, does anybody who's talking about this right now smoke? Actually, obviously, I know Fairgrow, you seem to be a smoker. As you said, you smoked 3.5 a day previously, but do you still smoke?
I said 3 to 5, bro. Yeah, every day, at least 3. I'm on the medicinal. I got like 6 strains of 20+% THC. Cannabis is my life, G. Definitely.
So it is something that you love then?
For sure. Alcohol is poison, cannabis is a plant. And I've been through the other things too. I've been through all those chemicals and I've come out on the other side. So, I've seen all that sort of thugs too. And
don't worry, Fairgrow. I'm not here to play wind up today. I'm not going to start telling everyone that weed is like smoking crack and start winding people up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say this to you. You see, if I was online talking about something that I do every day, something I clearly enjoy, it would sound enjoyable, but this conversation sounds really depressing, man. It sounds really like down in the mouth and that, I don't know. I just expect you to be more excited about something you enjoy.
So what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about, Shifa?
Well, I don't mind. We could switch the conversation. We could talk about white privilege if you want.
No, frankly,
let's talk about why you take weed.
I'm saying, guys, listen, I'm not even being disrespectful.
We can talk about why you're here.
It sounds really down in the
You can answer that question. You can answer that question if you want.
Listening, and I just thought, you know what, you guys could sound a bit more upbeat, man. When I hear Jedi talking and Matthew and certain people, they're really upbeat, but you guys sound really down in the mouth right now.
Shifa, why
all right, but without these guys being on show right now, so allow that, Shifa, and allow the white privilege talk because you really don't want to upset me today. So, Shifa, seems as you're advocating for the not smoking weed, why don't you tell the audience how weed affected you and why you decided to give up?
Okay.
I'll be honest, weed got me arrested. So I said, you know what, bun this, man. Like, boy, they ain't arresting me no more, innit? And if they want to stop me, they can stop me. But listen, I'm going to kick up a fuss. I'm going to tell them about their stinking foot and they can't do me nothing. I ain't got nothing to do me nothing for. Do you see it? So that's why I stopped. But obviously, like I get that you're not in the greatest of moods today, MJ. Maybe everyone's not having the greatest Friday, why it sounds a bit down in the mouth and that. No, but, white privilege is real. But like, I'll be honest, I think sometimes female privilege is more real than white privilege.
Listen, Shifa.
So you want to come in here and talk about race? Like, are you not tired of that? I find that so dead.
Let's talk about female privilege.
No progression.
See how wicked it is.
Like Shifa, you're supposed to be a very hold on, Shifa. You're supposed to be a very educated person. You've read a lot of Torah and all this stuff, and you know a lot of things, and you want to sit here and talk about white privilege. Is this
no, I want to talk about female privilege.
Is that what you find a fun conversation?
No, I want to talk about female privilege. I don't think it's a fun conversation. I think it could be quite interesting because I think sometimes female privilege can take precedent over white privilege. Has anybody else found that?
Privilege. I want to talk about Shifa privilege.
Yeah, Shifa definitely privileged. Because you see what, when you look like me, gal, I got mad. Until even like my own gal goes mad because she knows other girls are going mad. She'd be like, listen, I just don't trust girls. I don't want you to talk to no girls.
Big up this man's ego. Big up this man's ego.
That is definitely shit for privilege, cuz. I step out my yard and gal want to talk to me because that ain't my fault.
Yeah, so you're abusing your shit of privilege there, isn't it? You should be
Well,
falling.
you know what? I could have. You know what? When I was younger, I'll be honest. When I was younger, I was a bit of a male slag. I did abuse it a bit, but as I've got older, I don't abuse them powers no more. With great power comes great responsibility.
So, Schiffer, let's go back. Let's go through your history of smoking. Yeah. So, as a younger man, when you were rocking and you were doing your male slag shit, were you not bunning a joint and?
Brethren, I was burning some big zoogies, not joints, some big zoogies. I didn't even used to put cigarette in there, cuz no tobacco, nothing, pure, like MJ status. You get me?
So you were drugging the girls, basically.
No, I wasn't drugging them. I was drugging myself. Like you see me, I don't share weed. I'm quite selfish like that, you know, with weed and stuff.
What kind of joint smoker are you? You're a selfish smoker.
Yeah, I was one of them ones that I'll build my spliff. No one ain't putting their mouth on my spliff. I don't know where your lips have been, cuz. You like that one?
You're funny, innit? You always go, yeah, I'm expecting a certain response and it goes sideways, so I have to think how I'm going to respond to it.
Yeah, but it's true though. Come on, bro. You should know, yeah. Ask Scripture, ask any Rasta man, yeah. They're gonna tell you the same thing. Yeah, my daddy taught me that from young. Like my dad wouldn't even give me his spliff. He's like, listen, I'm gonna pass spliff.
Hang on,
I understand something. Nobody take nobody spliff and smoke it. If anything you roll, you smoke. If you not roll it, don't smoke it.
So you're Rasta now. I thought you were I can't even remember what that conversation was.
Atlantean, Randy, is that Atlantean?
I'm an Israelite still.
Yeah,
no, but listen, I'm an Israelite. Listen, Rastas are Israelites. A lot of people don't know this, innit? Like, but you know, Rastas read their Bible daily, you know. They call reverence and call praise daily, you know.
Israelites and Rastas, yeah, sure. Rastas.
Have you ever heard Mavado? Mavado's a Rasta, innit? And every minute the man's talking about Israel. Why do you think that is?
But then he talks about Haile Selassie. But then they talk about Haile Selassie. So I mean, it kind of duns the whole argument. So
I hear you, but remember the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians are the ones that went to Jamaica and taught the Jamaicans about banning weed and them. Well, not taught them, but influenced them heavily with the smoking of the weed. And the Ethiopians are known as Israelites. If you didn't know.
No, not all Ethiopians are Israelites.
Not all of them, but they're the ones that we had over there. Those ones was known as Israelites. If you didn't know, enough of them was taken to Israel as well. What are we doing there?
Yeah, the better Israel.
So, Schiffer, you're saying East Africans are Israelites?
What's that?
Are you saying East Africans are Israelites?
I'm saying that a percentage of the Ethiopians are recognized as being Israelites by the state of Israel. Also recognizes them as Israelite and took a load of them as refugees or whatever you want to call it into their country. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And then they were even talking about when they took them. Some of the kids didn't want to get on the plane, innit? So one of the kids said to the other kids, in the Bible it says, when we go to Zion, we're gonna go there on the wings of an eagle or something like it says in the Bible, and that's what convinced them to start getting on the plane. You see it? So yeah.
You see what Schiffer did. He's now where he wants to be. He's in East Africa. He's in his Israelites. He didn't like the little conversation about weed, and now he's got a situation going on. Big up, Jeds. Please support by hitting the like button and jumping on the panel, guys.
On that point, though, that's their point.
You guys in the chat, stop laughing in the chat to leave me with this crackhead, man. Jump on, man. Please.
We should. How they've been treated over there, though. That's another definite story. You know, they were accepted by their state, and they were.
Jump on. You know who you are. Come and correct this.
Sudi, you've got questions to answer to Schiffer here, who's talking about your Israelites in East Africa.
There's no questions to answer. I've done destroyed Schiffer on the Israelites and on the Bible time and time again, bro. Like there isn't really.
Remember he said about the plane thing.
There isn't really much for me to say at this point. You know, not to brag or anything, but like I mean, it's all recorded. Like I don't need to make anything up. So I can pull up the videos of me debunking them time and time again.
Hang on, Zubo. I don't know why there's no Israelites in Ethiopia. You'll have to educate me again. Sorry, I forgot, brother.
There's Israelites all over Africa because that's the place of refuge whenever Israel was getting burned up. They'll run to Africa. So you expect to see some Israelites in West, in Central, in South, in East, and even in North. That's where they were distributed. But to say that all of them are Israelites is incorrect.
Truly, I'm interested in data. Yeah. So What is the population of Israelites in Africa, per se?
It's a lot. Frank, I'll tell you that's a lot. But let's not get it twisted. There were other groups of people in history. We have the Kemetans, we have the Nubians, the Cushites. So to say that Israelites are the most populated people in the whole of Africa would be a lie and would be just inaccurate. It just doesn't make any sense. What we would expect to see is pockets of Israelites around Africa, but the majority being of Hamitic stock, being of a Kemetic stock, or being of a Cushitic stock, or Nubian stock, but with pockets of Israelites in certain tribes and certain areas. That makes more sense. But I can't tell you the number.
You didn't give me an exact number, because as I was asking Schiffer about his Pan-Africanism on Wednesday, I've been trying to find a number for this Pan-Africanism. I can't find a sort of vague number of how many Pan-Africans are. And Israelites, we've just said there's lots, so we're talking 1 million in Africa, or we're talking 10 million?
The reason why I can't give you a number, not only is I can't give you a number, but everyone's kind of mixed. So there's a lot of people that may have migrated in from the Levant into Africa at a certain period of time, maybe the Bantus or whatever, but even the Bantus themselves are mixed. You will see some Bantu tribes that express Kemetic behavior or Egyptian culture. So essentially, we're a mix of a lot of these ancient civilizations, from the Levant all the way to Kush. So you'll see aspects of all of them in most of these African tribes. I can't just say they're just only Israelites. Because if I did a DNA test, I might get Ramesses III. Because if you look at Ramesses III, his haplogroup is E1B1A, which is a sub-Saharan haplogroup. And it's the origin of that haplogroup actually goes back to East Africa. So we're all mixed. I can't just say one thing.
I understand that, Zulu, but you've got to appreciate the only place I've stepped my foot in Africa is Morocco. Yeah, so I'm trying to map out Africa and what's going on there in terms of religion, politics, and trying to work out what's going on in the different countries and this sort of thing. When I go to India, I know every state. I've been going there 20 years. I know what's going on. Africa, I have no clue. Now, Maku the other day brought us to this beautiful holiday resort they tried to build in Nigeria. Never seen anything like that. So it's an education. So I'm looking to be educated about Africa, the different countries, the different situations going on, the politics. You know, is Pan-African taking off, or is it just a few people?
I would recommend going, Randy. I would recommend just going. And just
you're right. I mean, that's the best way to educate yourself, is get down to the ground, move around, and do it for yourself. Totally agree.
Because a lot of people will tell you about it and do all this Pan-African shit, but some of them haven't even been to Africa. So why would you listen to them on Africa when you can go and see it for yourself? And see that there's all these different, and you go there just in one country, there'll be hundreds of tribes, and you'd be like, wow, there's all these different peoples. They even look different. So when they say things like Africa's the most genetically diverse place in the world, you start to realize, well, you can't just say all of them are one thing. Even those that say all these Africans are Kemets, that's also not true.
Yeah, I get that.
You know what I mean? Like it's so genetically diverse. Yeah. Big up Raheem.
Yeah, it's exciting because it's a whole new continent for me to explore. So it's like I'm like
just visit.
Reading about it, like where do I want to go first? What do I want to look into? What's going on? So it's very exciting for me.
Mm-hmm. Just when you go there, don't try and steal anything, man.
Why would I steal anything? I think my forefathers stolen enough. I mean, let's give those benign whatever it was in the British Museum. Well, when I say the British Museum,
Benin.
Did you say benign?
Yeah, Benin.
Jesus. So,
my God!
You know, the World Museum, which is known as the British Museum, with the Elgin marbles, the Benin artifacts. You know, all this stuff should be coming back. We're just like fucking pillage the world. So I'm all for like working that out. So forgive me.
Oh, okay. Nah, you should go and visit, bro. I mean, I've been to Africa. I've been to Zimbabwe twice. And I've been to Kenya, like on the airways. So that's pretty much it. I haven't been like around the city or anything like that. But from my own experience, you know, obviously I went to the village because that's where I wanted to go to get more, you know, authentic culture, because you can go to the city and all that, it's just westernized anyway to some degree. But the villages, you know, it's pretty basic living, man. Like it's the closest thing to nature I experienced, and it was amazing. I can't lie to you. Like even just to, because my people are naturally cow herders, and we're naturally agriculturalists. So to just go around seeing like cows and shepherds and all this thing, it was kind of like brought me back to the ancient times. It was mad still, and going to see the well and all this shit. It was nice, man. The only thing I didn't like was the slaughtering of the animal. It was a bit intense for me. I'm not at the time anyway.
But don't what I love when I get out into the real sort of small villages in India, I just like love to see daily life, and people are happy. You know, they're making their food, they're delivering their bread, they're chatting, they're getting on with their work, they're building houses for each other. It's beautiful, and they don't worry about Western media and all these other things going on in the world. They're just doing their thing, and it's amazing how happy these little small villages can be. And they're very poor. They've not got a lot. They might have a few fields. They're bringing their crops in, selling them in market, and it's a very simple life, but it's very beautiful. You can see that.
100%, and everything's kind of like carefree. Like people could leave you can leave your door open. You don't have to worry about nothing. And there's actually less crime in the village than there is in the city, obviously, for obvious reasons. But it's just, I don't know. You need to go for yourself. That's all I'm saying. That's the only way you can.
I agree. I was just trying to find some information.
But I definitely want to do a round trip. My goal is to do a round trip around the continent go to as much places as I can. Within reason, obviously, because there's some places I want to, for my own safety. There's some places where I'm like, I don't know why going there. You know what I mean?
What places would currently be there?
Nah, don't ask me to say, Randy. Come on.
Obviously, Libya might not be a first choice.
Don't ask me that. I'm not going to say that.
What about Congo or something like this?
I don't want to offend any Africans.
No. Why can't we talk about this openly, and somebody else can bring their experience to the thing? I don't understand why you're so worried about upsetting anybody. You've upset people before, and it's just
Zul upset me in that.
Nobody's hitting everybody.
That's pretty fucking easy.
What do you think, Raheem? Let's go. Let's ask you. What do you think, Raheem?
I have no horse in this race, my friend. I'm from Jamaica. This is your time.
So now you're not African now. Wow.
I've never claimed to be African.
I see how it is. I've noticed.
I've actually said the quite opposite. I've said the quite opposite. I do not believe that every black person is from Africa.
But what
originally though?
Where did your grandparents come from? Let's go into it.
From Jamaica.
Yeah, but before that, bro, we know.
From Jamaica. I didn't do a DNA test. My sister did a DNA test, and there is no African that came up on a DNA test. Yeah, that's why. So it had American and Caribbean, and then Hasidic.
Well, hold on, Caribbean is not DNA. That's not DNA.
No, neither is African.
No,
it's not an
they
actual
would say,
DNA
but they would
test.
say West African, or they would say Sub-Saharan African. They'd say whatever Bantu.
Yeah, it had the Caribbean.
Wait.
No,
there were
that's not
people
a
in the
DNA
Caribbean. There were people in the Caribbean. If I wasn't so interested in my privacy, I would show the video because it's on my sister's YouTube channel. She's a YouTuber.
Wait.
And I promise you, there was no African.
Wait.
DNA.
What company was it that did the DNA? Was it 23andMe?
I don't know.
Hang on, you just said Hasidic. You just said Hasidic, didn't you?
Yeah, she had a bit of Hasidic Jew in her as well.
Well, according to the Christopher Columbus
majority
narrative,
people,
he met Taino people in the Caribbean. Right?
Yeah, Jamaica used to have a black Native American-ish looking people. You had the Maroons there. You had loads of different people that were there. So yeah, it's
but
really
even
that
those
strange.
people came from Africa though, because Africans were able to travel along from West Africa to the Americas. So even those people like the Olmecs, if they originated from Africa, it's plausible that they traveled from Africa to the Americas.
Me personally, I don't subscribe to the out of Africa theory.
Neither do I.
But you do, because you just said that they came from Africa.
But originated from. No, but hold on. But Ryan, when we say out of Africa, people can travel out of Africa. There's no lie
100%.
or invalid. But the issue is when we say that everyone evolved out of Africa and that's where life began. That now is the issue.
Well, that is one factor in it. I definitely agree. But when you say that these people they traveled from Africa to the Caribbean, this is to then say that there was no one in the Caribbean in the first place.
But the original inhabitants
Nobody's
would
saying
have
that.
been
Nobody's saying that.
would have been the Africans that migrated there.
Not necessarily, and that's why I said you're subscribing more to the out of Africa theory rather than
It's not out of Africa.
you think so. Yes, of course, because you're saying the people that originated from there would have originated from Africa.
No,
People
but
that would
hold
have been
on.
there, sorry, would have
But
originated
Raheem,
out of
they could have started off in the Middle East and then went into Africa and then from Africa went into the Caribbeans. That's not
Well,
out of Africa theory.
The Vikings went to the Americas and the Caribbean. It doesn't mean that
Supposedly.
No, it's not supposedly. Factually, they traveled across the sea. It's just as factual as other places in the world coming across the Bering Strait or whatever it's called.
Actually, have
into
you ever heard of
Americas and
Vinland?
Caribbean.
Vinland is actually a myth. It's actually greatly over exaggerated that this group of Vikings went to the Americas. Because if that was the case, why didn't the Europeans that went to America see any Vikings when they got there?
Because they were all killed.
They were all killed. That's convenient, isn't it?
No, like there's facts. There's physical bones. There's physical bones. It's only a small amount of people. It wasn't a massive invasion of individuals. There's statues of Odin and other gods from the Vikings.
Is there in America?
Arrows
So if I type it right
found in
now,
America.
I'll see Viking artifacts in America. Is that fact?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let me fact
You
check
have to
that.
step in with your history, yeah.
Let me fact check that. Because from what I heard, that argument was used to defend white people being in America before English people going to the Americas as a way to say, well, the Vikings were here, so there's no issue why we shouldn't be here.
So if you look, hold on. First thing that you'll find when you go in your search rather, is that the only known Viking site in North America was first discovered in 1916, according to UNESCO, and hundreds of wooden, bronze, and bone and stone artifacts have been uncovered there by archaeologists over the years. It's a fact.
So first discovered in the 1960s, and what's the conclusion since then? What's the conclusion?
What do you mean? What's the conclusion? I don't know why this is an argument. The fact is that they went over there. This is a fact. The Vikings went across the world. Well, a large proportion of the world. They traveled. They were an invade. Did
they make settlements, or they just got killed, like what you just said?
As far as my knowledge is, they were killed out. They were there. There was a small traveling group that went across. Because what they would do, like how they came to England, what they would do is they would send small groups across to these places. They would find. They would look at the land, look at where it is, and they would send people back to tell people, yeah, it's all good, come across. But I believe that that never happened with the group that went to America.
And who killed them?
That the Native Americans.
When you say the Native Americans, which people are you talking about? What tribe?
I'm not
Cherokee?
Sure. I'm not sure. I'd be a liar if I told you.
Okay. So you're not talking about the black ones, right? That were there before anyone else.
I'm just said to you, I'm not sure.
Okay. Because you said it's just as true as black people being in the Americas or going to the Americas from Africa. I don't think it's just as true. There's an abundance of evidence.
Why is it not?
There's an abundance of evidence.
There's an abundance of evidence for Vikings being there, Zulu. You're being argumentative.
Yeah, but who's supporting that evidence? Is it not to favor white people being in the Americas?
It doesn't favor anyone, no, because
it does.
They don't claim themselves. No, it doesn't, because they don't claim themselves to be Vikings. They see themselves as affluent Europeans. Vikings are seen as the bottom of the barrel invaders and rapers and pillagers. They're not really proud of that legacy. They like the mythology and the mythos behind that, but they do not subscribe to being Viking raiders and pillagers. You know this.
I mean, to some degree, but do you not think it will help their argument to justify why they should be in the Americas because they were there so long ago?
No, because they always say that they came along as WASPs, as white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, to come, and so they travelled from England and Europe across during the whole migration and then settled, built America to what it was, had the slave trade. So they say that they have more of a right. They killed off the natives of the land and did what they did. They do not acknowledge the Viking presence as important.
I think in the same breath, I wanted to add like that. You know, there was Dutch colonies that came to Australian landmass too before the British, and it's that they didn't settle. You know, that like they're saying they came, they travelled, and they didn't find what they were looking for, or they weren't even coming to settle. So they went back. So the same way I could see that Viking touched that landmass, but they didn't.
Don't the Dutch have like islands in the Pacific, right?
Most European places have islands scattered across the whole of the Pacific and the Atlantic.
So, Raheem, you said you don't believe in out of Africa theory. Can you establish what you mean by out of Africa theory before I make a conclusion on your opinion?
So the out of Africa theory is that all life started in Africa, and then it was a group of individuals who one day took up and spread out across land. They had their children, then they acclimatized, and that's how you get Chinese, European, etc., etc. Back when the world was Pangea. So I do not subscribe to that, because I do not see how that's possible, in my opinion. And also, I would never trust something created or established by a German Jew.
Perfect. I mean, I would agree to most of what you said, especially the first part. All life comes from Africa. I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking.
Sorry.
I would disagree.
I was just checking
with
my
that.
mic was working.
Yeah, your mic works. I would disagree with that first part of what you said, but the second part, I mean, I don't find it bizarre that people can originate from somewhere else, make their way to Africa, and then from Africa go to other parts of the world. Because this is the point I'm making with the Caribbeans and the Americas, especially the Mesoamericas with the Olmecs. It's very plausible that Africans who weren't originally in Africa went to Africa at some point, and then from Africa spread out into the Americas. And there's evidence
that is very plausible. Very plausible. I can't disagree with that. I would need to look into more in order to put it to something that I believe in as a fact. But excuse me, it's as it stands, I'm kind of on a journey to understand how everything started off. But personally, the out of Africa, as I said, the out of Africa theory for me is just another self-containing pile of horse shit.
Raheem, can I ask you a question, please?
I wanted to add, let me add in though to this point where you just like, not to just thinking out loud though, how you said that first person migrated to Mesoamerica and then moved. See, did they do that in their one lifetime? Because if they didn't do it in their lifetime, I don't think that person would still be classified as say African, because their children would have been then Mesoamerican or wherever else, unless this person is just, or these group of people all did it in 40 years or 30 years, whatever, in one lifetime.
That's a good point.
I would say African in origin, fair bro. African in origin.
Yeah, we could say, but I want to ask Raheem a question. Raheem, can I ask you a question, please, if you're still there?
Yeah.
So my question to you, Raheem, is, when someone's asking you a question and, they obviously don't know something and you're now sharing information or teaching them some information, how can that person then disagree with you? Doesn't that sound like the person is a bit of an oxymoron themselves, not even...
No, anyone worth their salt would understand that they don't know everything. They only know the limit of what they've researched and understood. So to be challenged will enable the challenger and the person who's been challenged to further educate themselves and learn stuff that they may or may not have known. So I think in my understanding, you were talking about Zulu challenging me on things that I know and things that he didn't know, and vice versa. It's now given Zulu the opportunity to learn something better, and myself, because I didn't understand or know about the Mesoamerican side.
See, one second. I slightly disagree with you, Raheem, in the sense of when you're learning something, you're learning, innit? Now, if you're the teacher, then maybe you're going to make all of these inferences because you know something, innit? But if you don't know anything, it's better you just learn. Like that. Just take the information in and maybe go and do some discovery. Then come back with your questions when you've done some discovery. That's how I would view it. But obviously, each to their own, innit? I just think it's not a practical way of learning. It's like me saying to you, Raheem, what did you do last week? Then you're telling me what you did last week, and I say, no, but you might have done this, and you might. It don't make no sense. You're telling me. I've asked you the question.
That's a bit different because that's subjective. Whereas when it comes to learning things about history that we aren't currently experiencing, you would know that there's a limitation to what you know and what you don't know, or rather,
Right.
you know what you know is limited. What you
But
don't
if I
know is
say,
vast.
but Raheem, if I say that I don't know something, let's say, for instance, the subject of I don't know, football. I don't know a lot about football. So I ask Raheem, because Raheem knows everything about football, or he knows a lot about football. Then I start telling you, and I don't even know. That don't make sense.
I think in the case of Zulu and I, there are things that we both knew. He didn't necessarily know, or he may have known a brief small bit, but allowed his opinion to be overarching. It doesn't mean that he wasn't willing to learn. This is why being challenged is extremely important when it comes to the academic fields, or even just in general. It's important to understand that a challenge is not
All right,
to discredit you. A challenge
Yeah.
is so that you both can
Now
grow.
I see your point. So he did know. So therefore, him acting like he didn't know was being disingenuous.
That wasn't my point. That wasn't
No,
my point.
I never said that was your point. I'm making my point now. So I'm saying, obviously, he did know
I
something.
don't think he knew.
But...
He knew he knew a small fraction. He knew a small
Yeah.
fraction, but he also knew other parts and opinions which helped him form his opinion. As like how when he said to me about the American stuff, I said, well, I know a small amount, but what you've told me will allow me to go and learn more. It's exactly the same now. Zulu has an opportunity to go and learn more.
Learn more about what? Just to clarify, what was it that I pretended I didn't know?
Anything and everything that we discussed, brother.
The only thing you can say that you've bring in, hold on. The only thing you can say that I had to rethink was the Viking thing, because I looked up and I saw they found some stuff, but I don't think me and you are in disagreement with the outer Africa stuff.
not at all.
I'm in agreement with you on that. So I don't know what Shifa's talking about.
We know what I know. Well, everyone knows that Shifa is just basically taking slideshows at you. That's all it is.
Basically, yeah, basically.
No, I'm not taking slide shots. What I'm trying to do, Raheem, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to establish with the rest of the panel that, you know what? If I ask you a question about something that I'm clearly asking you about something and making it out that I don't know about something, and then I start making out that I do know about it, then I'm being disingenuous. If you knew the information already, you should have just shared it. That's my
knowledge. Knowledge is levels. There are levels to knowledge.
Because obviously African privilege and that, Zulu, go on.
No, I'm actually.
Hold on, sorry, Zulu. Before you go ahead,
where I've behaved, especially today, in that deceptive manner. Can you provide an example, please?
An example would be, for instance, you asking me about Israelites when you're supposed to have been studied in this field, and you're asking me questions. You know, like that.
I'm not able to.
What you're doing is. What you're doing is you're being disingenuous. You're asking me questions to see if you can find fault in my answers. You're not asking me to gather information.
So hypothetically, because I don't believe I could learn anything from you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to let me go.
But let's just say I could learn from you. Is there anything wrong with me asking you questions about something that I could possibly get more edification on?
I'll be honest with you. There's nothing you can learn from me because I'm not a Zulu. You need to learn from another Zulu.
So you can only learn from people that have the same genetic makeup as you.
No, but you personally, have a very, very what's the word? You have a very focused way of dealing with information, which I believe comes from your heritage and your people them. So you need to learn from your people.
Yeah, I think everyone should be focused on dealing with information. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, but you have a very particular way of gathering information, which is it can be quite disingenuous, it can be quite argumentative, and it can be quite insulting at times. But obviously, that's your strategy, and obviously that's where you're coming from, innit?
Provide an example, please, because you're throwing a lot of accusations at me, and I'm not hearing any examples.
Example, like when you keep asking me about Israelites, but you're not really asking me because you want to learn anything. You're asking me because you just want to try and find fault in the answer.
But I don't have to ask you a question to learn. It could just be for a discussion. We're on a panel, so I might bring up topics that me and you both know the answer to, but it could be beneficial to someone listening who's heard it for the first time. So how does that mean I'm trying to cut you out and anything? I don't need to do slide techniques to cut you out. You're very easy to debunk. It's not like you're a
He's just
challenger.
getting you back for
Like,
the other day. That's all it is. When you're both.
No, I don't want to get him back. I don't want to get him back. No, I'm not getting him back.
He lost the moment he came back to the panel. Him coming back to the panel is him being defeated. The fact that he's here right now is defeat.
Hold on, wait a second. Is this your panel? Is it your panel?
It doesn't have to be my panel. We can all see it. We can all see it, bro. You're literally a joke.
Hold on, is it your panel?
One in the chamber.
You can't talk.
Is it
Listen,
your
I don't
panel?
need to do no slide techniques to Smokey, bro. The fact that you're sitting
Listen,
there
I'm not
talking
smoking
to me,
you though.
the fact that
I'm
you're
not
sitting on this
smoking
panel
you. Why
talking
you
to
so
me is an
angry?
L. Is an
Why you
L
so
on yours
upset?
end. That's
Why
a
you so
big
upset?
L. What don't you see about that?
Why are you so upset though? Why are you so angry?
You were gone
What's
for
wrong?
weeks. You were gone for weeks trying to do your own dead channel, and now you're back over here trying to talk about
By the way,
America and
what's the channel
Israel.
name?
That's an L.
It's
That's an
it's
L.
called jokes and banter.
Hold the
It's called
L,
jokes and banter.
Aqua boy. Hold the L.
But you're so
Please.
angry, Eunice.
To the left.
You can hear the anger, innit?
Shifa, what's the channel?
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Eunice, don't do that.
Right now, innit? Like, message me in the private chat if you really want to know. But
Intimidation, five on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station.
Yeah, I'm asking about his dead channel.
I'm not here to argue with you, man. I'm not here to argue with you, man. I'm not that interested in you, man. I'm not that interested in you. It's not actually your channel anyway, so I understand how I'm taking the L by going on someone else's channel. I'm taking the L to Zulu, really.
It doesn't have to be my channel, bro. I can see it with my own eyes,
Really?
bro.
Really?
From the day you came back here, I'm sitting there laughing, like, really? This guy's crawled his way back after all that shit he's been chatting, all that shit.
You were sitting there laughing, was you? You were sitting there laughing, was you?
And then instead of coming into the conversation now and building with us, you want to try and turn Raheem against me and say, oh, and Zulu this and this. You always want to try and start shit, man. That's all you want to do, bro.
No, you tried to start some shit. You tried to start some shit.
You come here like a little devil to cause confusion. That's what you've come here to do. And I can see right through it. That's why I call you out.
All right, guys, you see what happened there? You see what happened there, guys? And this is why I just let him have his rant, because you see female privilege. Like, it's even worse than white privilege, and we can tell Zulu's a bit of a girl in his, he's very feminine in his delivery.
No,
in the way
Zulu's right though in what you did.
Bro, you're the only girl that keeps coming back.
Raheem,
bro, you keep coming back like a desperate girl. You don't wanted.
Can you hear the feminine? Can you hear the feminine nature in the way he talks?
You keep coming back here. No one wants you here. What don't you understand?
You're Raheem. Obviously, you can hear the feminine nature coming out now, but I'm going to say this to you, Raheem. If you wasn't here earlier, Raheem, if you wasn't here, Raheem, if you wasn't here earlier, then let me just inform you. I didn't attack Zulu. Zulu tried to attack me, innit? I'm just pointing out the fact that he's very argumentative.
You didn't hurl accusations my way.
See, this is feminine behavior where you can't allow someone to speak in it. Like, so keep being feminine, because you're just showing us that female privilege exists and it's real. It's a real issue that we got to deal with, bro.
No. Listen.
It's a real issue. I'm gonna let you speak. You know what? Let's let Zulu go, because female privilege overrides everything. I'm going to mute. No, you go.
You go ahead, man. You go ahead. Say what you need to say.
To the left. How the two of them gonna go?
I want to hear yourself. I want to hear you swim your way. I want to hear you swim your way out of this tidal wave. Yeah, I want to see how you swim your way out of this tidal wave. So I'm gonna mute up and let you swim. Go ahead.
You see the female behavior, the feminine, like. But obviously, Raheem, all I'm saying is, bro.
I'm not out of this, man.
I'm talking to you, bro. You're not involved. You're not involved. Listen, you're not involved in anything. I'm just saying to you, I'm just pointing out the fact that a lot of times people will ask questions, but they don't really want to hear your answer. They just want to find fault in you. So that's what I was trying to point out. It's not just Zulu that does it. If Zulu takes it as a personal attack, we can obviously see that he's quite feminine. He probably will.
Personally, I don't
that's
think
unfortunate.
that Zulu does that or did that in the conversation that he and I had.
I know he did, and that's your personal opinion, but I think we're all entitled to our own personal opinions. You've shared yours with me, I've shared mine with you. So let's move on, because we men over here.
Have you reached the surface, Nemo? Have you reached the surface, Nemo? Let me know.
See, more feminine behavior. You know what I'm trying to say? We can't have a decent conversation because I want to do this and match. And this is what females do.
He said, have you arrived at the surface, Nemo? He's calling you a fish, innit?
I got you, but that's what females do. You see, females, because they don't actually have a relevant argument to make or have anything relevant to say, they come up with just, you know,
Yo, Nemo,
sentences.
yo, Aqua Boy, you done?
Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho.
You done swimming? Let me know, fam. Let me know, Aqua Boy.
Hilarious.
Not
Anyway,
gonna lie
anyone
though, I
else
was
got
thinking
anything to
fishy
say?
smells around here. You know what I mean?
Oh, that was funny, Eunice. Well done, bro. Well done. Well done, mate. That was a good one. You should have done it with a bit more bass in your voice, son. You should have done it with a bit more bass. But this is the difference. You see, Eunice, this is how you learn to be a man. By learning to be a man, you got to learn to just, you see the nonsense, you got to put it to one side and ignore it. That's what being a man's about, you know. Because you see females, they can't control their emotions. They got to take shots at you, bro. They got to say something irrelevant or say something derogatory or just be ridiculous in general. So I'm a lay off of saying any dissing match stuff or anything ridiculous, and let's just move on, innit? Because we're men over here. The females can continue to have dissing matches.
Shifa, you need a life jacket right now because
Stop
you're
talking
sinking, bro.
nonsense. You're the biggest female I've ever seen on any of
Oh.
these.
Whoa,
this is what you did to Billy Show.
Shifa, what happened to your tampons, man? What happened to your tampons?
Wait a second, Jupiter, I'm the biggest female. Jupiter, is it? Whoa. Jupiter, hold on, you're a female, and I've seen the size of you. How?
We're frying some fish.
Yes.
We're frying some fish today, boy. Aqua boy. We're frying some fish today. Go on, Jupes.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen the chat supporting Jupiter in my life.
Say your team, Jupes, man. Because this fish is going to get fried. We're going to have some ackee and saltfish today, boy. You're going to get fried. You're going to get fried,
I'm
boy.
glad you're entertained. I'm glad you're entertained. I'm glad you're
It's not about
entertained.
entertainment, bro. You're humiliating.
I hear you. Maybe you should. Maybe what you should do. Maybe what you should do is, if you want to have a dissing match here, I tell you what. Everyone go on mute. Let's me and Dulu have a dissing match. Let's just have a one-on-one dissing match.
Last time we had a dissing match,
Listen, you don't listen. You don't need backup, do you? Do you need backup dancers?
I don't forget. Last time
do you need backup dancers?
People like a little
no,
bitch,
bro. Listen, I'm just saying, everyone go on mute, and I'm gonna let you do your dissing match. I'm not even gonna say nothing back. I'm just gonna let you diss. We're gonna hear how good you are.
Let's run away for a few months after that debacle. Remember.
I continue.
You go away for a few months, then you try and crawl your way back up, then you get thrown back into the ocean again. Like you're about to get thrown into the ocean again. You know that. Like I don't know why you keep coming back here, bro. You're not wanted. You know when fishermen go and catch fish, you're that fish that they throw away. They don't want to catch you. Why are you here?
Nah, Shifa's like bird's eye fishing it.
No, stay out of this, Eunice. Stay out of this. This is the two of them.
I don't know why. Like honestly, you're such a bad.
Now, Eunice, if you really want to get involved, you can be feminine rhythm if you like.
Nah, false.
I don't understand it. If I don't want to be somewhere, if I want to chat shit about someone, I'm not gonna go to the show. I just won't. It's like why?
As a man, I have to support the females.
I'm not gonna stop asking you. Why are you here?
I'm
not gonna stop asking you, bro. Like I'm not.
All right, can I ask you a question?
You can answer mine first.
Do you still do your traditional Zulu practices?
You can answer mine. You can answer mine first if you don't mind.
What is your question?
Why am
I here? Why am I here to get on your nerves?
To get on my nerves? And you think it's working? You think it's working?
Clearly, you're still talking about me.
How is a fish gonna get on my nerves?
I don't know how it's working so easy. I didn't even say that.
Break it down. How is the Aqua Boy gonna get on my nerves?
All I had to do is jump on the panel when you're already upset. Listen to how ignited you are. And when I'm talking, you're shouting over my.
I know
a Zulu warrior. You're a doodoo warrior. Hold on. Did you say you're a doodoo warrior? Did you say you're a doodoo warrior?
Be careful.
A doodoo warrior. A doodoo warrior. Hold on. Batty boy doodoo warrior. Hold on. What do Zulus do? What, are you part of the Zulu nation, Batty boy? Are you part of the Batty boy Zulu nation?
Oh, that was hilarious.
Bag it.
That was hilarious.
Bag it.
Like everyone's laughing at your jokes right
You better
now.
go. You better go get Africa bombarded, you little batty, yo.
Oh, you're making fun of Africans now.
You better go get Africa bombarded,
yeah.
You better go get Africa bombarded.
Make fun of Africans.
Africa bombarded. Zulu nation. Batty boy nation. Rainbow nation. Rainbow nation. The only rainbow nation in Africa.
Yeah. Yeah, but you talk to dolphins, bro. You talk to dolphins, man.
Why are you
You can't talk about no Zulu.
The only backward boy nation in the whole of Africa. The only
You're like
backward
Kanye
boy
in that
nation
South
in
Park. You're like that South Park parody.
Africa. Them are
You're like that
what?
Fish Sticks parody, man. You talk to dolphins. You ain't got a chat for me.
Brethren, you're the original fish.
Your best friend's a whale. Your best friend's a whale. You're Aqua
Fishing
Boy.
out man's
What are you
batteries with
doing?
your Zulu Nation. Zulu Nation. Remember that. Back to your boy.
In all fairness, from my understanding,
Your best friend
everyone go online. Everyone go online
man.
and type in Rainbow Nation. Everyone go online. Everyone in the chat. Everyone who wants to talk shit. Go online. Type in Rainbow Nation and tell me what comes up.
Yeah, but your best friend. Like you get washed up in the like. Why are you even talking to me? Why are you here? You're beneath me, bro. Honestly.
But type in Rainbow Nation.
Yeah, does anyone else want to say anything? Because I'm done talking to this fish, man. I don't speak fish. I don't even know why I'm even talking to this dickhead, man. Does anyone else want to say anything?
Is Jupiter your new girl, yeah? All right, go back to your batty boy Zulu Nation, pussy.
No, I've just seen already. You carry on.
Well, in all fairness, the reason why
you know when he can't take it, though, innit? You know he's hurting, innit?
You can hear the vocal silence when surely Shipper,
you know when something cuts deep
when you make your joke, like no one's laughing. You can hear that no one's laughing when you make your joke, right?
You know when it cuts, you know what Africa Bambata did, innit?
I don't even know. I don't deal with no.
You know what Africa Bambata did, innit?
Hold on, I'm an
Zulu
actual
Nation.
Zulu though.
Zulu Nation. You know what Africa Bambata did, innit? He's Zulu Nation, cuz. Zulu Nation. Rainbow Nation. Rainbow actual batty boy. That's right. You're an actual batty boy. That's right. Batty boy. Actual.
Yo, you're so dumb, bro. You're so dumb.
Rainbow.
I should have known after that.
Rainbow.
I should have known after that. When you tried to say Hebrew is a mountain, I should have known you was a dumbass from then. On Mount Haparu, some mountain in Russia. You're such a dumbass, bro. Your understanding of who you are, your understanding of the Torah, your understanding of the Tanakh is terrible. You're an embarrassment, bro. That's why you hop from Elamite to Aqua Boy to Israelite to Habaru to a Mesoamerican. You're all over the damn place.
Better than Rainbow Nation.
Your brain is fried. And now you're sitting here on the panel that you were chatting shit about for weeks and weeks and weeks, taking a big
better than being queer eye for a Zulu guy. It's better than being queer eye for a Zulu guy.
You're gonna everyone else and say big up Shufa, big up Shufa. I'm gonna call you out.
Yeah, Brethren,
this is frying season, bro.
We're gonna see this guy. Everyone, you're gonna see this guy on Drag Races Zulu. You get me? You're gonna see him on Zulu Drag Races. I guarantee you.
Bro, and you're the one in the seaweed dress. You're the one in the seaweed dress, merman. Shut up, merman. What are you talking about?
Remember,
you're the merman, bro.
Mermaid dresses. Hold on.
You're the Atlantean.
Hold on. Do Zulus wear grass skirts? Do Zulus wear dresses? Do they wear skirts? Are you mad? Listen, go and type in Zulu online. Anyone type in Zulu warrior. If you don't see one wearing a skirt, I'll be very surprised because I'm looking at it right now. Hold on. Do they wear skirts? Shut your mouth.
You're so ignorant of African culture. You think we all bang drums and wear grass skirts? That's how colonized you sound. That's how colonized you sound. Grass skirts. Zulus don't wear grass skirts, dummy.
You're a rainbow boy.
So
Hawaiian people.
Yeah. What's good? It's your boy JEDI for Trilluminati Live. Like, comment, share, and make sure you subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you stay up to date with all the latest uploads on Trilluminati Live, the most popping live stream channel on YouTube. Yeah. Keep it locked. You're done now.
Yeah, hit that like, hit the subscribe,
bing bing,
cash out, PayPal, all of that.
Someone told me I'm lying though.
What is the topic?
Are they known as the Rainbow Nation? Are the Zulus now known as the Rainbow Nation? Can anyone prove me wrong?
Are they known as the Rainbow Nation? South Africa.
Exactly, that's exactly Rainbow Nation. Thank you. There we go.
I'm from the tribe. That's very disingenuous.
I'm Zimbabwe.
The Rainbow Nation is a reference
I'm not South African. I'm Zimbabwe.
The diversity.
So you doing that Zulu Nation shit?
Eunice. South Africa allow gay marriage. Eunice.
I'm not South African.
South Africa allow gay marriage.
I'm not South African, you dummy. I'm from Zimbabwean, you idiot.
The same difference.
It's not the same difference.
Allow
do you
gay
even
marriage?
Understand African culture?
One is One
about-
is South
Yeah, that's out of
Africa.
order, man.
One
Do you
is
know
Southern
anything about
Africa.
South
That's out of
Africa?
order.
Look,
That's
Do
you're
you know
all the
anything
same,
about
bro.
Africa?
You're all Zulus, bro.
What do
You're
you mean
all
it's the
Battios,
same?
fam.
What do
All
you
of
mean
you
it's
are
the
Battios.
same?
You're all Zulus. You're all Batty friends.
Oh, so
Batty
all Zulus are
friends.
bios, yeah?
That's
Is
right.
that
All
is that
Zulus
your
are. Why
rhetoric?
do you think African
So
Bambata
she's
said Zulu
in a
Nation? Why do you think he
country
chose the
where
name
they
Zulu Nation?
Mad.
Because he
married
knows it's homo, and
is
he
a
was
Mad.
homo,
Batty
and he wanted to represent something that is a Batty boy, which is Zulu. So there
Yeah,
you go.
but what's
We do
African
it.
Bambata got to do with actual
African
Zulus?
Bambata
What's
is a Batty
what's a
boy,
fake
and he
American
represents the Zulu
what's a fake
nation.
American got to what's a fake
He is
American got to do with the
representing the
actual Zulu?
Zulu nation. He's representing you, Batty boy.
How can
Where you
how
deal
can
with?
an American
Where
represent
you
Zulus?
deal
How
with,
can an
Batty
American
boy?
represent
Some
Zulus?
freaky
Explain that.
boy.
Explain that. I'll wait.
Some freaky.
Because you're referring to some Zulu nation thing that's got nothing to do with actual Zulus, and you think you're making
But
a
you
point.
know it
That's how
works.
retarded you are.
You know it works, Batty boy. Zulu
This is how
nation is
retarded you are, bro.
Zulu nation is a nation of Batty man.
But what's that got to do
Rainbows.
with actual Zulus? Listen to what I'm saying. What does that actually have to do with actual African Zulus?
It has a lot to do with you African
like what?
Batty or
Like
Zulus.
what? Like what?
Like
Let's have a
shaving each other,
discussion now,
like
because
you
I'm done
shaving
frying
each
you
other's
now.
balls, like you shaving
What?
each other's balls and shaving
What?
each other's backs and shit. Yeah, I've seen
shave-
it. I'm
you-
watching
you
it
shave-
right
you-
now.
you
I'm
shaved
watching
each
it right
other's
now
balls.
on YouTube. Everyone, go on YouTube,
Pause.
type in
That's really odd.
What?
Zulu
Yeah, you
traditions.
shouldn't be
What
watching
you're gonna
that,
see
bro.
is these guys shaving
You
each
got that on
other.
replay.
You're gonna see these guys. You're gonna see these guys shaving
So
each other.
yeah, exactly.
cuz.
Why does he watch shit like
Exactly,
It's on
that sounds
YouTube.
well, guys. Shiffer's
It's on
looking at men.
YouTube.
Yeah, but this is what he does, man.
It's on
But
YouTube.
anyway,
Look, it's on YouTube. Your Batty
He's
stuff is on
calling Zulu
YouTube.
gay and he's looking at men's bollocks.
he's
Look,
looking at
I
men
didn't
shaving
put it
each
out
other.
there.
Lad.
I didn't put it
There's
out there. It's
plenty
not
of
my
things on
fault.
YouTube.
It
There's
ain't my
plenty of
fault.
things on YouTube,
It
people.
ain't my fault, B. Listen, all I done was type in
You
Zulu
don't have to keep it
traditions.
on super
All I done was
strong,
type
man.
in Zulu traditions, and I can see a man shaving another
You're
man. This
batty,
don't look
man.
good to
You're
me,
the
man.
batty boy.
You are an
Like, allow it,
official
man.
batty fish, bro.
You're a
You are an
batty, bro.
official
You're the
batty
fish.
fish.
How do you call me batty?
That's why
You're the fish.
that's why you ain't
You're
got
the
no
fish.
gal. And you know, Zulu you never hear Zulu with no gal in the background because he's a real batty
Bro,
fish.
you get told by your girl to come
Real
offline, man.
batty boy.
You get told
At
that you
least I
make too
got a
much
girl.
noise.
At least I got a girl.
You have to go in. You
At
have
least
to
I
go in the
got a
car.
girl.
Hold on.
You're a
You have to go in the
real
car when you're on
batty
live stream,
fish.
so you don't get your girl angry. You're the
You're
one. Your
a
girl
real
runs the
cocksucker,
house.
son.
Your girl
You're
runs
a
the
real
house.
cocksucker. You're a real cocksucker,
Your fat
son.
girlfriend, your fat
You're a real
Spanish girlfriend
cocksucker.
runs the
You're a
house.
real cock. Your
Yeah?
fat African Zulu
Yeah?
mum
You have
is
to,
a
are you in your car?
real lady who's been let down
Chipper,
by
are
her
you in your
husband.
car right now?
She's a real
Chipper,
woman
are
who's
you in your
been let
house?
down by
Are you
a
in your yard
batty
or are you in your
fish.
car? Let me know. Are you in your car or in your
Your
yard?
fat, oversized
Which one is it?
African Zulu mum
Which one is
a
it?
real woman who's been let down by a batty
Are you in the car?
Triggered me.
Are you in the car or are you in the yard? Are you on the street?
Bro, your fat, oversized, cholesterol
Right?
having mother. Your
Are
fat,
you allowed in the house?
having
Are you allowed in the
mother.
house while you're on stream?
Listen, how does your mum feel
You have
about?
to go in the
How
van.
does
You
your
have to go in the
mum
van,
feel
innit?
about? How does your mum
You have to
feel
sit in the
about
car.
being part of the Rainbow Nation?
Is the
How does your
heating
mum
on?
feel?
Is your
How
heating
does
on
your
in the
mum
car?
feel?
Is
How
your
does
heating
your-
on in the
How
car?
does your mum feel?
Is your heating on
How
in the
does
car?
your
Are you cold?
mum
Are you
feel?
cold in the car? You
How
got a
does your
blanket. You got a
mum
blanket in the
feel?
car. He's
How
got a
does your
blanket.
mum
He's
feel?
seen in the
How
car on
does
the
your
live
mum
stream.
feel? How does your mum feel, bro? How
You
does
in the
she
car
feel,
right now, are
bro?
you?
Having a batty man as a son after she birthed you.
Nah, you
I
be
feel
allowed in the house
embarrassed.
after you leave the show. Don't worry, man.
Our fish
I
are
know.
butted rainbow sucking dickhead.
It's so sad. Imagine you pay for your own house and you can't even stream in your own house. That's
You're an
sad, man.
original batty fish, bro. Imagine that. You come from Africa and you come from
Oh,
the
man.
rainbow part. You come from the batty side.
Yeah, because I come from South. I definitely come from South Africa. I definitely do, right?
Brethren, everyone knows Zimbabweans are dickheads. We slap you lot up, bro.
Zimbabweans are
Zimbabweans are the
dickheads.
African. Listen,
Okay, say that to
Zimbabweans are the
Zimbabwe's
Africans.
face.
They get
Say that
slapped.
to
Bro, I said
Zimbabwe's
this.
face.
Bro, I
Say that
boxed
to
up a
Zimbabwe's
Zimbabwe
face,
you
bro.
in Swindon the other day. I punched his face up. He didn't do nothing.
You punched
He
his
ran like a
face.
little bitch back to
He pressed
Birmingham.
his
Of course
He
you
ran
did.
like a little
Yeah, we
bitch
all
back
know
to
what you
Birmingham.
like for your bad
Listen,
luck,
I
mate.
slapped up.
Okay.
Listen, I slapped up one of
Okay.
your Zimbabwe brothers
You
in
did, really,
Swindon
really.
the other day. He ran back to Birmingham, cuz he ain't on crud. We know what you lot are about. You call yourselves Zulu warriors, but really, you're only
That's
fighting
why
Gal
his
and some
spaceships
real
go battered all
batty
the
man.
time,
Yeah.
Some
innit?
What do
real
you call yourself?
batty
What do you
man.
call yourself,
Listen, if
Knuckle
you're a
Bite?
real bad boy, if you're a real warrior, if you're a real
I never
warrior,
said I was a bad boy. I'm nothing
if
like
you're
that.
a real, well, you're not exactly. You're a batty fish. Thank you. So shut up. Stop talking about warrior.
No,
You ain't
you're
no
the fish.
fucking
No,
warrior.
hold on. Correct
You're
it.
a
You're the
real
fish.
batty fish.
So that
You're
actually
a
applies to you,
real
not me. You're the
batty
fish.
fish. Batty fish is what me call you, brother.
A
All right,
batty
Aqua Boy.
piece.
All right, Aqua Boy. You done?
That is right.
Are you still in the
put
car?
your
Are you
rod.
still in the car? Have you locked the car?
You love to stick your rod in a
Are
batty
you still in
boy.
the
Is
car?
that way you love batty boy?
Are you still
You
in the
love
car?
fuck with man.
Huh?
Is that way you love batty
I'm sure
boy?
you, Shifa, I'm sure you can go in the house now. You've been in the car for like an hour now, bro. Come on.
When was the last time you was
Like, I'm sure you can
in
get in the
Rainbow
house
Land?
by now.
When was the last time you was in Rainbow
Do you
Land?
even have keys? Do you even have keys to your house, or do you have to ring
Do
the
you
bell?
have the rainbow printed on your
Do you
t-shirt?
have to ring the bell?
Do you have the rainbow printed on your
Shifa,
t-shirt?
do you have to ring the bell to get in
Do
the
you
house?
have the rainbow printed on your t-shirt?
Peak that you have
Do you
to
have
go
the
through,
rainbow
fam. The
printed
man
on your
in the
t-shirt?
house has to sit in a car when he's chatting on like that's sad, fam.
Do you have the rainbow printed on your t-shirt, guys?
Shifa, how about this? No wonder there's so much turmoil in your relationship. Oh shit! I said turmoil. Are you gonna run away? Are you gonna run away? Are you gonna run away? Ah, I said it. I said turmoil. Oh no. Oh
No wonder there's so much man in your life. No wonder there's so much man in your life.
The T
No
word.
wonder you run behind Jedi and Mako. No wonder you love run behind Jedi and Mako all the time. You love run behind man. You love run behind man.
Rahim.
You
Turmoil
love
is his
run
kryptonite.
behind
That's his kryptonite.
man.
If you say turmoil to him, he switches.
Why? You love run behind man.
One time I could just say a normal
way you
statement like,
love?
"Oh, sometimes we go
Is
through
that
turmoil
way
in
you love?
relationships." This guy just lashed out.
Okay.
What are you trying to say?
Okay.
Saying all sorts of crazy shit. This guy is the
Okay.
most emotional. You can't say turmoil to this guy. He gets triggered.
Tell that to your pork-eating fat mother. Tell that to your pork-eating fat
but you're a
Zulu
woman's
mother.
fat. Your Spanish
Tell
girl
that
is
fat
fat.
bitch. Tell that
Your girl
fat
is
bitch.
fat,
I'm
man.
sorry she's got a gay son. I'm
Your girl
sorry
is
she
fat.
got a
She's
gay
obese,
son.
bro.
I'm sorry. Your mum is obese. You're right. Your mum is obese.
You don't even know what she
she
looks
got
like.
wrinkles
That's
on her neck.
dumb.
She
That's
got
retarded.
wrinkles on her neck.
That's
She got
retarded,
wrinkles
bro.
on her neck. I didn't turn it into this. Zulu started dissing me when I started.
You showed your girl on. You showed your girl on the stream. I don't have to lie that your girl is obese.
When I
I
start
don't have to
dissing
lie
back,
that
you
your girl
don't
is
like
obese. You
it,
showed it on the
batty boy.
stream.
Yes,
You've
rainbow
never seen anyone
catcher.
near me, so
Yes,
you don't even know
rainbow
what they look
catcher.
like. Your
Yes,
girl was on
rainbow
camera, bro.
catcher.
She's
Yes, rainbow
obese.
catcher. Yes, rainbow catcher. Your
more
mum.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, hit the like, subscribe, share, cash
Never
out,
heard of no bad
PayPal,
boy
all
Zulu.
of
Like,
that.
your girl is morbidly
Never
obese.
heard
She was
of no
on
bad boy
stream.
Zulus
We've seen her fat ass. We've seen your girl's fat ass, man.
Never heard
Stop
of no
talking about things you've
rainbow
never. Stop talking about
Zulus
people you've never seen.
on
I'm
no
talking about
bad
someone
boy
I've
nothing.
seen. I don't have to lie. and
Other
say
than
that you have a
Africa
fat
Bambata,
girlfriend when
Africa
you don't, but you
Bambata was
do.
a bad
We've seen
guy.
her. She's
Africa
fat.
Bambata was a
She's
bad guy.
obese.
He was raping boys. Yeah, that's what Zulus do.
Who's
That's what
African
Zulu
Bambata?
Nation's about.
Who's
That's what the Zulu
know what the
Nation's
hell you're
about. They
talking
rape
about?
boys.
What's
Did
that
you
got
get
to do with
raped?
Zulu? What's that got to do
Did you
with
get raped by your uncle?
What's
Did
that
you
got
get
to do with
raped by
actual
your
Africans?
That's how you know
You're
you're
talking about some American, and I'm talking about
Africa.
being an
Did you
actual
get
African.
raped
What's
by
that
your
got to do with
uncle
anything?
Bambata? Did you get raped by your uncle Bambata? Is that why you're so angry? Is that why you're so angry,
I don't
Rainbow
even know
boy?
what you're talking about. I don't even know what
Did
you're
you get
talking about.
raped by Uncle
Who's
Bambata,
African
Rainbow
Bambata?
boy? Did you get raped by Uncle Bambata?
Does anyone else know who
Rainbow boy?
African Bambata is? I don't even know what he's talking about.
That's your uncle.
He's an
batty
American.
boy.
He's an American DJ.
He's a what? He's a
And
what?
you're a real batty
Hold on.
boy.
American DJ.
Let Raheem speak. He's a what, Raheem?
American DJ.
What's the name
American.
of his
Oh,
crew? What's
so
the
he's
name
not
of his
actually
crew?
Zulu. He's not actually
Hey,
African.
Raheem, what's the name of his crew?
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Zulu Nation.
Interesting. So he's an American. He's not even African or Zulu, claiming Zulu Nation. And Shiva thinks that's the point.
He's actually. The madness is that he's actually. I don't claim him, but same way I don't claim certain other individuals. He's actually got Jamaican and Barbadian parents.
Jamaica.
Nah.
Rewind.
Let's not put him there.
No.
Because
This
he's
has
not
got
claimed by
nothing to do with you,
Jamaica.
Raheem. This has got
African
nothing to do with you.
Bambata.
You're cool. You don't need to say. You don't need to say anything else, brother. Listen.
He's from the Bronx. He's from the Bronx.
Raheem, you're alright, bro. You don't need to defend anything. It's alright. So Shifa,
after he met them Zulus, bro, that
African
was it.
Bambata.
Bro, after he listen,
He's
the
your
moment this
people.
guy started talking about Zulus, he
Apparently, this
started talking
African,
about gay stuff,
this supposed
The
Batman
moment-
that you're talking
Hey,
about
Raheem,
is your.
Raheem, hold on.
So why are you?
This man was part of the Zulu Nation.
But he
When
hasn't
was
been a
growing
part of
up,
the
hold on,
Zulu
when
Nation.
he was
All
growing
right.
up,
Hold on. Shifa, relax. Shifa, relax yourself. Order. Let's get some order in
Put
here
him
because
off
it's
the
just
panel.
noise
Just
right about
put him
now.
backstage, MJ.
Don't Zulu relax too, because the man's dissing me, but when I'm dissing back, you're telling him put him backstage. You look
You can take him
Yeah, but Shifa, right now you sound like someone who's obsessed obsessed with Batty because you said Batty man so many
No,
times.
I
So
don't
just
sound
relax,
obsessed with
bro.
Batty. I don't sound obsessed
And
with
you were
Batty.
looking at shaven
I'm
bollocks.
pointing out
He's
the
looking
fact
at
that
people
I'm
shaving
pointing
their
out the
bollocks.
fact
Like,
that
come on, man.
I'm
You're
pointing out the
faggot, man.
fact that Really and truthfully, you lot, for one, you're disingenuous. You can't gang up on me. It won't work. Because if I start dissing everyone, you're going to be hurt. You're going to be in your feelings. But I'm just dealing with the man who was dissing me. And he's calling me names, but no one ain't saying, oh, put him backstage. I wasn't dissing him to start.
Yeah, but we don't want a dissing match. We want a conversation. I wasn't dissing him to start. So do I. I'm not dissing. I'll stop. He won't stop. Now what? All right, both stop.
Yeah, listen to your elders, you lot.
Thank you. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Jupiter. Because I did say from the beginning, let's not argue, man. I did say this from the beginning, man. Come on, let's be sensible. But he wanted an argument, so I said, let's just have a
now he's going to go back into it. Look.
I said, let's have a fair one-on-one. It's done, innit?
And he said, I'm feminine.
All right, cool. So what was the conversation you lot was having beforehand anyway?
We were having a great conversation, MJ. We were talking about Mesoamericans, out of Africa theory, all sorts of things. And you know what? The fish had to swim to the surface, as usual. So I don't, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Don't worry.
So before we move on, we're
gonna have some. Listen, we're about to have some ackee and saltfish. We're about to have some ackee and saltfish today, bro. I'll tell you that.
Okay, we smoking fish today. Okay, smoke week still, so no worries. Smoke fish all around today. I hear you. All right, sorry, Shifa, 1 second, please.
Before we move on, I do want to sort of like inform people some stuff.
Go for it.
Yesterday, it was mentioned why Raj hasn't been around. He did message me and he asked me to let people know that the reason that he's not around is because his father's passed away and he's doing funeral arrangements and stuff. So that he won't be online for a while.
Oh, big up Raj, man. Sorry to hear that. Definitely.
Yeah, sorry to hear that as well.
I wish no.
So just to let everyone know, he's not avoiding people or being rude or stuff.
Yeah, no, obviously his absence has been noted, but that's completely understandable. Big up, Raj. And yeah, we're here for you when you're ready, bro. Hope everything is, good with the family and condolences.
100%. 100%. Couldn't have said it better, MJ.
Yeah, 100, man, 100.
So now we can move back onto the conversation.
Oh, you lot are bad man, because you lot are inciting him. You lot are gassing him up. You shouldn't do that, man. And then act like as if
you lot made me miss my fucking train.
It's just not me.
That's your business. That sounds like it's a you problem, MJ.
I was laughing too much.
Oh man.
I'm gonna allow Zulu now, man. Cause I know he's upset. Like I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Zulu, man, but the truth had to come out, bro.
All right, so out of Africa theory, who does believe in that?
Not me.
Excuse me.
Right, so at the moment, that's the most propagated theory, and it is the strongest. However, in recent months, they've brought loads of stuff forward to suggest that it could be wrong, and I find that really interesting. So I'm still out on it now. I don't necessarily think it's true.
Where did they say that?
I don't know. I don't
believe
in. I don't know if I believe in Africa.
Where did they say
everything began in Africa and all that?
Where did they say the origin was by just from interest?
Ethiopia.
No. Obviously, you're saying she's saying.
So the new theory that's coming out in the New Scientist and other places is that mankind sprung up in all different locations.
That is exactly what I agree with.
That could make sense. That could make sense. And you know what? Obviously, like I'm not gonna go all African privilege on you and tell you why it can't be possible. I'm just gonna say I agree it's possible. Anything's possible, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely.
What I'm finding interesting at the moment, though, is this ghost DNA. Has anyone heard of this ghost DNA that's supposed to be in some Africans?
No.
What is that anyway?
What? Which Africans?
Right. Well, they've been. Well, they say that with DNA, that they've been able to link a load of stuff, and what they've found is that there's certain individuals in Africa that have the most ancient DNA that shows that there was some kind of human being, obviously, but they haven't named it or whatever. Well, no, beings before, sort of like in the admixture, that they don't know where they're from. The ghost DNA.
You see, when you say that, Jupiter, I can kind of, I don't know the information, but I can kind of see where they're going with it. But the question I would have for you is this, Jupiter. Like, we know where black people come from, innit? Yeah, we know where Asian people come from, like Middle East, Africa, XYZ. Where do white people actually come from, though? Because we've never really been answered
Where
this
do
question.
Asian people come from?
As far as I
In your
know,
opinion,
Asian
where do
people, when we talk about Asians, like the dark Asians, as far as I know, the Middle East and what we know to be, you know, Hindu or Hindustan or whatever, I don't know, where the Dravidians are from.
Sri Lanka.
Yeah, them kind of places there, isn't it? Like, but obviously with the white people, we've never really been able to pinpoint where did they come onto the planet? Where did they start? Where
you're
was
saying
their...
Asians came from India?
As far as I know, or Mesopotamia, possibly also, you know, amalgamation of both. I'd imagine at some point all of those people were linked as well, because there seems to be a lot of links between the Ethiopians, the Mesopotamians, and the Hindus, or, you know, the so-called Indians, Dravidians, whatever you want to call them.
Do you know what? Yeah, I won't be surprised if I have like you know Sri Lankan DNA and all that. Like, if the DNA comes out.
Well, that's where they
Well,
say
what's
Adam was,
interesting
wasn't
is
it?
that
Isn't it?
every woman alive today has the same as the genes of the matriarchal Eve in them.
Yeah, and matriarchal Eve and Adam was supposedly in Sri Lanka, no?
You know what though, Jupiter? Somebody said this to me. They said only the black woman has the Eve
No,
gene. They
it's
said
not
the
true.
white woman doesn't have it. How can we prove that the white woman has it by not proving where the white woman comes from?
It's not true. Every woman alive today, that's why she's called the matriarchal Eve, because everybody can be traced back to that female on the female side.
No, but if we can't, no, Jupiter, I hear where you're coming from, and I would agree if we could trace that lineage and we can find where the white woman, the white man came from. If we can find where they come from, their, you know, their origins, then possibly they could trace back into that. But if we can't find their origins, how can we guarantee something that we can't find?
Why do you think that we can't find where Caucasian people came from?
Because they've never been able to explain it. Like, they
Oh,
definitely
sorry,
weren't in Africa, I
JD.
can
Yeah,
say
I
that
do
much.
mean mitochondrial. What did I say? Matriarchal.
Yeah, mitochondrial. Yeah,
I'm getting a
but
fucking lot
obviously,
of word muddles, right? I rung up my doctor. This ain't even funny, right? Everyone knows I'm 54. I don't hide it. I rung up my doctor. I said to her, I keep having these word muddles and I keep forgetting things, right?
That's called dyslexia.
She asked me how old I was, and without a proper doctor's thing, this was on over the phone. She went, "Oh, right, that's the menopause."
Hey, Raheem, can I ask you a question though, bro? Because you see when they say, Raheem, you see when they say out of Africa theory, yeah? Like if we go into ancient Africa and we look at ancient, artifacts, bones, anything that we don't find white ones. The earliest one in the earliest civilizations, we don't find them. So where did they spring up from all of a sudden? Because they can't.
You don't find black ones either.
Yeah, we do.
You don't find black is
in
not
the earliest
scientific in any
civilization.
shape
I
or
know,
form.
I get you, but dark-skinned, African, whatever you want to call it, we do find that. So what I'm saying to you is, we don't find
you wouldn't
European.
We don't find European bones.
We don't.
You wouldn't find.
No, one second. Hear the question
So
first.
Berbers have been found.
Hold on, Jupiter.
Come on, relax. Listen, I'm asking him a question. I'm saying they call it the out of Africa theory. Yeah, correct? Or am I wrong in that? All right.
Correct.
So if everything comes out of Africa, then these Caucasians, Caucasoid, whatever you want to call them, should be found there.
No.
Why not?
No, it wouldn't be.
Why not?
For the same reason why you don't find Chinese people's bones in Africa. It's out of Africa. It means that individuals started there, and then as they spread out into the world, they acclimatized to the environment and became the individuals that we know today. So it's not that there was clusters of people. No, I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. I've already said
No, you believe that
Azra
people
Rashid, I will talk about whatever I feel like
their
talking
environments and change their skin colors. I'm a bit confused by what you said. Could you just clarify are you saying that's something you believe, or is that just the rhetoric? I'm a bit confused.
No, the theory states that everybody at some point in time was a dark-skinned person from Africa, and as they came out of Africa and went to their environments, they acclimatized through environment to their environment through evolution and other factors, and became the individuals that they are today.
Do you believe that?
I've said about 5 times now, I don't believe in the out of Africa theory.
So obviously, what you're saying is that would be incorrect from your opinion. But I'm saying to you now, do you think it is possible that somebody's skin color could change due to them climatizing to their environment? That's why I'm asking.
Hold on. Someone's on the phone on the screen.
What? This is supposed to be. Are you doing supposed to resume?
Who's this?
Hey.
Oh, someone just kick them, please.
Can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah. So
you know, there's another theory.
It's scientifically proven that your skin tone will change over time as things go on. So if me as a black man, the longer that I stay in this country, my children's children, even though they may just get with black partners, will end up becoming lighter and lighter and lighter through acclimatization, through to the environment.
See, I'm hearing that argument.
Has it actually been proven though, or is it a theory, Raheem? Because
that is a theory.
So it's a theory, but the scientific evidence towards that is strong.
All right. Can I give you a different scientific theory? It is thought that what we call Caucasian is an albino Asian or Dravidian with recessive DNA. And as we know, there is a lot of recessive DNA coming from the Dravidian or Pakistani, Asian, Indian regions. A lot of it's due to inbreeding. Did you know that?
So if there was a recessive gene, it would mean that every time that they had intercourse with a black person or a heavily melanated person, that recessive gene would not come through. So that theory doesn't make sense. That theory that theory doesn't make sense. A recessive gene is just that. You keep saying, A recessive gene is a recessive gene. So you have two genes. You have two parents. Both need to have recessive genes in order for the recessive gene to carry on. If there's a dominant gene, exactly. If there's a dominant gene, the dominant gene as dominance, the meaning of dominant, it takes over. So if it is recessive and dominant will always take precedence. If it's recessive and recessive, then recessive will always take precedence. So it's physically impossible for a world to be full of recessive, or a certain portion of the world to be full of recessive genes, and that recessive gene to still continue. It would mean that any time that a dominant gene was introduced, that recessive gene would be wiped out.
All right, but what if the dominant gene wasn't
not
introduced?
necessarily. You've only got to look at the blue eyes and the brown eyes.
Say it again.
That's my question. What if no, Raheem, from what you said, what if that dominant gene wasn't introduced? Now what?
That's very unlikely throughout history that the dominant gene was not introduced. White people do not have a recessive gene.
Are you
they
sure?
have a lower 100%. They have a lower melanin content than an African or someone who is now a Jamaican or a Native American.
One question: is that the same for ginger people? Because I've heard we've got to have recessive gene.
Gingers have a recessive gene. Yeah, gingers have a recessive gene. So you need to have your mother and your father would both need to have that recessive gene for that.
There's a very, very informal program. It's on Netflix, and it's a Pakistani lady, explaining about her heritage and where she comes from and her family, and marriage between cousins and recessive genes. I'd implore you to watch that, because I think it will challenge what you said. And I think ultimately, I'll be honest with you, I don't want us to have an argument. I would just implore you to watch that, because I think maybe that might change your opinion a little bit.
Right, so what's your point, Schiffer? What is it that you believe?
What do I'll be honest with you, I don't believe anything. I deal with what I know 9 times out of 10. The only thing I believe in is the Most High. I believe in myself, and like that too. I believe, I have the ability to excel and to achieve. I believe that
no, we're not talking about what you believe about yourself. We're asking you what you believe to do with this topic.
To do with this topic, I don't believe anything. I'm just going by what other people have said. I'm just saying, well, these theories are out there, but which one's provable? Because as far as I know, they've never found no white people in no ancient civilization in Africa for them to have come out of Africa in any theory.
Have you read the Out of Africa theory?
So Berbers are original Africans, aren't they?
Yeah, they were black. They were black. They weren't what would now be seen as North African Arab mixed, the Berbers. They were very similar to the Moors. But I don't understand. Have you read the Out of Africa theory, Shifa?
Have you read it?
Yes.
So why don't you explain it to us? Because
I
you obviously
already
know a lot
did,
about
but
it.
you keep saying there's no white people in
Exactly.
Africa.
Exactly.
That's
Thank
not
you.
what the Out of
Going
Africa
back from what
theory.
you said.
But that's not what the
Okay.
Out of Africa
Well,
theory
you
is.
obviously didn't explain it very well then, because that's what it seemed like you were saying.
No, I've been very clear. They
I don't
were
know if you
black
were very
and they
clear.
went out of Africa. Groups of black people went out of Africa and acclimatized to their environments in China, Europe, Southern Asia, the
Yeah.
Americas, South Americas. That's what happened in the
But
Out
you
of
said you
Africa
don't
theory.
believe that, though. No, but hold on. You said you
Yeah,
don't
but
believe that,
Raheem, the
innit?
reason
So
Just
the
because I
point I'm
don't
making
believe
is,
it
now
doesn't
hold on
mean
one
that I
second.
can't
One
read
second. One
it.
second. No, I'm not saying you didn't read it. I'm saying you said you didn't believe it yourself, and I then made it very clear to you. I don't think it's possible for people to just lose their skin color. I've never seen it happen in a million years. It's not happened, you know, or in 1,000 years. Sorry, it's not happened. In 2,000 years, it's not happened. So why would we believe something that's not happened to be happening? And then to make
Because
it even worse, we're
it's not
calling
over
it
the
out
course
of
of
Africa
2,000
theory.
years.
I got you, but we're calling it out of Africa theory, bro. But what we're doing is now, we're saying that these Africans now just all of a sudden stopped having woolly hair, started having straight hair. All of a sudden stopped having dark skin, started having yellowy or very pale pinkish looking skin. I don't think that's possible. I think that sounds absolutely ridiculous, which is why I'm challenging it. And I'm saying to you that realistically, no white people weren't in Africa to come out of it.
That's not the theory.
I never said it was.
You keep mentioning it.
I'm mentioning it because that's my opinion.
Theory.
No, that's
Yeah,
not
but,
in the theory. I've clarified it's not in the theory. Can we not go
but
back there?
you're challenging a theory.
I'm saying the theory
with
don't
your
make
opinion.
sense because I'm saying the theory don't make sense because I've never seen a black person all of a sudden just go lighter. In 1,000 years, no one's ever seen this.
Have
In
you seen
2,000 years.
albinoization? Have you seen
Listen,
albinos?
I know what
Have you seen
albino
albinos?
is. I know what albino is, but that person didn't just all of a sudden start getting lighter. They started out that way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Through
yeah.
what? Someone giving birth, right?
Yeah, that's
Due
right.
to what?
That's right. That's right.
Genes, environment, and other factors.
That's right. Not to environment, due to genetics.
So one of the reasons why you would be able to say that the Berbers are indicative of the out of Africa theory not being true is that they're still there and they still have lighter skin.
The Berbers aren't 100% what they are now, though, really, because
they're mixed. They're
been
mixed now.
through many invasions and other bits and pieces.
Yeah.
So they're not
No,
100%
I know
now.
that. But they are connected with Africa right back to Neolithic times, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are. They are. Yeah.
So I mean, that's a huge amount of time, and for them to still have their light gene coming through when they give birth shows that maybe the out of Africa theory might not be true.
That's more of a plausible theory towards the out of Africa theory not being true. For me, I think the out of Africa theory can't be true because the way that the world expanded and shaped, to me, it doesn't make sense. It would mean that while the world's tectonic plates shifted, everybody was in a singular place until some event happened, and then they all spread, and then these lands then got taken over by black people, and I find it to be blackwashing. I have a problem with blackwashing history as much as I have a problem with whitewashing history.
All right. So what you're saying is, from what you've said, I'm gonna calculate what you said, and I'm not gonna alter it in any way. You said that only particular white people are recessive, so the rest of those white people.
I never said that. I said
you did.
to you that no.
Go on.
I said to you that white
gingers.
people.
You said to
I
MJ,
said
the
white
gingers
people.
are recessive, though. Go
I
ahead.
said yes. The ginger gene is a recessive gene. I didn't say white people are a recessive gene. I
Only
told
certain
you
ones. I said only certain ones.
categorically that
Only
white
certain
people
ones,
are
the ginger
not
ones.
recessive.
Only
genes.
certain. Listen, Raheem, are you listening, bro? Only certain ones, i.e., the ginger ones, and the ones that are the ones that have the recessive gene. Have we clarified that now?
Ginger is a recessive gene.
All right,
There's no
the
such thing as a
and
white
blue eyes
gene.
is a recessive
So white
gene.
people who are
that's
ginger,
also a recessive gene.
white people who are ginger then have recessive genes. Have we agreed?
They have a ginger recessive gene, not
There you
they
go.
are the
Thank
ones
you.
Yes.
Thank
with
you.
recessive genes.
Thank you. All
But
right,
their
cool. That's
skin
your
tone
opinion.
is not a
Now, what I'm
recessive
gonna
gene.
1 second, Jupiter. 1 second, Jupiter.
Exactly.
1 second, Jupiter. 1 second, Jupiter. Now, if you're saying the skin tone is not a recessive gene, what we call in the skin tone is is it a mutation?
No, it's an acclimatization through evolution.
Okay, so why does Penn State University and every other university call it a mutation, but you're telling us it's not? Are you some type of professor?
Who's come onto the panel?
Yo, family. Big up yourselves. Big up on yourselves.
Who's that?
Carnival time is around the corner. Da 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 da.
Beefy, 1 second.
Da, da, da.
Hey, what's up?
Who is it?
What's up?
Beefy, man. Who
Nah,
else is on the
someone
panel?
else is there. Someone else.
My
Who's
name is
that?
Cartoon Network.
See you later, Cartoon
You
Network.
kick him.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Are you cartoons?
You're a cartoon. See you later. Bye.
Hey, Raheem, I'm going to post a link for you anyway because it says very specifically
So,
here. It says scientists said yesterday that they have discovered a tiny
respond
genetic
to what you were
mutation
saying.
that largely explains the first appearance of white skin in human tens of thousands of years ago. A finding that
So,
helps solve one of
are you going to
biology's
let me
most
speak?
enduring. 1 second. Which helps
No, but
solve
you
one of
asked me a
biology's
question. Now you're
most
answering
no,
it
1
instead
second.
of
1
letting me
second.
answer.
1 second. 1 second. One of biology's most enduring mysteries and illuminates the humanity's greatest source of strife. You already answered. You said no, it's not a mutation. So now I've explained to you that it is a mutation. So it's not really a question anymore. But continue.
Well, it is.
If it's determined that historically something is a genetic mutation, which it is to a degree, then that's what it was at the time. It is no longer seen as a mutation because it is the norm. It is like our use of a gallbladder when we don't have a use for it. We don't use our gallbladder, but we still have it. And it's not seen as abnormal to be born with a gallbladder. This is just things that happen over the course of time and evolution throughout history, throughout millions of years of evolution.
Now, hold on, let me clarify what you said. Are you saying that if enough people have a mutation, it's no longer seen as a mutation?
That's my opinion, yeah. Big up, Sniper.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying this an opinion. I got nothing else to say. Thank you.
I haven't been listening in here. Can I just get the what the convo is all about, really?
No, I was saying beefy. I was saying beefy that obviously we don't know where white people come from, innit? Obviously we've got these theories like out of Africa theory. As far as I'm concerned, I'd never seen no white people in no ancient African nothing, in no ancient nowhere. Do you understand? So I was just trying to discover where the white people come from. Raheem seems to be defending them to some extent and trying to find ways of wriggling out of the argument and not making them disclose where they popped up on the planet from. But beefy, how do you feel about that?
It's because your argument is fallacious. Sorry, beefy, go on.
Yeah, ask beefy.
For me, I can't talk exactly where the white people came about, but I know from what they say, they just pop up in history because the whole world black. I can't say where or when
they just popped up out of nowhere, innit? Out of nowhere.
But for say the problem of Norway is another misnomer, I think. You know what I mean? You guys can't say the problem when nothing come out of nothing. You know what I mean? So I think the truth is out there, but something's been hidden from the main public. I don't believe in evolution.
It's not hidden. They came from the Caucasus Mountains.
No.
That's why they're called Caucasians.
Wait. Listen. Rinda, listen. Okay, they came from the Caucasus Mountains. What before they came from the Caucasus Mountains? Where were they? They're not around. There's no white people walking around.
Yeah, where were they?
It depends on what you believe. It depends on what you
told
believe.
You there were no white
as
people
the theory.
walking around.
Exactly. It depends on what you believe the theory is. If you believe
there were
pockets of people. No, hold on, brother. If you believe the out of Africa theory, you believe that white people came out of Africa.
I don't believe out of Africa theory. That's my point.
Neither do I.
Neither do I.
Let's stop bringing it up then. Let's stop bringing it up. Let's just discover where they came from.
Please be quiet. I'm speaking to Beefy. So it depends, as I said, it depends on what you believe. If you believe in the out of Africa theory, you believe that they were black, they evolved into Africans. If you believe into
No, I don't believe that.
many, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying if you believe, like the wider people, like not you. Or if you believe in,
don't answer the question.
if you believe in, if you believe that the many people theory is correct, that you have pockets of individuals across the world and they acclimatized, then you would say
That's
that they were
bullshit.
in whatever their natural habitat was. Or if you believe like in the Homo erectus theory, where you have Homo erectus, Homo sapien, Homo sapien, Homo africanus, and all the other different
That's bullshit.
variants of Homo.
What if
Then
I believe in
these all
what if
things
I-
determine where these
Big up
people come
everyone. Big
from.
up everyone.
Yeah, can I come in, Rahim? Yeah, we make a lot of points. I can't.
Go for it.
I can't
What
keep
if I
up.
believe in albino inbreeding though?
One second, Shiva. First of all,
is that a good theory?
First of all, I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. To me, it doesn't make sense. And second of all, when we talk about evolution, I don't see no evolution. I see devolution.
You see devolution.
Yes.
I
agree. I suppose that's one way of putting it.
I don't see no evolution. Evolution means make better. How can something be recessive and called evolution? Don't make sense.
Evolution is not necessarily recessive. Evolution is to acclimatize to an area or thing that you are in.
No. Evolution means you're progressing and getting better. Am I wrong?
It gets better. That's right.
So
That's right. Because
It's not, one second, Rahim, one second.
You asked me a question, brother. I was just responding to it.
Okay, go on.
So it depends on what you view getting better as. If it's black people who are not able to survive in cold, harsh environments, then you would determine acclimatizing through changing of skin color, changing of
you know what happens?
Of that type
No.
To be
one second. I'll tell you. I tell you what happens when black people want to cold climates. It happened to me.
Cartoon Network. My name is Trainboy446.
See you later.
Listen
Bye-bye.
to this.
Yeah, black people get dry skin conditions in cold weather. We don't.
One thing. For what I've seen here, I'm from Southern Africa, where we have no hair, facial hair. A lot of us have no facial hair, but it's hot climate. But when I came here to the UK, listen, let me finish, bro. Let me show what we call the adaptation. When I came to the UK, my hair started going thicker. I got a bigger beard, so I could survive in the cold. If I go to China, people who have been in China black, they have not turned white ever. They've turned black, my G. They're not turned white.
So you
get more hairy. You adapt to the climate. You don't change skin. That's
evolution
myth.
is a form of adaptation. The literal definition of it is the process in which different kinds of living organisms are believed to have developed from earlier forms during the history of Earth.
You cannot change your skin, but you change climate, bro. That's a myth.
Says who?
Okay, tell me, how long does it take? Yeah, how long does it take for black people to go into the cold to turn their skin white? How long does it take?
Millenniums, brother.
Millenniums, brother.
The world is millions and millions and millions of years.
Okay. How come the Eskimos? Yeah, listen. How come the Eskimos who have been living in the coldest of climates are not white yet?
Because they have a lot of sun, contrary to where people use the Eskimos as a benchmark as to why evolution doesn't change your skin tone or adapt you in that manner. They have a lot of sunshine, which is amplified by
sunlight.
So
Yeah,
therefore, their
okay,
skin
cool.
Therefore,
What
their
about
skin tone doesn't change as much as what a European?
What about the white people in Siberia who have 6 months of sunshine? What happened to them?
Who?
In Siberia, where they get 6 months of sunlight.
6 months of sunlight, and then what?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean 6 months of sunlight doesn't determine that it's solely going to mean you're not adapting to that climate. But
No,
we
you
also
said
know that know that Siberia. Hold on. We also know Siberia had a massive black population in it. Hence why Montenegro is the Black Mount. We understand this. We understand that.
But those people.
There are other
those people we know when they went there. The Montenegros and the Black Russians. We know when we can track when they went there, and they stayed black. They haven't turned white, have they?
No, there are many. It depends. There are many factors which cause evolution and acclimatization to change your physiology. This is a fact, brother. It's like if we go into space now. If we go into space,
Raheem,
one sentence, brother. One sentence.
Can we get one sentence out of evolution?
I can hear you, sniper. Let me just
Yeah, he's saying it's
finish
a fact.
one
He's saying
sentence.
it's a fact.
Did you say evolution was a fact, bro?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Evolution is a fact.
Oh, yeah,
Evolution is a fact.
You see what we're dealing
That
with
is the
over
most
here, guys?
ridiculous statement you've
What
ever
on
made
earth
in
is
your
going
life.
on here?
That's
Yeah?
fair enough. That's your opinion. Evolution,
Yeah,
in
that's
my
mad.
opinion, is
No
a
one
fact.
believes that.
The reason why
You're
I
on your
say
own
this
with
is
that
because
one,
if
though.
we go,
So
yeah, that's
Raheem's
fine.
right.
I'll be on my own.
Evolution
I
is a
stand on my
fact.
own. I
Everything
stand on my own.
evolves. Everything evolves.
I stand on my own. You know this, Sniper. The same way you stand on yours, I stand on mine,
Sorry.
brother.
All right, stand on yours, yeah, but what I'm saying is
100%.
evolution is not a fact.
Says
it's called the theory of evolution. So how can it be
It's
a
a
fact?
theory.
How can it be a fact? Right. So don't make full statements and then expect me to sit down and listen to rubbish. Yeah? Because there's
No, you
an
don't fucked
audience
up, right?
here and they want to hear the truth.
You know you don't fucked up,
You know
right?
what I'm saying? Like, so don't say things like evolution is a fact. You can say other things and the theories of different things, yeah. But
It
don't
depends
say
on what
that
level.
something,
It depends.
something,
It depends.
Yes.
something that they definitely say is not a fact. They're still
It
looking
depends
into it.
on what level you say that it is a fact and what it is
Don't say
a
it's a
theory.
fact. Don't say it's a
Let's call
fact.
it
Don't say
theory
it's a
of
fact.
evolution, bro.
There
There are facts. There are facts.
It's not a
There are
fact, though.
facts.
It's not a fact.
There are facts. There are
Hey,
facts.
Yeah, there
Michael,
are.
As
There's
to
no,
evolution,
it is not a
there are
fact.
facts over the evolution and acclimatization of animals
It
across
is no,
history and
Raheem.
time
Let
that
Maku
have
have a go
allowed.
now, Raheem, man.
Can I speak?
Raheem, you gotta let me speak, you know, Raheem, you know. You're being unfair there.
No, if
Yeah,
I've
let
been
Maku
asked
have
to
a go
state,
as
if
well,
I've been
man.
asked something, I have the right to respond
No
above
one
everyone
asked you
else.
anything.
We
You
heard
made a
your
statement
argument,
towards
though.
you. Asked me
We heard
something.
your
You told me,
clarification on the
Sniper,
statement.
brother Sniper. You said
We
to me,
asked
don't make
clarification on the
a
statement.
statement.
That alone.
You said don't make a
Rhetorical
statement
question,
based
Raheem.
on
No, I had a
something.
rhetorical question, Raheem. I know you're smart enough.
Yeah.
This is
You
nuts.
know, it's a rhetorical
Don't
question,
you
isn't it?
people ever want to have a conversation? Your egos are far too big.
Hey, Jupiter, you're amongst black people. How black people talk. Sorry, my G.
Sorry,
No black. You don't understand how people talk. We're having a conversation as black people. It's how we do. Yeah?
Right.
No one's arguing here. We're chatting like black
And then
people.
we're
Sorry.
saying, we understand that Darwin's theory of evolution, right, is what
That's
it is.
embarrassing.
Yeah. Darwin's theory of evolution. Go and look up what a theory is. Is a theory a fact?
Brother.
No.
Brother.
No, it's not.
Do you use your gallbladder? As I mentioned earlier, do you use your gallbladder?
Do you use your gallbladder for what? What do you mean?
The answer is no. Yes, it's part of your body. You do not use it. You have evolved to not use it
do I,
because
no,
our
that's
diets
not
have changed. Yes, it is. Acclimation
That's not
through evolution.
That is not
Acclimation and
evolution.
evolution are very intrinsically
That's
entwined.
adaptation. That's adaptation.
Okay,
That's not evolution.
my brother, what is evolution? Is me and a white person the same species?
Yes, same species. Yeah.
Then there's no evolution, is there?
No, see, you're looking at things
Thank
from
you,
certain levels.
thank you.
No. It's not
Thank
thank
you.
you. It's not thank you. It's not thank you. Because
Explain
you're
it
looking at
simple,
it.
my brother.
You're looking
Explain
at
it
it in
simple.
certain.
What are you doing, bro? Everybody
So
has a
am I going to be
gallbladder.
able to speak? You've said
Yeah.
something and I
Everybody
haven't
that has a
spoken, and you keep speaking
gallbladder.
over me,
No, I
Maku.
haven't.
Now let
And I'm
Maku
not
finish and then
yelling
you go.
over you,
One
but
at
you
a
keep
time.
speaking
One at a
over
time.
me.
Let Maku go, man, and then you go.
It's fine. Yeah. So
So
you're saying everybody
you
got a
said, are we the
gallbladder?
same
Hold on.
species?
Bro.
You asked me a question, brother, and you're not allowing me to respond. This is unfair.
It's a simple. It's a simple answer.
No, it's
What's
not
complicated
simple.
about saying yes or no?
No, it's not.
It's
Let
not
him
simple.
elaborate.
It's not simple. It's not
He doesn't
simple
have to
because
elaborate. I'm asking
yes,
him a
we
question.
are.
That's required.
No. Listen, this is why I'm trying to break it down to you, and you're
You
not
can't break
listening.
it down. Answer the question.
Why don't break down stuff? We can answer the question. Answer the question. Yes or no? Simple.
So we
Break
are the
down.
same species.
Yeah, never asked
However, there are certain. Jesus
Asian,
Christ, man.
Mongolian, Chinese, everybody. Are we?
Big up, Canonical.
A dog is all dogs and wolves are canines. They are the same species, but there is a marked difference between a fucking bull breed, staff, and a wolf. There are massive differences between the two through evolution, selective breeding, and acclimation to climates. Humans are exactly the same. There are differences. Yes, we are all the same species of humans and individuals. However, there are differences in our physiology and our biology.
Wallahi, you're lying. Wallahi, you're lying.
No, I'm not. Be quiet and let me finish.
No way.
Examples
Well, you're a great ape. You're called a great ape. You're not a human. You're a great ape, bro. What are you doing,
black people have an extra bone in our feet that white people do not. That is through evolution and acclimation to the environments we used to live in. White people digest dairy better than black people, and that is through environments and the evolution over time.
Wallahi, you're lying.
Listen.
If someone came after someone, how can you say it's evolution? If black people are
because
first
evolution is acclimation. Evolution must mean you adapted to the environment.
1 second, yeah, because the scientists are going to tell you that African people, black African people of very different shades and colors, right, are the oldest people on the planet. Everything else came after. So why are you putting the babies of the family, Europeans, yeah, way back with their ancestors? It doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah, look at what are you talking about?
Because there's no hierarchy to evolution. There's no hierarchy to evolution.
It's not evolution. It's not evolution. To get white people and to get other people around the world, it takes mixing.
Okay, Rahim.
That's why hold on.
That allows things to change. Agreed.
Hold on, Rahim. Yeah, that's why me and you are here in this country. Yeah, both born here, right? Yeah, both born here, right?
What? Am I born here? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we're both born here, right? Yeah, but my connection back to the motherland is that both parents came from there, right? So there's no change in my DNA, right? Right.
It depends on how far you're looking back.
I should kind of be in the bit.
Back in your
Sorry, it depends on how far you're looking back.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing now with your own? Yeah. Is there any European in your DNA?
Not to my knowledge. Well, there probably is, but not to my knowledge.
Right. But it's quite clear there is.
There is. Come on.
Because we don't look the same. You know what I'm saying? We don't look the same. Now I'm not saying I'm not saying. Hold on. I'm not saying that's evolution.
That's ridiculous.
I'm just saying that people have mixed over previous generations, yeah, to give us our brother Rahim, who looks slightly fairer and and all of these.
I can agree with that. Right? However, there are Nigerians which are lighter than me who've been on the continent for hundreds of years.
My brother, my shit ain't changing. Unless I mix with someone who's
no one's talking about you
and all of that, right?
So that is a factor. I have not denied that. You have denied that.
Shit's 100%.
I have not said that is not a case. In fact, I've agreed and I've said that there are several factors: environment, like moving around the world.
One second, Michael,
factors to why we are who we are today.
Rahim, I beg.
That's not
Rahim, I beg.
Encompassing evolution into a bubble when it's greater.
Rahim, Rahim, can you tell me when we turn from an ape with fur all of our body to humans? Tell me, please.
Please, that's part of the.
I don't agree with that.
Right?
What do you mean you don't agree with it? That's evolution, bruv. I'm gonna agree with it.
That's one arm. That is one arm.
No, it's one arm. No. You can't pick and choose, bro.
One arm.
Are you picking and choosing now?
Can I speak? Earlier on, I mentioned several theories.
Oh, several theories. Now that's fact. That's the fact.
Yeah.
Is it theory or fact?
It's hard. It's really hard to have a conversation when you.
No, make up your mind, G. You're confusing yourself,
My mind has been made. So listen.
Is it a fact or a theory? Evolution.
My mind. Hold on. Just because something is a part of a theory does not mean that there is not a greater part of it.
Bruv, please, I beg. No semantics. Bruv. Is there theory or fact? Yes or no?
The wrong words. No. I cannot agree with what you're saying.
Let me answer for you. Simple answer, bruv. It's a no. It's a theory. It's not a fact. It's a theory. Simple.
No.
What do you mean no?
The reason why. Look at a car. A car is made up of hundreds of different bits and pieces, but you put those bits and pieces to make a car. That is the same for a theory. You will take the bits and pieces from little bits that you know, and you'll make a theory out of it. So that's why I said there are several theories. I'm not asked for what you rate. You believe in fucking fish becoming men. I don't rate nothing you have to say. Yeah, this is a fact. This is a fact. You take loads of different bits and pieces. So I have my theories. Which are
your own theory. Wait.
So hold on.
Rahim.
Which are based
is this your own theory or is it a scientific theory?
Stop it.
I
None of your
have
theories are
my
facts.
own
Don't do
theories
that.
based
Your
on
own, yeah,
facts.
yours, no one else's.
You keep
Your own
speaking,
theory.
you're not listening.
No,
I have
I'm making
my
coming
own
clear.
theory
This your
based
own theory, yeah, your
Jesus
own, no one
Christ.
else's.
On the theory of evolution. This is all based on the theory of evolution.
There are
Bottom line.
facts in evolution and there are
No,
theories in
there's no.
evolution.
What are the
no
facts? What are the
facts of
facts?
evolution. Go on,
There are
prove it.
facts in
Prove it.
evolution and there are
What are
Where's
the
the
facts?
missing link?
I
Hold
gave
on,
an
hold on, hold
example
on.
already.
Beefy,
I gave an
Beefy.
example
what?
already.
Let me get him. Let
Like
me
what?
get him, Beefy. Beefy. Where is the missing link then? If that's the fact.
Let you get
The
him.
missing
What's
link,
that
the
supposed
missing
to mean?
link, the missing
Yeah.
link is a theory. It's a theory that I do not
Oh, my
subscribe
fucking
to.
days.
But
So
it's
I do
part
not
of
know about the
evolution.
missing link. So you
It's
can't
part of
get
the
me.
evolutionary.
You can't get me. Hold on. You can't get me on something I don't know and I will not look into or will look into when it suits me. The missing link is a theory about a link between us as modern day humans, Homo sapiens sapien, and Neanderthals. I don't know much about it, so I can't turn around
But
and
that's
comment
part of
on it.
the
So
evolutionary.
you
Give me power.
can't
Your
get
mama
me
got no
on that.
manners. How about that?
However,
brother.
I believe we are in a naturalized state as we are now. And that's how I believe we have always been in, and we've adapted and changed through evolution and various factors. As I mentioned, we have
Sorry.
extra bones in our
We
feet.
want to
That's
hear
why
what you
no
don't
one.
Okay,
know,
don't
Raheem.
There are
repeat
We
extra.
don't
yourself,
want to
Raheem.
hear what
Stop
you
Repeat
don't
yourself, please.
talking. We
Yeah,
have
repeat
extra
yourself
bones in
again,
our
though.
feet.
No one cares
We
about
have
this
extra
one.
bones in our feet, and our bones are denser. That's why you will see very few black people succeed at swimming when it comes to competitions,
I
but
can swim
master
very well.
running. These are differences, and they're evolutionary.
Okay, and they're not evolutionary. They might be adaptations. If that could
Adaptation
be
is
proven.
evolution,
Hold
brother.
on.
Adaptation is
What are you doing,
evolution.
man?
No, why are there two different words then? Why are there two different words? Put
Please,
down or
please,
something.
please. Everyone has their turn to speak, right? So,
Go on.
as I said,
I'm up to Michael.
the concept, the concept that you're running with, and you're saying you're not even interested in certain aspects of the evolutionary process. That makes no fucking sense. Yeah, a smart person would say, "Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's questionable." That's why it's a theory. Yeah, the missing link is part of the evolutionary.
Well, he did say that right at the
program.
beginning.
1 second, dumbass. Yeah. When you get your time to speak,
Not as
you
dumb
speak.
as you.
Yeah?
I don't have to go to pseudo.
Allow it, man.
Just allow it, man. Yeah.
Neanderthal.
Listen and learn. Yeah. Because this concept of evolution, that Darwin came with, and we're even going into the finches, in the Galapagos, which gave him the concept of evolution, or more really adaptation.
Brother, evolution's
Because
been
these
thought
are
about
hold
since
on,
biblical
man.
times.
Hold on, man. Because I ain't no bird, right? I ain't no fucking finch, And because the finches had different adaptations, so they could break nuts, so they could do all sorts. They had different shapes and all of that. Man is saying that's evolution. Hold on. Man is saying that's evolution. But let's go back to the original evolutionary concept and start with the monkey. And no, say that is not based in any facts. Yeah, they've looked into it, they've searched into it, they found all sorts of bones. Yeah, they've said, oh, Australopithecines, Lucy, they've done this, they've done that, and we get down to just before us, and there's a missing link. There's something missing between us and Homo erectus. Like, these are the facts, bro.
So,
And
did
this
you
is based
miss
on
the
I Michael.
So
I
if
swear
I
I
can
said
say
that's a Mac. What's
something,
going on?
if I can say
Raheem,
something,
I swear
you
that's a
said
Mac,
that
bro.
evolution.
Come on, bro. Can I talk?
Matthew was
Listen,
responding to
Beefy,
me, so
you
I have
come to
right to
join our
respond before
conversation,
anything.
not the other way round, mate.
Yeah.
I'm impatient. You boys, I can have it's a panel, Jupiter.
Let Matthew finish.
Yeah,
The
you
fact
came
is-
to join
the
our
fact is-
conversation, not the other way round. Stop it.
The fact is that
There's no white privilege here, Jupiter. Sorry,
saying
bro.
evolution. You're saying
You little nigga.
evolution. You're saying evolution is Darwinism. That's a form of evolution. The Bible, the Quran, the Vedas, they all have things to do with evolutionary traits that we understand. The most known in the Bible is when the serpent lost its legs and crawled on its belly. And forevermore shall be on its belly. So this is a form. This is a recognition of evolution. Man and women are evolutionary species. Yes, it is. It's been thought of. It's been thought of. You're forgetting that all these scriptures are allegorical and are conceptions and thought processes that have been marked up across the world.
So a couple chapters down.
When we
Hold
have
on 1
that,
second. A couple chapters down, in the same book, he's walking again. So how do we work this out? How do we stick to those? Hold on. How do we stick to those concepts and say they're facts? Again,
because it's a theory.
Your interpretation. Hold on, my brother. Your interpretation, which is fair enough, but you got it wrong again. Yeah.
Michael,
I've not got
no
it
legs. Hold on.
First
You're saying
of
the serpent having no legs is evolution. No. I think the concept in the Bible and the biblical books is the idea of creationism. Right?
100.
One all-pervading force created everything. Yeah?
Right.
That's
and
it.
that force that created everything also changed
evolution
things.
Is not in the Bible, man. What are you doing, bro? God did not say, let me create monkey in my image and after my likeness. Where was that written?
So you're bringing Darwinism, which is one
Darwin,
thought
man.
process
Are you all right?
in the theory.
Darwin is a cunt.
This is one thought process.
Big up, guys, big up.
That is one thought process throughout the millennia that man has existed, and you're holding
can I come in now? I beg. I've been sitting here patiently. I've been sitting here patiently, quietly.
Go on.
Yeah, I beg. We just be repeating yourselves. Like it's gonna make change. Like it's not evolution, bro.
Currently in the Bible.
1 second, Zulu. What are you doing, bro? What's up with people? Am I dumb or something?
Go on,
I beg.
I mean, Beefy. Sorry, man.
I beg. First of all, when we talk about evolution, we're talking about Darwinism. There's nothing else. Before Darwin, there's no evolution. So anyone talking about Darwin, we have to go back to Darwin and say what he said about that. He said people are great apes. I'm not an ape. Raheem, are you an ape? I don't think so.
No,
yeah.
I'm not.
So all these nuances and all these try and play games, it's a theory. It's not. It's a theory. It's not a fact.
Mm.
Some mad scientists, because you didn't know where he was coming from, wanted to put himself in history, started talking about evolution. That has nothing to do with me or my African people. I'm sorry, Raheem. I'm so sorry to tell you that.
Hold on a minute. Didn't they say Darwin?
Hold on. Let me answer him. Let me answer him.
1 second, Julie. Before you go, 1 second, because I didn't initiate the conversation.
I'm trying to bring some.
Zulu, no, I want to say something to you real quickly, Zulu. Yeah.
Gosh,
Let me just say, Zulu, I'm gonna apologize to you. We all know it's the white people that brought the Batty Man thing to your lands, so I'm gonna apologize to you. I'm gonna stop dissing you. Please,
bro. Shut up, man. He's not even.
Shut your mouth, man.
Nothing to do with him, bro.
Go and lick your eye, man.
Country, you know.
Go and lick your eyeball, man.
Anyway, I've got to go. But Darwinism isn't. I've got to go home. No, don't.
Why are you running? Why are you running? I'm in the mood now.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You know
Shalom, Zulu.
I'm at work and I'm finishing work. That's what it is. You know already. I'd be here. Anyway, point is, hold on. Listen, you know what? Listen, Sniper, don't play with me, man. Sniper, don't play with me, man.
Hold the L, right? Hold the L.
No. I'm not. Hold on. Before I go, you guys know who John Paul Baptist Lamarck is? Do you know who that is?
Hold the L. Yeah, he held the L as well.
You know who John Paul Baptist Lamarck is?
Yeah, come to the L holder. Yeah, he is. I know him.
Nah, see, you don't know. He was proposing what Darwin came with before Darwin. Yeah,
okay,
there are many people who have thought about evolution before Darwinism. So my point is that where you have your opinion,
Raheem, what was his name again?
Jean Paul Lamarck. Jean Paul.
Was he white? Was he white?
He wrote a book called.
Was he white?
I don't know.
The World or something like that.
What do you mean? Don't know? You know his name?
Guys, please. I need to ask him.
My point.
I need to ask him.
Oh my God! So your theories are clouded by your prejudice, Beefy. Well done.
Is that?
Okay, guys. Before this gets anywhere, Raheem, can you clarify your? Can you clarify your?
1 second, Zulu. 1 second. Let me finish. My point is that Darwinism is the most recent or most popular form of the evolutionary theory / fact mindset. There have been people before that, and there will be people before that and that believe in that. That's my point.
Okay.
So yeah.
So
go on, Zulu.
Can you clarify your position on evolution? Because there's people that believe in microevolution, small changes over a small period of time, which is not in speciation, meaning a cat becoming a dog, still within the cat family, but different and variations. Right? That's more plausible. Or are you talking about macroevolution, where it's you got a single cell eventually becoming, a lizard, and then becoming a marsupial, then become like you're talking about the former.
Mine's the former, yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about small changes over a small period of time.
Yeah, and it depends on what you view as small.
Okay, so smalls within a species, changes within a species, like variations.
Yeah, no,
because
as
of
in your time
adaptation.
period, you could say small is 1,000 years based on whatever, whereas the world being multiple millions of years old, a couple million is a small amount of time.
Yes, but if you lend to that time period, then you're ultimately accepting macroevolution, because they need millions of years in order for you to get a reptile becoming a marsupial. You need a crazy, unbelievable amount of time.
You need so it's all perspective. That's my point. Is you can say it's a small, so you could say a small is 100 years, and therefore the small changes over 100 years is microevolution. However, if you look at history, time period, as in time, that Earth has been in existence because it's been over hundreds of millions of years. 1 million is a small amount of time, supposedly.
But the
So
main
1 million
point
is a small amount of time.
The main point I'm
Well,
making
he never
is
existed a million years ago, according to them.
exactly, and not only is that the case, but in regards to observable science, microevolution is more plausible because we can see variations due to adaptation. When you, for example, you look at bears, you've got polar bears in Antarctica that have adapted to have, white
you're
fur
giving the
for
exact same
camouflage.
example
But
I gave
hold on.
with
That's not the
canines.
same. That's not the same as a single cell organism developing in a primordial soup in a pool of chemicals.
I've not mentioned that.
But this is why I
You've
wanted to
mentioned
clarify that, Raheem, for your benefit and for everyone's benefit. I wanted to clarify what is your stance.
It should be pretty obvious that I've not said in any shape or form. I even said my own personal belief is that we existed in our naturalized form as we are now. I said that. So that's pretty clear. I don't believe in the primordial soup and us bunching together, as you said,
so where
starting
did
off
humans
as
come
fish,
from?
coming as lizards. That, to be honest, I'm not actually sure.
So where did humans come from?
I'm not sure. I do not know.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
then. So what's the problem, guys? What's the problem then with what you're saying? Then what's the problem?
Why are we having that conversation? Because the conversation was about out of Africa theory. That's why we were having this conversation.
Raheem, what was their argument?
That's what the conversation was about. Hold on,
Raheem, what was their point against you? What was their argument against you? That's my question.
The conversation
that evolution does not exist.
No, the conversation was about where do white people come from? Where did they spring up on the planet?
And you kept bringing out the out of Africa theory. The conversation rooted in out of Africa theory.
No, you brought that up.
Do you know what? This is why the panels were so much better when you weren't swimming around.
Broski, listen. You're not playing this game, innit? Because you want to divert, innit? You want to divert. All right, cool.
That's your expertise.
Maku, I don't know why he's still talking and I'm not talking to him. Maku, the conversation.
That's absolutely fine.
All right, you know what? Continue.
It's better when you don't talk. I haven't got time or energy, mental capacity to deal with the morons like you.
Raheem, you're blaming on relax.
I'm being unsynchronized. Don't you know I'm not unsynchronized? Don't you know I'm the most unsynchronized?
Go and put on a pad or a tampax.
Yeah. Ladies first. I'll bring a nice worm for you to munch on.
I don't know why he's still talking, but I'm talking to you, bro. I'm talking to you.
Because no one's interested.
He's very
not taking it. You and Trill are exactly the same.
One second.
No self-respect.
Shiva, I beg, 1 second. Shiva, please, Shiva. Raheem and Shiva, please, I beg. 1 second. 1 second. Listen, guys, want a panel, everyone wants to have a say. We all want to have a say, So all I'm saying, please make your points short, precise, and less than 2 minutes. That's not hard.
I will do. Can I finish my point now?
That's have manners.
I'll be real quick with this, Maku. The conversation started like this. I said, where do white people come from? Because I can't find any evidence to suggest where they sprang up on this planet, where they came from. He went to out of Africa theory, and all of these places. And I said to him, like you said, these are theories. This is not fact. I want to know where they come from. I don't want to know your theory, your thoughts. We need to know where.
Lie.
Sorry.
Fucking lie.
Skipper. I'm sure Raheem's going to kick in now because he's been misquoted. I sat down and listened to the whole thing before I jumped on. So
me too.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't you involved. It was Zulu and Raheem actually.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
The Americas and but go on, Raheem.
That was that part.
That's it. That was exactly what I was going to say. So
All
when
right,
someone
that's part of
jumps
the
in and then
conversation.
says, no, that weren't the original conversation, because as per usual, they want to take them stinking, smelly, fishy self and divert the conversation to what they want to talk about. They feel like that was where the conversation started because of ego and pride. I have
Hey,
no time
Raheem,
to
you're
waste with
so
this type of
angry.
thing.
You're so angry, bro. Your flow is
And I
gonna
was
go. It's
enjoying
gonna
that
overflow.
conversation that you
It's
and
gonna
Diddy were
So was
overflow.
having.
I.
Bro,
I was
So
enjoying
the
it, but then
individual
Shiva had
had
to
to
come and
jump
do
in.
his fishy business,
your
man.
period is gonna overflow. Listen, let me
And
have
then
Yeah,
when man
it's
started to
overflowing. It's
say.
overflowing.
Let's
Is
have
that
a
all you
say.
can
Bro,
say?
let
It's
me
fucking
finish.
point.
overflowing.
No, let's hey, what's wrong with you?
Anyways,
Anyways,
say two. I let you
listen,
finish, bro. I
I'm
let you
going.
Are
finish.
you
I'm going
also
now.
I let
down
you
here?
Hey,
finish.
big
All right,
up
bye.
everybody.
All right,
Yeah,
Fucking
Big up,
going on
Raheem.
here.
Big up,
Come on,
man.
Raheem.
yeah.
See you in a
Love,
bit.
love,
sorry,
love,
Maku.
love,
Are you
love,
coming
love.
back in a bit?
Maku, just to clarify with you,
Respect, Raheem.
before I started speaking, yes, these guys were having a conversation. I wasn't talking to Raheem. I asked Jupiter a question. I said, where do white people come from? He decided to involve himself in that side of the conversation. Just to clarify that. And as to now, we still have not had any explanation as to where they come from, where they spring up on the planet. So that was my
But
question.
you know
I don't know if it's gonna
Neanderthal.
be answered.
We know where they come from.
Neanderthal.
You
What
know
we
where
doing?
they came
They
from.
come from the Caucasus Mountains.
You
We know
know
this.
where they came from. If
Baby
they
food,
are
bro.
the same, hold on.
Go
If
on.
one person has already admitted that we're all the same species, right?
Go on.
Lie.
Regardless, are we
Yeah.
not all Homo sapiens sapien?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
I'm not homo
The
something.
point is, so the
I'm
point is,
human.
according to them, right? We're just
Yeah.
humans, right? There's human, there's man, there's
Of
mankind.
color.
That's another story.
You,
But-
color, man. Man with color, human.
But
That's
let's
me.
deal with what's first. That's what I'm saying. Let's deal with what's first and what the scientists say. The scientists say that the Africans in Africa hold the oldest DNA. So, like, bro, we might not be all indigenous to Africa as such, because I always make the claim that we are indigenous, to the planet. Right?
Facts, Michael. Tell them.
Right.
Wherever there's any civilization, we African, the Bantu man was there first. Fact.
Right. So, and I heard man mention
Does that include Israel,
Pangea.
Beefy? Does that
And
include
if
Israel?
anyone looks up Pangea, that's 200 million years ago.
Well, Maku, I suggested, that I think it's more plausible.
So unless you're saying we're here 200 million years ago, then it throws
Yeah.
your evolutionary theory out the window.
That's
it throws
right,
so many
that's right.
different theories out the window. It throws Lucy, everything, all in the bin.
But Michael, I don't think
right.
he was. I don't think he was proposing Darwinism, though. I think he was going the light way by saying
Zulu,
it's
he
more
said Zulu.
He wasn't. He wasn't going around that route, though.
No, he said evolution. Once you say evolution, say Darwinism.
Yeah, but it's not. There's more than
Hey,
just
Matthew.
evolution. It's deep. There's many different breakdowns on that. It's not just
Hey, Matthew.
evolution.
Yeah, but he
There's a
said
theory then.
evolution is a fact.
Zulu.
After you
Zulu,
say
here's a
something,
fact or
we'll
theory
just
then.
break
There's
down.
many different ways to look at things.
One second.
There's theory or fact. 1 second, Shiva.
Yeah,
One second.
None of it's a fact because it's all
one at a time,
theories.
one at a time.
But at the same time, I
I'll big
don't
up
think he's
Raheem.
talking.
Big up, big
He's
up.
not talking about the evolution that we would all disagree with.
Right.
That's
but
cool.
listen,
That's why I said.
listen,
That's why I asked him. I said, is this your own theory of evolution, or is the said theory which in the books, in the text,
Which
which they
Darwin
give
was
us?
talking about, right?
Yeah, when he said that
but
the religious text
my
talk about
God.
evolution, I was like, I don't know about that. Like that was a bit of a reach.
Yeah, but listen, hold on. I was in the conversation with him. I had him cornered. Yeah, I had him pinned down to white people having, a combination of recessive genes and mutations. So if they're a combination of recessive genes and mutations, how did these recessive genes and mutations come together? How did it come about? I suggested through, inbreeding of albinoids. Now, at the end of the day, I think that's the theory I could come up with. And that was what I was proposing to him. He kept going back to this evolution business, which I just totally disagree with.
Yeah, he was basically saying that changes come from going to different. He's basically trying to say that the races occurred from going to different places and adapting in different
bone
places.
in the foot. The bone in the foot.
The funny thing, Zulu, that one, Zulu. The funny thing with that one, look at the Middle East, where these pale-skinned Arabs are supposed to come from. It's fucking hot there. How come they're pale?
That's true. And then we've already gone through the black Asians and we've gone through the black Europeans. It's like, well, you don't need to change.
Black Serbian, Zulu. Black Serbia. How about that?
You're like,
The other thing was about
do you see the problem here,
the
bro?
Viking thing. The Viking thing. Yeah, there definitely artifacts found Viking settlement, but that's late in the day.
That's yesterday.
Late in the day. That's yesterday, man. Yeah.
Vikings come way after the Greeks. Listen, Michael. Vikings come way after the Greeks.
Africans found in the Americas 11,000 years ago. What about them?
Even Michael.
What about the Olmecs of 5,000 years ago? Like, what?
I did bring up the Olmecs, and then he said, "Oh, I don't agree with out of Africa theory." But it doesn't have to be out of Africa theory.
It doesn't have to be
travel.
out of Africa.
Africans can travel to the Americas way after this out
of China theory. But the first Chinese were black. How about first out of India theory was all first Indians were black? Okay, we can be first of anywhere, bro.
Hey, Beefy, 1 second. Can you not see the problem with what my man's doing? He comes up here with his university educated self and uses big words and expects people to just believe what he says. But he's talking absolute nonsense because he's subscribing to a theory but telling us it's a fact.
He's not subscribing necessarily.
I'm not subscribing, but he's using...
He was explaining... 1 second. He was explaining the various ideas that were out there, right? And then he also made thing about his own. Yeah,
but he did say it was a fact.
Hold on, there were other ideas like that out of Africa. He mentioned it, as in passing, as in
But did he say it was a fact though?
Out of Africa, because he doesn't. It's
no,
obvious
but I'm saying
he doesn't.
No, but I'm saying the evolution part. He was saying he was dealing with facts. There's facts connected to it, and I'm saying to him that's nonsense, bro.
You can't say it's a fact. Yeah, you definitely
don't make no sense, bro. And that's what I mean. You're all your university education, and you don't know the difference between a fact and a theory.
Even they wouldn't say it's a fact. To be fair.
Listen, hold on, Raheem.
There
was no Europeans 11,000 years ago.
Exactly.
I know where Raheem is coming from. Yeah, when they say scientific theory, a scientific theory.
It's a small time for Europeans who are only their history starts 2,000 plus years ago. Like, stop it.
That's what I'm saying, bro. His university education failed him, man. You need to go back. They need to re-educate you, bro. Because the theory.
Michael, I'll say the European history goes back like maybe 6,000 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And in 1,000 and something years, that's when the Vikings is involved and the earlier.
Yeah, but the oldest European civilization is the Greeks.
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Michael, no, why not?
Organized.
The oldest. Listen. Let me tell you why.
A proper civilization, Beefy.
Yeah, organized one. Not that we're saying they didn't exist. We're just saying that, bro, you was like Western hunter-gatherers.
Do you people know the oldest language in Europe is?
Huh?
What?
Do any of you know what the oldest language in Europe is? It's not Greek.
It's Asian language, isn't it, or something, isn't it?
No, it's Lithuania. In Europe, I said. It's Lithuania.
Lithuania. What?
Yeah. They have the oldest language in Europe.
Yeah, but it still comes from Sanskrit, though.
But listen.
Yeah.
And how old is the language? Anyone know?
Not as old as Sanskrit.
I don't even know.
I'll tell you that.
4,000 years. 4,000 years old.
Ancient Greek is the.
He's right. I just looked up. It says it's considered the oldest Indo-Europe surviving keywords.
Yeah,
there could be ones other than that. But yeah, Indo-European language. So you're right about that.
Because
when you say surviving,
come on, Zulu. FTK.
Hold on. Because Greek is not a European language.
The well-known civilization, though. Like
but it's not a European language. It's not
exactly. Thank you, Maku.
What's not European language?
The European language, Greek. If it
Greek
came
is
from
Bantu.
Coptic, if it came from Coptic,
Greek is not Bantu.
And then
what are you talking about?
Nah, Beefy, allow it.
Sorry. Yeah, he's got more of a right than most of these other men, because if you go one stage back from it, it's Coptic.
No, Phoenician.
We speak Coptic, if not the Ethiopians, right? And obviously the Greeks
learned
from
Greek
the
comes from the
Ethiopians
Ethiopians.
To the extent of getting a language.
No, Michael. Greek is not Coptic, bro. No.
Sorry?
No.
It's
not. Greek is an Indo-European. It's an Indo-European language.
No.
It has nothing to do with us.
African language, Zulu. Sorry, Charlie, man. It's African language.
No, bro. No, it's not African language. What?
What is?
What are you guys talking about? Greek is not African language.
Ancient Greek, because it's the modern grade Greek is different. But
ancient Greek has got nothing to do with Africans. The only thing we can say is when you look at the Greek alphabet and you look at the Phoenician alphabet, you've got Aleph and you've got Alpha. The similarities in the alphabet.
Yeah, where did you get that from?
Where did they get that from?
But the language, you can't say the language is African.
Where did Zulu? Where did they get the ba from? Where did they get that from?
I'll give no, but hold on. I'll give you
all right, bro.
Oh my gosh, you won't even let me speak.
I'm jumping off here. Big up yourselves though, and I'm glad I injected this energy into the room. The energy is high now. Big up yourselves. Keep the energy up, man.
Beefy said it's bound to.
I'm glad Maku's here now. Fucking hell, bye.
In its origin, big up.
Yeah, we can say in its origin to some extent, but it's not. You can't say it's an African language. It's not.
No, we're not
It's
saying
like
that.
an African
It comes under
Arabic is African language. No. It is an African language. Listen,
It's
no,
not.
it's
Oh
African
my
language.
God.
Because from legend, listen, now, I'll tell you what's an African language. I'll tell you what's an African language. People came to Africa, were taught a language by Africans, and took it back to their country. African
Hold
language.
on. They
Same
were
as
taught
Arabic,
language.
same as Muslim languages.
Beefy,
All African.
what were they speaking before they came to Kemet?
I don't know. Not Greek.
What do you mean they weren't speaking Greek? How are they communicating? How are they surviving? You're telling me they didn't have a language?
We taught them their language. Zulu. Did you get it?
How can you
Zulu.
teach them a language if they already had language themselves when they came to
Zulu,
Kemet?
1 second. Zulu.
That doesn't even make
Common
sense.
Zulu. People come into your area. Yeah. You give them an alphabet. You give them the alphabet. How's the language?
Bro, listen, culture exchange is fine. You can take certain
answer
things.
my question, Zulu. If
But
I give you alphabet, how's your language?
No, but they didn't give them the whole alphabet, bro.
Yeah.
What do you mean A, B, C, D? Where do you come from?
No.
Alpha,
listen,
Omega. Where do you come from?
Beefy, I clearly stated the similarities between the Phoenician, the Canaanite, the Egyptian, with the Greek alphabet, like the first letter and some of the other letters, they look like the same.
We know this,
right?
bro. We know this, and we know which
but
one
the
came first.
Greek language, when you're speaking the language, you can't say that that's African.
Well, let me tell you why it's more based in some truth. As I said, if we go back one language, like the language that formed that language, we end up at Coptic. The reason we end up at Coptic is because when they wanted to translate the Rosetta Stone, it was in a particular order, and Greek was in there, so they knew Greek, so they could translate it from the Greek, then to the Coptic, and from the Coptic and to the Heretic, Demotic, and then the last one would be Medunetta. So this is how it rolls with the language groups of Egypt, just that region. Do you get what I'm saying? And those languages and Greek comes under the Semitic language group. I didn't say it was African, but you might as well, because Semitics are Africans, right?
Zulu, you know
Coptic. Afro-Asiatics, right?
Zulu. You know that Coptic is actually Shona language. You know that? Coptic. The Coptic language.
No, it's not.
Tafari. Why do you call it Tafari Selassie? Why do you think they call him Tafari? What's Tafari?
Beefy, just because languages share similar words and terminology.
No, Zulu. Listen to me.
Oh my gosh. Just because there's similarities in Shona and in certain words, not everything, because you can get a fully fluent Shona speaking and a Coptic speaking person, they ain't having a full-blown conversation. So let's not say like,
Zulu.
The languages are the same when they're clearly
Zulu.
not.
Zulu.
I know
Zulu.
it's fun to
Listen
say these things for entertainment
Zulu.
on the stream, but in reality, when we're dealing with actual information, let's not say things that don't sound.
Zulu.
You know what I mean? Like let's be. You know what I mean? How are you gonna say Greek is Bantu?
Ask any Ethiopian what does Tafari mean? The first name of the Selassie, Tafari. Ask him what it means. It's
Bro,
in
Shona, you say Rara. In Zulu, you say Lala. In Hebrew, you say Layla. And it all means night. I could do the same thing. What does that mean? What does that prove?
That means that they are related to each other.
What's the original word? What is the original word?
All languages are related.
What is the original word? Dialect. What are you talking about, bro?
All languages are related, right?
Sorry. All languages, especially Semitic languages, are related.
Like you mean Afro-Asiatic languages?
So then, what point does that prove? Then it just shows that they're all related, but it doesn't mean that Greeks are Bantu.
It doesn't mean that Greek language is
Bantu.
Hold on, man. Because like, if we're saying that if he's saying that it's Bantu, right, and we go back and we check that the Demotic and the Heretic,
are Bantu languages.
One second, are African-based languages, right? They are. Even the Medunetta, we're not sure of what it is,
Bantu,
but we kind of got an inkling because people like the Yorubas have a lot of connection in language to those speaking people. So they're the ones speaking the modern version of it in the modern day, and those languages are still classed as Semitic or Afro-Semitic or whatever. They're still all Semitic languages.
But hold on, but Marco, Greeks are not Semitic.
They are.
No, modern Greeks.
But the languages.
Because again, we've got to be honest, that the original Greeks were not
black.
The later Greeks.
No, they weren't black. They weren't black.
Sorry. They weren't all European. No, that's not how it worked.
The original Greeks were not black, bro.
The founders of the Greek civilization were black, Zulu. Were black.
Sorry. especially in Greece. Yeah, there was a mixture. It was pure mix-up people and different people from different ends, black.
Adelphi in all them places,
shades,
black.
Right? Yeah, of all different shades.
Greek is part of the Indo-European language, so it shares more commonality with other European languages, right? It
No
doesn't
Greek.
share.
You're talking about Latin, Zulu. You're talking about Latin. There's difference.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Greek and Latin are two different languages. That's why in the Bible. So let me explain to you. So in the Bible, the Orthodox is in Greek, yeah, and then the other side is in Latin, Romance language. Two different languages groups, totally different.
Greek and Roman. So the Greeks speak their language, and a lot of the European language,
Latin,
which are Indo-Aryan, which are based on Sanskrit, which are
Latin.
Which Latin is based in. Do you know what I'm saying? So when you go back from Latin, which is what the Romans spoke, do you know what I'm saying? We find in a lot of the languages, the Romantic languages, yeah, the French, this one came out of
Spanish,
the Roman, and then all the way back to Sanskrit. So there are two origins of language. Like there's no doubt about that.
But let's not conflate the Etruscans, which are the original melanated inhabitants of Italy and all these areas, with Romans. Because Romans were clearly white. Greeks were clearly white. But if we're talking about the people that were there before them, there's no argument. So when you say the Greeks are black,
same for
you have to be more.
I mean, same for Rome. Rome is even a more example of that same circumstance.
Rome is Greek. Rome came from Greek languages. Roman languages.
A small group of Etruscans, who are original Romans, were the smallest tribe or people in that region. Yeah, they were surrounded by Africans again. Yeah, because Sicily and all of that was in control by the Carthaginians, which is Hannibal's grandfather and all of these type of people. Do you know what I'm saying? So there were black people in those regions.
No one's disputing that.
Rome rising up. Once again, it's a story of it rising up.
Oh my God.
And assimilating other people to make the bigger Rome or the bigger thing. And they
Mikey, I'm not disputing that black people were in Rome. That's not my argument. Right. Yeah. Beefy said that the Greeks were black.
They're the founders of Rome.
You've clarified it now. The founders. But the founders of Greek weren't the Etruscans. They were invaded by these Europeans that came in and took over. Similar to what happened with the Sumerians with the Gutians.
Take over. This is a lie, bro.
You have the original. Hold on, Beefy. You have like the Sumerians, right? You have the original black Sumerians, and then you have these Gutians coming in, making these statues looking like Europeans, doing all this. This is historical. This is not even some woke shit. Type in Gutians, there was an invasion on the Sumerians. So this is where you start to see that European look in that region.
No, we definitely agree. But why can't it be the same for Greece?
It is the same for Greece. I'm agreeing with you on the Etruscans.
Then there's your answer. So then it was originally a black settlement and became mixed because it was a trading post. Yeah, it was good trade between us, and we made good trade between us and Neanderthals. Because once we went over there, yeah.
Did you say Neanderthals?
The land was rich with certain things. You know what I'm saying? Where there's olives, certain we started the agriculture over there. You know what I'm saying?
Beefy, come on, Beefy, please, allow it, bro. Why did you say that?
Why loud? Why loud?
What happened?
Neanderthals, really? Is that what you're gonna do?
Not me, Zulu. You love like me saying it. Go into their papers. They say they're Neanderthals themselves. It's not me saying it.
Does that mean it's true? Does that mean it's true? Does that mean it's true?
No, or Denisovians.
I don't know any. I know where I come from. I don't know where. I'm saying where they come from. They tell us where they come from.
And where do you come from? And where do you come from?
Huh?
Where do you come from?
I'm original, bro. From I'm God out here, bro.
What? Wow, blasphemy!
God out here.
Blasphemy!
How is it blasphemy?
It's God in the flesh.
That is actually
mad.
How is it blasphemy?
Astaghfirullah.
Even your Bible says, "Are you gods? Are you not ye gods?" The Bible says it, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't know what Elohim means, so there's pointless me breaking it down to you. Like it's pointless.
No, Zulu.
I think he knew Elohim before you. Still,
really. So he knows about Elohim. Does he know about Elion? Does he know about Elohim?
It's old school.
It's not old
school. Like you're basically teaching, you're basically learning. What you're learning now, or 5 years ago, Man had learned a long time ago, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
but knowledge increases.
the concept
So
of Elohim, the concept of
knowledge shall, but Maki,
all
knowledge
that.
shall increase. Knowledge shall increase, bro. And the times, the way we are now, there's more.
Yeah,
information.
your time is
So
coming, man.
The books
Your
that
time
you
is
might have
coming, but it's
read,
not there yet.
the books that you might have read before have changed now, bro.
Yeah, you're not, bro. But we can all get updates. Like
Zulu, can I ask you something? Zulu. What do you think would be more truer? Something close to the source or something carries after? What's closer to the truth?
Can you repeat that?
I said, what's closer to the truth? Something way back or something being thought up now?
Something way back could be even more of a lie than something that's told now. Because before, back in the day, they used to tell it to say black people are less human than white people. Does it mean it's right because it was back in the day? Doesn't make it right.
Zulu, 1 second. I want to say something. If someone says they saw something, then you say you think this, what do you think is more truer?
If I didn't see it for myself, I can't verify that.
No, but if someone said, wrote back in the day, they saw something, then you say, no, they couldn't have seen that because I think this. What's more truer?
Doesn't even make sense, bro. If I'm reading
make sense.
Hold on, let me speak. If I'm reading someone said something, I haven't seen it for myself. So how can I say it's true? Regardless. They're both in the same category.
So the Bible is wrong, though, because you know they see the resurrection of Jesus. How can you say that it's true? What are you saying?
But the Bible is a faith-based book. It's
Zulu, but Zulu, it's the same thing with anything you say.
It doesn't require you to scientifically see anything to believe.
No, Zulu, what I'm saying,
believe, Beefy.
Most of these books you get today, Zulu, I'm saying, they're all from oral history. Do you agree?
When you say most of these books, that's a big generalization.
All of them.
I can't say every book is from oral tradition. I can't say that.
Most of them, the oldest ones.
I don't know. I've not read all the books. I don't make general statements like that, bro.
Okay. When was paper invented, Zulu? When do you have paper invented?
Are you talking about the Bible? Are you talking about the Bible?
No, I'm talking about why are you talking about Bible, bro?
Give me a book. I can't say every book. I don't know.
I'm saying at a certain point, paper was invented,
Yeah.
So was history before paper?
Yes. And do you mean in the sense of talking about what happened in the past?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
So what I'm saying, we people were at the advent of paper being produced, were saying they saw this and they saw this. Should I believe them or should I believe someone said this is my theory?
Okay, but if you haven't seen it for yourself, are either of them?
No, that's the question.
How can you verify either of them?
That's not the question I asked you.
No, but it's not one or the other. I can't pick because
the question I asked you.
No, but hold on. Hold on, Beefy. Hold on, bro.
Listen.
I'm not finished, bro. You're giving me options. You're saying one person said they saw something, and you're saying one person wrote it in a book and it's a theory. I'm saying to you, if I haven't seen it for myself, I can't take what the person says that they saw something. Neither can I take what's written in the book. So your point doesn't even make sense. I told you it's about belief. I don't need to see anything from the Bible to believe.
Okay, cool. I get you. Cool.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Would you believe the person that said they saw something just because they said they saw something? Are you going to believe them? Is that how it is?
Zulu, you believe the Bible though?
I don't know, but what was the point in that question though? It doesn't make sense.
Do you believe the Bible? Yes or no?
I do, of course.
Then you answered your own question. That's mad. Anyway, what was we?
Like, what was the point of that question though? Do you understand what he was trying to do? I don't.
I do.
I don't even understand.
That's why learning and listening to your elders, eventually you'll get it.
Why can't you speak on the truth, Michael? Why do you have to pick sides?
Everything, man. Even in the holy books, some things are written and it's like, what? You're gonna have to go over it again and again and again and again, and even maybe go to someone elder to ask for clarification on.
But why can't you just be honest, Michael? Why do you have to pick sides? Why do you have to pick? Because you know that question didn't make any sense, and you're just acting like, no, you have to listen because it's your elders, Zulu. It's like, come on, bro. You know that question didn't make sense.
Common sense. I know people go to university, like common sense. There's a problem.
Come on, Michael, man.
I'm being real here. But your way of thinking is different to common sense. You've been programmed to think a certain way. Where you don't ask how. Yeah, you have. You went to uni. You've been programmed. You're the worst programmed.
Yeah, but I'm able to deny the programming though. I'm aware of what's happening around me.
Bro, if you're programmed, how can you deny the programming? Are you dumb, bro?
Yeah, but clearly none of it worked because when they told me all the evolution shit in school, I still don't believe it. So clearly the programming didn't work. Right? You don't see me spitting.
That's not the programming, Zulu. That's not the programming.
Everything I believe is in opposition to the institution. My religious beliefs, my views on history, my views on science. I'm the guy that says the world is 6,000 years old. How am I programmed? I'm completely going against Bible. I'm completely going against everything they say about the
powers that be. Listen, Zulu. The calendar was built on the fucking Bible.
You're now a Mason, though.
Wakanda was built on Stanley. Wakanda was built on a
You're now a Mason. You've got 1 degree. You've got 1 degree, my brother.
Nah, I reject the degree, man.
Seriously, you're 1 degree Mason now, Zulu. Yeah, 1 degree Mason. That is right.
Yeah.
Why you have to
do
that, man?
Mason, bro. Like, stop it, man.
Bro,
and Masonry is about knowledge. So,
bro, I'm definitely not that.
Oh, okay. So you ain't got 1 degree.
Bro, that doesn't mean that you're a Mason. If you have to be initiated to be a Freemason. Bro.
I think you do. I think you do.
I'm 720, bro.
I'm
720. Yeah.
You have to take oaths.
Yeah.
You have to take
Original,
vows.
Black
I've never
Mason.
taken oaths. I've never taken vows.
Don't worry about
I've
it,
not
man.
done none of that.
It's not your fault,
So how
man.
can you say I'm a Mason?
Many family members
Christianity
do
is
it.
what's a masonry, Zulu. Come
They
on.
want to get to wherever they want to get to. Because if you're going to be a doctor, especially a lawyer, are you a Mason or you're not a Mason? You're a Mason.
Yeah, Mason.
You're going to join the bar. Mason at Temple's bar.
Mason.
Yeah, you guys are you're trolling now. You're trolling now. That's cool.
No, it's facts, Zulu. It's coming. No, it's facts.
So you don't want any of you used to go to uni then and get
become
a
a
degree
civil
because it's
servant.
masonry.
I don't.
You don't want them to get education.
I don't.
Wow. Okay.
Dumb.
Let them get their 1 degree. Daddy's got 720. So, you know, there's plenty.
I'm 720 out here.
Why are you going to allow your kid to become a Mason? You're going to allow your kid to become a Mason then? By your logic.
No. Once you go to uni, you're more likely to become a Mason. More likely once you go to uni.
That's correct.
How?
That's where their bases are.
Can you explain that, BP?
Hold on. Emmanuel doesn't have a degree.
Their bases.
That's not fair, bro. Because Emmanuel doesn't have no degree. He's a Mason.
He's clever than you. You see, no, Emmanuel clever than you. No, why? No, Emmanuel. Zulu. Emmanuel, yeah. No, why Emmanuel is clever than you. But Emmanuel chose to be a Mason. You didn't even choose to be a Mason. You are called to be a Mason. You're dumb already.
He's cleverer than me because he chose to get bummed in a lodge by some Batman.
They choose.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. It's higher than you. Seriously. Emmanuel's higher than you, bro.
Because he chose to jack.
It's not about clever, Zulu. It's not about being clever. You see, that's the problem. What's clever?
He chose to jack.
Clever according to who, Zulu?
Okay.
Zulu, clever according to who? Who's putting the standard of clever?
Have you heard Emmanuel talk? Are you really saying that he's
Zulu,
smarter than me?
who's putting the standard of clever? Can you answer my question first? Who's putting the standard of clever?
Can you make your question understandable? Because I don't even understand what you just
Who's
said.
the standard of being clever? Is it the white man? The unis? What's clever?
Can someone translate? I don't understand what you just said.
Actually, I am clever. And
Who makes a standard for being clever? White man or black people?
There doesn't need to be a standard made. I'm just observing.
You're saying you're clever. I'm asking you, who makes a standard? Simple. You can't answer the question.
I can say, what's wrong with me saying I'm clever? What's wrong with that? Why can't I say I'm clever?
See where he's coming from. Because to go and kill an animal right now, or to go and light a fire in the wilderness, or to live out in the wilderness,
you can do it. You can do it. You're getting clever.
Why are you always on BP's side?
No, but I'm saying it's another set of skills, yeah, that you're gonna need in life. So, like, when we do say, like, what's clever, according to whose standards? Yes, by the European standards. Well, academically, academically, is that what we're doing? That doesn't make someone clever.
But hold on, Michael. I'm not saying anyone's cleverer because of you. That's not even an argument I ever made. Beefy asked me a question. Oh, why do you think you're clever? And but it's like, what's that got to do with anything? We're talking about
what standard? By what standard are you saying you're clever? That's what he asked.
So I'm allowed to say I'm clever. What's wrong with me saying I'm clever?
By what standard? I know you're clever, but what standard? Who can the standard of being clever?
I know myself.
Zulu's making his own standards.
Why can't I say I'm clever? What does that even mean?
It's definitely a thing that's usually said to you, rather than you saying it to other people.
So I can't big myself up. Cool, man. I'm dumb.
No, you can. But it would be better coming from one of us. Like, say, yeah, man, Zulu, you're clever, man. You're smart.
Yeah, but I've heard you
That's
guys say
how
it
it
before. I
usually
don't
goes. I
understand
don't know
something.
about
Like,
this
it's not that big of a deal. Like,
self-covering.
I've heard it.
I don't think you've ever heard any of the men them say, "I'm clever, I'm smart." I don't think you've heard that.
I mean, I can't remember, but I'm sure you've said, "Oh, I'm smarter than this guy," or "He's not on my level."
No, I've
or
said
whatever.
this. Yeah, smarter than an individual. But I said,
Yeah,
the more you
I thought you'd say
learn,
that.
my
The dumber you know
famous
you are.
quote is, the more you learn, the less you know. Right?
Facts.
Right. That's a quote from Snyder. Yeah.
What kind of
The more
woke
you
quote
learn,
is
the
that?
less
That's
you
some
know.
woke.
Because of the simple fact, when you learn something, yeah, it only leads to more questions.
Facts.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm
What do you
saying?
mean, okay?
So I would never put myself in that position and do this. I would say that some people say that, right? Some people do say that to me, like, yeah, you're smart, man, you're so clever, and That's what I would say. I wouldn't say I said that. I don't feel myself as super smart or clever or It's not that. Yeah, I've got a good memory.
I'm a dumbass, guys.
You know what
I'm
I'm
a
saying?
retard.
And I retain information well. That's it. And I was
So
interested
one second,
in things
Mr. Man,
that would put me
Mr.
in a
Man.
position of being like a
okay,
Nick.
yeah.
Because I like Nicky stuff. I like history. I like I like Greek mythology. I like all of these things. I like comics. I like, you know what I mean? So those are the things that really led to this information gathering ability. Yeah. That's aside from standard education.
Mr. Man, one second, Zulu.
Like,
Sorry,
bro,
guys.
it's not about academics, because as I said, some of the smartest guys out here, yeah, they weren't really that academically
bro,
and I find that some real academics, like my dad, for example, don't have common sense skills.
Zulu, can I ask you a question, Zulu? When you go to uni, Zulu, do you bring your own ideas or you try to repeat stuff? Answer my question.
Well, it depends on what course you're doing. If it's a course where they encourage creative dialogue and to produce ideas, then of course you will think of your own ideas. But if it's a course where it's completely mathematical and logical, you just go.
So how do they test you in this course, Zulu? How do they test you?
I had to create things. It was a digital course. I had to make things. I had to come up with ideas. It wasn't something that where someone just said information, I just make notes and then I repeat it. I had to come up with ideas. It was a creative course.
So what ideas you come up with then? That's new.
I came up with an app. I came up with animation. I had to do things on the technical, on the, like a creative side. It wasn't a logical, scientific freaking course.
Right. I got you.
You see what I'm trying to say? Like you're making all these aspersions on me. Like you don't even know, bro. Like I don't
So, all I know. Wait, see. Let me answer. When you go to uni, what does uni mean? One, verso, one way of thinking. So they're making everyone think one way. To me, that's wrong. You can laugh, but it's true. That's what university means.
Listen, I'm not here defending university. People can do whatever you want. But frankly, I don't like being in debt. I don't like the fact that I have to pay back all this money. So if there was another option, I would have taken that. Best believe that. I'm not here defending university. I don't listen. I'm the one that came here and said after the graduation, I saw bare Masonic shit in the freaking graduation ceremony. I'm opposed to the institution.
It's Masonic. I told you just now.
I'm not.
How do you know that, Zulu? How do you know that?
The institution. Yeah, first degree Masons.
I'm not support the institution. What
Zulu?
Sorry.
Once you wore the sash, yeah. Once you graduation, you wore the thing there on your head, yeah, the square on your head.
Yeah.
You're a first degree Mason.
I know what it means.
Oh, I wore that in my
We were
graduation.
saying that earlier. It don't matter. But Eunice is asking you a question.
Yeah, how do you know that, Zulu? If they are Masons and all that.
How do I what?
You're saying how did you know?
How do you know they're Masons and all that? They haven't done the handshake and all that. They haven't done the handshake. I haven't witnessed a handshake. But how do you know they're?
Hold on, guys. Listen,
Eunice. All that handshake shit, that's low level YouTubing on Freemasonry. If you actually read the literature, there's so many symbolisms, there's so many things that the average person wouldn't even recognize. Okay, so when I'm telling you, I saw some shit happening around there, just little things. I'm letting you know that I've looked at the literature and I've identified the symbols.
That's correct.
All this handshake shit, that's some low level shit, man.
This is what we say, Zulu. Remember from back in the day, we said, like, what you don't know will harm you. For the simple fact, you have to learn about symbols and signs. So you know all the signs and the symbols that
which control the world.
A Masonic building, you know it's a Masonic building. Do you get what I'm saying? You can I'm not going in there. Yeah, if I have to go in there, at least I'm prepared and I know what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? This is why knowledge is power.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know that sign? Do you know that math sign and theta?
You're just
Fetus
there
sign.
doing the ceremony,
Fetus sign.
masters at that top level mason.
Unity is one, Mr. Man. I got damn. Uni means one.
Hold on. Beefy
Go.
Matthew. Eunice is the one with the masters. Why you going at me? Go at this nigga, bro. He's got the
No,
masters.
I'm saying that. I wasn't talking
Like,
to
come on.
you. I was talking to him.
Zulu.
I only did one thing. I only got one little degree. This guy got the masters.
Boy. You got the masters, not me.
Zulu.
Come on, man.
Zulu, though. Zulu.
So now, Zulu, you see what's up now, Zulu. You understand now, Zulu. You understand the way of thinking, yeah?
No, come on, Beefy. I don't have a masters, bro. Come on, man.
I know you don't. I'm just saying, yo.
Hey, Beefy.
All I'm saying is that you know the fetus signs.
Yeah. What it is, Zulu, yeah, is that you've been through that ceremony. You came back and reported to us, right? Because you're in the know, right?
Yeah.
About masonry, all the signs, all the pillars, everything, the checkered floor, all of this type of stuff, Emmanuel and all of that.
Circle.
Right? Right. You've been around for years, so you must know.
You know.
Masonry, like, you know stuffs. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when you go
Zulu.
and you come back and report, but the problem is, right? Eunice is sitting there confused. So he didn't even
Nah, man, all I'm saying
he didn't
is
even notice.
And it's March. You're the uni with the masters, Zulu.
Yeah.
You got a master.
Eunice is confused about a lot of things. He doesn't even know if he likes girls or not. He doesn't even know if he likes girl. Like, he's confused about a lot of things. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
this
like,
is my point. So my thing is now, please, Zulu, can you explain to Eunice, yeah, what he just took part in, yeah, and twice because he
initiation.
He went and done the degree first, right? So that Masonic ceremony he's completely confused about. Then he just passed his masters kind of around the same time as you. Do you know what I'm saying? And went to the ceremony and all of that. Yeah, didn't say nothing when he came back, right? So I know, yeah, he's not on the same wavelength that you're on. So please explain to him.
Eunice, do you know who your vice chancellor? Do you know who your vice chancellor is? Do you know that you don't have to say the name, but do you know who they are?
I think I have a rough idea. Yeah.
Yeah, try and look up their name and see if they're any members of any lodges, and you'll be surprised because a lot of the high, like even principals, like a lot of the higher-ranking people in organizations and in the educational field tend to be Masons. And not only just them, even people within the universities, teachers. And listen, I'm not saying that you don't go to uni, it's bad, whatever. I'm just letting you know, I saw fishy shit. Man. And that's the facts. And the whole thing is fishy, even just the whole idea of getting a degree. And then even, wearing the hat and wearing the gown and everything. It's all like Harry Potter kind of like wizard kind of vibes. It's just off. The whole thing is off. And then you've got the campus. Listen, when I went to the ceremony, they had this guy holding a chalice, walking up and down, and they were playing some like weird, like the piano, like, the organs kind of music. I'm just sitting there, I'm like, bruh, this is just way off. Like, I don't know, man. It's not for me anyway. It's not for me.
Yeah. And also, do you know that math sign, the theta sign, the degree? It has like a degree sign, but it's also you can convert the degree into theta, the calculator thing and all that. It's like a angle, a degree of an angle and all that. They call it theta instead of degrees.
Yeah. All I'm saying is
it's the theta sign, the Mason sign as well.
Bro, there's so many. Listen, Google's a Freemason. All of these signs are, most of these symbols have Freemason meanings to them. Most of them. You look at Gmail, it's basically the apron. Like, it's all over the place. So
we're controlled by signs and symbols. Tell them.
Right. And there's actually a Freemason book on signs and symbols. Because if you actually read the literature, you won't just sit there and talk about handshakes. You actually know other shit that's happening. You know what I mean? Because it's more than just handshakes. Like, seriously, there's way more than just handshakes.
I think me as an African as well. Listen, I don't handshake everyone's hand.
I just do fist and like, say safe or spud. Like, I don't do this fucking handshake thing. I kind of
only people I'll give a handshake to. Only if
I don't like to do handshakes and all. You don't know, where the hands.
Yeah, because your hands are clammy, bro.
Power, bro. It's connection. You don't understand.
Listen. Good for you, bro. You got your masters. That's good for you. But like, if you're not making money, if you're not like right now, you're not making money. You're not employed. Like, what was the point? You know what I mean? Like,
But
what actually
Zulu,
was
that's
the
why he has a
point?
master, so he can make the money. See, that's
But
why
he's not making. But
he
Beefy,
become.
he's been job searching for the past 6 months, but he's not
No,
made
he
any
will,
money.
Zulu, don't worry. He will take his part in the system and be happy with it. Because now you're part of the system, indoctrinated into the system. You can't see no wrong with the system. You're now working for the system, 100%. Simple. I don't know how people can say it.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I'm not here defending university.
I would never send my kids to university. No. Sorry.
But then if you're not going to send them to university, but Beefy, if you're not going to send them to university, you have to make sure that they have the skills equipped to be able to make money.
Common sense is better.
Because, okay, that means you're going to have to substitute education for experience.
For them, listen, I want my kids to know who they are, where they came from, so they can know where they're going. Simple.
But I'm saying, like, as in, whether it's apprenticeship, whether it's working in a company.
I can't give my kids the enemy and think they're going to come back alive. I can't do that.
I understand that, but I'm saying you're going to have to replace the education for experience.
So what about my education? Not good enough. My experience is not good enough. My real life experience is not good enough.
Yeah, but how are you going to teach them to become a doctor or a freaking project manager? Like, they need.
Why did my kid need a doctor?
I'm not saying they have to. I'm giving a random example. But I'm just saying they need the theory and the practical.
My kids want to, but if they eat healthy, not look at their own body, they don't need for a doctor, bro, my G.
No, I'm not saying they would need a doctor. They would, if they wanted to be the profession that they want to choose, they need the education to have that profession, or at the very least, the experience.
Okay.
Right,
Mr. Man.
So how are you going to provide that to them? That's my question.
My knowledge of the world and how the world works. That's more than
so
enough.
you know about the operation table. You know how to do a heart transplant. You have.
Why do you need to know that, Zulu? Why do you need to do that, Zulu? Why do you need to do that?
I mean, you never know, man. Beefy could be good at that, innit?
Because how are they going to be able to be?
Let me never know.
Bigger,
you know everything in the world. One second.
Help me, sir. Please help me, please. I don't know what's happening.
Now, let me hear his argument. Go on, please.
Do you know everything in the world? Do any of you know everything in the world?
Of course not.
No.
So exactly. So why am I supposed to know this? What knows? I know what's good for me and how to survive. Heart surgery.
Do you know?
I ain't having no heart attack tomorrow.
A lot of the knowledge they do teach is just stolen knowledge. Like, a lot of it isn't even there. So for us to attribute it to them is wrong anyways, right? Because some of the stuff, even when I was doing child development, some of the stuff was clearly stolen. Like, your theorists didn't come up with that. That's a lie.
Exactly.
Things like, watching a child between the ages of 0 and 7. I used to hear that from my grandma. She's never been to school.
I hear you.
With university, it's just simply a stepping stone for a lot of people. Do you know what I mean? And some people have a lot of responsibilities.
It's not stepping stone. It's not.
But we know what it is. Like, we can't deny it.
The same way. How is making the whole world feel the same way a stepping stone?
No. Unfortunately, bro, the way the world works currently, you have to have certain credentials to be paid.
Exactly.
For me to open up my
I don't care about that. Is that right or not?
No, I agree with you.
We agree with everything you're saying, bro. But for me to open up my consultancy, the clients I get want to see certain credentials.
Exactly.
That's just how it is. Unfortunately, that's how it is.
Exactly.
So I have to up my...
And at the very least, Sarah, it's experience as well, right?
I hear you guys.
Just to put it on the paper and keep it stepping.
Fun thing I hear, I hear you guys, yeah. But this is the thing, I come up with Pan-Africanism and Black betterment. You cannot be in the system and try to break the system. It doesn't work.
I got family to feed, bro. So I got family to feed in it. So
what are you family? So you can't go on food. What's stopping you going on food?
Yeah, but he's gonna say, "Oh, you don't want to break the system." He's gonna say, "Oh, you don't want to break the system."
I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused. Like, how can you empower a system who's already powerful, oppressing you?
I can still go against the system and get my degree, bro, to get a job to feed my family and pay the rent.
I need to be fed.
There's nothing wrong with getting a job.
Bro.
The only way I respect you, yeah. The only way I respect people who get degrees, yeah. You say I'm getting a degree, so I know how the shit works. So I can break it up.
Exactly.
No one's saying that.
Yeah, but exactly. That's the point.
No
What do you think I'm doing? That's exactly
Traitors.
what I'm doing.
You're a traitor, bro.
I'm a Trojan horse. I'm a Trojan horse,
my kid
bro.
becomes an enemy. I'm gonna say I love my kid. That makes sense, bro.
But I'm a Trojan horse, bro.
No, I agree.
You're not Zulu.
I am.
You're promoting the fucking
I
bullshit,
I
bro.
get you. I get, and I
Bro,
feel
I'm
like
against it, just like you. I'm against it. What do you mean?
to go back to what Maku said. I said even if you go uni, it's very important that you know what you're getting into. Like we had our own beliefs and our own spiritual.
First degree
We
Mason.
know what these people are on. So we know half the things they chatting is bullshit.
It is.
Like, it's literally
First degree
bullshit.
Mason.
Hold on a minute, Sarah. Before you went to university, you know there were Masons in the university.
Yeah.
Bro, do you know how
That's
many
not nothing.
Freemasons
It's stolen knowledge,
don't even have a
You know the
university
people at the
degree?
top. You see it on
Emmanuel
your
does
first
not
day at
have
your
a
lecture when they're
university
standing up
degree.
in the
Emmanuel, who's a failed comedian, does not have a university degree, but he's a Mason. You don't have to have a university
all these
degree.
institutions are
Zulu,
all these institutions
Zulu,
are.
see, people don't understand mystery. Zulu, see, you don't understand. Emmanuel,
All these institutions are.
You are only a first degree Mason, but Emmanuel will get higher than you, and you
I'm
get a
not a
degree.
Mason, bro.
You are first degree. You went
I
to
haven't
university.
taken no vows. I didn't have to repeat nothing.
You went to university and you got a degree. What's a degree?
Listen,
Zulu, what's a
I
degree?
went to school. Just like I went to
What
school in high
is
school.
a
Just like I went to
degree?
school in college. I went to school and I got
What is a
qualifications.
degree? I beg.
And I got
What's a degree?
qualifications. That's all it was.
Have you got a degree? Have you got a degree?
I didn't
One
have to
degree,
sign
yeah?
any. I didn't have to make a vow. I didn't have to do nothing.
Zulu,
No rituals. No
look at
nothing.
yourself.
So how are you
Okay,
calling me a Freemason?
you took a ritual when you received your degree. Graduation is a ritual.
I received a piece of paper.
Graduation is a ritual, my G.
I passed.
You know that?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Zulu, is graduation a ritual?
The graduation is a ceremony.
Is it a ritual?
It's a ceremony.
Yes, a ritual. Thank you very much.
So is your citizenship and your passport.
Exactly. All masonry
So
rituals.
you're a Mason
Oh,
too.
so you're gonna throw away your
you
passport?
only have a British passport.
You're gonna throw.
I don't have a British passport. I don't have one.
Throw away your
I don't have
passport,
one.
Beefy.
I don't have one. I don't have a British passport. You see,
Come on,
I'm on a
bro.
Mason. I don't have a British passport.
You don't have a British passport.
I don't have.
It's still Masons, bro.
He wants to get out of the
They
system,
created
so he
that
has to
nation,
throw the
so-
passport away.
It doesn't matter. Throw the
on,
passport away, bro.
You both think, yeah, being part of the system and being with the legal system is going to help
You're a
you.
citizen
I beg you.
of an institute,
You all,
bro.
you all like yourselves, bro.
You're a citizen of an institute, though.
I'm
You're
not
a
a citizen of
Mason
Britain.
too.
I'm not a citizen. Why
How
you
do you
think I'm a
travel? Do you
citizen?
travel? Like, do you?
Yeah.
How did you get?
Have you been to Zim?
Yeah.
So how did you?
How did you get? How did you get there? How did you get there?
Wait.
Come on, man.
Travel the
Come
world.
on,
I should be
man.
citizen. Wait. I beg. To travel the world, I should be citizen. What are you telling me now?
No. Did you have a passport to go to Zim?
I've got a passport. The British one.
So you went through the port.
Oh, you got a passport. Oh, okay. You got a passport now.
So that's what I'm saying, bro. You're part of the institution too.
No. Listen. Listen. I hear you. But I'm saying, yeah. Me traveling about. One second. Me traveling about, yeah, and then choosing to be initiated in these things, two different things.
But when you applied for your citizenship in whatever country you have,
I've never
you signed paperwork, right? Or someone did it on your behalf.
You don't hear me saying I'm a Zimbabwean. I don't believe in Zimbabwe. I'm a Bantu. I'm a Shona.
But when you go to the airport, you don't tell them I'm a Bantu, bro.
Hmm?
You don't tell them
say
I'm
you're
Bantu at the
Bantu.
airport at immigration.
Yeah. What's your
You
nationality?
tell them I'm Bantu, and then they let you on the airplane.
Oh my days.
Yeah,
The funny thing is, they're saying this online.
Sarah,
but in real life,
Sarah, you're in
this is what I find annoying, yeah? There's all these woke people online that say,
You got one
I'm
foot in
against
too,
the
bro. That's
system.
my thing. You
But
got
then
one
in
foot
real
in, you
life-
got one
hold
foot.
on.
Same thing.
Online, you're against the system, but in real life, you comply. All you do is comply. Come on, man.
1 second, Sarah. Sarah, did you go to uni? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you very much.
So you have citizenship in a Masonic state. All these things are Masonic. All these borders, all these ports, all these things are Masonic. So when you want to dibble dabble and you want to take your flights and visit your family, do whatever you want to do, you're fully participating in these Masonic rituals of jumping.
I have no choice. No, I see the difference. Yeah,
it's the same
difference.
thing.
Yeah,
and I'm utilizing their shit
1 second.
to get to where I need to get to.
I'll answer you. I have no choice if I want to travel. Because before I was born, the border was set up already. Before I was born. One fact. But then, can I choose to go to uni and get more into the system and help the system more? Yes, I can choose yes or no. Simple. The difference. The choice.
You're fully involved in the institute, bro. That's not a choice.
I didn't
to
choose
earn
to be
a better
born.
living. How's that a choice?
One second, you say you think I'm fully
have
involved.
it's harder for you to earn a
One second, Sarah. When I was born, were the borders there already?
Yeah. When I was born, was I placed into school? Yeah. That wasn't my choice.
No, yeah,
And
no,
we
no.
go to school and then go through high school, and that wasn't my
Uni
choice,
was
bro.
listen, Rinda. Uni was your choice.
Actually, when I was younger, it really wasn't a choice. I had
No,
responsibilities,
uni.
and that was the
That was
only way
younger.
I knew.
That
That was the only
university.
way I knew. My partner hasn't gone uni and he's successful. If I knew the things
Was
I
it
know
your
now,
choice? Yes or no?
but
Was
in
it
that
your
moment,
choice?
yeah, it wasn't a choice.
It wasn't a choice. What do
It
you mean?
wasn't. There was no. It was not a choice. I had responsibilities. That was the only route I knew. I didn't know another route.
What?
What other route is there to make money, bro?
So uni is the only way to make money.
At that time, that's all I knew. That's what I'm saying. Going
No,
back
but
now,
I'm
I know
now.
what other things I could have done, but right now,
Exactly. So now I'm asking you. So I'm asking you. Did you choose to go to uni? Were you forced to go to uni? I'm confused.
She just told you, bro. Like
due to the
he's not
situation,
even
you could say
listening.
kind of.
No,
Due
you
to
didn't answer.
not
Were you
being as
forced? I think
informed
you're
as
forced.
I am now.
She told you she
saying,
didn't know. She didn't know any other
I didn't
way
know
back
because
then.
coming from
No, but
Africa,
didn't
bro,
know.
you know how it is. The only route is
Listen, whatever
education.
I didn't know. I'm asking a simple question. Were you forced or you chose to go to uni? Simple question, yes or no?
I wasn't forced. I chose to because that's all I knew.
Thank you very much. How hard did that answer?
But you choose to go on holidays. You can simply get rid of your passport, go back to Zimbabwe, and live
I
in
see.
the
I
village.
haven't been on holidays. No, I haven't been on holiday.
No, but you can choose to
One
leave this
second.
whole.
I'm gonna answer
You
your
can
question. You say I
choose.
choose
You
to go
can
on holiday.
choose. You
Listen,
can
1
choose to
second.
leave London,
You
go
said I
back
choose
to
to go
your
on holiday.
homeland,
Oh,
and live.
what's
That
wrong with you, bro?
you can choose. You choose
Bro.
to be here. You choose to be part of the system.
hilarious.
That's a choice.
Bro, you said I choose to go on holiday. I can't choose to go on holiday. But I
Forget
can't.
holidays, bro.
You know,
Because
vax. I have no
beefy.
vaccine.
Beefy.
If you go on holiday, have you had the vaccine?
You don't need a badge to go to
Forget
on
that.
holiday. You don't.
Get
Who
your
told you that?
get all them.
Who
You
said
can,
that? Wait.
bro.
Who
You
said
can
that?
jump that. There's ways
You know
to
how
get
many
around it.
Who
There's
places
ways
said
to
that?
you can
get around
Who
go?
that.
are you
You know
liars?
how many
You're
places you
all
can go
damn liars.
without getting a
No, I
badge.
know you're
There's
lying.
ways to get
You
around
know
that.
You are
this.
liars. You need to go abroad. You need vax.
No, you
Hold on, listen to
don't.
me. Let me
No, you
explain how you can
don't.
get around that. There are ways to get around that, bro.
There's no
Okay,
ways
first of
around it.
all,
but
get
Sarah, he
around
doesn't even
it.
need. He
Go
doesn't
to
need a
Zimbabwe. No
badge.
one's gonna come looking for beefy in Zimbabwe. They're not gonna
Huh?
come looking for you, bro.
But hold on. But he's acting like he hasn't looked at the news and that they haven't lifted that rule months ago.
They haven't lifted the rule.
Like, what are you talking about? There's only a
Where's
few
lifted? Show
areas
me.
where they require when you land there. But
Even
you can
then,
go to
too,
many
there's ways
places.
around it, bro. Let's not pretend like
You
we
can
don't
go
know
to
how
many
certain
places
people
without
are
having
like.
to have a badge.
Let me talk.
There's ways around it.
Trust me.
Let me talk for a second.
I'm going to Turkey, bro. I don't need a badge to go there.
Let me talk for a second. When the lockdown happened, was it worldwide or was it one country?
Yeah, even before the lockdown, you could have gone, bro.
Wait,
What
You could have gone, exactly.
I'm asking a question. You have to answer
They'll
something
do the
else.
test, the little swab test, and then you're free. You do
When
what
the
you want.
lockdown happened, was it
COVID's only 3
worldwide
years,
or
bro.
was it one
COVID's 3
country?
years.
I beg.
Like, why are you jumping from topic to topic? Like, what's going on?
I'm trying to make sense of what you guys are saying. You bring up all these topics, but you're not going to them. You're gonna just say something out of random. You think I'm
Prove to
breaking
me,
it?
prove to me that I'm a Mason because I went to uni. Go. Let's start back to where it
I'll prove
was.
you. Okay.
Go on. Prove.
University is a mercenary thing. Set up by the city and guilds. Are you gonna listen to me?
I'm listening.
Set up by city guilds. So if they want to make people work in the system, they have to program them. I mean, make you a good worker. So uni meaning one vessel or one way of thinking. So if you're telling me that someone is telling you how to think, and how to build a nation is not mercenary, I don't know what it is, my G.
Hold on. What did you say university means? Let me fact check that.
Uni means one.
No. I
Vessel
didn't say
or.
what uni meant. I said, what does university mean?
University means one way of thinking.
So it means one way of thinking. Let me type that in. University means a high-level educational institution in which students study for degrees in academic research, and academic research is done. So where does it say one thing level of thinking?
What does uni mean? I don't care. What does uni mean?
No. Listen.
No. What does uni mean? Let's break it down.
He wants the etymology, I think.
What does uni mean?
Okay, let's look at the etymology.
He's mad.
You're so dumb. You're university. I don't understand it, bro.
We're not even denying it's Masonic. I'm just saying you're fully involved in the system too.
Okay,
That's
so
what
it
I'm
says
saying.
here.
You're
It
with
says
us.
here
I didn't go to uni, sorry, love.
comes from
Whatever we are,
you are,
Hold
bro.
on.
I didn't go to uni.
You are.
University comes from the Latin universitas, which means the whole. So you're wrong again.
Say it again.
What does uni mean? Sorry.
It comes from the Latin, which means universitas, which means the whole.
Common sense is lacking in you. So I know common sense is lacking in you.
Or guild.
What does uni mean? Forget about it. I ask you a question. What does uni mean?
Yeah, but the word isn't uni. The word is university.
It's,
so you can't
it's
subtract, you can't subtract uni
it's two
and then
words put
isolate
together.
uni and then
It's
mix
two
and
words
match.
exactly.
That's not how
You have
language
to,
works.
Tulu. Oh my
What do you
days.
mean?
You have to. That's how language works and words work. Hey, dumb. You got uni or not? What the fuck are you doing, bro?
I've just fact checked it and it's proved you wrong.
What
So,
does uni
what
mean?
more do you want me to do?
Uni. What, Zulu, please, I beg you. What does uni mean and what does verso mean?
Okay, so what's versity? What's versity? What's versity then? If we were
Type those two words separately. Uni and verso. Type those two words separately.
Oh, I can't do this. Okay, versity meaning.
Verso. I never said versity. Universal. Verso and
Versity
uni.
means versity means a collection of.
What does uni mean? What does uni mean?
And the uni means. Oh, it just puts university as a definition.
What does uni mean? What U
I typed in UNI and the Oxford Dictionary. The Oxford
Uni means
Dictionary.
one.
Hold on. The Oxford Dictionary puts uni as the definition university. Full stop. I'm looking at it right now with my own eyes.
But you know that uni means one.
But that's not the thing. You told me to type it in, and this is what it's saying.
Okay, but I'm saying, do you know that uni means one? But
we're not gonna do with we know what is the facts. I've just typed it in.
So you said versity means what does verso mean?
Versity means a collection of varieties or something like that. That's what it said.
So one collection.
It doesn't. Where are you getting the one from? It says
universal.
Universal. Come on, man. This is so dumb.
One collection. One way of thinking. Like I said.
All right, man. What's your next point? Prove how I'm a Mason because I went to uni. What's next?
One more government, one way of thinking. You're Pan-African.
Okay, what's your other point? Because that one's null and void. That one's null.
Yeah, but that's an assumption to say everything we learned came from uni. Many things I learned, I'd never even studied from. I studied from people I never went to.
Are you looking at the charts?
And my grandparents.
No, all I'm saying, yeah.
And you see, they just repeated the same thing. My granny was saying. So I don't know what
you see, yeah. People say, yeah. If you're programmed to think a certain way, yeah. Listen. If you're programmed to think a certain way, what do you think the outcome will be?
No, hold on. If my granny told me certain things and I read it in a book at university, my granny told me first.
Sarah, I said you're programmed to think a certain way. You understand what I'm saying? You are programmed to think a certain way.
For you to teach yourself how you want to think, you can think in many ways. I might
think your own way.
Learn something. I might sit with another.
If I program you to think, you think my way, you don't think your way. You think my way. Do you understand that?
No.
If I program you to think my way, are you thinking your own way or my way?
Not really.
Sarah, if I program you to think my way, are you thinking your way or my way?
No, you present your information. I choose to take it.
No, answer my question. I beg. You see,
but that's why.
I don't know what's wrong.
The comprehension is just
If you tell me 1 + 1 is 3.
If I program you to think my way, are you thinking your way or my way? Simple question.
I'm thinking my way because I'm using my critical
judgment. How?
I
program you to think. I program you to think.
Take it in or not.
Sarah, I program you to think. How you think your way? If I program you to think.
Okay, say you tell me 1 + 1 is 3. I don't have to take it.
No, listen. I'm 1 + 1. I'm asking you. If I program you to think, your think is my program. How you think for yourself?
But you're assuming that I'm only taking from you.
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
No,
exactly.
I programmed you.
No, There's other people outside of you.
No,
I have only learned from uni.
You are my program.
Sources.
Oh
my
days.
Come on.
Because there's a lot of things I oppose. If that was the case, if that was the case, I would agree with everything they said. But why would I oppose it if I'm programmed by them?
She doesn't believe in evolution. She doesn't believe in all this other shit.
I don't believe in evolution.
Exactly.
I don't believe in a lot of the child development shit about children teaching themselves. All of that nonsense. No, I don't believe in half of this stuff.
Right.
I've even adapted the way I teach because I don't believe in it.
Oh my days. Okay, I don't care. But I'll ask you a question. We can ask my question. I'll do all my other things. See me when I talk to someone.
I
ask a question. Answer.
No, I don't. No, I'm not programmed by you because I take from other people. So there's no only.
I never asked you. I never said you. I said if someone programs how you're thinking, listen to the question again. Listen. I beg. You're so smart. You went to uni. Please, I beg. Listen to the question. If someone programs the way you think, are you thinking independently? Yes or no?
Okay, maybe define program. Like, what do you mean by that?
Tell you how you think.
No one can tell me how to think.
Okay. Okay.
You won't stop until you agree with.
You might present
you need
something.
money though. You need money to survive, don't it? No one told you need money to survive, don't it? No one told you that. You just do that for yourself. Cool.
Say that again.
He won't stop until you
You
agree.
said you need
with
money
him,
to survive in this world.
not gonna-
Did you say that? Eh?
No, no, I said I've got family to take care of. So that means I have to send them so they can eat. So I can choose not to send any money, but then that means they won't be able to eat.
Or we can choose not to get involved with the money. What's more clever?
But I've got people that genuinely require.
I hear you. But what's more smarter? To get involved with the money
So
or
they
fuck with the
die,
money? What's more smarter?
What's that gonna do?
That's the question, I beg.
No, money's not the only thing in the world.
No,
'Cause you
I'm
can have
asking
all the
you,
money
what's
in the world, your
smarter?
spirit could be
Listen,
dead.
Sarah, please, I beg. What is smarter? To get involved with money or fuck off money? What is smarter?
Well, in what sense, though? Like, I
I'm
don't
asking
understand
you.
what you're trying to say.
Oh my days.
How do you survive? Don't you earn money? Why don't you stay at home and not work?
Yo, the comments. Yo, Kevin's funny.
No.
Man.
Yo, Julia, I beg you help me. 'Cause I really don't
That's a
understand.
good question, though, Kevin. That's it. Beefy.
Amazing here.
There's a good
Okay,
question.
fair enough. Have you applied that? Have you applied that?
I can't believe it.
Have you applied the principle that you're talking about? Have you left off money?
Beefy, there's a good question in the chat. I would like you to answer it. Do you mind?
Go on. What's the question?
Yeah. Yo, Zuli, ask him if he's a mason since he's a builder. Because you're the one that does construction, right?
Are you self-employed or are you working for somebody else?
Okay, I'm going to answer now. I'm going to answer.
Go on.
Yes, I'm 100% a Mason. 100% a Mason. But I'm not a Freemason. I'm not a nation builder. I build things. Freemasons build nations. Nation building is their thing. I don't build nations. I'm sovereign.
You're sovereign, but you build. You're sovereign, but you build. And you use compasses.
I'm a builder. I build things. I'm not a Freemason.
Hold on. All these Masonic terminologies, because you're saying, degree. You got a degree, Zulu. But you're the one with compasses and all sorts of building, and you're the one that's actually doing masonry. You would be identified as a
building
mason
their land,
because you build. You would be
need.
considered a mason. You're the actual mason, not me.
Yeah, even if you have Doritos, you're a mason.
You're the mason.
You're helping build this nation.
Yes, I'm dumb.
Look at him thinking. Listen to his thinking now. He's thinking.
Can I answer?
He's building the British nation.
Can I answer? I'll show you how dumb you are. I'll show you how dumb your question is.
All right.
I'm not a fucking Freemason. I'm a Mason. I'm a builder.
You are a mason.
Semantics, okay, fair enough.
What is Freemasonry?
You are a mason.
How can you build something? Okay, Freemasonry. You build something, but it's not practical.
But you work for a Freemason.
Let me finish. Freemasons build nations. Nation building is one of the best things. Nation building, how people think, people think the same way. That's Freemasonry. I'm a Masonry. I take things that are practical and build something.
Do you work alongside civil engineers and other masons?
No.
I went uni and studied.
I'm independent.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Game over.
But anyways, you're still building their country and they're building, so it doesn't make sense.
I'm not building a nation. Listen.
You're not building Zimbabwe. You're not building Zimbabwe.
Sorry, do you like
Me a
Doritos?
mason. Like,
who builds government? Wait. 1 second. A person who goes to uni or me, who is more involved in government?
I've never been involved in government, never voted.
No, I'm asking. I never said you. I said.
You don't have to go to uni.
1 second. I said.
Involved in government that haven't been to uni. There's people that are in government that haven't been to uni. You don't have to go to uni to be in government.
I never asked a personal question. Yeah, so please don't make it personal. I said, listen carefully. Listen, you're at uni. Listen. Who is more involved in government? People who went to uni, or people who didn't go to uni?
People who didn't go to uni.
What? What you saying?
That's in every line of work. Why did you
People who didn't go to
Answer the question.
Especially the government. Yeah, you need to.
Hospital.
But he asks you these
Denial.
questions.
It's
a trap question. Like I want to get you.
I think what it is that the government is super Masonic, right? Is that
so? But every institution is Masonic, though, Maku.
Yeah, but not as much as
from healthcare,
obviously
from pharmaceutical.
You know what? Yeah, I reckon a lot of people
institution,
are the Masons, isn't it?
Sorry.
Doritos.
The education system and the Institute of Education in this country is a branch of the government, and they're Masonry, right? So, like, yeah, there's programs on programs on programs. When you go to university, you can be initiated. All the most famous Freemason or Illuminati organizations are at various universities, whether it's Harvard or Princeton or whatever. They all have a Masonic thing, and Oxford, Cambridge, the same. you get what I'm saying? So we know that everything is steeped in this masonry and governmental system and all of that. It's all masonry, basically. You know what I'm saying? From the hierarchy, through education, through business, through everything. It's all masonry.
So Marco, let me ask you a question, yeah? Me, who's never built anything, I've never touched, you couldn't call me a mason, right, in that sense. Versus someone...
Yeah, Freemason, you're not a mason.
Hold on. Versus someone that is a self-proclaimed mason. He said it just now that he's a mason. He said it. And he also deals with campuses, all these things that are considered or associated with Freemasonry.
I'm a fucking builder. I build houses.
Who's more aligned to that ideology, him or me?
Zulu, what do you build?
More aligned to masonry or Freemason.
Oh, so you're making the differentiation now. Okay. That's cool.
There is a there is a difference, right? The stonemason.
Okay, but I'm playing into his logic.
And even most low-level masons are carpenters, bricklayers, and all of that. The little men's club.
Did they need to have a degree, Maku, to do that?
Sorry?
No. Did they need to have a degree to do that?
You do.
They didn't need to have a degree to build.
To be a carpenter?
Yeah, 1 degree.
Isn't it like a talk?
Vocational
the kind of people who are those are definitely, hold on. These are definitely Europeans, and they definitely have like these men's clubs, British clubs, and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, these are low-level masons. The highest they're going to obtain is level 3. We've known this for the longest time, though.
So Beefy, when you're constructing pillars and you're doing all these things, like, do you ever think about what you're doing, or you just, you know what I mean? Because you want to talk about masonry, you're the one that's building shit.
You're helping the infrastructure. You're building it up.
You're building it up, and you want to be against the system, but you're building it
actively helping their country.
Exactly. I think it's more maintaining the thing, because the main thing they do is build roads, right, and build areas and.
Build your house. Who built your house? How do you build your own house?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Shelter. How do you build shelter?
Depends where you live. As well.
Yeah, but your shelter, you're not building a shelter in Zimbabwe, bro. You're building
in Babylon. You're building a
shelter
Babylon
in London.
Exactly. You're not building the Zim.
No, I feel if it's someone's home or someone's business, well, it's theirs. They just don't own the land, innit? You know how it works in England. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can build somebody's business. I would call Beefy if I had another shop and say, yeah, Beefy, help me do this, or put an extension there. What's wrong with that?
If you know anything about sacred geometry and the way buildings are constructed, you know, with the squares and right angles, all this shit, all of that's Freemasonry or esoteric.
It's not.
But he's doing it. The only difference is he's doing it unbeknownst to him, but he's still partaking in it when he constructs homes in a certain way. He's not building homes in the
But then we're
African...
programmed.
Hold on. You're not building homes in the traditional African way. You're not building circular domes and huts and all these things and corrals. You're building right-angled Freemason pillars and brick walls. That's what you're doing. So you can't tell me about nothing about being a Freemason.
How are you giving the credit to right angles to
exactly.
What?
We got the mathematicians.
Oh my God.
Who's giving the credit to right angles to the white?
Zulu.
What are you on
Zulu and Sarah.
You don't know that we got castles. You think all we built was domes and circular buildings? We got castles, multi-story fucking buildings. Fuck, like, come on, bro.
Skyscrapers.
I just wanted to know, asking for a friend, was there any angles used in building the pyramid? What?
That's true. That even the churches in like Lalibela and stuff. That's fair. That's a fair point.
The church in Ethiopia is a perfect cross.
Oh shit! Lalibela.
Well, they all made them, Sarah. The Kaaba is a Muslim building. The Kaaba. What was the Kaaba? It's a Muslim building.
We can go further. We can go further. One of my favorite example of early day masonry are the plans for the Noah's Ark.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cubits and that masonry, bro.
Masonry.
Once you're dealing in cubits, you're dealing in Kemet. Once you're dealing in Kemet,
I listen.
Oh, the cupboard. Jesus is the carpenter.
Let me ask a question though.
Wait. Let me just say, Beefy, hit on my PayPal and Cash App, because I just saved you, man.
I'll come to see you there. Listen.
Okay, but
Cash
hold
App,
on.
yeah?
The argument. Hold on. The argument was.
Yeah, hit that like button, too, people, man.
The arguments was. Hold on. Big
Go
up
on.
first of all. Big up, bro.
Big
But
up,
the argument
Kazi.
was.
Big up, family.
Big up,
He's saying just that I'm a Mason because I went to uni. So do you see why I'm being a bit? Obviously, I'm being entertaining. I don't
Nah,
like
yeah, I hear
being a
that.
Mason.
That's
right. So
yeah, that's
And our
harsh.
point is
why
that
I'm
everyone is
No.
like,
put
come on.
one foot in
Like,
before
what's my response to that? Come on.
Nah,
Hey, what I said, yeah, I said, I'm a Mason. I built it. I'm a Mason. I'm not a Freemason. I'm a Mason. But Zulu, once you go to uni, you're a first degree Freemason.
I'm not a Freemason, bro. What are you talking
You're a first
about?
degree. What's the
That's
degree
true.
you acquire?
I don't believe so. No.
I've never taken initiate. I've never been
That's
done a
not
vow.
true.
I didn't take no oath. I
That's
didn't do
not
no
true.
rituals. I just went to school. I went to school.
The
and I got a
institute
degree.
might have Freemasons.
Nah,
in it,
Yeah, that's
and
not
we
true, Beefy.
paid
You can't say
The
that.
whole ceremony at the
certain
end.
degree.
and all of that.
What's the degree?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it is.
Degree
It
for
is.
masonry.
But no.
Oh my.
Like, look. Being part of a ritual, being part of a ceremony, of course. Yeah, I can agree with that. But call him man a Freemason when he has to take an oath. He has to take something.
He did, but graduating.
No, that's different, bro. That's not. It's not. A,
why?
There's people that literally get a letter through their door.
Zulu, tell us about a ceremony, Zulu. Tell us about a ceremony, Zulu.
Sorry, brother.
Bro,
you
can literally get a letter to your door.
It's a Masonic ritual. Yeah, it's a Masonic ceremony, but it's not a Masonic initiation to the Brotherhood or to a lodge. It's just not. You know,
Okay,
it's got to be a
I
lot
hear
more
you.
direct than that.
I hear you, but
so you both got points, but you're
Jedi,
wrong.
Jedi. If someone programs the way you think, who are you thinking for?
If someone programs the way you think, and then you follow the programming,
yeah,
then you're
keyword if you follow
the way of the person that programmed you, or the way that the person that programmed them, or the person that programmed them. Depends on who's created the initial programming to learn.
Okay, most university courses, who run them? IT, all these things.
What? Yeah, no, like learning the way of the Mason is not becoming a Mason. Learning the thought process of the so-called enlightened is not becoming one of the enlightened. Like, to be
No,
fair.
I'm not saying you, but if all you do is promoting them and
but that's an assumption.
unknowingly.
That's the only place to get something from, bro. You keep
I hear
assuming
what you're
that.
saying.
Thank you. That's my point.
Stop
that was
making
my
that
point.
assumption. We had knowledge
hold
from
on.
many places, bro.
Yeah, you definitely got some. Like, you're definitely on the right track, I would say, Beefy. But I think you're overdoing it by like call him a Mason for that. Like, he's not a Mason for.
I'm not saying the Mason. I'm not saying he's a Mason. I'm saying if you actually go to these things and involve yourself in these things, you will get initiated without knowing. They're being initiated.
What? No, you have to consciously decide. You have to make the oath. You have to decide to become a Freemason, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're not gonna accidentally become a Mason, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're not gonna. You might accidentally start rubbing shoulders with them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's true.
and then the approach and the chirping, the seduction is gonna start to try and initiate
And then
you.
networking and all that nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah. All of that's gonna happen. Maybe even put you in certain positions that force you to kind of accept whatever. But I think just going to
I feel it's the first step on the ladder, and that obviously some just go into the world. The whole process of having one degree is that you have the ability to receive information and demonstrate some form of skill or resolve or, conclusion to whatever work was given to you. Do you get what I'm saying? So to have one degree shows, because this is why a lot of people who have a degree don't necessarily go into the field that they studied. Because the main thing that the employer wants is that level one. Do you get what I'm saying? That level one to know, oh, no, this one is straight. He's already programmed to receive instructions, blah, 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 and da. The real learning for yourself is once you leave university, obviously. Do you get what I'm saying? But in the process of university, its capacity, and if it's like masonry you're in, you are in. It's one degree, but that's an initiation degree. anyone can be, in a sense, 1 degree, because you're learning. You're in their institutes learning whatever they want you to.
But you do know that you have access to
But
literature.
I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I would say that.
Unwillingly you are. Unwillingly you are. I'll say you are.
Can't be unwillingly a Mason.
That doesn't make sense. I can, my sister's doing a PhD. I can use her password.
Yeah, you just can't say, "Oh, man went uni."
There is more degrees in life,
It doesn't
man.
work like that.
Yeah,
That's
like
not
even just to get to the initiate stage.
Well, you're right though, because listen, a lot of the, like I said, you're both wrong. You're both right. Yeah, because around the world, we all know that university is the recruiting ground for young potentials that are going to become the businessmen, the politicians, the enforcement and whatnot of the future, right? So this is where they get picked. This is where we get the Yale, Harvard, sorority, Greek letters. In Nigeria, we got the Colts, the Buccaneers, and the Pirates, and all these shit.
Societies, yeah, man.
Yeah, all societies. There's loads in Asia, India, blah, blah, blah. This is where
everywhere around the world.
Yeah, everywhere. Because all young adults at that age are prime for bringing into the fold. This is where you've seen their whole records. You've seen how they perform from school. Not only do you know their family, and you've had a chance to already scout some of them already just from bloodline. You already know, Zulu's definitely going to be of stock.
And the references they come with,
Right. So then you go from primary school, you go from nursery to primary school, primary school to secondary school. Maybe, hopefully for them, had some involvement with social services or something to get even more in-depth records. Hopefully, maybe pass through the prison system or something. Another way where they can pick you off and groom you. You know, they'll give you all kinds of psychometric testing and stuff like that. Or you just go straight into education, further education. That's another great ground. Apprenticeships, city and guilds, all these things that they used to do early. Prince's Trust, Prince of Wales, whatever, blah, 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 blah. YTS, they used to do back in the days, youth training scheme. These were all perfect ways. Certain man will get YTS and get put working with a certain Donny that's going to invite them, and their life is going to go in a different direction from that moment. You know what I mean? These things. Go uni, you might get a lecturer, professor that takes a certain shine to you or whatever.
Even the pre-admission, like the assignments you have to write.
They do it. Secondary school, scholarships, all these things there. They are watching kids more than you think. And they're picking out talented ones. And because you've not been approached, because they're not said enough to you, don't mean you're not one of them. It just means you're fine how you are. They're not going to trouble you. They're waiting for later down the line to get to you, right? That's it.
Yeah, that's
it, man. And so, like, there's no word of a lie, man, saying university is a grooming ground for all of us. But so is primary school. The whole curriculum is designed to help us to think in a certain linear way anyway. We know this. Do you know what I mean? Because it helps. The worker bee mentality helps the world go around, keeps them in power, keeps us voting and being good little boys and girls. Do you know what I mean? And you know,
I agree. That's a fair point.
So
But then you call people on Freemason, that's just stretching it, bro.
Yeah, you can't call man a
then
full blown, you're a Mason. Like, nah.
You
have to,
my thing was
what you could be doing is just highlight how Masonic our education and our society is. Then
I felt Beefy jumped on something that wasn't really the point. I thought what was the good point was that Zulu being with us and studying himself knows about Freemasonry, right? Came back and told us what happened, what the ceremony was, and blah blah blah. But the funny thing is, when we're just having this conversation again today, Eunice is the one who's backed. So I've asked Zulu to explain to Eunice.
Man. Give up.
Yeah, the signs and symbols, like the handshakes and all of that. Do you get it? So I was like,
you didn't
I don't know why it turned to
this kind of stuff.
Really is amazing. I don't know.
Don't concern yourself, Eunice. No.
Who?
No, Eunice. I'm saying.
End up getting nightmares in that.
They call it for Eunice. You say
for what? For what? You want to learn about Masons? For what?
No, but he said. We're saying like Zulu's only, not only it's a degree, right? But yours is a master's. So you've been through what Zulu went through, and Zulu saying, "Right, that was filled up, bare masonry going on."
Yeah, that's true because you access more literature the higher you go up.
I'm saying Eunice went to both and came back and said nothing. That's fair point. Remember, he came back and was like,
you were saying ain't gonna be aware. And to be fair, they will never recruit Zulu. He's just not right for them.
He's too critical. Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, it's not for them, man. His spirit is not going to take to it. It's too late for him. He could never join. He could never join. They could offer him. He would never allow himself to join, even if he was tempted.
Nah. He knows too much. I'm saying he knows too much.
Right. This is why they say an educated man makes a poor slave.
Right.
It's poor, like.
Because you're gonna question everything. Like, what? Where did you get that from? Hold on.
Like, even with me,
bare questions in the lecture.
I'm like, what? I say, what? So you want me to be a Mason? I'm like, nah, brother. You can't go in at no Mason level. You got nah. You gotta go in higher. You gotta go in.
It's definitely a grooming ground. And if you're not able to critically question what they're telling you, you're gonna get stuck. Because they will tell you things that are fact, like theories, but they will teach it to you as a fact.
That's what I'm saying.
Like this behavior theory is a fact. No, it's not. What are you talking about? Hold on. What?
But if Zulu hasn't been in the last 5 years, like studying these things and been around us while we've been examining decafloors, all sats and this is why we're saying that what you don't know will hurt you. Because
that's true.
Him knowing what's going on, it can stop him from going into a Mason building when he doesn't want to. If he has to, at least he knows, okay, this is a Mason building. I see what's going on here, blah, blah, blah. But he's got his psychic self-defense up. Rather than wandering in the building, asking if they've got hummus in here.
It's all about spiritual. It's all about spiritual discernments. You have to be able to spiritually detect what's going on.
Wasn't he defending the government?
Because they show us things. They show us things, and our subconscious detects it. But a lot of people aren't in tune with that, so they don't actually pay any attention to it. But if you have spiritual discernment, you're able to identify these symbols and you're able to call them out. And that's why when I went to that graduation, I was pointing out. I came in, I said that I told you the chancellor was weird. The guy holding the chalice walking up and down was weird. The checkerboards, everything was weird.
The gowns, the lights, the colors,
and that's just surface level shit. That's just shit I've read up. There's probably other shit happening that I may not even be aware of on that level. But I'm just looking around like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, but you're aware enough. You get me? I fear for brothers who didn't have no clue. It's different
at all, bro.
I'm like, you didn't know. Hello, Mr.
Everyone joining societies. They don't know what they're joining. Like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing?
Yeah. He's gonna be Eunice with white gloves soon. He's gonna be Eunice with white gloves.
It's mad.
I don't know.
And that's the point I brought up as well earlier, because people was trying to say, "Oh, you're a Mason because you went to uni." Emmanuel didn't go to uni, but he went up there and took his oath and became a Mason. So
is he really a Mason though? I think wasn't his father a Mason?
No, he's definitely he's a Mason, bro. He's a Mason.
Is he?
100%.
Yeah, family.
But I don't know if I can take him serious.
You don't need a university degree to become a Freemason, bro. That's all the point I was making when I brought.
Yeah, but if you got family in it as well, remember that's a good prerequisite.
Yeah, it's an easy way. Gateway.
Really in it. So remember, as I said, they take from everywhere. It's not only university. One of their bases is in most of the universities. It makes sense, right? Because that's where all the great minds are. The new potential.
That's when they start exposing you to theorists and all these ideas. You don't really hear too much of that.
But some of them are actually great workers, as in masons. They build houses. They do and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Coming from, it would seem, different walks of life.
But this is why I said earlier that a lot of the principals, the vice chancellors, a lot of them are in high-ranking positions within the educational institutes are Freemasons. Whether they're overseers, whether they're instituting the corruption, regardless, they're definitely involved. That's not something I've denied. All I'm saying is you can't say me, as someone that just went to school and learned theories that I don't even accept. Even go back to high school, forget uni. I didn't agree with everything they taught me. Most of my views are opposed to what the general consensus is. I don't believe the Earth is millions of years old. I don't believe we came from freaking single-cell organism or apes. Everything I believe is against what the system wants to make the masses believe. So how can I be programmed? How can I be a Freemason when I'm rejecting the programming?
I don't think you are. I'm just saying that the program is, though. Do you get what I'm saying? So even though all of us were exposed to various different programs at various different levels of different times, right? So we're saying, we're all saying the same thing. Like, not everything we took from there and said, because more information, the information age came about, and information is easy accessible now. You don't have to listen to one person's speech or what they told you in school. You get what I'm saying? That would be ridiculous. If we still had dinosaurs and you know, like from the original. We didn't get to Velociraptor until man left school.
And we question all of it. We question all of it. We don't. What kind of idiot would just go to school and embrace?
No, but
everything?
Zulu, to be fair,
who
there's
goes
more
to school and just
information out
embraces
there,
it?
but people,
Come on, man.
people are more docile though. They've programmed
Yeah.
people to be more docile. That's the thing. There's more information. People aren't critical though. People can't
Yeah.
analyze what's truth, what's
Like,
false, what's made up. They can't do it.
Exactly. Thank you, Sarah.
If
Where
you
are we
word
today?
it the right way,
Yeah,
most
but-
general people will not be able to break down the semantics and the language.
But that's
being
not us
used.
though. We're not docile.
Yeah, I know we're not, but we have to be fair. There are people
Majority,
that
Sarah.
are prone
Majority.
to it. That's fair. Yeah, I would agree, to be fair.
And as I said, some of us eventually become woke or wake up to the facts or the reality of
The
life,
lucky ones, yeah,
and
man.
are able to use logic to overstand all what was being thrown at us. Because all of
Yeah,
it
that's
is like
very
junk information, and then now we're sitting here deciphering. And sometimes in the deciphering, some people think, "Oh, you believe that thing." It's like, no. This was part of the education that they gave us, and they told us this. And when I did research on it, it was not the case. Just like evolution and all of this, and Darwin and the finches and Galapagos, you know what I mean? This is whatless information that now I can decipher and pull it apart and say, yeah. You lot at school was teaching me a program. You was trying to program me to think a particular way. Where is this based from? This is back in your boardroom or whatever, where someone's sitting down and say, look, this information about our history, partially. Their history too, maybe only from slavery. At that. Partially. You know what I mean? They know what they're doing. They set the program and they set the schemes the way they wanted them. You know what I mean? That's why we say in the better schools, in the private schools, in the thing, is a totally different curriculum to your modern secondary moderns and all of that. There's different education systems running even within England.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah. So that's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Because who knows what they're studying at Eton and all of them places, but I bet you it's to rule the world rather than to work for someone.
They're teaching them economics and finance. They're teaching them all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
Right.
They
Different
have like
levels
proper
of
entrepreneurship, like
Yeah.
workshops and all types of shit. Yeah. Scientists
why they
coming
gonna
in,
skirt
people from
around it,
NASA coming
corrupt.
in. It's mad.
Yeah. While we're at uni and skirting around it, yeah, they're at uni and it's different course, it's different thing. Even from their secondary school or private school, they were studying different stuff. Now we're in the mind of Napoleon rather than what Napoleon did. Now we're in the mind of Nietzsche rather than what Nietzsche just said. Do you get what I'm saying? These
And
are
don't forget,
different.
based on institution, the literature they access is different. There's certain literature we can't access.
No.
That they can. They have access to.
Yeah.
That's archived or
Even
whatever.
me knowing and studying English and then English literature, do you know what I'm saying? That's low level. Because I feel they're starting in English literature in their proper schools, in their private secondary schools. You know what I mean? And they're starting with Latin like my mom and them. Yeah. When my mom started quoting Latin and writing Latin, she was like,
Yeah,
no,
that's
that
true.
was
They used to teach
universal.
Latin back in the days. They stopped that.
Yeah, right. Universal for their generation. You know what I mean? Same with shorthand and all of these type of things that she picked up along the way. But in that generation, they had lots more different career aspects or whatever. You know what I mean? They could do different things. 1 minute you're a district nurse, next minute you're a secretary, next minute you're you studying a degree in London College of Fashion. All of these type of things. You know what I mean? They could do multiple different things. They said that jobs were plentiful back in the day.
But what's your opinion on a specialist versus someone who's well-rounded? What do you think is more beneficial?
In what? No?
Like in the education, should the education be around creating specialists in specific areas or making people that are well-rounded?
I think they're great at creating specialists rather than well-rounded.
It's
I think
easier to create specialists. It's just a linear line, isn't it?
Right. I mean, the rest of your world-roundedness is to do with your actual lifestyle and your parents nurturing and what you choose yourself. to make yourself. Do you get what I'm saying? You choose to study certain stuff and do research and and have a particular faith and stick to that, and you know, it's all based on you. So there's part learning, that education, that academic. We say that's why you can be academically smart, but when it comes to life skills and you might be a bit behind, because at the place where they say they're supposed to teach all universal knowledge, they're only teaching partial knowledge.
No,
And
but the reason
you know
I was asking, because I was saying, do you think a child should be forced to learn science, you know, A-level maths, all these different things, when they're not even going to apply these things to whatever career they do or just life in general? Should the education not be steered around supporting people's specialist careers, what they want to do, whether you want to, I don't know, be a chef? Should they not have more classes around that kind of education, basically to accommodate what you want to be, rather than learning shit that you're not going to use? Because I don't remember half of the shit I learned in maths.
No, but that's the stages though, is paying bills, right? So the teachers wouldn't. There's a lot of things you can teach. For example, A levels, right? When I was in Egypt, I did both years in 1 year. Like there's no 2 years for your A levels, just 1 year. You do everything in a year. But because in England they stretch out and they make the stages longer, you end up being in school longer. Like you can do your GCSEs.
I mean, I did my A levels in a year.
Everything quicker, yeah.
I did my A level in a year.
And there's a lot of centres that do that, I think, in the UK, where you could do both years in a year.
I could have stayed and improved the grade if I wanted to.
And then, you can repeat it in case you fail it. You could just repeat it. So the extra year is like a backup.
In the first year, if you get like a C, for example, and that's good enough for you, because what you're going to do in uni, you're still passing the grade because all your other grades are quite decent. Do you get what I'm saying? Or you could stay the second year and bump it up to an A. Do you get what I'm saying? And I chose to just go with the first. Yeah. The quicker
like
I'm out
in
of
year
it,
8 in Egypt,
go
you're
college.
doing mechanics. You're doing like certain things you will never study in the UK. It's just way more advanced. Even in Nigeria,
because I went
in countries in Africa, they're way more advanced than us.
Because I went to college.
Here, the stages are so stretched out. Year 7, you're doing colouring and posters. Like, allow it.
Because I went to college. I didn't do.
They're dumbing people down.
Yeah, the curriculum is different for us commoners. Do you get what I'm saying? The state
100%
education is totally different to private.
Expectations are different.
Yeah.
Where you're expected to get a C, a private school, you're expected to get an A. That's the expectation, is an A, not a C.
It's so bad, I bet we can't even pull up Eton's curriculum. I bet we wouldn't even get access.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be privatized. It'll be their own private schemes of working.
So that's what's scary, because we know the common state one is there for everybody to go and see, right?
And don't forget, they're all interlinked. The chancellors, the chairman, the government, they're all their own people. They're all interlinked, neighbors and friends. And my mom's a governor of this school, so I'm going to be working. Right. It's all interlinked.
Right. See all the private schools in Hampstead and what do you call it? Golders Green, all of that. At the end of the year, they always used to come to Alexandra Palace for their gala. They all got tuxedos on, And one day I was out there with my friends, and I said to my friends, "Listen, look. You see one of these guys? These are the next generation of men who are going to rule over us. Politicians, all of these guys here. Look at these guys and girls, because they're not from our world. They didn't go to any secondary school that are around the corner that we can identify with. They're coming from a whole nother world of things. All speaking of posh and all of that. Yeah, there's a couple black ones and of different races, but mainly these Europeans and their children. You know what I mean? Dressed up like big people and all of that. Just turned 16 and and I'm thinking, these are the people who are going to run our country. Yeah, the ones that might become MPs. Get into Parliament. You never be House of Lords. You're always going to be House of Parliament. House of Commoners. What should I say? It's the common folk. But those guys have still gone to uni and all of that. Tony Blair. Look, you got to look at this man. He's a lawyer. He's already a Mason, member of the bar. You get what I'm saying? And we knew he was a 33-degree Mason. So no matter what field they're in, because remember that some of these Mason buildings are pubs. For the working man, or for the free man, or for the Mason. he's building and and when he's finished at the end of the day, he goes to the pub. But yet they've got a mason building or mason room inside the pub. And the fact that it says Freemason on the outside, yeah, should have alerted some people. You know? Crazy. But yeah, man, the education system is definitely like got different levels to it. It's like someone mentioned it the other day. What was it? Onion. It's got layers. Because I've got family members who are teachers and primary school, secondary school. I've even got a cousin who's a secondary school headmaster. In the school that his brother and sister went to. He didn't go there, but yeah. You hear me? Smart. And yeah, Beefy, one more thing. It seems that if what you're saying is true, my daughter's a Mason now.
Right. That's what I was asking you to speak up, Michael. But it's like you don't get when it's me and Beefy, you don't get involved. It's like you don't want to pick sides.
No,
So it's the GCSE. It's the GCSE and Masonic level.
Because it helps. It helps when you speak up, Michael. It helps, man.
I get you. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I do understand where he's coming from. But how he delivers it, yeah, it's just like, yeah, you know when he's intent, he's on smoke. He came on smoke today. I think it was mostly for Raheem, but you get me after Raheem.
That was crazy. That was nuts. That was nuts.
Yeah, that touched everyone's soul. I was sitting here.
Yeah, we had to all bun fire now. I think that's the only thing we agreed on.
I was sitting there saying, go on, Zulu. Go on, get him, Zulu.
Well, what did Raheem do?
And then
bro,
Shifa
you
came.
missed it, bro.
Evolution.
Oh my god.
Oh
Raheem was
my
like, evolution is a fact. And then you know what happened after that. Oh shit.
Yeah, Beefy went nuts.
Even when I jumped in, Beefy was like, Zulu, shut the fuck up, man. Whoa. I'm like, shit, okay, uncle, okay.
No, I think it was fine, but Aqua Boy with his
What
little
did I walk
nonsense in the
into? Like,
background.
Yeah,
It's just making it too much.
I know.
Everyone was passionate.
Aqua Boy now, yeah?
No,
yeah, Aqua Boy returned.
Three appearances and he's back to Aqua Boy. Man.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, Aqua Boy, man.
I was sitting there, I was like, Zulu, get him. Yeah.
Okay, you only get couple doses. You only get couple doses of Shifa, and then he turns it to someone. I don't know what.
He was fine at the beginning, and then he was just slide shots.
Started to talk about my mom, saying that she's fat and all this shit. It's like, bro,
okay.
All right.
Zulus are gay and all of this. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Talking about some Bambata guy who's got nothing to do with actual African life.
Man, through African Bambara, man.
What's that got to do with me?
Who? I said, who is he? I heard Zulu say, who is he? Who's that?
Who is that?
American, man.
American. He's not even Zulu. Like, what are you doing?
What is he? He's not like fully back to hyping though.
Yeah, kind of. A little bit. It's there.
Borderline.
It comes out here and there, but he's controlling himself.
It's bubbling.
Me and Raheem were having a good conversation about out of Africa, and then he just came in just throwing accusations.
It was so bad. He made Jupiter.
He ruined the conversation.
He made what?
He tried to turn
Jupiter
Raheem
synchronized. She fully came on and told him.
No, Jupiter cussed him out.
Synchronized, man. She was
Jupiter.
I was enjoying the combo. Yeah,
everyone in the chat was putting fire emojis for Jupiter, saying, "Go on, Jupiter, go on, Jupiter."
He was trying to say he's not effeminate, and then she was like, "Listen."
Is it? But you know, I asked you for yesterday. Is your beef with Jupiter over? Like, so yeah, man, no, not minor. But it seems like there's still some feelings there.
I know,
100%.
Really.
Yeah.
He carries feelings with everyone.
I had to bring up the turmoil because it talked about my mom.
Hit with the turmoil. I had
to bring up the turmoil. Nah, but you ain't gonna talk about my mom. Like, come on, bro. Like, out of nowhere. Like, nah. I had to bring up turmoil.
At least I'm not involved this time.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can leave me out of it.
For now, until he's tries to do some stupid. For now.
Yeah, you lot beef Shipper. Me and Shipper's gonna be good, and you lot can beef him.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be a beef, but I don't know.
It's well overdue. It's well overdue
very
for
slick
some.
with his little side digs.
Yeah, he's got hidden profile. He's always abusing people. He's got people's name in his comments and all of that. So like he's forgotten all the abuse that he abused everybody while he was doing whatever he was doing. Yeah.
He's funny, man.
Yeah.
Big him up, man.
Yeah, he's funny, man. Come on.
Love a Shiffer, man. Big him up.
But it was like his point he was trying to make is one that's been trying to make before, like, oh, where did Europeans come from? He's asking Jupiter. I'm like, oh gosh. Here we go.
What he found man's notebook.
He went to the albinos, all types of stuff, man. What was he talking about?
The albinos.
Albinos. The albinos.
Albinos.
Yeah.
We're saying albinos.
The albinoid.
No, but the one who got triggered, the one who got triggered was Raheem.
Oh, Raheem was getting mad as well.
I think he said he'll come back later.
Like, yo, what are you saying? Like, no, people changed over time. I said, but Raheem, how does that make sense? When I haven't.
It was like adaptation and the variation.
I'm saying that anyway, the only reason that you're extra light skin is because you've mixed with someone in your DNA is mixed with somebody else. Mine is not a mix. It's a mixed African mix, yeah, but it's not. It's just pure. Like, boom, I'm here in England. I just so happen to be born. That's just location. Yeah, but origin, you say, yeah, both parents came from a particular place. So I'm saying to him, is yours the same as mine? You're standing here, me and you are brothers. But I'm saying you're far fairer than me and all of this type of stuff. Where you've changed because somebody mixed with somebody else, and that's it. Yeah, all the changes you see around the world, somebody else.
I think he said that's a category of evolution. But the problem is you can't build on a premise that's bullshit. You just can't build on it.
Right. It's false, man.
The source can't
be bullshit to
get subcategories.
Yeah, he said black people have one extra bone that other people don't have.
What was the other one about dairy? We can't have dairy.
I've never been examined for that. Still.
I've never heard of that in my life.
No, I've never been examined for
it. So wait, if you're mixed, do you have like half the bone then, or like not the full bone?
I don't know what he's trying to say.
There's a lot going on.
He was trying to bring Europeans back when
we have an extra bone. We can't swim. Remember, we can't swim. We can't eat dairy products.
Even though there's bare Africans that dive and get
even though we have cows and we have milk.
We are fishermen.
Like,
you know what I'm saying? We are fishermen.
We were sailors. We would. Oh, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and we sailed over to the America, like Zulu said. Like, yeah, we decided to go over there.
He was like, "Oh, I don't know about that."
I'm like, what? No. How is that true? The Vikings went over there. Fuck the Vikings. They never existed when we were doing this.
Yeah, man. And then I said, "Oh, did they make any settlements?" It was like, "No, they probably got killed off." Oh, that's convenient, isn't it? That's convenient.
Yeah, lies.
That's convenient.
Bare stories, you know. Bare stories about.
No, he's coming back. He'll explain.
And tribes and kings in the Americas, kings of Africa, African kings in the Americas. Like, what are we doing?
And then I brought up the obvious, the Olmecs.
Yeah, that's enough. It should punch a man in the stomach.
They've got an Olmec head statue in Ethiopia, the same one that's in Mexico, exactly the same
one. Right.
What are they trying to say? Like, come on, man. You have to read in between the lines.
You know.
Like, allow it, man.
He has to come back and clarify. Raheem, you need to come back, bro. You had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We're confused.
Yeah, we're definitely confused on that. There were some statements
made
about
the dogs.
I was quite shocked he made that statement. I'm not gonna lie. Never expected that.
Evolution.
He needs to get on quick, man. He needs to get on quick. Man. It's a fact. Oh, that was painful. I was just yeah, I don't know what he was doing.
But anyway, when they tried to go for the dogs argument, it's like, bro, that's genetic manipulation.
The wolf and the dog
and the dog
and the pit bull. I was like, bro.
Yeah, but like I keep trying to tell, man. They came up with this thing saying, boy, now they've studied the genome of a dog. It doesn't look. It's not as related to a wolf as they thought it was.
Marsupial.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's not really that surprising, to be honest. Dogs aren't really that much like wolves.
They're mixed up.
They're not that similar.
Right? They
can they though?
Well, yeah.
Can they?
You can have half wolf dogs, 100%.
Yeah, you can.
So I say yeah to the extent where this is what they put out there, and there's wolf dogs and that. But have I ever seen a dog and a wolf mate? No, but I assume they can. I don't think that's a lie. Yeah,
I've seen footage of the dog alive, but not them mating.
Oh, okay.
So as in, I've seen.
Someone said seen wolf dogs, and a wolf dog is not a husky. A wolf dog is not a husky. A wolf, you get me? A wolf dog is
a husky is a dog.
Yeah, exactly. And huskies are. This is the point I'm trying to say.
No, wolf dog.
You look at huskies and then you look at wolves. You think, okay, cool. This is like the crossover part, but because remember, huskies be howling as well.
Bear dogs.
There's bear dogs that howl.
Yeah, even foxes, I think.
There's some dogs that don't. There's some dogs that don't bark. They howl.
Like what?
Google it. I can't remember. It's some weird dog, man.
But hold on, they only just marked the genetics, but yeah, they've been.
Who's seen that Egyptian dog?
Yeah,
have you seen there's the Egyptian dog? It can't even make a sound.
The hairless one. Yeah. I don't know if it can't make a sound, but yeah, that hairless one. It looks like Anubis.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the guy.
It's meant to be a jackal.
I've never heard them make a sound. Apparently, they can't bark though. They might be able to yelp or squeal, or I don't know if you squeeze them, it might make a little noise, but they don't bark like other dogs.
But do you think dogs being able to breed with each other means that it equals original ancestor, or could they just be able to breed and come from different sources?
Well, I'll be honest, man. This is where I just stay humble and say I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I just don't
Who
know.
can know?
I just know that when we're talking about dogs, there's a lot of breeding and a lot of cross mixing.
Yeah, but we want to get to the original. The original.
What was the first dog?
The original story of the dog is confusing, right?
Yeah. They're saying mastiff. They're saying the mastiffs, isn't it? Were the first dogs.
No.
Egyptians had them. Egyptians had them for hunting.
Where's so many dogs? What was the dogs?
We got our wolf, we got our own foxes, we got our own hyenas, we got everything.
What was the dog's natural habitat before it was domesticated? What was its location?
The African thingy dogs, the wild dogs, what they called.
The wild dogs.
Yeah, them ones. Yeah, the wild dogs.
Yeah, you're guessing though, right? Like that's not fact. It's not fact.
I don't know, but some breeds are called dogs when they ain't even dogs. They just call them dogs because they look like dogs. So I don't really know, but I'm just guessing.
Right? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, when you say that, you know.
Yeah,
they got a bush dog. That's like
that's a weasel or something, isn't it?
No. The bush dog is like, I don't know. It looks a bit like one of them Tasmanian devil things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like a Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Yeah.
What species is that?
Like Wolverine, yeah.
Like, what is that?
But when I actually saw what it was, I was like, "Whoa!"
It's a marsupial.
Now, when you go to the National History Museum, yeah, and then you go and start looking at their evolution thing, and you start looking at their marsupial things or whatever they like, bro. There's some
the lineage.
The lineage, bro. There's some mad creatures. You see them wolves with the skinny legs and that, the tall ones, proper skinny legs, like some weird. Like basically, when you're looking in there, it just looks like, yo. I reckon what we called evolution was at one stage far more different species could breed with each other.
Yeah.
That's what makes sense
Definitely.
to me.
Yeah,
right?
and all the missing links.
Animal, brother Zulu, when you go to London National History Museum or whatever, British Museum, sorry, one animal directly looks like this child of these two other animals. All right, boom. You got the legs of that and the face of that. You got the snout and the face of that and the body of that. You got the tail of that and the legs of that. It literally, you could put them together like jigsaw and get that next creature. When it comes down to these marsupials, honey badgers, wombats, this, that, blah, all these weird creatures. I forgot. Yeah, this marsupial is the name.
Oh, hold on. But isn't that a big contradiction though? Because if we get more species out of evolution, shouldn't they be less at the beginning?
Well, why would they be less at the beginning?
No.
So like what? Like the one kind of dog, making
no, they could be more at the beginning, but then, like for instance, let's put it this way: they could be more. They could have been more white people at the beginning of time, right? But now, as they mix with everyone else, there may be less.
Exactly.
That's a figure of speech, right?
So
I don't know.
Because of what's it called? What's it called when we kill off animals? What's it called? What's the
extinction?
Word extinction. Thank you. So do you think it's because of extinction? That's why maybe we're not seeing
but
those
1 minute, can you
animals.
say something, Zulu? Zulu.
I don't know.
Extinction and evolution goes hand in hand. You can't have evolution without extinction.
Even
So what you have is
side-eye extinction, bro.
Yeah, but the dodo bird would exist.
no, but all these breeds you're saying, kids.
Bro.
I've never seen a dodo.
I've never what happened to them?
1 second.
What happened to them?
Did you see a dodo though? Like,
I've never seen a dodo bird.
Dodo. Did you see a dodo though?
But like, so this whole thing of the dodo, that's the thing that made me start thinking, you know what? Extinction helps with their storyline as well. Yeah. Oh, 300,000 years ago, this creature existed. An early ancestor of this creature that we got now. And now in your head now, that's 500 years of history solidified by a sketch. Oh, yeah, it definitely existed. Yeah, the prehistoric crocodile was the megalodon. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I don't know, man. I don't trust them, bro. I don't trust them.
So what about when you've got an image of a Tasmanian devil thing, and then now they don't exist anymore? We can see black and white images.
But they do.
Supposedly, right? The people have cited it, right? Supposedly.
No, there's loads of them.
Yeah, it's in the dictionary. You can see it. You could watch a video of one.
What?
Yeah. Zulu, they look so cute, but they are evil.
Yeah,
am I thinking about no? But
you're thinking about the Tasmanians. You think about
the Tasmanian devils. But forget Tasmanian devils. You know what I'm shook of?
No, wait. Let me just say. You thinking about Tasmanian devils? The Tasmanian people are the ones that have been extincted. And personally, I still think that there's people out there. There's no way they're gonna let a whole bloodline of people die. So I don't know what they've done with them, but I guarantee you there's still some out there. That DNA is not gone. I don't believe them when they say animals that gone without a trace and that's it, it's finished. Like last time we saw one was 50 years ago, and now we've made a sighting, and I don't believe them, man.
Okay, so what about the
would you call yourself a natural skeptic? You seem like skeptical and everything. That I don't believe this, don't believe that, I don't believe that, I don't believe this. And sometimes those things actually contradict each other.
No, nothing contradict nothing. It's healthy to just not pick up food from the floor and eat it and be like, yeah, without sniffing it. You know what I mean? Giving it a test, washing it. Like, nah, I'm not just accepting nothing anymore. I got to that point in my life where I realized that's the major fuck up in the first place. Just accepting stuff. Why? What?
Assumption.
No, you're gonna have to anything new you're explaining to me. You're gonna have anything new you're telling me or want me to buy into. I'm going to need an explanation, and then I'm going to need like other things to help me believe that this could be true. But at no point are you going to present something to me. I'm just going to be like, okay, this is the truth. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not in school anymore where they can.
All right, but here's my thing. Here's my thing. Why must you either fully believe something or fully reject it? Why can't you hear a theory and go, do you know what? I'll reserve my judgment on that one.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's the logical way to go, isn't it? Because you never can fully know, innit? Like, so when you start believing stuff, it's like you just convinced yourself because it fits in with your narrative. That's what people do. It's confirmation bias, isn't it? They hear something, they're like, "Oh yeah, I knew I was right." When really the correct way to go is, could be, could not be. It's plausible, but let's see, innit?
So this is what these men are saying. This is exactly how they feel.
Yeah, this is what I meant. I said Tasmanian devil, but I meant this one. Sorry. I mean,
it's
called a thylacine. Tasmanian tiger, thylacine. That's what it's called, right?
Yeah, this is an artist's impression, right?
No, this is a picture. This one's a black and white picture.
Where's the picture?
This is the picture.
That's a photograph. This is a photograph, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
These things apparently exist. I mean, there's people that are alive that have seen them, to be fair. So, I mean, I can't say it's a lie. These things actually existed and they no longer exist. Some people have reported recently, we've seen one in the jungle somewhere, but it's like, bruh, all right.
Bro,
listen, what's the reason? What's the reason?
See how big this world is, or what we know of this world. When we talk about, because we haven't seen a creature is extinct, it's a joke, bro. It's an actual joke.
Why did it go extinct?
So, you don't think humans have the ability to kill off animals? Of course we do.
Nah.
Why not?
Not like I mean, I think it's harder than they would. I think it's harder than you would think. I reckon when certain
Depends on the adaptability of the species.
Certain animals are known for having particular abilities, traits, or other special variables about them. I think rich people make it their business to collect them and disappear them, and we get told, "Oh, there's no more." How many of us get to explore these places that are the so-called habitat? Not many of us. So, is it that difficult to tell people that something is we've run out? We've run out. That's it. That's the end of it. That's it done. Is it that difficult to convince man that something is extinct when it's not? Not really.
So, JEDI, I just want to make 2 quick points. I've been listening from this morning, and I was all the way through what Raheem was saying. And it seems to me people weren't understanding what Raheem was saying. He said that he didn't believe in the out of Africa theory, but he believed some parts of the evolutionary theory was fact. But nobody was allowing him to express himself. Nobody was allowing him
hold on,
to
Jupiter, did I
elaborate.
not question him? But Jupiter, did I not question him so he could clarify that point? Did I not step in?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Too,
you did.
What I'm
I was
saying is,
listening.
what's being told here is not the truth. Sometimes I wonder why people can't understand what's actually being said by people.
Because confirmation bias. But I'm saying Raheem explained it fine. I heard him. I agree with what Raheem said.
But you know, I have a problem with this extinct.
Obviously, he needed a little bit of coaxing from Zulu to get to the actual, like, you know, the nuance of it, where it's a little grey area. He was like, "Oh, I don't believe in out of Africa theory." And then when Zulu put it to him and said to him, "Yeah, but couldn't it be that people moved back into Africa and then from there?" And then he was like, "Yeah, well, then that will make more sense." So they, between the two of them, come up with a working model of saying that makes sense. Like, I don't see the problem.
Okay, I have a
If
problem
Raheem
with
was fine with it, why has Jupiter got a problem?
I have a problem with this extinct animal picture.
Well, you're
They're
asking
saying-
me what my problem is.
Hold on. Let me just say
So
this.
my problem is that when there was a decent
Oh my God.
conversation going on that could actually have elaborated.
Yeah, but that was
people
Schiffer. That was Schiffer, though.
having a discussion, right? Why people were coming on and just firing abuse at him and telling him that he was saying something that he wasn't saying.
No one's
instead
firing
of-
abuse, man.
I must have missed that part.
No
I
one
must have missed that
abuses
part.
Raheem.
No one
Raheem's
abuses
family,
Raheem,
man. We
man.
don't
We're
abuse
just having a
Raheem.
conversation. It's passion.
Yeah.
There's no one was cussing
I
him. No
hear
one was
you,
calling
though,
him.
man. It is frustrating sometimes. Like there's a mix of ego sometimes. That means that people just want to do output and no input, and I find that annoying. I do find different ways to try and cut through it. You know, sometimes you got to be humble. Sometimes you got to just say, shut up, and hopefully everyone just shuts up. Sometimes you just got to let them do what they're doing. You know, you can't over police them, but it's difficult to get the right balance. And I can understand when there's like a great convo going on and then someone ruins it. It's jarring. I get that.
Now, I enjoyed it up until Schiffer. Not lying. I was bopping down the road.
What animal
going
is
to
this?
Tesco.
Like, what the
Stop
hell?
calling my name, man. You sound like a homo, cuz. Stop calling my name, innit? You lot
Bro,
are disingenuous.
listen,
Listen,
the
I
first
didn't
sentence
derail no
you just said,
conversation. I tried to have
the
a
first
sensible
sentence you just
conversation with
said
someone, and then what
just
happened was
shows
people
what your
started
level
dissing
is.
me. People started chatting shit
No,
about me,
brother,
chatting
you're
shit
doing
about
what
my
you're
girl.
doing all the
Bro,
time. You're doing it again.
Carnito,
Doing
go
it
eat some
again
donuts,
now.
man. Go eat some
You're
donuts
trying
and
to
calm down, bro.
dominate, bro.
I need some
You're trying to
donuts and calm
dominate.
down,
He's
man.
done it twice today.
How can you dominate a bigger man than you?
Carnito, I'd advise you to eat some donuts, have a cup of tea, and calm down, bro. Stop calling my name.
Brother, I was on my way to Tesco's to get my little meal deal, and all I heard was you ranting and raving like a
Take your
madman. Like
fat
there was no
turkey neck self
conversation. I
down
don't
the
blame
bagel
Jupiter
shop.
for
Take your fat
complaining.
turkey neck self down the bagel shop and stop calling my name.
Listen, your girl would be licking my neck and kissing it.
Oh God!
So don't make out there's nothing wrong with my neck. My neck's perfectly fine.
Oh my, thank you, please. Oh, I can't stand shit.
I don't know why it always has to go to that kind of level as well, Can't.
He just
be
comes in
honest.
and
But
this is what he did
anyway,
with me
I
right
suppose-
here. He just came in.
I
and
can
started
fight
shit.
fire with fire, mate.
That's part of the fun of this panel, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's the matter with him, mate. I don't know.
Yeah, to get back to the conversation, while I was looking through those images, I noticed that a lot of the extinct animals seem to be prehistoric or seem to be some ice age time period, right? And I'm thinking, okay, what about all this thing about endangered animals? Oh, we're going to lose the rhinos, and how come they're still not extinct? You can still go and see these rhinos and all these things that we've been saying for years.
Isn't there one type of rhino that is extinct though? I swear there was one type of rhino.
I think
His horn was a bit different.
White horn or
So
something.
let me ask you a
Yeah,
question.
there was one.
Yeah.
Who believes, right? Because we get taught in science that it's physically impossible to sort of like hybrid humans with anything, but who believes that?
Yeah, me.
Well, there's a way to do it through chimeras, but you can't mix the human sperm with the animal egg.
Yeah, but there is a way to do it, isn't there? Because at the moment,
Yeah.
presently, our science is trying to play around with genomes so that we can grow sort of spare human parts in pigs and things
That's
like
gene
that.
splicing. Yeah. But that's
So
not
there
the
is
same
there is ways to do it. Do you think that maybe the ancients had that knowledge as well?
Well, I mean, when you look at centaur, what's it called? Centaurs? What's it called? Those horse people? Senators.
Yeah,
something like that, right?
That's
yeah,
it.
I mean, you got to question whether it's solely mythological or if there's something happening there. You know what I mean? You have to question these things. Like, what's going on with it? You know what I mean?
But listen, think about it, yeah? If you was to have the human body up to your waist and the rest of your body was a horse, how would your central nervous system help you to, like, let's say you wanted to do a shit, for example, something basic? Or what would sweat? Your upper body would sweat and your lower body wouldn't sweat. Like, these things don't make sense.
So what if it's
where would your blood, if you was a half horse, half human, where would your bladder be?
Wherever the horse's blood.
You see what I mean?
But you
That's
do
what I
know,
mean.
You do know that they've played around with human genes and they've added them to animal species, and it's only once they've gone to a certain level, then they destroy it. Before
they've grown human ears on rats.
Places, yeah, they do believe that there is rumors that there was actually a half human, half chimpanzee created.
Yeah,
in experiments. People do.
I don't believe humans and chimpanzees are the same species. I don't think we could breed with them, personally, but that's what people purport.
The thing is, though, Jupiter, even if they did manage it, right, what would it prove? Like, what would be the end result? Like, it would take so much money to even produce one, which they'd probably kill at the fetal stage, that there wouldn't be no point doing it again. They're just doing it to say, oh, we done it. Once they've done it, they tick another box off their list and they move on to something else. It's just scientists wasting money as usual. When you ask them to do something decent, like save people from starvation or, you know what I mean, do something productive, they don't bother. But when it's something mad like this, like going to the moon, what the fuck is the point of going to the moon and wasting all this money going to the moon? For what?
They're trying to play
but
God,
now you're taking us in a different direction to deflect. We're not talking about whether you.
I'm just saying scientists. Just saying scientists are on.
Whether the possibility is there. And the thing is, if you can think of it, then it's possible, because they will find a way of making it.
All right, it's possible, but like, all right, okay, it's possible. We concede that it's possible.
Yeah.
You throw enough money at something.
Why would they tell us that it's impossible for certain things to happen that we know that can be made possible? You might have to do gene splicing, you might have to play around with it, but it can actually happen. It's because they don't want people to investigate it.
It's not. It's because there's always a difference of opinion amongst scientists. To get a scientific consensus on one thing is literally unheard of. Even with global warming, they're saying, oh, we don't know why it is. It could be a solar flare from the sun. It could be this. It could be that. Like, they're never always going to agree. There's hardly ever scientific consensus on anything, really.
But there's usually something that they all nonchalantly just agree upon as a general standard. Like, for example, gravity, or for example, the shape of this planet. And if you were to question those things,
specifically gravity, no, they don't agree.
Question those things, you're outcasted. So there are certain things you can't question in science.
Like what?
I just said the shape of the earth and gravity. If you question those things, they'll laugh at you, they'll scoff at you.
The shape of the earth they can establish because they can see the earth from the moon. They don't need science for that. That's become a fact.
Have they ever even been to the moon?
I'm not saying that you have to physically be on the moon, but like cameras and that, and rockets and things that have gone to the moon. Yeah, they or from orbit, they can see the Earth from the orbit, from space.
So they've sent. So
right?
You believe they've sent things up there to see the shape of the Earth and the shape of the moon?
Yeah.
Oh, you have evidence for that?
I swear it was like a YouTube live of some astronaut floating on a space station somewhere.
So you don't think it's possible that that could have been CGI or someone could have made that?
Well, who's going to invest that much money on something like that for no reason? What's it going to actually achieve?
Well, if you think about the amount of money that the NASA gets from the government and a lot of these space agencies get, I think it's not going to cost that much to fake something orbiting.
I'm not saying they can't get money. They got unlimited money to achieve their goals. But I'm saying, what would this prove? Like me putting on the internet, searching live, and then seeing an astronaut floating in space on a space station, changing a light bulb or something. And then at the same time, he pans around and then you see the whole Earth. Like, what's like? There's no problem with that.
It's to further promote the heliocentric model, and it's to further make people think that we're spinning around the sun. It's to validate.
So you're saying we're not spinning around the sun?
I'm not saying we are. No, I'm just saying it's very easy to just take in, like you said it nonchalantly, like, oh, the moon and all this shit. Like, for a fact that that's even something we've done.
No, nothing I say is a fact. Everything I say is my opinion.
Okay, but when I asked you for evidence, you referred to a video on YouTube that I easily just...
No, you're asking me why I believed it, and I'm saying I come across a video. Someone saying to me, "Oh, there's a live of an astronaut," and I saw it. I watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was. If it was
So
CGI,
it's
I
like-
would
that's
know.
not-
A lot of the
evident.
actual planetary stuff is CGI, though. You're right on that.
It is. They will admit that it's a composition because the cameras they have can't capture the whole planet. They have to take segments of it and put it together. They've admitted this.
Yeah, but you can still see enough to see that the planet's roughly what it's supposed to be.
How?
Do you know
How
what
do
I
you
mean?
even know what? But they tell you it's
But
a
to say
composite.
the
They tell you they have to make a
say the
CGI
planet's
composite
not
of it.
Sort of like an odd globe shape. It's not actually a complete globe, is it? It's a bit.
And then they come out and
oval-shaped.
they're always changing their shit. Then they come out and say, "Oh, it's not
To
actually a
say it's
perfect
not
globe.
would be
It's
lie.
more like an egg.
It would be
It's
lie.
more like
There's too much.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but
There's too much stuff from ancient history to now. That's
They're all over.
proven
They're
it to
all
be
over
true.
the place. They're all over the place. Listen, Khan, I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm not making a position. I'm just saying I don't know, and I can't just buy the standard that it's a globe when not enough evidence has really been presented to me, other than stuff that they've told us in theory.
I'm not saying it's a perfect globe, but I'm saying it's not far off it.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't even know what is the Islamic standpoint on that. Like,
Why are you asking me about Islamic? Like, you're going to ask me about what's Islamic about eating a tuna fish sandwich next? Like, I don't know, bro.
We're talking about the planet. God created the planet, right? It's a big thing to ask, right? Why is there not a religious view on that?
I don't know, man. Let me phone
There
my
is.
imam and ask
I think
him.
in the Bible and probably in the Quran, they talk about the globe, don't they?
I've never seen the word globe in the Bible, so I don't know about that.
So they don't talk about the world being shaped like flat at the bottom with a big globe over the top of it, two pillars holding it up on the back of
No, it talks about pillars holding up, but that's more allegorical to show that there's some sort of stability. But if you look at the Hebrew cosmology, it's nothing like a globe. So that's why I'm asking Khan, like from the religious standpoint, which should be your foundation, I'm assuming. What is
Should be my foundation. Why is that?
Well, my foundation is the Bible. Is the Quran not your foundation?
Not really. I just happened to be born Muslim, and about 2 years ago, I had this sudden inspiration where I decided to do my Shahada and become a proper Muslim.
So now the Quran is your foundation.
So now the Quran.
Well, yeah, but like
Stop it, man. Stop it.
Do you see what I mean, guys?
If you're gonna
you
argue
can't
about,
do this, bro. You can't do this.
Hold on. If you're gonna argue about the Quran being your foundation or not, then you're not Muslim, bro.
So what if I said to you that
I'm not
I think
saying that it
science
should or shouldn't be. I'm just saying.
and Holy Scripture backs up science?
Yeah, everyone says that.
Exactly.
Everyone believes that. Everyone says
So it's
that.
not an either or, is it?
Everyone believes that.
Well, it is when it gets
Science,
to evolution and the planets and all this crap.
But we need
then
to.
it's very clearly stated in the Bible.
I would say, like, there's obviously things within the Quran and Islam that point towards an alternative worldview. In Islam, they believe the moon's been split in half. In Islam, it says that the earth is like an ostrich nest and rolled out like a carpet. I don't really see anything in science that agrees with that.
Interesting that they've got a story about the moon splitting in half, though, don't they? Believe that the moon is what was left over from Tiamat, which is the sort of like.
Well, some people believe that. Other people believe that.
Oldest stories in Sumeria, which is where
and
Abraham.
Inanna, the goddess of the moon, and Sumerius, it's all the same stuff. But yeah, I found that interesting, Khan, that the Quran wasn't your foundation, but now you're saying it is. I don't know what that was all about. But the point I was making is that's my religious book is my reference point to some degree to understanding what's happening, even on the fact that it's an ancient
bully
book.
for you, mate. Congratulations. Do a cartwheel.
Last statement, Con. Even the fact that it's an ancient book or historical book, it means that it's closer to what was happening before. It doesn't make it true, but at least it's what the ancients were saying. I can decipher something from that rather than looking at a video of a live stream of them floating around. Like, come on, bro. Like, if that's your evidence, because I asked you what was your evidence. Remember the original question. If that's your evidence,
you asked me why I believed it, and I told you
because you saw a video. That's what you
Regardless,
said.
you're asking me. Listen, you're asking me why I believe something, why I've accepted it, why have I accepted it as reality. And I'm telling you, I saw a video that convinced me. Now, if that's not good enough for you, well, I'm sorry, but that's actually what happened.
That's all you need, right?
Well, I don't personally believe that people can choose what they believe and what they don't believe.
Khan, I don't know if you're tired, but you're getting ignorant, bro.
I'm just telling the truth.
Yeah,
I'm just speaking my truth, bro. You asked me a question, why do you believe something? And I went out my way to answer you the best I could.
Yeah, why do you believe?
Now, for you to now think that that's an invitation, 1 minute, for you to think that that's an invitation for you to cross-examine my belief system and how I go about believing stuff. Yeah, I'm not conversating.
Bruv, I hate when you get like this. You go all high-pitched and all defensive. You stop listening, and it becomes all about output rather than input. There ain't nothing wrong.
I have to speak fast because I know you're going to speak over me.
Zulu's doing nothing wrong, bro. He's just engaging.
I never said he is. I'm saying I've not invited you to cross-examine my belief system.
Hello, Khan, this is what I'm saying. It's all output when you get like this.
Because it has to be, because you're going to speak over me.
I was talking. How can you say that I'm going to speak over you when I waited, I asked you a question, I'm speaking, you're whatever, bro. I can't even bother. When you get like this, it's just ridiculous.
Okay, fine. All right. Anyway, Zulu, what was you saying, bro?
No, I wanted more evidence. I thought you were gonna come with like some statistics, some stuff that we can actually build on, but you just mentioned the video, like a live stream of them in space. So it's like, I don't know. Like,
try searching,
let me just finish this last statement. If that's convincing to you, then I don't know, all those sci-fi films must be realistic as well. Like, that must be real.
But have you not?
Truth. Like,
you've not seen. Like, you've not even seen the video I'm talking about. Why don't you Google it? Live stream, astronaut, view of the Earth. You might find something that's convincing. We can like look at it, and then you can say, "Oh, Khan, look at this bit here. This blatantly CGI." Then I'll be like, maybe I have to reconsider what I was looking at. But at the time, it convinced me, and I'm letting you know what I believe, innit? Yo, I'm letting you know what I believe. You're asking me what I believe. I'm telling you.
Okay, that's fine. But then I want to try to get something that you actually hold, that you should hold to, that to be more true, which is the Quran. You then try to say, oh, when I ask you, is that your foundation? You weren't really clear.
It can't be my foundation if I don't know what the Quran's saying about the shape of the planet, and you're telling me it says this and that, which I don't even know about. So how can I claim something's my foundation if I'm ignorant of it? You seem to know more about it than me.
Hold on, Con. Isn't that something you would investigate? If you're being presented a video about what's happening outside of this atmosphere or this environment, and you're being presented a worldview, would you not investigate what the Islamic stance on that is before you take it on?
Yes, I am a very bad Muslim. I'm shit.
So if you start looking at everything through an Islamic lens, you're going to shut down half of your brain. I wouldn't bother doing that.
All right,
you should look at everything. I think Raheem wrote in the chat something really profound earlier. He said that educated or reasonable people, logical people, they want to know what's inside the box and outside the box.
Yeah, but I do
then put
respect
it out.
Zulu for trying to be consistent. I do respect that as well. I have to say.
I just wondered, like, how can we take this like as just like a universal truth? Like, this is just what it is. Like, where's the
What
investigation?
Raheem's forgetting in terms of inside the box and outside the box is that the box is a prison designed by those that want to control your perception.
But you still want to know what's in there, don't you?
But you're born into what's in there. Like, it's not. You don't have to wonder what's
Well, if you're
inside
in
the
there,
box.
you'd want to learn everything about that
Mainstream.
box.
No, that's bullshit. No,
Outside
man.
of it.
No. The box is the mainstream curriculum, right? That's the box. That's the box we're all born into.
That's how he was talking.
And that's the box that's the box that's got the most access to us, right?
Yeah, that's what Raheem was saying.
Yeah. So why would you want to learn everything inside of that? For what? For what purpose?
Because if you don't learn what's inside of it, you don't know what the mainstream people are thinking.
But why is that important?
Obviously,
Well,
for
it's
Jupiter, that's
if they're
important.
going to use their mainstream beliefs against you.
Yeah, man. I reckon the trick is to think outside the box and forget the box. Forget the box.
Interesting take.
Yeah. Forget the box, man. Because they need to teach you the ways of the box for you to be controlled. For you to be controllable. For a nation.
That makes sense.
If we have a whole nation that don't even consider the box, they're free.
Okay, so
Can I ask a question?
In one way, I
One
can
minute.
kind of understand.
In
it.
what
I've got no
way? Sorry to interrupt you, Jupiter. But in what way does religion or conventional religions teach us to think outside the box? I don't think they do. I don't think that's their purpose. I don't think that's their purpose. They're not intending to do that. They're trying to make sense of what's inside the box.
The religions will tell you to obey your slave master and be good and
Yeah.
follow the law, right?
Right.
Pay Caesar's tax to Caesar and yada 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 and be polite to your slave master. I don't know.
Well, that's not outside the box, right? So we're talking about outside the box. We're
You're the
talking about a
religious person.
specific.
You're the Muslim. You tell me.
But 1 minute, Islam's not just about being religious, is it? It's not just about that. There's there's loads of different versions of angles of Islam. It's like,
hold on, can I clarify?
but I'm saying that.
Can I clarify something that you're saying? Are you saying that the mainstream religions are not teaching you to think outside the box? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. Exactly.
Right. So where's the confusion now then?
No, that you called me religious.
But you are.
No, I'm not.
What?
I have a religion. I have a religion. Yeah, that I'm thingy to, that I'm a member of. Yeah, okay. But to be a religious person, I'm a member of a religion, right? I'm a part of a group of people, right? But out of all those people, there's people that are far more religious than me. So for me to call myself religious just because I'm a Muslim, I have to be religious. No, that's not the definition. Like that's not entry requirement for being a Muslim. You don't have to be religious. There's people that aren't religious. There's people that are sinners. Like they're still Muslim.
True.
Bro. No. Khan, are you religious or not?
I'm not a religious person in general.
So why are you going to be Muslim then? Why are you going to be Muslim?
But I'm not gonna give up on my religion just because of Islamophobia and the West trying to get oil out of the Muslim countries. I'm not gonna sell out and just deny my religion. I'm a Muslim born in it. I'm a Muslim.
When you ask a man,
I might be a shit Muslim. I'm still a Muslim.
Khan, all right, man. You've made your statement. You can hear someone else is trying to speak to you. Make a quick statement. Let someone else get the mic.
Okay. All right, I'm done anyway. Go on. Go ahead.
When I ask somebody if they're religious, that means do they consider themselves to be a member of a religion? When somebody starts talking about mainstream religions, and they're a Muslim, I class them as a religious person. That has no bearing on how closely they adhere to the tenets of their belief. It's just, do you see yourself as a member of a religion? When I ask you for religion,
I do. I do.
It's not,
I'm a member of a religion. Yes.
It's not how much you practice, how much you fast, how much. That's a separate answer and question.
All right, you cleared it up.
Yeah, that's like how pious or how strict or are you practicing kind of vibe. You get me? But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I class myself as part of a religion. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to ask a question. So, Jedi said this, let's not put it in the box.
Right? You're part of a religion. You're a member of a religion that doesn't teach you how to think outside the box. Is that correct? Yeah.
I don't think that's the purpose of the religion. No, I don't think that at all. I think you're right. Thinking outside of the box requires, as we call in university people, extra reading. Let's call it extra reading.
Okay, so Jedi, would you agree there's more than one level of teaching in scriptures?
I mean, yeah, they say that, you know, they say there's all different layers of understanding and esoteric and occult meaning and layers and whatever. But that's what men are studying these texts and applying these things. And, you know, there's even people that's like, oh, if you read every second letter and it makes a different cipher, and if you skip the lines and according to the birthday of John the Baptist, then you can get a whole different scripture that says this and says that. I don't know. Yeah. I think that the more we can look at 27 letters and rearrange them and arrange them in so many different ways, that the possibilities are endless of what we can gain from those 27 letters, 26 letters, should I say. So based on that, I don't know whether the texts were designed to be as layered, or we're just trying to see more, get more and more relevance out of it. Do you know what I mean? Because I think we're capable of infinite meaning
to be that way. So
say that again.
I think they were definitely designed to be that way because there's it's not random. It's too precise, and the numerology is too precise. But what I would say is this: that there is
too precise for what? You mean too precise for a human to be able to?
Yeah.
I don't see. I wouldn't go that far. I want to go that far because it's hard to underestimate what a human mind is capable of. Like the genius, the ability of a human mind is crazy. And then plus another factor to it is when we're looking at certain things, we set certain barometers, we set certain ceilings. So we say, yo, this is how smart a human can be. Anything beyond that is superhuman. And then along comes a dude that can do it. And then we're like, oh shit, well, anything beyond him is superhuman. Then someone comes that can do that too. Soon they'll be running 8 second 100 meters, right?
No,
and we're gonna say that's
we don't go by the abnormalities, we go by the average.
Why? Why?
Because we have to be realistic.
Humans of all things, we can't do that.
Because if we were to go by the abnormalities, then the rest of the world wouldn't. They would be in confusion.
I don't know.
You mean anomalies?
All I know is the human potential, the intellectual potential of a human cannot be measured as far as I'm concerned. So
at the moment it can't be.
I'm not going to put anything past the ability of a human just because I haven't seen it. Because I know. And then you know what's even worse, Jupiter? A group of smart men. Woo! A group of smart men with time. I'm not gonna put nothing past them. Their ability.
Yeah, no, I kind of get that. But I would say that for the Bible, right? Let's stick with the Bible because I know more about the Bible than I do the Quran, right? But for the Bible to have been written in the way it was, with so many layers involved in it, with the numerology, with all the astrology. And the rest of the stuff that ties in with ancient stuff that we all know that some people call hermetics, the Kabbalah, the rest of it, everything else, right? For them to do that, but only to teach you on a level that's preached in a church, which is basically the box. So what you're getting taught in a church is the box. All the added stuff that's underneath there is actually outside of the box. It's expanding your mind. It leads off into so many other subjects and territories. And but once you learn stuff,
that's assuming that anything other than the literal interpretation of the words is sanctioned by God or is intended. It may not be intended, and those may be the things that actually it looks like he's saying thou shalt not. Blah blah blah, but actually what he's saying is if you read this part and that part and you put them together, what he's actually saying is you can do this and you can. So it's like people can use the infinite interpretations of the Bible could also be testament to the fact that it is man-made.
Well, if a man can understand it, because you can't really say something's beyond us if you're sitting there telling me you understood it.
Right.
So it's not beyond you, is it? I personally, sorry, Jupes, anyway. I'm not trying to speak over you, but let me just quickly say this. I think specifically with Christianity, you've got a situation where they took the box and then they made the smaller box inside the box. So there's other things like the Gospel of Thomas. There's so many things, esoteric things in Christianity that ain't there no more. They've just dumbed it down and made it basic. And I think that, you know,
God,
yeah,
I think that Christians, I think previously Christians had to do a lot more reading. There was a lot more extensive knowledge that Christians had to absorb in other words to reach that level of spiritual enlightenment, which I don't think you can even get anywhere near that now with the 4 gospels that you've got available to you. I personally believe that. I might be wrong. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just saying on the road to enlightenment, you've got a very, very, very small window of opportunity.
Right,
with
so
4
I would
gospels.
agree with you.
And are you enlightened from reading the Quran?
The Bible is
No,
man-made.
no. I achieved enlightenment through other methods.
What other hold on,
went
Jupiter.
into the
What other methods
wasn't
other than
written
the
by
Quran?
one author, and there are things
It
that
wasn't
should
from the
be in
Quran.
there and other stuff that should be taken out. I would agree with you. I'm not disputing.
Khan, where'd you get your enlightenment from, bro?
I can't explain it to you, bro. You got a very basic mindset. I can't transmute that information to you. Like I need to have somebody on my level to explain it to them.
Who's on your
You
level?
can't explain enlightenment to someone over 2 minutes on the internet.
Who's on your level?
Especially if you don't know them personally. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. If you wanted to attain Zen, you had to go and live with a Zen master. It'll take years for you to attain Zen from that master.
Khan, you realize what you just said, bro?
Yeah.
So we're making this a personal attack again instead of expanding our brains and sharing knowledge. Nice one.
No, I'm
I'm showing you the level that I've attained. Do you not understand?
No, but
Yeah,
you
the
just
level
said
of
that you
abuse
didn't
each
receive.
other for
You just said
fun.
that you didn't receive enlightenment from the Quran. You received it from other sources, and then now you're saying, "Oh, I can't tell you where I got it from." What does that mean?
I can't tell you. Yeah, that's right. I can't tell you in words. Words does not suffice it.
So what did the
Yeah,
Quran
that's
ever do
because
for
he
you?
got it from a weed-induced psychosis, and now he wants to diss everyone that smokes weed, or he wants to put everyone off smoking weed, but he's got all this enlightenment.
I'm not trying to diss people or tell them to stop smoking weed. I'm just trying to say that the juice might not be worth the squeeze.
I'm the only one that
To be
listens
frank.
to you, though, Khan. Like,
The pain and suffering that comes along with it might not be worth it for you, innit?
So what did you get from?
For listening? I actually listen. I actually hear
Sorry,
what
what?
you're saying. I feel like the most important part of Khan is the part that no one ever wants to talk about or ask him about. I find it strange.
But you're the one, Jedi. You're the one, though.
I am the one. I know I'm the one.
I know. I'm not mocking you. I'm saying that for real.
I know you know.
You're-
I'm agreeing with you. I'm
Alright,
agreeing.
cool.
I am the one.
Oh, bloody ice cream fan.
That's not me, by the way, guys.
So yeah, so you dissed. What did you do? A slide shot to Jupiter?
No, who, me?
Yeah, because she seemed
no.
like she was getting fed up by something you said.
Sorry, I missed that part.
I just don't like it when people are being philosophical and going into deep conversations, and then the next thing it's about whose mum's bigger than whose mum, and my brain's bigger than your brain.
It never went in that arena.
I know, it did. It was in there. It was like,
Jupiter, have you read the Gospel of Thomas? Have you read the Gospel of Saint Thomas? Have you researched it?
Yeah, I know I believe in the esoterics. So
have you read it?
So why?
Have you read it?
My question is, why isn't it?
Have you read it? Is what you was asked.
Not fully, bits and pieces. I'm not going to sit here and say I've read it all.
Okay.
But
all right, so don't waste your answer until you've heard the question. I'm asking you, why do you not think that is standard reading now? Why has it been taken out?
When you say taken out, when you say taken out, you're assuming it was already in there.
I mean, it's not taught from the pulpit, is what I mean.
No, but Con, you're saying when you say taken out, you're assuming it was already in there previously.
True. true. I can't vouch
So
for.
can you prove that? Because people say the Gospel of Mary.
No,
there's all
conceded
these
to your point.
random Gospels that are coming out way after the time, and now people are quote unquote saying, "Oh, books outside of the Bible." But were those books even anywhere near the time period of Jesus? Were they even in the original Septuagint or whatever? Were they even anywhere near that? No. So what point does that bring? Gospel of Thomas.
All right, cool. Yeah, you won that one.
When you make accusations,
I'm not arguing a point. I'm not arguing a point that I can't win.
Back to point scoring again because you two have got a personal. I can't bear this.
It's not. What are you talking about? Can you please tell her?
I don't know what
we're
she's
not
saying,
getting personal.
I don't understand.
I don't know, bro. Anyway, let's try and involve Jupiter a bit more. I think she's feeling left out.
Like what?
Go on,
No, I
Jupiter.
don't mind
Like, what was
leaving,
you going to say?
Why would you leave?
If it's time to leave, leave. Don't leave with like a bit of like strop. What's the point in that?
I don't normally. I just go. What I'm saying is, I don't have to be involved. But if you're going to talk, at least
we're interested in your
do
position.
something that's actually going to fucking be interesting instead of just calling each other fuck. My shoulders are bigger than yours. I know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. Now I do. Well, what does your religion believe? Well, what does your religion believe? Well, and no one actually gets to say anything other than fucking silly questions to insult each other.
I just like to add a disclaimer. I don't think
I feel like you're preempting a lot, Dukes. Like, yeah. You proper preempting a lot.
a lot.
But I see it does go like that sometimes. It does sometimes, but not maybe not as often as you might think. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
So go on then. Explain to us what seeing as Zulu asked you a question, Khan. Explain to us about God and where God comes from and how you know He exists.
Is that the question that Zulu asked?
No.
Yeah.
I don't even think you were listening, Jupiter.
He asked me how I attained the level of a Zen master, aka being enlightened, and I said it's not from Islam, and he laughed. And my point is this, that when you come back from the other side, you see the world differently. And when you look at Islam with the eyes of a person who sees the truth, you see Islam differently. You see the good in it, you see the purpose of it.
What do you mean
You
the
see
other side? The other side of where?
the other side of this like matrix called reality that we're taught from birth, that we're told this is the world, right? And it's all based on assumptions. We imagine it's like we imagine half of it because we're told that that's how it's supposed to be. But when you look and see with your real eyes, with your naked eyes, when you take the plank out of your eye, you can see clearly.
Can you show me that Can you show me
the
that
truth
in
and
the
everything?
All that you just said. Can you show me?
No, I'm just saying I don't think that's the purpose of Islam.
Be a story about the plank in your eye.
To do that for people.
It will be there,
I don't
but
think.
just in a different way.
I've never heard of Muslims attempting to attain enlightenment. I've never heard of it. I just don't think it's part of it.
Sufis, that's not true. The Sufis.
I don't think Sufis try to attain enlightenment. I think Sufis try to attain. Yeah, they try to get closer to God and understand God and experience. They try to experience God.
That's enlightenment. To experience God is enlightenment to them. So you're talking about, because you're talking about a branded type of enlightenment that goes with Zen and yoga and meditation. But that's not the only type of enlightenment. Yeah, that goal, that ultimate goal, or whatever, religious. Every religious denomination seems to have like a hyper spiritual sect or a hyper esoteric sect that goes along with it.
True, that's true.
That does do these practices that come.
But they don't all have the same.
Hold on. But check it out. Jesus went and did what? Meditated.
Sat in the desert for 40 days.
Not just sat in the desert. Meditated.
He sat in the desert. Oh, you are funny.
Isaac. So did
I'm
Isaac.
more interested.
Remember when we read when Isaac was trying to get a wife and he was meditating?
No, I want to ask Khan a question. I want to just take him on the premise that he actually believes in everything he's saying. Okay, I'm not going to question whether you're telling the truth or not. But what conduit did you use to go on the other side? Because you're making it seem like you're elevated above us with enlightenment. So
I didn't say I'm elevated
Nah,
above anyone.
that's
I think.
insecurity. No.
Can
That's
I-
insecurity because he never at one point made it seem like he's more elevated than us when it comes to that. So that's
No.
insecurity. He just got a different experience. He's sharing it or sharing.
No, but if he is more enlightened, I'd like to hear it. I'm
Well, but he
not. I'm
never
not.
said he
Putting,
was,
I'm not
though,
saying.
so I'm just-
I'm not saying that I'm not or that I am. I'm not having a dig. I'm asking him.
No.
genuinely.
Can I just say something? Can I say
Because
something?
he
Jupiter?
said
I never
when I
said.
came back from the other side.
Can I just say?
So how did he
Can I
get
just
to
say?
the other
Can I just
side?
say?
That's what I'm asking.
Can I just say? There's a difference between being more enlightened than somebody who hasn't experienced enlightenment. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying the ability to transmute that to another person is what we're talking about. And that's what Zen is all about. It's about trying to take a person who is your Padawan or your student or whatever and being able to pass that knowledge onto them, one person at a time. That's what it's about. Right? It's not about someone being more enlightened than another person, because once you break the mirror that you're looking at reality from, there is no more or less. No one can be more enlightened than anyone else. You either see the truth or you don't.
So you don't believe that truth is subjective?
Well, there is a subjective truth, of course, but I'm talking about there is an objective truth as well.
Which is?
Which is seeing things from outside the box, from not
include
looking at
things
things
outside of the-
through
does that-
this matrix that's been created for us, force-fed to us, and given to us as a way of us being able to agree on everything because we all got the same yardstick to go by.
So is the Quran part of the matrix?
Yeah,
Interesting.
on a basic level, yeah.
So you have to look outside of that, right?
You don't have to. This is what I'm saying. You can be more than happy living in the reality that God's made for us to live in. You don't have to go outside of it. And if you do venture outside of it, yeah,
But
you're
check
going to
this
come
though.
across
But check this.
inner demons,
But check this though,
devils.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
go on.
going on the basis that God created this reality that you're
Right,
experiencing.
yeah. That's what Muslims
Or,
believe,
or,
though.
or let me change it the other way. That's going on the basis that you are experiencing God's reality that He intended for us.
Right.
To.
Yeah.
And that's
yeah.
an assumption.
Well, that's the belief. That's the core belief of Islam, that God is reality, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't. That has no bearing on whether you are experiencing the reality that God intended for you right now.
But that's the point of Islam, is to get you on that wave.
So Islam believes that God is reality. Explain.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. So imagine this. Imagine there's a curtain, right? And in the middle of that curtain is like what me and Zulu would agree to as an avatar, right? And God's on one side and reality is on the other. And it has to pass through this curtain. It has to pass through this conduit, right, to come into our reality. So when God comes into our reality, He comes in as what we would call in Islam attributes of God, rather than God Himself, right? Now, if you take those attributes and reverse engineer back, you can get a closer understanding of what God is. So what are these attributes? These attributes are truth, justice. When you look at the 99 attributes of Allah, right? These are these attributes that exist within this plane of existence that we live in, right? That come from God Himself. Right. So when we trace them backwards, if we understand these things in the reality that we're living in, and we're consciously aware of things like justice, right, haq, or hakikat, which is reality, right? The more you understand these things, the more you can basically backtrack them back to God. But obviously, there is a cutoff point. There is a cutoff point, which is
I
the
actually
curtain.
kind of agree with what he's saying, but what he's just described is the age-old problem that the Muslims use to chastise Christians.
Exactly,
You
Jupiter.
are describing the Trinity.
The Trinity.
That's why
Thank
they
you,
talk
Jupiter.
about being of the flesh and being of the God.
Right, but as we've seen from watching countless, one minute, man. What we can say is from watching countless Speakers Corner videos, right, of people arguing is semantics. It's arguing over words that we use in this dimension. These words don't exist in the other dimension, right? They don't matter. But to us, because we try to, as humans, formulate everything into words. When you say something in a word, right, you immediately create a duality. So if I say tall, it's the opposite of short automatically, right? If I say God, it's automatically the opposite of something else. Whatever, when we try to put things into words, this is where we come into problems, right? And when we see people arguing at Speaker's Corner, you can look and think, but me, I can engineer a bridge between these two people and their belief systems if I just ignore the words that they're using and just go by the feeling or the meaning.
So Khan,
I can
let me ask you a
understand
question.
what Christians are saying.
So Khan, let me ask you a question. What is, you mentioned the word avatar, which was very interesting because that's a Hindu concept, yeah? What avatar?
But that's the best word available at the moment.
But what avatar does Allah use to interface with our reality? That's a claim you made.
I don't see, the thing is with Muslims, yeah, they don't venture into learning in terms of these sort of things because it's not fruitful. It's not going to benefit you to learn this stuff. Now, with Christians, they want to know about the nature of God and the different personalities of God and this, and this. Now, really and truly, when you look at the Quran, it doesn't say that these things aren't true. It just says it's better for you to not go there.
No, it says that Allah doesn't have any partners, and it says that He's not a man.
Yeah, but God the Father doesn't have any partners, does He?
It says that He's separated from His creation. There's a distinction. So when you're talking about Him, taking an avatar and interfacing with our reality, that's not Quranic.
Right.
That sounds biblical.
It's not Quranic.
But you wouldn't accept. But you shouldn't accept. You shouldn't accept it as a Muslim, right? You shouldn't accept the word and all this made flesh and an angel and all that. You shouldn't accept any of that, right?
But in Sufi, this is what I'm saying, to Sufis, it's different. Like when you're talking about Sunni
that's
Islam,
not true, isn't it? Aren't you supposed to look at the biblical books and the Torah and any of the other...
when it contradicts the Quran, they shouldn't accept it. If it contradicts the Quran, they can't accept it. They only take and choose.
So here's the thing, though, like for
the majority. Can I just say, for the majority of Muslims, none of this stuff even matters. It doesn't come into their daily. Islam's not about that. It's about laws and justice and the difference between the individual rights and the societal rights. And it's about marriages and funerals and rites and rituals. And it's about life. It's not about worrying about like Christianity worries about these esoteric things. Like in Islam, there are sects that cover these things, but for the majority of Muslims, it's not important to start worrying about things that we're not told. The things what God wants us to know about Him, we're directly told them, and we don't really need to worry about anything other than that.
If learning about the nature of God wasn't so important, why in the Shahada do you have to declare that He has no partners? Why do you have to declare all these attributes about His nature if it's not so important to discover and understand it? Clearly, it's something that's very important to understand His nature.
But what I'm saying is, including
Him not having any partners, being the only God, not coming down as a man.
But you don't understand what I'm saying to you.
With Christians, right?
You don't understand. You don't understand what I'm saying to you.
You can explain why I'm wrong after, yeah? Because Christians will tell you.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying what you're saying don't make sense to me.
Okay, but allow me to finish though. Because Christians will tell you the word was made flesh, right? So the word being God came down and became a man and interfaced with reality. And even prior to that event, we spoke about the angel of the Lord, that mediator between God's realm and human's realm. So those concepts are there in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. But Quranically, you should not accept any of this. It's all shirk. It's all rubbish, according to the Quran. So you shouldn't even be like even alluding to avatars and all this stuff. That's why I'm questioning you on it. Like, what's going on?
I used it in a conversation which was based on multi-faith aspects and multi-faith. What's the word to use here? Imagery. Right, so we're talking about Zen, we're talking about loads of different things. We're not having a debate where we're measuring Christianity against Islam. That's not what's happening here. Although you would like to do that, that's not the conversation we were having. unfortunately for you.
It's not about debate, Con. It's about understanding what you believe. For me to understand
No,
what
it's
you
not
believe.
that. I'm not equipped. I'm not qualified to go there with you in this like kind of argument you want to have. But I'm sure there are other people you could have these conversations with if you really wanted to,
But why
like
would I
go in
talk to
this
other people about what
Christianity versus
But Con,
Christianity versus Islam debate. But
Yeah,
we're
I'm
talking
not
about
really interested in
why would I
valuing.
talk to hold on, Jupiter. Con, why would I talk to other people about what you believe?
because my beliefs aren't pure. My beliefs are diluted. I'm a person who's born and bred in England. I've read loads of things that have formulated my opinion from a very young age. And now, as an adult, that I've accepted Islam, I now am in a position, like you said, I have to backtrack on everything. And I have to go and research everything in order to be aligned with other Muslims, right? So I spend time with Muslims, I talk to them, I'm on Discord with them, and I'm learning, right? But for you to try to use me as an example of a Muslim is ridiculous. It's like absurd. It's an absurdity.
Go ahead, Jupiter.
Yeah, so I'm not really interested in trying to find out who's got the better religion. I think everyone can make that up for themselves. But I am interested in understanding his esoteric beliefs, which is what he's talking about right now.
Yeah.
And I am also
there was a great
interested in how the scriptures all match in.
Ask the question.
Sorry, there was a great question asked in the chat, yeah, and it was, Khan, what part of Islam do you accept? What was the basis of your acceptance of Islam? What fact stood out to you as indisputable?
Yeah, that is a good question, actually. I like that question.
Very good question. You ready?
Loads of things, to be honest. Like, for example, the life of the Prophet. When you look at the life of the Prophet, the example of the Prophet, yeah, you have to understand that when you feel guided through life, and you realize that guidance is from the other side, it's from God, right? Then you can see that the Prophet was a true prophet. He was guided by God. Like, it could have gone a million different ways, but it went the way that God wanted it to go. And he personally, one person that lived in the desert, right, made a religion or brought us a religion that helped or brought justice to the lives of so many people around the world who were living in ignorance and oppression. And it might not be like perfect, because obviously as humans, we're not perfect. But when you look at this, like, you can go anywhere in the Islamic world now and talk to anyone about justice, and they will understand that concept. Whereas before, all they had was darkness and oppression, and it was all about authoritarianism and bowing to warlords and things like that, and people going around chopping each other's heads off and raping each other's daughters, and it was just a mad world. No one really gave a fuck about right and wrong in that world. And now, thanks to the Prophet and what he's done, he's brought justice to the lives of so many people. He's brought them closer to a civilized lifestyle, even in deserts, even when there's no technology, even when there's nothing.
Including the Ethiopian Christians that he sought refuge from. He went and sought refuge with the Ethiopian Christians. Are they people that benefited from him?
Of course, all humans benefited from Islam.
When he said they were the most pious?
Well, as we know, the Jews,
they were Christians, and he said that they were the most pious.
Right.
But they were Christians. That means they were following a doctrine that came before Prophet Muhammad. So to say that
weren't Christians free to still be Christian?
It seems to me that Prophet Muhammad discovered people that had a piety that originated from a time before he even existed. They weren't studying Islam; they were Christians.
Right. I don't understand what's your point, though.
You just made a
You're asking me,
statement
did Christians around the world?
Sorry,
1 minute, man. Let me answer.
Right? You don't understand me.
But
you want to answer, right? So you said Prophet Muhammad brought a level of peace and basically good behavior to the world that didn't exist before him. But Prophet Muhammad also had to seek refuge amongst the Ethiopians who he described as being pious, the most pious. So they clearly were following a doctrine that led to them being the most pious, and they weren't Muslims.
All right, cool. Let's get out of this competitive mindset, right? We're not pitching Muslims against Ethiopian Coptic Christians, right?
So you
all right, I'm just laying out my premise, yeah? Let me just answer you. Imagine the Ethiopian Coptic Christians are living in a house, right? And it's worth £100 million. And next door is another house worth £100 million. But there's squatters living in there who are pissing and shitting up the walls and taking the piss and doing paganism. Now, Prophet Muhammad come and kicked the pagans out and installed something that was similar to Christianity. Them Christians having those people as neighbors, is benefiting them. So you're asking me, did Christians benefit from Islam? 100% they did. And even Jews did. Even Jews took sanctuary within Islamic countries.
Sorry, it was the Israelites. When I say Christians, it was the Israelites they are Israelites. But anyway, what I'm saying to you is this, they didn't benefit. If anything, Prophet Muhammad benefited from them. Well,
that's your opinion.
Well, listen, it wasn't them seeking refuge with Prophet Muhammad. It was Prophet Muhammad and the Sahaba seeking refuge with the Orthodox Ethiopians.
Right, but that was then. He went on to be 100,000 times.
Let's deal with them. Hold on, no, because I don't know. We're dealing with that scenario. So basically,
did he himself personally take sanctuary?
Excuse me?
Did he himself personally seek sanctuary, or did he send people to live with them?
Did he went there? He went there too. Did he not?
I don't think this thing you're talking about, seeking sanctuary. I think that he sent people there. They were being chased, right, by the enemy. He said to them, "Go to this king."
Okay, so wasn't he amongst them?
No.
Okay.
But anyway, that's the man. It doesn't matter. They were his nearest and dearest, right? They were his people.
So he did benefit. Seeing that his nearest and dearest were made safe, he benefited from that then,
but
right?
That's not the question. The question isn't, did Muslims benefit from Christians? That's not the point.
The point I'm making is,
that's not what you asked me,
even the prophet of the religion of peace benefited from the piety, of those who came before him, those who got the message before him, those that were practicing an older system. So what I'm saying is, when you make it seem, when you make it seem that Prophet Muhammad came and improved the circumstance on earth in terms of the righteousness, he didn't do that. Stop saying for every point I'm saying. It's annoying.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
He didn't do that for the Orthodox Ethiopians. If anything, he benefited from them, not the other way around.
Okay, are the Ethiopian Christians living in a bubble where they're self-sufficient and the rest of the world doesn't affect them?
I don't know.
No, they're not, because they're not that strong and they're not that independent of the world, right? So what the Muslims did affected and benefited Christians and all believers.
No, it's subjugated.
They were under the oppression of the Romans
Christians and Israelites.
I'm not saying Christians didn't die. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that was beneficial for the whole world.
It hasn't benefited no Christians. It hasn't benefited no Israelites. It's not benefited
Yeah, but you can say that, but that's just your opinion.
Only benefited Muslims. It hasn't benefited
That's
anyone
your
else.
Opinion. That's your opinion.
But it hasn't benefited them Christians because people are leaving Orthodox Christianity in Ethiopia at a fast rate and joining Islam. So it's not benefited them.
Can I just say something? When the Ottomans took over a lot of Christians that lived in Europe, they allowed them to practice their religion, right? And when the Christians run them out, the what's it called, the Europeans and that, they oppressed all those Christians. They forced them all to accept Catholicism, and their original version of Christianity was wiped out. The same thing happened in India. So when you want to talk about who oppressed Christians the most,
the original version of Christianity in Ethiopia has not been wiped out by Catholicism. That's not true.
I never said that. I said in Europe.
Exactly.
Oh, why
it's older than
Europe?
Catholicism.
Ethiopia. Why
well, 1 minute.
Yeah.
My point stands. I don't know why you're trying to argue my point.
Ethiopia's got its connections. Ethiopia's got its connections with the Torah and the Tanakh from day one, bro. Like, let's not even try and play games.
Let him continue.
Your argument. Listen, how can you say that Jews and Christians?
Oh, bro, like this verbal diarrhea thing that won't allow me to moderate. It's so jarring.
Brother, stop calling my speech diarrhea, because that's disrespectful.
Like, it's verbal, like no, because it's not your speech. It's the bit in between where you can't stop yourself, and it's a bit like diarrhea, no? Where you can't stop yourself, it keeps coming out. Right, exactly. That's why it's called diarrhea, right? Because it seems like it must be busting to leak out. Anyway, like I'm saying, yeah. You want to go from Ethiopia. Some reason now we're in Europe, but I was making a point about the Orthodox Christians in Ethiopia.
Yeah, I'm saying to you, all believers around the world benefited from Islam. The fact that Islam single-handedly, without the help of Arabs, Jews, Christians, whatever, yeah, we brought down the Byzantine Empire, the Romans that were oppressing the whole Middle East. Don't make out like we never did that. We smashed the Romans. The same Romans that were fucking you lot over for hundreds of years. So don't tell me that Christians never benefited from Islam.
And then
that's
when the
ridiculous.
Ottomans over the Christians, what was that all about?
So what is that?
I'm not arguing that. Listen, you keep running. You're the one running from pillar to post.
Man, hold on. Who was that by? The Ottomans?
Whatever, Muslims, innit?
The Muslims. So did these Muslims also bring a slave? Did these Muslims also bring a slave trade to Africa?
No, they didn't. The slave trade was already there.
Did they
the
engage
Ottomans
in the slave trade?
Inherited.
Did these Muslims, the Arabs, and that did they engage in a slave trade in Africa?
Can I just say something? Yeah,
No,
the
yes or
Arab
no?
slave trade.
Yes or no?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
boom. So
Yeah.
in one hand, you're saying that they freed Africans from the oppression of the Romans, but in the other hand, they also enslaved and castrated millions of Africans.
Yep.
Well, if you have a personal gripe with what God intended, take it up with God, my friend.
Because
I didn't see no revelation
God
coming
intended the
down
castration
telling
and slavery
people,
of
whether they
Africans.
were
Is that what you're
African or
claiming?
non-Africans, to stop slavery. Let's be honest.
Someone clip this. Someone clip
You got a
this.
problem with God. Take it up with God.
Mad.
What do you want me to tell you?
because religion,
Like, this is the
hold on,
point.
Con,
No,
that's
but
not
here's the
the
thing,
first
Jupiter. They're trying to make out like slavery was like the worst thing that's ever happened. And if that's your belief, then you're not getting that from God, because obviously God didn't give a fuck, did he?
Slavery is one of the worst things that has ever happened.
But you're the one claiming
Along with
that
murder
Christianity
and
is your
rape.
foundation. Hold on.
I think
You're claiming that
slavery
Christianity is
is
your
up there with
foundation.
murder and rape, mate. I do think that it is one of the worst.
No,
things
no,
that
leave
happened.
him, Jupiter. He said, "Is God don't give a fuck about slavery in Africa?" That's what he just
I never
said.
Listen.
That's what we're
You've
talking about.
engineered
That's what
the
we're talking about.
conversation. Listen, you've engineered the conversation, and I think you should put your hands up and own it. I think you should own it and say, as a black African, I cannot believe any religion where the God doesn't outright come out and ban slavery. And if that's your point, hold on. Please let me finish. I beg you, let me finish. If that's your point, you have to hold all religions to the same yardstick.
Yeah, sorry, that weren't
That's
my
all
point.
I'm saying.
So I asked you, you made statements, and like always, people come on here, they make statements. I ask them questions, and they fool themselves into thinking we're in a debate or that I have a stance. I ask you questions to validate or to question what you are talking about, right? I need to understand. So you've made some statements, and I've asked you questions, and these questions have led to you saying, obviously, God didn't give a fuck.
No, they haven't.
Yeah,
They
have.
haven't.
I've not put no words
No, they
in your
haven't.
mouth. One
The
second.
questions
I asked you a
themselves.
question.
No.
One second. Because, like, you've been doing the talking. I just asked the question.
Uh-huh.
Right? So I asked you directly about the involvement of Arabs, in Africa and Muslims in Africa and slavery. Your answer was take it up with God. Obviously, this
all right.
was
Was there slavery under
stop,
Christians?
Stop.
No, but you're not being fair.
You haven't even finished. How about that?
What the Muslims
No,
have done.
you've asked, and I've allowed you to build a point based off of about 5 questions.
Why exactly do you see the need to interrupt me 30 times in one statement?
Because you're being fair. No
Can
one
I
has to
just-
sit down
can
and
I
listen
speak?
to you not being fair.
Can I speak, please? Yeah, am I allowed to express myself? Whether you find it fair or not, me expressing myself, that's up to you. I'm not being unfair. Right?
All right.
You had the opportunity to answer the question the way you wanted to. You chose to say, obviously, God don't
Wrong.
give a fuck. Sorry. You chose to say, when I brought up slavery and the Arabs, the Muslim Arabs, asked you, did they bring slavery? You said no. Slavery already existed. I said, did they enslave and castrate millions of Africans? Your response was, obviously, God didn't give a fuck, right? If you got a problem, you have to take it out with God. Obviously, this is God's plan. So I'm saying, all right. So this is where we are right now. You can't now backtrack. You made those
I'm not
statements.
backtracking.
You are trying
I'm
to
not backtracking.
Cool.
I'm not backtracking.
So
But let's be
here
clear.
we go. So here we go. So when I turn around and say, no, leave Khan. Khan's just made a statement that lets us know that the God of Islam obviously does not give a fuck about slavery on Africans in Africa. And Khan sees it as a blessing that was brought over and introduced or implemented on the Africans. And I don't. Simple.
All right, can I speak now?
No one's cut you once, you know, Khan. So stop this game. Can I speak now?
Brother, the truth of the matter is, you took the conversation where you wanted to take it based on questions that you've asked back to back, which I allowed you to build your point, right? I allowed you to ask me questions in a row, yeah, one question did not lead onto the other question, apart from the fact that you had an underlying end result you wanted to reach. And I let you reach it.
I didn't.
Excuse me, can I finish? You're cutting me now. You're cutting me.
It was dependent. My questions
With
were
all due
dependent on your
respect,
answers. My questions
not at all.
were based
Not at all.
on your answers.
Not at all. Right?
So
I'm
what are they
saying
based
to
on?
you,
What's my
I'm
question
saying
based
to
on?
you that the end points of whether God gave a fuck about slavery or not was your ulterior motive in asking all the questions you asked.
I didn't even
You
know you was
brought
going
it
to go
to
to
that
slavery.
point, and I preempted and
Hold on.
answered it.
I mean,
Excuse
I brought it to slavery.
me.
Hold on, wait. I brought it to
Excuse
slavery because you
me.
made it seem. I brought it to slavery because you was making it seem that the Muslims brought some kind of great gift to Africa, and they blessed the world. This is how you did it. You spoke about the oppression.
All right, so
of the
if you're telling the truth,
let me explain
go
to
back
you.
one question.
Let me explain
Brother,
to you. You
start from
brought
your
up
first
the
question.
Byzantine. You brought up the
Start from your
Byzantine.
first
Stop
question, Jedi.
interrupting me. You brought in.
You're talking
the
too
Byzantine-
much.
Stop interrupting me. You brought in the Byzantine Empire and the Romans. Yeah, and
Right.
you said that the Muslims freed us
Yeah.
from them, right? By defeating
From their
them,
oppression.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
by defeating them. So once you went onto the subject of oppression, I asked you, who are we talking about? We talk about the Ottomans. You said Muslims, like whoever. So I said, okay, but didn't they also bring slavery to the to
And I said, no, they
Africa?
didn't bring
You
it. It was
said-
already there.
Yeah, you said so. Then I said, okay, cool. So what about the millions of people that they enslaved and castrated? You said
Right.
God don't give a fuck about them.
No, I can't speak for God. Don't lie.
Take it out with
Don't
God.
lie.
You got a problem with God.
I'm not
You
speaking
got a
for
problem
God.
with God. You said you've got
Look.
a problem with God. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
I'm raising my voice
Yeah.
because you keep interrupting.
No, I agree with that part.
Right, cool. Go on then.
Right. I agree with the part where you said to me,
Stop freestyling.
wait, let me start from the beginning. Yeah. You said to me, did the Christians, even the Ethiopian, specifically Coptic Christians, benefit from the Prophet Muhammad's bringing righteousness to the planet?
I never
Right?
asked you that.
And I
I
said,
never asked you that.
yes,
I
you
never asked
did.
you that. No, I said to you clearly, the Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims benefited from the piety of the Christians that existed before their
That's
faith
irrelevant.
system.
It's irrelevant.
Sorry, cool, but that's
It
what
is
I said to
irrelevant
you.
because
You say it's
yeah,
irrelevant.
but
because
your original question was, did the Ethiopian Christians benefit from the Prophet bringing justice to the rest of the world? And I said, yeah, because they lived next door to them. So any believer would benefit from a massive
empire
No, I
of
never-
believers
I never asked
being
that.
right next door to them.
You know that was a statement you made, and I never asked that. But carry on.
All right.
So
Anyway,
you're lying.
that's not the point. That's not the
It is
point.
the
Right?
point.
The
You
point
just made
is,
you just
you
tried to go
said-
and say that was my original. Hold on. You just went and said that was my original point when it was never my point.
that was your original
It
question.
was never my.
It wasn't a question.
I never
It
asked you that
wasn't.
once.
Listen. It's
I never
irrelevant
asked
to the
you that
point I'm
once.
making right now. It's irrelevant. The point I'm making right now is
Irrelevant.
you
Anything's now
asked.
irrelevant that you bring up.
1 minute, man. Can I not speak though?
Sorry, my bad.
All right. For one person to benefit from another person, yeah, they can also suffer from that person too. But your question was, how did the Christians benefit from Islam? And I said,
That
yeah,
was
they
not
benefited because the
my
Muslims
question.
mashed up the
That
Romans.
was
1
never
minute,
my
man.
question. No.
You're cutting me. So how
You're
comes you
lying,
get to
Con.
cut
You're
me?
lying.
lying.
How
That was
comes you
never my
get to cut
question.
me?
All right,
How
cool.
comes you get to
I'm
cut me?
I'm gonna stop cutting you. But Khan, I've said this to you 8 times. I never once asked you how the Christians benefited from the Muslims. That was your
Yes, you
point.
did. You said that
My
Ethiopian
point
Coptic
was,
Christians.
my point was that the Muslims benefited from the Christians that existed before them.
Yes, that was your second point.
No, that was my only point.
That was
Why
his
you
only point.
don't try it, man? I never made that
Brother,
point. That
can two people? It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Shit though, man.
1 minute,
Okay,
man.
don't
Can I
be-
just
don't
say? Can I just say? Yeah. Can I just say? Is it not possible? Yeah, for you to benefit from me and be harmed from me at the same time? Yes, it is. Is it not possible that I can benefit from you and you can benefit from me at the same time? Why are you trying to make it black and white? Like the Christians must 100% benefit from Islam and there can't be no negatives from it. That's the premise you're setting up. That's disingenuous. Because there's no such thing in reality that can live up to that standard.
Look, Khan, in everything, there's
I'm
always
talking to
a double-edged
Jedi right now.
sword.
I've
Yeah,
listened to this guy for 1 hour. I need an answer from him. Am I right or wrong, Jedi?
It wasn't 1 hour, man.
You're actually wrong.
Jedi. Put your money where your mouth is now, blood.
What?
Everything's a double-edged sword, but when you come to the day of judgment, everything will be balanced, and you have to balance. Even if you've done an action and that there might have been some good in it, if the negative outweighs
Look.
the positive,
Here's the ultimate point is this. Unlike myself, Jedi, and other black people, yeah, are going against Abrahamic faiths in general because they believe that God didn't do anything about slavery. And because of that, yeah, they can't stomach it. And I don't blame them, right? But that's between them and God, isn't it? I can't get involved in that because I never suffered what they suffered. They got a problem with God. That's between them and God, isn't it? Do you understand? But like I'm saying, if you're holding religion up to that standard, you got to do it across the board. You got to say that it's the same for all.
An explanation for that. I don't know why you haven't.
Yeah, they can engineer an explanation. That's fine. I'm not going against that. I'm just saying. Yeah. Now I'm not. I know Jedi. Yeah, he's not a Christian. He's not a Muslim, and he's not a Jew. So obviously, he's holding them up to the same standard. That's fine.
Yeah, and
but
I'm
that's
sure
where it
that
lies.
you'd
Like
ask
there's no solution. There's no solution to the question. Like the end result that we've come to, the conclusion that we've come to in this conversation is something where every human being has to deal with it between them and God. There's no one priest or one religion or one prophet that can answer this for you. It's an individual situation. If slavery is making you reject Abrahamic faiths in general, yeah, then that's between you and God. Some people might be able to find a way to thingy that, get around it and think that, you know, whatever. And some people can't. And some 1 minute thingy, Zulu. Some people can't balance that out and say, well, if there was a God, if there is a God, why didn't he do something about this bad thing that happened? Yeah. Now that's a real question. That is a genuine question, and I would never criticize people for having that question, because I'm a person that apostated, and I know that it didn't really take much. It wasn't something serious like slavery that made me personally turn against God, and I stayed out of the religion for what, 20 years. 10, 15 years.
Someone to
I'm just saying it's an individual thing.
It's an individual
course it
thing,
is,
bruv.
but do you
People,
really
everyone has
think
to
what you
deal.
just said?
Like they say in Christianity, everyone has their cross
Why
to
are
bear.
you just? Why are you just talking and talking and talking?
I don't understand. And he's not even
Because I've
making
been
sense.
listening for too long, mate. I'm not listening to you lot preaching to me and telling me and asking me questions and
No
engineering
one's
arguments and
preaching anything.
leading me from. Yes, you have.
Me
Yes,
and
you
Jedi
have.
haven't.
We've
What are you
asked you
talking about, bro?
questions. You're the one that's
Listen,
preaching, mate.
if I have to listen to you, then the price you pay is that you got to listen to me.
But I'm prepared to listen to you when you're
We
making
have
sense.
listened to you. We're trying to respond.
No one ain't talking to you.
We're trying
You
to
was talking a
respond.
completely different question.
Yeah, but
We're all
you
on
was
the
talking about
fucking panel.
esoteric
She's allowed
things.
to interject.
I
We're
was
all
talking
allowed to
about
interject.
esoterics, and
Why
it all
are you
fits
trying
in,
to
mate.
dominate, Zulu? Like, who
It's
are
not about
you?
dominating. I'm in part of this conversation
You
as well.
are. You're being
I'm a part of
very
this.
like
I'm a Christian.
condescending.
How can I not talk about it? I'm a part of this
You're
conversation.
being very condescending, my friend.
So
I've
you're
got the
saying,
right to say what I
you're
want.
saying a Christian
If
can't
I'm gonna listen to you
Muslims not
engineer
believe that God gave
questions,
free will? Do Muslims not believe that then?
yeah.
So why aren't you using your scriptures to answer Jedi instead of just arguing with him with bullshit?
Ooh.
Because he's read the scriptures more than me. He knows the answer. He knows
So
that the
you're admitting that
prophet
he's more knowledgeable
himself
than you.
told people to free slaves and abolish slavery
Then he
in his own way.
But he also
Yeah,
traded.
he did it.
He also traded 2 black slaves for 1 non-black slave, though. So.
But that was a different situation where somebody's slave, yeah, they basically took him as a free man and took him away from that person. And that person saying, no, but wait a minute, you're forcing me to sell a slave that I don't want to sell. And they said, well, then we'll have to compensate you by giving you 2 slaves for 1 slave, so you can't argue.
Mad.
Well, you can say mad, but you know the truth that that's what happened.
I don't
they
know
didn't
if
know
that,
the
I don't
person
even know
was
if
a
I don't even
slave.
know if he even existed.
They didn't know that the
You can't
person
say I
was a
know him.
slave,
I
right?
don't even know if
And
the
they had
brother
to
existed.
compensate the owner by giving him 2 slaves. And slavery
But
was
who
common
made
back
up
then.
that rule?
It's like,
Who made up that rule? That was man-made. That was all bollocks and shit.
whatever, Jupiter. But what I'm saying is, yeah, the Ottomans took over the Arab slave trade. They didn't abolish it. They let it run. Now, that is a negative, yeah? That's a bad thing. They should have abolished it. They didn't. They let it run, yeah? But you got to understand, if you abolish a whole industry, yeah, you could indirectly bring much more like drama to the situation that it's not worth it for them people. They can't be bothered because they're not the ones suffering. It was the slaves that were suffering. So there was injustice done to them, which I agree that it was wrong, right? I'm against it. I'm not for slavery. And I don't believe that God wants humans to have slaves. I don't believe that at all. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of people that blame God for everything that happens on earth. Every bad thing. I know people that say, oh, if there was a God, children wouldn't die. And things like this. And I just think that, you know, that's between them and God. If they believe that, yeah, and I'm saying there was a time where I believed, oh, if there was a God, this wouldn't happen and that wouldn't happen. And these sort of thoughts led me away from the religion. And I can understand people that have those thoughts. I'm not speaking negatively
Which
about these
takes us
people.
all the way back to the very first question Jedi asked you. What made you decide to go back into the faith?
It made sense to me.
How?
It was like the truth. I just think that Islam is the truth. Islam monotheism is the truth. That there's one God. That's the truth. That all humans are equal and should live as equal. Should be an operative word. Doesn't always happen, but everyone should be equal with each other. There's no one like, even a king, yeah? He's a king, but in the eyes of God, you got to see him that he's on an equal footing with us in terms of humanity, in terms of his spiritual liberation. He's a normal man like us.
But he just doesn't
Like
care
the
about
Queen's
slavery, though.
been living in a palace her whole life. Now, is that conducive to her spiritual evolution as a spirit? Is she fulfilling what God wants her to fulfill on earth to attain the level of heaven, to be able to earn her right to heaven on this earth when she's living in a palace surrounded by gold knives and forks and spoons? Not necessarily, but a person who lived through slavery or a person who suffered may have. So when we look at things from that point of view, yeah, we can't always decide from our position what God wants for us. God doesn't want us to be living in palaces surrounded by gold-plated knives and forks, does he? Do you know what I mean? Like this life is a test, isn't it? And suffering is the test. And how we respond to that suffering is whether we pass or we fail the test. It's quite simple. I can't speak for God, can I? I can't say what God wanted or what God didn't want or what God gives a shit about. But I'm saying that's the point that I believed, whether rightly or wrongly, that JEDI was building his argument towards that point.
Yeah, and this is why I say time and time again, we don't worship the same God, Khan.
I don't care what you think, Zulu. I honestly don't care.
You've only just proved my point that Muslims and Christians don't worship the same God.
Well done. Congratulations. You've proven your point. I don't know where you think this is going to take you, because the highest Christian authorities on this planet agree that there's only one God, and that's the God of Abraham, and that applies to Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Now,
Yeah.
Christians at the time when Jews were being oppressed and murdered were saying the same thing. They were saying, "Oh, these people, they don't believe the same God as we do," and that's
That's a
what
lie.
led to them people being.
No
That's what
Christians
led
would-
to those people being killed. And if you're perpetuating that same myth,
That's
whether
a
you're black,
lie.
white, pink, or
That's a
green,
lie.
you are basically saying that these people don't pray to God, that they're not godly.
Christians
You're
have
saying
never.
that they're not godly.
Christians do not say Jews don't worship the same God. Hence why they call it Judeo-Christian.
You can't speak for all Christians, I'm afraid. We've already established this.
Hold on. First of all, we use the same text, so that already brings us closer to each other. And secondly, oh, now you run away. Cool. I expected that. No problem. Like, come on, man. Caught in your lies.
I found
Caught
it
in your lies.
interesting though that he does understand the Trinity and he accepts the
Right,
Trinity.
right. But you know the funny thing is, Jubes, last time I tried to kind of talk about it, he was like, "Oh, let's not talk about it on the show. It's a delicate topic. Let's talk about it privately," because he doesn't want to expose that he has views that are shit. He doesn't want to expose it. But it is what it is, man. I don't know why you have to run away though. That was hilarious.
I think because he feels probably a bit defeated and people are not understanding him. Interesting though. Very interesting. Because if he understands the Trinity, then he's saying that he understands that the Christian faith is true.
Yeah. Yeah, those that are saying that Jews and Muslims are united, I don't know about that, because if you were to go to a Jew and talk to a Jew about the angel of the Lord, sons of God, Nephilim, all these concepts, they're not Islamic, but they line up perfectly with the Christian theology because it's of the same thing. Well, in regards to Islam, they take the characters and they change the stories, but the nature of God is not the same.
Yeah. See, that's the problem I have with the Bible. I think that actually it should be split into 3 sections. I said this long time, that I believe the genealogies of the Jewish are in there. That's one section. Then, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't other people existing at that time. Of course, there were. Then you've got all this stuff to do with the Nephilim and the rest of them and all those stories. They are not necessarily what we're supposed to be focusing on. It's the philosophies, the Gospels, and yeah, I do believe that the Gospel of St. Thomas should be added into the esoteric beliefs.
No, but you're saying
but the
added in,
teachings
but
of Jesus
you don't know
are
what was
much
there in the
more
first place.
spiritual.
Hold on, Jeeves. How was the Bible written? Break it down.
How was the Bible written? It was written by several people over different periods of time. And then you
So it
had
was
the
only
council
several.
that decided what was going to go into it. So the Bible is not one complete book.
So
And
the
that's why
council decided what was going to go. Hold on. Let's take it slow by slow.
Men
Let's
decided.
hold on, because we've done this before on the show. Let's go slowly, yeah. So it was written by several people. Are these people writing it around the same time, or is there thousands of years between these writers?
I wouldn't say thousands, but there's definitely time differences, yeah.
Well, actually, it is thousands, because the Genesis is thousands of years older than the Revelation. So clearly, there's time differences between each of these books. It wasn't just boom, here's the Bible all at one time. Obviously,
Actually,
there's
yeah,
time
you're right.
differences.
Yeah.
Right.
I stand corrected.
And then the second point,
Because Genesis, the person that wrote Genesis for the Bible is not the same person that wrote the Sumerian text, but we can gather that it is from the Sumerian text.
Well,
so I would
not
say
from
that
the Sumerian. It's not from the
yes, it
Sumerian
is.
text.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not.
Genesis
It's not.
stems from Sumerian text. Yes,
It's
it
not.
is.
Hold on. So is the
It is.
Sumerian text? Is the Sumerian text from the Egyptian creation myth, or they're all talking about the same thing?
Well, the Egyptian creation myth is very, very similar as well. Yeah.
Right. So does that mean that the Sumerians took it from the Egyptians, just because it's the same?
It would mean the Egyptians and the Sumerians both took it from somebody that came before both of them.
And who is that?
We don't know.
So you see what I'm saying? Just because the similarities, it doesn't mean that it came from.
It's not because of the similarities. It's because if you read the creation stories from the Sumerians, they tell you that they got it from the ancestors. We know that Abraham was Sumerian, so we know that the Abrahamic faiths come from Sumerian beliefs.
But Noah wasn't Sumerian. Noah and Adam and Enoch and all these people predate Sumeria.
Well, you could have fooled me because the book of Genesis is basically the creation myths or the creation story that's written down in stone by the Sumerians.
No, it's not basically that. Have you read the Illuma Elish? Have you read the Illuma Elish and the Epic of Gilgamesh?
So how many creation stories are in Genesis?
There's one creation story. There's multiple.
No,
yes, there's
there's two. In Genesis, there's two creation stories.
There's one creation story.
There's two.
Jupiter, if you know Hebrew and if you read Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, the word used for mankind or the word used for man is Adam. So there is, even linguistically, right, an acceptance that the progenitor of man is Adam. And then when you read in Genesis 2, it actually continues from Genesis 1 and basically wraps up the creation of man and goes down to the fall. So it doesn't have to be read chronologically in the way you're thinking. This is number one, this is number two. The Bible goes back on itself, references things from before, breaks down things deeper. It does that all the time.
So can you read me Genesis 6, please?
Oh, you're gonna go over where did Cain get his wife? Is that the argument you're gonna go for?
Who were the men of renown?
Oh, who are the men of renown?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is during Noah's time. So this is when people are mixing around, and you've got the Nephilim. These are basically the Zeus.
So how can Adam and Eve be the first people if there's men of renown?
Okay, but you skipped all the way to 6, though. Adam and Eve is 1 and 2 and 3. It's way before all that.
Yeah.
So you see what you just did there.
But in 6, they tell you about the men of renown.
Yeah, which is after Adam and Eve.
After Adam and Eve?
Yeah, you went to 6. How did you go from chapter 1? Hold on, Jubes. How did you go from chapter 1 and then say, what about chapter 6? That's after chapter 1. That's after the events of Adam and Eve.
The Bible tells you that Adam and Eve, that they were there first and the men of renown were afterwards. Is that true?
Yes.
You'd swear that on your Bible?
No, this is called reading. It's reading skills. You read
right,
the Bible.
Okay, let me go and get the Bible passage.
You go read Genesis 1.
You're actually wrong. And
I'm not wrong. You read like that. That's not even an argument I've ever heard in my life. That's how right I am. You read Genesis 1, it's the creation of everything, including man. Genesis 2, the garden, the fall of man. Genesis 3, the serpent. Genesis 4, the kicked out. Genesis 5, the breed up again. Cain and Abel. Then 6, all the way down to Enoch, Methuselah, retete. Like if you actually read the Bible, like you wouldn't even be saying things so dumb like that. Like
I do read the Bible, and I know that I'm correct. So men of renown. The Bible. We're going to go to it.
All right, Jibs. I'll entertain it. Let's go. Wait, Genesis 6, yeah. Let's go to Genesis 6.
Yeah, you can entertain it because. So the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. So we're saying the men of renown are of old.
Hold on. What does it say there? The daughters of man. Hold on. Because I'm showing how you're not reading properly, right? There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of who? the daughters of men, and they bear them children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. So what they're talking about here is some group of people were breeding with another group of people, but this is after Adam. This is after Adam and Eve had already had kids. Because look what it says in the first verse. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them. So this is after they've been multiplying and breeding. This is after Genesis 1 and 2. So how can the men of renown be before Adam and Eve?
So when they go into the stories of the men of renown, yeah, who were they? Are any of them named in the Bible?
Some would say that these are the offspring of the angels and the humans. That's
They can't
another
be.
theory.
They're the people when the
Hold on. So
they can't be. Hold on. The men of renown can't be the same people that you are now saying are the people that are the product of the angels coming down and mating with mankind's children.
But hold on. It says the same became mighty men which are of old, men of renown. It's saying they were called men of renown. So it's talking about those people actually. Those mixed people, or mixed with these sons of God and then the daughters of men. So it is calling them men of renown. Point is, this is after Adam and Eve. So you haven't proven anything. Like, that's not even an argument. That logically doesn't even make sense. If you just read the Bible, Genesis 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you're saying that Adam and Eve came first. There was no other people. Yeah?
Yes.
Right. And there was nobody else. So when Adam and Eve had children, yeah, what was the names of their children?
They had many children. I don't know the names of all their children. We only know about Seth and we only know about Seth, Cain, and Abel.
Right. And when Cain killed Abel, what happened to him?
He died. What happened to Cain?
No. What happened when Cain killed Abel?
When Cain killed Abel, Abel died.
Yeah, and what happened to Cain?
Thank you. What happened to Cain? Cain was sent away out of the presence of Adam and Eve to go and do his own thing. He took his wife with him and he went and did his own thing.
No, he took a wife. He didn't take his wife with him.
It doesn't say he took a wife. It says he went into his wife in the land of Nod. So if he went into his wife, there was no wedding ceremony. So we have to assume he was already married. It doesn't say he found a wife. It doesn't say he met a wife. It doesn't say he encountered a wife in the land of Nod. It said he went into his wife, meaning he already had a wife and he went into her in the land of Nod. Right?
No, show me that Bible passage.
All right, let's go to it. I think that's Genesis. It was way before 6, so it'll be like Genesis 4 or 5 or 4. Let's see what it says. Okay, there we go. Oh, it says here, and Cain went out of the presence of the Lord. This is Genesis 4, verse 16. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch, and he built a city. So he went to this place and he built a city. Nowhere does it say he took a wife. It said he knew his wife. So where did the wife come from if he already knew his wife?
Exactly. Where did the wife come from? Because she couldn't have come.
He had a wife already.
Hold on. She wasn't Adam and Eve's child.
Bro, he had a wife already.
If she was Adam and Eve's child, they would have told you that Adam sent his daughter out with him.
They don't have to do that because the daughters aren't even mentioned. They're barely even mentioned. We see someone's making noise.
Hold on, who's this speaking like a robot?
It was Raheem. Yeah, Raheem, you mute up, bro. Your mic is all over the place. You have to change the mic. Yeah. When you read in I think it's Genesis 3, it says they had many sons and daughters, right? So the daughters aren't named, neither are the other sons. It's only the people of significance that go to the bloodline of Noah, meaning Seth, right? And Cain and Abel, all the significant individuals are mentioned. But yes, they had daughters. Doesn't mean just because they're not mentioned by name doesn't mean they didn't have daughters. It says they had daughters.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is that clear? Yeah.
I've got to take a phone call anyway. I'll be back for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no. Everybody who is in a lineage noted. There's no note of Adam and Eve having a daughter. There's no note of Adam and Eve having a daughter. So who
Yes,
was
there is a
them?
verse that says that sons and daughters. Actually, I'm show you the verse.
Yeah.
Let me go to it. It's Genesis 10, I think. Adam and Eve, sons and daughters. Okay, there we go. Genesis 5, verse 4. And it says, "And the days of Adam after he begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters."
Say it again, 5 verse 7.
5 verse 4.
So that's after, see you later. That's after verse 4. Right?
No.
Where
I said
verse
read.
4,
I said read chapter 5, verse 4.
yeah.
Yeah.
But where Cain and Abel went out, and Cain went out into the land of Nod, was verse 4.
Okay, but look at the
So
first
that
verse.
happened after.
Look at the Look at the first verse again. Look
So
at the first verse.
Genesis 5 verse what? 4.
No. It's not. No, but look at the first verse. What does it say as it introduces the new chapter? What does it say? This is the book.
The book of the generations of Adam. In the
Okay, so
day
now
hold on. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made him, male and female created he them, and blessed them and called their name Adam. In that day they were created, and Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son of his own likeness, and after his image he called him Seth. Right. So who came first? Seth.
the point
And
was
then
Adam.
then Cain and Abel.
The point I'm making is Adam and Eve had other children, other than Cain, Abel, and Seth.
Yeah,
But
but who came first?
The reason why Seth's genealogy is mentioned and Cain's genealogy is mentioned because these were the significant descendants, as well as Seth being the descendant where the promised child Jesus would come from. This is why this name is even of significance. You know what I mean? It's because it's the promised child through that seed that shall crush the head of the serpent, the seed of Eve, all that stuff. So it's all about significance.
It's all about Seth. The whole Bible is about Seth.
I didn't say. Did
It
I say the
starts
whole
with
Bible?
Seth. Sorry.
Did I say the whole Bible is about Seth?
No, it starts with Seth. Is what I mean. I'm asking, is that an inference?
No, I'm saying that God promised Eve that through her seed they shall crush the head of the serpent. So
All right, that's fine.
So through the lineage of Seth, we get all the way to Yeshua, which is further affirmed when you read in Genesis 10. The genealogy is going back all the way to Abraham. When you read Matthew 1, it goes from Adam all the way to Jesus. So it's that line of the Israelites.
So there is significance as being a firstborn, and a secondborn, and a thirdborn. And often what we find with older cultures is they would mention the firstborn first. So the first two children of Eve are mentioned chronologically because Seth then comes after, and you focus on the line of Seth afterwards. But the Bible's not going to
Abel
have...
died.
Right. But Abel came first, and then Cain. So when Cain went out and found a woman, Eve had not given birth
Hold
to
on,
a
you said
girl.
found a woman. It doesn't say found a woman. We just read the verse
Found
now.
his wife. A
It
wife
doesn't
is
say
a
found
woman.
his wife. It says
It says he knew his wife. All right,
it means
irrespective.
he already had a wife.
Okay, but where did the wife come from? Eve had not had anyone else. If Adam and Eve are the first two human beings on the planet, if Adam and Eve are the first two humans on the planet, and Eve gave birth to Abel, then Cain, and somewhere in that time period, he had a wife. Where did this wife come from?
From the other offspring of Adam and Eve. If you read in the book of Jubilees, I don't know if you accept some of the stuff from Jubilees. It further breaks
I've
down.
never read that before. No.
You don't have to read it. I'm not saying it's anywhere near the Bible or whatever, but I'm saying these are other commentaries on the same event, giving more light to the scenario. So
Remind you.
there's a general acceptance that Adam and Eve had other kids other than just Cain and Abel, right?
I can't
Because
see that
they were told to
happening. If
fill the earth.
incest
They
is a
were told to
sin,
multiply. Hold on. They were told to multiply. If they were told to multiply amongst each other, meaning Adam and Eve together were commanded to multiply, why would there be anyone else? If they're the
they were
first people being
commanded to
told to
multiply. That doesn't mean they were commanded to populate the whole of the earth.
Why would Adam send his daughter that had done no wrong out with Cain?
Into the world.
He abandoned out of the Garden of
They were
Eden.
already
Why would
married. These guys were grown men. Cain and Abel were
Why
grown
would
men.
that happen?
No, there was
They
no
were
mention
already
of
married.
marriage. No.
But hold on. It doesn't mention. Hold on. It doesn't mention marriage, but he had a wife.
You're making that assumption. It does not say that in the Bible.
It says he knew his wife. He went into the land of Nod. He knew his wife. So
He
if
knew
he
his
knew
wife
his
in
wife,
the land of
it means
Nod.
he already
Why
had a
didn't
wife.
he knew his wife
and
before
then it said, the Jeeps. Then it says he built cities. He built a city. So he's establishing his own, area, his own territory away from Adam and Eve, away from the presence of God, with his wife. It's that simple. He had a wife already.
If he had a wife already, they would have mentioned it.
It says it. It says he went into his wife.
I think it doesn't matter if he had a wife
doesn't say he
already.
found a wife.
The fact is that the wife, where would the wife have come from? If Adam and Eve give birth to Cain and Abel, and then you're saying they had a girl somewhere, or other children somehow, why would he marry his sister? Like, that's incest. That's a sin. God would not allow you to sin. So where's this woman come from?
But again, we're talking about people with a different genetic makeup. We're talking about the first human beings. So they were able to do that. So it's irrelevant.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that in the Bible?
Adam and Eve are Adam and Eve are the progenitor of all of humanity. So of course they would have the capabilities to reproduce and do that without having any complications. Of course, now at this point in time, there'll be issues.
So if you go back to the
genetics
Sumerian, you find out that no. You find out that there are people beforehand.
Yeah, but you keep referring to Samaria, but Samaria is only 5,000 years old.
I'm talking about the ancient scriptures that talk of the people before them that gave them the stories.
Yeah,
and
but
the
that
knowledge.
all comes from Nimrod.
This is where all the stories come from.
Oh my gosh. All those Sumerian texts, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Eluma Elish, it's all talking about the same events, but it's glorifying Nimrod and the sun god. That's all it's about. It's the same thing with Kemet and Amun and Ra. It's all pagan narratives twisting
And
the
who is
original
the sun
events.
god? Who is the sun god?
Satan.
Really?
Or Nimrod, whichever one. I mean, I would probably say Nimrod and the moon god Samarias.
Oh
yeah.
God.
Or maybe Tammuz, yeah. Tammuz or Nimrod. One of the two. But essentially it's satanic anyway because it's all away from the worship of the creator. You shouldn't worship the celestial bodies anyway. And most of those pagan civilizations that you're talking about worship celestial bodies. So you know it's not from God.
So you don't understand that the Bible, which is what my argument was, by the way, actually, that there are some stuff in the Bible that shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be
but
there.
in order for you to make that decision, you would have to know what was already in there before, but you don't know. So how can you come around in 2022?
God.
How can you come around in 2022?
Remove this guy.
Yeah, be honest with what I'm saying, Jupes. In order for you to say something shouldn't be there, you would have had to have seen the original one, right?
What I'm saying is that we do know that the council, I think it's of Nicaea or whoever they were, right, were a collection of people who decided what went in, amalgamated the Bible.
That's a lie. We've actually gone through this on the show before. The Council of Nicaea was a theological debate on the issue of the Gnostic Arian belief that Jesus was a created being rather than being God himself. And it was actually a debate held to prove the Trinity. It had nothing to do with the compilation of the Bible because the Bible already existed before the Council of Nicaea. We have the Septuagint, we have the Hebrew Torah and the Tanakh, which is way older than the Council of Nicaea. So they didn't do anything really in regards to the Bible.
Yeah, but the Bible is a separate book to the fucking Torah.
No, the Bible is a translation of the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Gospels, and the letters of Paul and the Revelation.
Yeah, And it's what they've amalgamated in it, because Christians don't believe exactly the same as the Jews. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah, but the Jews
For a
don't even
start,
believe
Jews don't believe that Jesus was
But a lot
who
of
he
a lot of Jews today don't even believe fully in the Torah, because they'll tell you about Shekinah, and they'll tell you about Talmuds, and they'll tell you about Metatrons and Kabbalahs. So if you want to talk about who's believing what, they're not the best example of what the Torah says. And if
I
they're
never
following
said they
or not.
were the best example. That's not what I'm saying at all. What
I
I'm
don't see
saying
what
is
point you're making there,
The
because
Bible has many authors. They've already proven that in certain scriptures, that even in Genesis, there's more than one author to Genesis. You do know that, don't you? They've proven that by the typos,
you
by the
keep
way
saying
that
you
people
do know
write,
that they've
and,
proven it,
and the
they've proven
grammar.
it, but you're not
Yeah.
referring to, you're not showing me, hold on, you've not shown me any references, you're not showing me any evidence. It's like you want me to accept what you've heard, what you think you know, but we're dealing with things that can be verified and authenticated. And I'm telling you, we've gone through the Council of Nicaea, we've gone through a lot of these things, and it's been debunked. It's very easy to just accept what you're told rather than actually doing the research yourself.
Right, Bible was written by more than one person. It's not one author, you know that.
Of course not.
Right, so why are you saying that I have to prove that?
No, you talked about the Council of Nicaea, and you said that they chose what would go in the Bible in the Council of Nicaea, which is a lie, because that's not the whole reason why they even had the debate, or the council. It was for a theological debate on the Trinity and on the divinity of Jesus Christ. That's the reason why they had the debate.
Right, so there's traditionally, traditionally, right, how many authors in the Bible? 36, around 36? Because we know for a start there's 4, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Well,
then you've got...
that's the Gospels. Like, we're talking about the whole Bible, right?
Who's this
But
coming?
well, it's facts. And what point are you making, though, that there's the multiple
Love
authors?
the
What does
love.
that prove? What does that prove? I don't
So what
understand
I'm
what point
telling
you're
you is
making.
that mankind decided what went into the Bible, not a God.
So mankind wrote what was revealed to them from God into a book. What's your problem?
No, they did not.
How can you prove that?
Because
I hate to say it, Jupiter's got a really strong point.
Go on, Jupes. Finish what you're saying.
Because the books were all written by different authors.
Okay, so what does that prove? Does it have to be all written by one person?
They're not biblical, and they don't come from the origins. They're from man-made.
Okay, Jupes, what were you saying? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Fax was talking over you. Go on.
What I'm telling you is what they decided. So who decided, who decided that the Gospel of St. Thomas wasn't good enough for the Bible?
The Gospel of St. Thomas wasn't even part of the Bible during the time of the Bible. It never was a part of the Bible.
Actually, I don't know about that. I'm just asking.
Neither was the Gospel of Mary. Neither was the Gospel of infant of Jesus. Neither was the Gospel of Barnabas. All of these things came after and were written by Christian monks and written by heretics that wanted to spin a fan fiction or a narrative that wasn't in the original canon. Same ways, some people would even say the same thing happened with the Book of Enoch and a lot of these other
Even
books
to have
outside
a
of the Bible.
canon,
But
to have something as canon means it has to be agreed upon. And if something has to be agreed upon, that means you have to make edits, cuts, changes, agree, and then agree that that's how that thing should be presented. And that is what happened at the council.
That's not what happened at the council. Rahim, I don't know if you were there when hold on, Rahim. It wasn't even a thing. I don't know if you were there when hold on, Rahim, because I've actually studied this. Yeah, I don't know if you were there when Vic brought this up as a way to say, oh, Christianity, da da da. But we actually did a quick search. Everyone saw it. I screen shared it. Typed in Council of Nicaea, and we actually looked up why they held it. And I read a long paragraph talking about the Arians, who was this heretic sect of Christianity, coming up saying, "Oh, Jesus wasn't God. The Trinity isn't real." And then they had to hold this debate.
So pause there, brother. Pause there. Before you go on to it, the reason why I say pause there is otherwise they're not losing the point.
Right.
To say something is a heretic form means that it has to be agreed upon in a consensus that is not the agreed way forward. And that means that something has to be shaped. And that agreement
we're not talking about text. We're not talking about text being taken out.
Texts are a part
if you allow me to finish, hold on, Rahim. If you allow me to finish what the Council of Nicaea was about, then it will provide some understanding to why I'm saying that. So when we looked it up, Nowhere did it say any. And I went on multiple sources. I went on like 4 different websites and 4 different articles. Nowhere did it say that Bibles were changed, Bibles were added in and out, because
the Bible didn't exist beforehand.
No, because the Bible existed beforehand, Jupiter. Look up the Septuagint. Look up the Masoretic
Not in its
text.
present form.
Hold on.
For God's sake, in my own lifetime,
Jupiter,
Zulu, I've seen changes in the Bible.
Jupiter. I'm telling you, I've looked this up. I'm not making anything. Everything I'm telling you, I can show you now.
I've got the stuff right in front of me here. Yeah.
Can I say something quickly for a second?
Oh my gosh!
But this is what it tells you here, right? This is
man. It's like you guys don't even take the time to research. You just repeat.
I've got it here.
I don't understand.
I've got it here.
I don't understand.
I've got it here. It says ancient Greek Nicaea or Nicaea was a council of Christian bishops convened in the Bithynian city of Nicaea, right in Turkey, by the Roman Emperor Constantine in AD 325, right? And then it goes on to tell you everything that they were convened to do, right? It says
like what? Read it. What source are you reading, by the way?
The Divinity of Christ. The Divinity of Christ.
The first effort to attain consensus. Do you know what consensus means? It means agreement.
Hold on. But
in the church,
upon what? Agreeing
through
upon
an assembly representing all
theology.
Christendom.
Jupiter.
It was to agree on how Christianity should be presented.
Agreeing on the divinity of Christ. Agreeing on the divinity of Christ.
Agreeing upon theology. If you would have let me finish, I would have explained what the debate was even about.
Divinity of Christ.
You don't even know about the Gnostics and the Arians. I'm trying to explain to you why they had the Council of Nicaea in the first place. It's got nothing to do with texts and scriptures and Bibles being taken out. It was a theological debate on the matter of the Trinity. That was the whole point of the Council of the Nicaea. The text
but why have the council then? Why have the council then?
Exactly, because they didn't.
But hold on,
can
you at least admit that the Bible wasn't changed in the Council of Nicaea? Because I've just
forget about the Bible.
It was.
But you can't prove it right here. I'm telling you. Okay, prove it. You screen share something now and prove it now.
I can't screen share because I'm not on the laptop.
Okay, send us something. Send us a link. Because we've gone through this. We've gone through this.
First of all, the Bible is not a book. A Bible is a collection of books.
Agreed.
First and foremost.
Oh, basic facts.
Once, let me finish. Then ask yourself, who canonized the Bible?
It wasn't the Council of Nicaea.
No, I'm asking, who was it, Zulu? Tell us.
Bro, the Bible already was in its form. The Torah and the Tanakh
who put the Bible to Zulu? It wasn't together. Don't lie.
The Bible was
the canon.
Organized. Oh, the Bible, hold on.
The Bible is a Greek word. How can the Bible?
You want me to answer your question? Or are you gonna shout over me?
Go on.
The Torah and the Tanakh was compiled in its order by the scribes, by the Pharisees, by the Jews of that time period. Whether you're talking about Second Temple, whether you're talking about First Temple, the Bible in the form you see it now isn't the first time it's been in that order or in that compilation. I can show you a Torah and a Tanakh with the same Old Testament that's in the Bible because it's from the same thing. And the Council of Nicaea, I'm not finished. The Council of Nicaea didn't just say Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, boom, here's the Bible. That wasn't even the point of the Council of Nicaea. It was a theological debate on the divinity of Jesus Christ and whether or not there's a Trinity. That was the whole point.
I know. Listen, I ask you a question. The Bible you read right now, who canonized it together?
I answered your question. I told you the scribes.
You haven't.
I told
the
you the
Bible. Remember, Zulu.
The question though.
So the Timothy and put the scribe. The book of Timothy.
So Timothy compiled the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
No, listen, Zulu. I'm asking you. The Bible you read today, the canon you read today, who put it together?
So did I not answer your question? Yes or no?
No, you haven't. But you lied.
So I didn't tell you. Hold on. Why would you ask me a question and then
tell me I lied? You lied.
I want to say
where you lied. I want to say where you lied. Let me say then.
And respond with evidence, please.
Go mute, bro. Let me talk then.
Yeah, go on.
The Catholic Church put the canon together. That's a fact. Without no Catholic Church, there's no canon of the Bible as we know it today. Simple.
That's true. It was the birth of the Catholic Church. But,
so the Catholic,
so
the Catholic. Oh no, what you're saying that's true, Raheem. Have you even authenticated what you're saying, or you just agreeing
so
because it fits
yeah,
your
no,
agenda?
I know everyone knows this. It's a common knowledge. But listen, so there's an assistant. So listen, brother, I'm gonna hold on. I was on mute the whole time you spoke.
Prove it.
I was on mute the whole time you spoke. Come on, man.
But prove it, bro.
So there is an assistant professor from. Hold on, where's he from? He's from Jason Combs from Birmingham Young University, and he specializes in ancient Christianity. And he is cited, and I've put the link in the back. And if you read the section called "Making the Cut," it says, "Why did some books make the cut and not others?" Combs cites 3 criteria used by the early church leaders. Yeah. So first, let's have a look at that. Stop that, Mason, please.
Wait, who wrote what you're reading now?
This is an article written about Combs and his
written by who? Written by who?
Oh, it's in there, man. Topic. You're asking me to like.
No, but
the
this is
link
how
is
you
in the back.
research people. You don't just read.
No, this is just a 2-second thing. Website. So the link is in the back, man.
You went on multiple
just look in the back. So listen, listen. It's not an art. Oh my God! You get scholarly articles. It's a bit written by Dave Ross on who decided decided to include the Bible, and he's citing a professor. So he's citing a professor and the professor's criteria, man. So just listen.
Oh, go on. I'm listening.
And it's in the back. It's not a newspaper article. So just read it, man. Hold on. Where was I? Say, Combs cites 3 criteria used by early church leaders. If you have a criteria, that means there's a selection to be made because there are several books, right? So this is a choosing process. First was authorship, whether it was believed to have been written by an apostle, by Paul or someone close to them, like Mark, for example. Mark wasn't an apostle, but he was an interpreter for Peter. So the second criterion was antiquity, with the older texts taking priority than the newer ones. And the third was orthodoxy, or how well the text confirmed with current Christian teachings. So that means that people decided based on those things, that reasoning as to why these books were accepted, and other books like the Gospel of Enoch were left out, or not the Gospel of Enoch. Yeah, the Gospel of Enoch was left
because,
out. Hold on. Or how Mary Magdalene was married to Jesus Christ, the Gospel of Mary. All these other bits.
Hold on, Raheem. I'll tell you why that's a lie. Because the Bible that the Christians were reading during the time of the early church fathers and the early Christians, the texts and the books that they were reading were in that compilation that they had even before they were Christians. Because the way the Old Testament, hold on, let me finish.
We're not disagreeing with that.
Let me finish. Because the way the Old Testament is ordered from Genesis all the way to Malachi or Habakkuk, Zephaniah, the last book of the Old Testament, is the same order it was designated when the Jews were reading it in the First Temple period, Second Temple period, David's time. It's the same compilation.
You're solely talking about the Old
Testament. Hold on. So when we're talking about agrees with Christian theology, the Gospels and the letters of Paul and the book of Revelation are the only Christian texts that come after the Old Testament, the Torah and the Tanakh. All these texts about the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Barnabas, the Gospel of the infancy of Jesus Christ, all of these texts come way after the time period and are actually written by monks. They've got nothing to do with the apostles, the early church fathers.
There are other texts written by people that are there and that were included and read at the time, and then they decided that they were not canon. Deciding what is canon means you look at it and authenticate it. The same way the Muslims make things sahih, it's the same thing that's happening there. They were creating authentication.
Because they knew who wrote it.
They didn't know everyone who wrote it. They just decided
so let me ask you a question.
Fit with the narrative, because one of the core objectives of the Council of Nicaea was to agree the divinity of God and how to get it out to the world. This is a fact. So therefore, in order to agree what's divinity, so hold on. Yeah. In order to agree what books should be accepted, it has to fit a narrative. And if it doesn't fit in with the narrative, it gets taken out.
Raheem, you do know that in the Council of Nicaea, they were using the Bible as a defense.
They weren't using the Bible, they were using all of the books to create the Bible. There was no Bible, before there was an agreement of canon. There was no Bible before there was an agreement of canon.
Let me take this slow because you haven't looked at this. Let me take this slow.
Can I respond quickly, please?
What do you want to say now? Go on then.
Marcion of Sinop was the first Christian leader in recorded history, though later considered a heretical, to propose and delineate a uniquely Christian canon in AD 140. This included the 10 epistles of Paul. Let me wait 1 second. This included 10 epistles of St. Paul as well as Luke, which By doing this, he established a particular way of looking at religious texts that persist in Christianity throughout today. They answer Zulu.
Okay, you need to provide the URL or the link to that, whatever you just read, because I need to verify what you're reading before I even accept what you're saying. So while you're doing that, I would like to further make my point. And when we're talking about historical references of the Bible and what's in the Bible, outside of the Bible, you can go to Josephus. Josephus clearly tells you the number of books that were in the Old Testament during the time and what books were in the Old Testament. He even goes over the Old Testament in the Antiquities of the Jews, and it matches up perfectly with what's in the Torah and in the Tanakh. Nowhere does he talk about Book of Enoch. Nowhere does he talk about the Book of the Giants or the Book of Adam and Eve or all these other books outside of the Torah and the Tanakh, because he was a Pharisee.
What was the name of that person?
Hold on, let me finish.
No, I just need the name of the person. So say the name of the person again.
Josephus. Yeah, he was a Pharisee Jew who was learned in the Torah and the Tanakh. And if he's telling you that in his time period, in the same, hold on. If he's telling you in the 2nd century, the same time that Jesus was around, 1st century, sorry, same time Jesus was around, that this is what was in the Old Testament or the Torah and the Tanakh, and it's exactly the same as what's in there now, where's all this stuff about, oh, why isn't the Gospel of Thomas there? Why isn't this there? Why isn't that there? When I can tell you that the oldest references to this compilation didn't even include none of those things.
Show us, what's the proof?
I just told you, look up Josephus.
So Zulu, you telling me showing proof to different things. Like you said to me, I need to show you something. You show us everything you're saying.
Okay, but can you send the URL?
You gotta have double standards, mate. You gotta tell me I need to prove everything.
I can show you though, and I've done it many times. No one has to question whether I can show what I'm saying. You're the one that doesn't show what you're saying. But I'm still waiting for you to send the link. You said you were going to send it, right?
If I can. If I can. So it says here, just looking at it, it says that Joseph's works are the chief source next to the Bible for history and antiquity of ancient Palestine, and provide a significant and independent extra-biblical account of such figures as Pontius Pilate, Herod the Great, John the Baptist, James the Just, and possibly Jesus of Nazareth. Right? That would mean that he would have had to have a say in what's happened and been a person of importance to have given this historical, or in their terms, factually historical account of these individuals. So this would have been taken into consideration along with the narrative that would have been spun by the Council of Nicaea. I don't know how that's not, why that makes him somehow, because he's able to agree what was put into the Old Testament, because he can verify it, it somehow means that he is proof of these books not being there. He clearly is a part of the motive. I'm just saying, to me, that's what that screams of. It doesn't make sense for it to be anything but that.
Josephus, some say, wrote the New Testament anyway, so.
Yeah, and you've never been able to prove that. Again, more accusations without actual scholarship and evidence. Why do you like doing that? I've always wondered.
You do the same. Please, you do the same thing. I'm sure anything you said today. Anything, one thing you shared the screen, one thing you said today. So please, if you haven't, shut up, bro, about scholarship. You ain't doing none of that. It's all your own saying. Fuck sakes.
As with everything, I think that's what makes it interesting, because we have a lot of opinions and we have different understandings of the text. And that's what makes for an interesting conversation. I don't think, as long as someone can back up what they're saying in some shape or form.
Right, check the chat, yeah? I'll drop a link here, you can have a look for yourself.
Yeah, I saw what you said about biblical canon.
But then they'll say, oh, it's Wikipedia. You can't read that. But if I go to the Catholic Church, the people run it. Oh, you can't bring Catholic Church. They're not Catholics. They're evil. You can never win. You know what I mean? But the Council of Nicaea, Constantine was a Roman Catholic who had this church thing, and they canonized the books. This is common knowledge. I don't know why we're arguing about it. It's stupid to argue about common knowledge, which everyone knows. There are many books which during the time of so-called Jesus, there were many books flying about. Even during the time of Jesus, there were many messiahs flying about. One just like, this is madness. Like, there was no Bible in the time of Jesus. There was no Bible in the time of Jesus. You read the Torah. That's what you read.
The Torah and the Tanakh.
Not even the Tanakh, the Torah. Where does that come from?
All right, I'm back. What's Beefy been saying?
Who dropped off just then?
I don't know, you know. Maybe Jupiter or something, I don't know. Anyway, what were you saying, Beefy? I was gone. Can you repeat what you were saying?
I said everyone knows Constantine was a Roman, and
Constantine.
Then yes.
Okay.
You're gonna tell me he was black now.
And did I say he was black? I'm just trying to clarify.
No, I'm saying, are you gonna tell me he was black?
I was just clarifying who you were talking about. I didn't understand what you said. It sounded muffled. So
at the time before Constantine took over and became a Christian, Christianity was a small cult in around the area. A small cult.
Which area?
And in the cult, there were many different schools. There were agnostic, I don't know, how do you call them? Christians, some who believe that Jesus was not fully God, he was just a man, and stuff like that. So there were different things going about time. Only when the Roman Catholics said, listen, we're going to make it a state religion, they started putting everything into place, canonizing, like Zulu said, the Council of Nicaea talk about the divinity of God. Why are you going to have the council talk about the divinity of God? Because some people do not believe that Jesus was divine. That's why they had the Council of Nicaea.
Right. That's actually why they had the Council of Nicaea, not about changing books, because the books were already in existence before.
I never said that.
But this is the rhetoric that Raheem was saying, and you was.
No, it's linked together. It's linked together. Because if there is a book, hold on, if there is a book or a part of the book which decides that this is not stop it. This is not proving we're not proving divinity of Christ. It cannot be accepted into the Bible. So therefore, they removed and edited stuff and changed it to suit the narrative. And that's what we've been saying the whole time. It is that.
What was supposedly removed, because you still haven't proved it, what was supposedly removed into the Council of Nicaea that went against the idea that Jesus was God?
Things like him having a wife.
The Council of Nicaea was there to decide the divinity of Christ.
Hold on. And what text?
Zulu, what are you doing?
No, hold on. I'm trying to respond to what Raheem says. You were speaking this whole time, bro. Come on, man. What book, Raheem, suggests that Jesus had a wife? Can you give me a name?
The Gospel of Mary Magdalene.
And when was the Gospel of Mary Magdalene written?
I'm not actually sure. I need to check that.
Let's look it up. Gospel.
When was the Gospels written to Jesus? Were they written before Jesus or after Jesus?
Let's not change the topic. Let's do one
I'm asking a question.
You're bringing confusion now. We're dealing with the Gospel of Mary of Magdalene. This is what he's presented, right? It says here, when was it written? Let me say when it was written.
It says just at the top of my Google page, sometime in the 2nd century.
Oh, it says 3rd century. It says here.
But some say that some scholars claim it overlaps Jesus' lifetime.
It says the Gospel of Mary believed to have been written in the 3rd century. So this is 300 years after Jesus?
What's her name? Zulu.
So this
Zulu,
hold on.
Zulu.
And when was the council?
What website are you reading from? What website are you reading from?
Just typed in on Google. When was it written?
I'm asking what website are you reading from? What website?
Do you want me to send you the link? I can send you the link.
Send the link.
There you go. Boom. Here's the link. Private chat. It's not a problem for me because I'm used to.
What I've got is is that. So hold on, I'm just trying to find it now. Where is it gone? So I've got it's the I didn't click on the article because I'm not sure. Sorry, let me find something a bit more
But do you
credible.
understand the point? Why you're looking for it? Do you understand the point I'm making? It's very important to identify which books we're talking about and when they were written. Because if they were written during the same time as the other Gospels, then there's a more of a plausible argument, right? But if they're written 200, 300, 400 years after the Gospels, then why should they be in the book if the book was already in existence before these other things were even written?
So I've got here that it's written on this in 2nd century. I googled what is the oldest gospel written. When was the oldest gospel written? And it says the oldest gospel text, a fragment of John dating from the first half of the 2nd century, is the oldest gospel ever written, and that's in canon. So that signifies that it's both in the same time frame. That the Gospel of Mary was written in the 2nd century, and the Gospel of John was written in the 2nd century. They're both written around about the same period in time.
It wasn't in the hold on. Hold on. It's not in the 2nd century. I just told you it's in the 3rd century.
You said one. You're saying one thing. I've got proof.
I posted the link in the private chat.
Zulu, this really a website. He's gonna watch this as well. So why should we believe your website?
Okay, so why should we believe yours then? Like, what? You want to play that game? You want to play that game?
No, it was you saying whatever you presented the truth, everyone else is lying. So I'm saying, why should we believe your website?
Actually, it says here 5th century, and this is
no, it was discovered in the 5th. It was discovered in the 5th. Yes, discovered in the 5th.
No, it says discovered in 1896.
Yes, the 5th century.
In a 5th century papyrus codex.
Wait, yeah, 5th. Sorry, that's it. 5th century papyrus.
So that means that's even old. That's even younger.
So Zulu, when was the discourse discovered?
That's 500 years. That's 500 years after the gospel.
Discourse, when was it discovered?
That's even worse. 500 years.
When was the discourse discovered?
We believe something that's 200 years after Christ, but we don't believe another 300.
No. The point is, the closer it is to the time period. This is from the methodological approach here, from that kind of field when you're doing scholarship. Yeah, the closer something is to the time period, the more plausible it is. If something is written hundreds and hundreds of years after, there's a lot of discrepancies that can occur, and it makes it less believable, right? If we're talking about the Gospel of John was found in Egypt, the fragment of it, during the same time, like 90 years after. I think it was 90 AD, actually. The oldest was found.
You fucked up, you know. You fucked up.
How have I fucked up? Go on, tell me.
Because as much as that's saying it, are we going by that Wikipedia article? Because the piece of evidence that you provided, I read it. Mary Magdalene, according to the Gnostic Gospels, beginning in 1896, fragmentary manuscripts known as the Gnostic Gospels were discovered by theologians and archaeologists. The Gospel of Mary, believed to be written in the 3rd century, reveals a Mary Magdalene who had a special relationship with Jesus and possessed a deeper understanding. So we're saying that something that's 100 years older than the oldest written accepted Bible piece is not to be accepted. That does not make sense.
Wait, did you hold on? The fact that there's a fragment, it doesn't mean that's when the Gospel of John was written. It just
it's an oldest piece.
Hold on. But you know how fragments work and how scholarship works, right? Just because you find the fragment, hold on, Biffy. Just because you find the fragment of something, that doesn't mean that's the first time the contents of what is found was ever written. It just means that
I've not
that's
said that.
what you
That's
found.
the oldest.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying that John is 2nd century. But I'm telling you that just because they found a fragment in Egypt dating to that doesn't mean that that's when John was first written. So again, John could have been written.
The question posed was, what is the oldest fragment, the oldest piece, the oldest book of the Bible that's written? And it says, hold on, when was the oldest gospel written? The oldest gospel text known is a fragment of John dating from the first half of the 2nd century. That's the oldest piece of text written. That's not discovered, that's written. So, and then your piece of evidence about Mary Magdalene says that it's just 100 years after that.
Oh, Raheem, it's
So
saying
therefore,
here
you cannot
that
say it's not as plausible.
Hold on. It's saying here that the 4 canonical gospels were written between AD 66 and 110. That's not 5th century, 2nd century. All right.
That's second century, man.
Repeat that again. Sorry.
66 AD, 2nd century.
One
And,
second century.
No.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that would be 2nd century. But that's like it depends on which book you're talking about, because were they all written at the same time within that time period, or were some written before? Because from what I'm seeing here, it says that Mark was written first. Mark was the first to be written.
But
I don't know.
John.
I see a fragment of John.
No, fragment
So-
found again. No, but hold on. Fragment found.
But
doesn't
exactly,
mean-
but John was the first one. I'm saying, what is it?
No. I use my words very carefully, Beefy. I said the oldest fragment found. When you find something, doesn't mean it's the oldest. There could be one.
But it is the oldest.
It is the
Found.
oldest.
This is saying it's the oldest written, and it's the
Oh my
oldest
God.
written fragment. It's not the oldest fragment found. It's the oldest written fragment. That sentence is very much different from the former. The oldest fragment found is different from the oldest fragment
Yeah, meaning not the
written,
complete book of John, but a portion of the book of John found,
which
right?
is older than
Which is
any other
which
piece
is
of
dated
it,
to be quite old, right? But
which is
doesn't mean
older
that-
than any
but it
piece
doesn't-
of it.
But it doesn't mean you can tie the whole book of John to the date at which that fragment is dated to, because there has to be a pre-existent version of that fragment, because obviously this thing has been written over and over again and distributed, right? Like if I write something now and then someone copies it 500 years later and writes it, and then someone finds it, does that mean that that thing is 500 years old? No, you have to go by the one I wrote, because that's the original one. So when we're talking
Yeah,
about this
and
fragment,
that is the original one. The
it's not the original one.
is the
It's in Greek.
oldest. The original is oldest.
Oh
The
my
original
gosh,
is
you
oldest.
don't understand how it works, bro. But just because you find a fragment doesn't mean that that's the first time that that thing was ever written. So you can't say it's many years old, because it's a fragment, it's a copy. That fragment in Egypt, the one that's dated to that time period.
So you're saying that there is an older. So no, that's not what I've said. That's not what I've said. That's what you're assuming, because you keep saying the oldest fragment found, and I keep telling you that is not what the sentence says. The sentence says the oldest fragment written, not found. So it's not
Not
a copy. It's not a copy
written, the oldest
It's
copy
written.
And in what language? In Greek.
Zulu doesn't matter.
It does matter, because the Gospels were written in Hebrew before they were written in Greek.
No.
Not only Hebrew, they were also written in Aramaic as well. If you look at the
Show me
the
oldest.
Syriac
Show
text,
me
they
the
were
oldest
written.
It doesn't say. To be honest, it doesn't say that. It doesn't
Liar.
say what language it's written in. It just says it's the oldest.
Show me the Aramaic.
It's called the Peshitta text, Biffy.
Show where they show me. And the older thing.
Type in the Syriac Bible.
So the Syriac Bible is the oldest Bible in the world.
I never said it was the oldest Bible. I'm saying that the gospel.
I'm asking you.
I'm saying that, especially the Gospel of Matthew. Are you listening to what I'm saying, or are you just
no? You're not listening. No, can I talk?
I'm talking now, and you're talking over me, though.
Go on, talk then.
The Gospel of Matthew and many of the other Gospels were first written in Hebrew before they even ever touched Greek. This is a fact. So I'm not saying that. Hold on. I'm not saying that it's wrong if it's in Greek. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm not trying to run away. I'm just saying, let's not say that just because they found that fragment and it's dated to be the oldest fragment, right, or the oldest version or copy of the original one, doesn't mean that that's the date at which you can date when John sat down and wrote John. Because this is a fragment, it's a copy of the Gospel of John found in Egypt.
Okay, now, is Zulu saying...
You keep mentioning Egypt. I never mentioned Egypt.
But that's when it was found. I know about the fragment, Rahim. I know about the fragment.
The oldest Gospels were originally Aramaic. Have you got proof of this? Show us one fragment of the oldest Gospel in Aramaic.
What are we doing here, bro? Can we get back to the topic?
You said it just now.
You're trying to derail the conversation to other points. And
no, I was never talking, Zulu. You're making claims. You guys have shit. First of all, you said, once let me talk. I was talking. You cut me up.
Yeah,
I was talking.
I was
talking.
But now I'm
I was talking.
But now you're talking.
No, I am talking. No, I was talking. You cut me up.
I cut you
up. I was
okay,
talking.
go on then. Apparently.
I was talking. First of all, Zulu is the shapeshifter. First said the oldest book is John. Then he pulls up evidence which says it's Mark. Yeah. Now he's saying we know that the oldest
fragment.
When I'm finished talking,
I didn't say the oldest book was John. I said the oldest
you can
fragment.
correct me after. Correct me after. Yeah. He specifically said the oldest book was John. His own words in one tape. Then he brought up evidence saying the oldest book was Mark. Now he's saying no, they're not the oldest books. It's actually in Aramaic. So all I'm asking is, where is the proof of all this Zulu?
All right. So I'm gonna respond to you, and then I'm gonna get back to the topic. So I never said that the Gospel of John is the oldest gospel. I told you that the oldest fragment was the Gospel of John, and I said that it was found in Egypt to basically agree with what Raheem was saying. Yeah, when he typed in which was the oldest, and he found that it was John. I'm agreeing with him because I've seen it myself. That's why I even added the part in Egypt, and he can verify that and type in where they found it to show that I know what I'm talking about. Secondly, I said that the Gospel of Mark is possibly the oldest gospel. This is what the scholars are saying based on the contexts, based on the gospels taken from one another and how the stories have basically kind of, synchronized with each other. They all point to taking aspects of the Mark's version of the story, right? That's what it seems from what I'm reading here. And then thirdly, the original point was about the Council of Nicaea. You guys made a claim that the Bible was changed or books were taken out.
Never.
You made the claim that books were compiled or taken out or edited or whatever happened in the Council of Nicaea. I then tried to explain to you why they had the Council of Nicaea in the first place. What was the objective? What was the reason to why they had the Council of Nicaea? And then I then explained. And then I was then going to explain to you the outcome. What was the result of the Council of Nicaea? And another thing I wanted to explain to you was the already existent Bible or texts prior to that Council of Nicaea, meaning they had no power in altering or changing anything of the Bible because a compilation of the Bible already existed. The same Bible, for example, the Ethiopians are reading, the Coptic Christians in Egypt were reading, the Syriac Christians, the Armenian Christians, because all of these were the people that were at the Council of Nicaea. You know that, right?
First of all, can I ask a question?
Ask your question though. Answer that first.
Yeah. Okay, cool. But first of all, the Coptic book came from Alexandria, so that's not the oldest. That's a myth. Already.
And who was in Alexandria?
The Romans.
Were they the only people there? They're the ones
who brought the Bible there, Alexandria. What are we doing?
Oh, so the Romans brought the apostles didn't go to Egypt. Yeah, run away. Because clearly we know that when the apostles went around the world, that included Africa. Because we know about the Ethiopian and Coptic Christians, and we know about the Egyptian Christians. So the Philip went to Ethiopia because he met the Ethiopian eunuch who already had a Torah, meaning they already had a Bible, which proves my point again. You can't date the Bible to the Council of Nicaea because the Bible was in existence before the Council of Nicaea. It was even in existence before the Septuagint because it's based on the Torah and the Tanakh, which is the original text. They are all translations of the original text. Whether it's the KJV, whether it's the NIV, all these versions, they're translations of the original text, which are still in existence for you to look at to verify whether or not it's the same. So I don't know why you want to lie and say, oh, the Council of Nicaea, this is when the Bible was compiled. Based on what evidence? Nothing you've read, nothing you've shown has proven that. All it has proven is exactly what I said, that it was a theological debate on the divinity of Christ and on the Trinity.
So the what's it called? Oh, bloody hell. 6th century, the Mauritanians canon, which believed to date at 200 AD, is the earliest compilation of canonical texts resembling the New Testament. It was not until 5th century that all different Christian churches came together with the basic agreement of biblical canon. So there's clearly been a change. So you have the earliest compilation.
Show the change. What was taken out? Show the change. Because you're reading something and I don't know what you're reading. I don't know whether you know what I mean.
I'll copy the sources. History.com.
Cool. And also, let's also make this clear as well. When we're talking about the Bible and we're talking about what books are in there, a lot of these books pertain to a specific objective, right? A lot of them point to the Messiah. A lot of them are prophecy. A lot of them are history. So when you're saying, why is in this book there? Why is in that book there? If it's not clearly in line with what was revealed before, and if it's not from Israelites themselves, why would it be in the Bible? Because the books of the Bible were written by Israelites. So Israelites are the ones that would be able to determine, oh, this is from Abraham, this is from Moses, because it's their history, it's their book. So why would we even be going to any early church father or anyone way after the fact to verify or to say what should be in there? That doesn't make any sense. And neither could they do that, because a lot of these early church fathers were companions and followers of the apostles, who also read the Torah, the Tanakh, and wrote the Gospels. So it's very easy to mix and match all this information. But if you actually deal with the time periods and you understand how the Bible was written as a whole, because you could not go to a 2nd century Jew in Jesus' time and tell him that, oh, you made up the compilation. They're reading the same book that David was reading. They're reading the same book that Solomon was reading in the temple. The same Torah,
on the Old
the same
Testament.
first 5 books, the same Tanakh. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no disagreement in that. There is no disagreement in that. That's not the problem, because that would be to say that we're disagreeing with the Torah and the Tanakh. We're not. We're disagreeing that the Bible is in its original state. That's
But
the
it is in its
disagreement.
original state because
The Bible is a compilation of several books, including the Torah and the Tanakh. And I think
but the Torah and the Tanakh is scripture. All this book of Enoch, all this stuff, anything
But we're not
outside of
saying
the Torah
that is
and
what
the
the
Tanakh.
dispute is. It's more towards the books that were
That's
left out.
important. But Raheem, hold on. That's very important. Do you know why that's important? Because you're
Why?
saying, oh, people had to decide what would go in there if it didn't align with this or this view or this theological view. But they don't have any power to do that, because what's compiled has already been put in its order. Because if you're going to refer to the Torah and Tanakh, it was already in its order. The way you see Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, that's how it is. That's how the Torah has always been. Same ways with the Psalms and Judges and in the Tanakh. It's always been in that way. When you're talking about, oh, now the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, these things were never considered Gospels of the original canonical Gospels. They were never considered things that were written by the apostles themselves. Even those books, Mary didn't even write the Gospel of Mary. Thomas didn't even write the Gospel of Thomas. These things were even written by those people. How about that?
So we don't have all of the books in the Judaic faith in the Bible.
Of course,
we
no.
have
The ones that
picked and chosen what suits the canonical narrative and not added bits that are not fitting the purpose.
Raheem,
This
let
is
me
a
ask you a
fact.
question. Raheem, what is the process to authenticate something? Because you're acting like they just read it and said, oh, this doesn't align with our view, chuck it. Do you think that's all people did?
A modern scholarly agreement is not the same as something that was used to authenticate something back in the day. This is a fact.
Okay,
you cannot think that this is because we use this technique now, that this is what is supposed to be used in the same principle in 5th century AD. It's not at all.
Okay,
There are
but
many principles which have come and gone since then.
But Raheem,
So you
do you
cannot use that
understand?
logic as
Do you understand
justification.
that it's basic logic, right? If you're going to say that Thomas wrote something, it's important to prove that Thomas wrote something, right? Because you can claim that this is the
You're
Gospel
jumping
of Thomas.
around now. Wait,
No, I'm not jumping
from bit
around.
to
I'm
bit.
trying to show you that it's not just as simple as saying this doesn't align with our views, check it out. Because that didn't even occur. Because guess what? The Gospels, as we know, the Gospels today were in that form before that council.
That's not a disagreement.
So where's this Gospel of Thomas?
That's not a sole part of the disagreement.
Where's this Gospel of Thomas and all these Marys and that you keep bringing up to
They've
prove?
been written.
No, but you're trying to prove that these things were actual things that were written by Mary and written by Thomas, and someone said this shouldn't be in here, as if they were ever a part of it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Because
but
there's a collection of books.
You can't show me a contradiction.
Zulu. We've agreed there is a collection of books all together. And it has to agree it has to agree with the divinity of God.
I
So if
never
it does
said
not
that. I
agree with the
never said.
divinity of God,
No. That's not
yes,
how.
we've
That's not how it works.
agreed that we've agreed the Council of
Hold
Nicaea.
on, Raheem.
We've agreed the Council of Nicaea is the collective debate and agreement of what the divinity of God is. Yeah.
And
Agreed?
it didn't include anything about taking out books. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because if you read,
That's your
hold on, if
opinion.
you read, no, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. If you read through that source that you read, it talked about Gnostic texts. Do you know what it means when something is Gnostic? Do you know what that means?
So, where are the Gnostic texts from the Bible? Where are they going?
Beefy, hold on. You heard
Where
me
are
asking
they
a
going? The
question.
Gnostic texts? Where are they going?
You heard me just ask him a question, bro. I literally just asked him a question. So the reason why I'm asking you about the Gnostic text or the term used when you read that source is because the whole point of the debate was to go against the heretical Gnostics, the Arians. That was the whole reason. So if they're providing Gnostic, hold on. If the contention is against Gnostic texts, why would they ever be included in the gospel if they're Gnostic in origin? That's the whole point.
From the gospel, Zulu.
There has to be an agreement.
You read
There
it.
has to
Hold
be
on, Raheem. You
an
just read
agreement.
it.
Hold on. They weren't just considered Gnostic until there was a canon which was decided.
They were written by Gnostics. They were written by Gnostics. They were never written by Thomas.
No, not
They
all
were
of them
never
were
written by Thomas.
Gnostic
They were
people.
never written by Mary. They were never written by Barnabas. They were never written by the infancy of Jesus Christ. All of that stuff is rubbish. Written by
Because
Noah.
you agree on the canon.
Oh my
Because
God.
you agree that what the Catholic Church has agreed upon, that's what you're following.
Like I'm sorry, like if you're not gonna deal with evidence, like where can we go with this? Because you're just
That is evidence. You're agreeing with what you've been told is canon. Things are discredited after they are credited. It's that simple.
I
There was no Gnostic text. There was no Gnostic people until the canon was agreed.
You don't even know about the Council of Nicaea. This isn't going to go anywhere. How can a canon be agreed when the Bible was already in existence in Ethiopia?
The Bible did not exist until the 2nd century AD, after all of these pieces had been written together. There was no Bible before that. There was just a compilation of books, all different books with different accounts spread across, some people agreeing, some people not. And that's why they agreed as to the divinity of God. Because some books did not say that God was divine. The divinity of Jesus Christ, and others did.
And what did they use to make their cases?
I said what their theory is.
No, I didn't say theory. When you go to court, you have to provide evidence, right? And when you're having a theological debate called Council of Nicaea, something has to be brought forward.
If the motive,
what did the Gnostics bring forward, and what did those opposing them bring forward as their evidence?
So those who agreed were the ones.
Let him tell us.
There's no trick.
Don't fall for the trick. It's a trick.
There's no trick. Oh, listen.
Believe me. Let him tell us.
Common sense. It's called
hold on.
What did they use as a defense?
This is why there's no trick. This is why there's no trick. Because those who were debating on the divinity of Jesus Christ were all Christian bishops. So they were all people. That's what it is. It's a collection of Christian bishops who were in the Council of Nicaea. So they all came with a motive, and the motive was to agree upon the divinity of Jesus Christ. So if there is something that does not agree with that, you do not add it. It's that simple. You don't add evidence that goes against you, do you? In court, you don't say, "Yeah, here's my murder knife. This is my murder knife. This is what I did." You say there is no murder knife.
Raheem, you're not even answering the question I asked you. The reason why I asked you that question in the way I asked you that question is because I'm trying to get you to understand that they had to use the texts as evidence while presenting their arguments in order to prove their theological standpoint. I can't come here and say that Jesus is this, and I don't show you no reference. Meaning, if they had to show you references, they were using the Gospels in their defense. And actually, if you look at the accounts of the Council of Nicaea, we know that they were doing this. They were quoting passages from Matthew and this, showing that God being the Father of one, They were using biblical texts and references to defend their case. right? That's the reason why I asked you, do you know what they use to defend their case? Because if they're using gospels and using texts, it means it was already in existence and it was already commonly understood these are the gospels. Secondly, you're now talking about what did you just say before I started speaking? You started talking about what did you just say? So I wanted to make a point and I've forgotten. I should have wrote it down. Raheem, what was the last point that you made? Raheem, are you even listening to me?
Sorry, I got a phone call, brother. I'm so sorry.
What
I
was the last
apologize
point you
in
just made?
its
Because I know
entirety.
I wanted to make a point. What was the last point you just made?
The last point I made, that if you go to court, you don't bring evidence that is against you. You bring evidence that is for you. So yeah, then I use the knife as an example. You don't say that I've got my murder knife right here. You say that
Okay, I
there is
remember
some
now. I
evidence.
remember my point now. You said that there was a collection or there was a group of bishops. Which I question the term bishops, but you said there was a group of bishops there having this debate, right? You said that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So if they were having this debate, were they having this debate because they themselves didn't agree with each other, or because they were trying to debate against a growing opinion?
I think it's neither of that.
It
I
is
think
actually the second one.
the debate is to come to an agreement as to what suits the narrative.
Okay, the
Because
reason why I'll tell you.
you can say you don't agree with something. I can say I don't agree with something. Then if you have an actual intellectual conversation about it and have a goal in mind as to what the reason we're going to use these books for, then that's how that's what you would do. Because ultimately that's what the book is. It's a control stick.
Okay, the reason why I asked you that question is because if you actually look up I think someone mentioned Constantine earlier. Constantine himself was actually a Gnostic. He was an Arian. He held that belief, or the growing heretical belief, that Jesus isn't God, that he's just a created being. So if you actually study the history of the Council of Nicaea, the reason why Constantine held the Council of Nicaea in the first place was so that there wasn't all these dispute and arguments between the Gnostics and between those that believed in the Trinity. So there wasn't a disagreement amongst the bishops. There wasn't disagreements amongst the early church fathers or any of the early Christians on this theological issue. It was the growing Gnostic cult and heresy that was going around these Christian churches and areas preaching their doctrines. Hence why, hence why these fundamentals have to be established in this theological debate using what as evidence? The texts. So they came forth, they discussed, or this, like just similar to how we do here on the panel. I have my position on the Bible, I screen share my text.
100%.
You have your position on the Bible, you screen share your text, and we all come to a conclusion. That's exactly what it was about. That's a fact. You can look this up on multiple sources.
The end goal, the actual end goal of the Council of Nicaea, and everyone knows this, is that he wanted to maintain a certain degree of order within his realm.
Exactly.
And he used Christianity to do that. So if he's able to unite everyone under one banner, it cannot have conflicting messages and information. It has to all be uniform. So therefore he helped pick, along with several others, what should be in this book that they are going to present to the masses and make the dominant faith
But there is
base.
no evidence.
You have the same thing. You have the same thing with the Romans prior and the Greeks and every major spiritual system from the beginning of time up until now. They all do
But
this.
Raheem, there is no evidence that they had to say what would end up in the Bible or not, because the
Yes,
same
it
book
is.
that
When
they were
you have a
using, the
debate,
same. Hold on. The book that they were using, or the books that they were using in the debate, were already in existence and already in a compilation, meaning they weren't the ones that made that decision. The things that they were discussing. Yeah, go on. And I was gonna say that the things that they were discussing had to be backed up with references from the Bible, from the Gospels. They were having a debate. So why would they then change books and add books in if what they were using in the first place was the book for the debate?
because they
It was
were
already in existence.
using certain books to agree with their principles and their belief. Well, it wasn't their belief, their control stick is right, what I'd rather say. Because all of the accounts are the same. That means you have a narrative. It's a story. You cannot have a story with several conflicting narratives or bits that don't equal what the end result of that story is. So Peter, John, Luke, and Paul. No, not Paul. Peter, John, and Luke, and Mark, I think, and Matthew. I'm not sure. Whoever was with them, the disciples, basically, who wrote it. They all turn around and they have their accounts of how Jesus was born, which are all very similar, not the same, they were all similar, and how he was bathed, how he was baptized, how he was crucified, what he said when he was crucified, which are all different, and what happened when he was crucified, which are all different. Because that's a narrative. But if you have,
you say they're all different, but they're not contradicting each other.
I'm not mentioning contradictions. I haven't mentioned that. I just said that they're all the same but different. That's all I've said about those books.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Don't continue.
Okay, cool. So then, if you have another book which somehow detracts from the message that this person was divine, for example, and was a sexless, pure being, which didn't need anything material on the world, because that's what made him so righteous and so good and so holy, you cannot include that. So if he did have that relationship that is outlined in the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, then you remove it. You don't admit it as canon in the compilation that is being used. Because we've already said that, as I said before, and I'm trying to find the quote now and I've lost it, that in the 2nd century, there was a group, a collection of books, and then in the 5th century is when it was all agreed upon, right? So that means that the narrative is picked and chosen.
Okay, but this is the thing though. When we're talking about narratives being picked and chosen, you can have narratives and interpretations decided upon using the same book without having to change anything. Look at denominations in Christianity today. You've got denominations that still say or try to say that Jesus isn't God while using the same Bible. So again, you don't have to change or take anything away to separate and go on your own theological understanding or your own theological interpretation. What does change and what is altered is hold on. What does change? It makes it easier, but it's not necessary. What does change and what does become edited is the interpretation. You don't need to take Bibles out to do that. When people are saying this shouldn't be there, or this shouldn't, or this, no, but hold on. It's not even a matter of taking out. It's a matter of this shouldn't be added to this because what was already there was already there. It was a matter of, oh, someone comes up and says, oh, have you read this Gospel of Thomas? And then we assess this Gospel of Thomas and we're like, something's fishy about this. And then what supported that is looking at the authors. Who wrote this? It's not even Thomas. So why the hell would it even be there? Whereas with John and Matthew and all these other books, we can go straight to it wasn't Thomas. And it's not me making that up. It's not a belief. They will tell you it wasn't Thomas. It was actually found in Egypt. It was actually written by a monk or Christian or something like that. It wasn't written by Thomas.
So
you see what I'm trying to say? Like it's very important who wrote it because it wasn't just an easy process. If there were ever a thing where they said this shouldn't join, it wasn't just like boom that shouldn't join. Like these things have to be looked at and assessed, and because you know how many gospels there are that people are saying should have been there. You know there's loads, right? All this Barnabas, all this infancy of Jesus, all this stuff. Come to find of it, none of it was even written by the people themselves. So why would you even bring that as an example of what should be there and what shouldn't be there? You think Enoch wrote the book of Enoch? Do you genuinely believe Enoch wrote the book of Enoch? We're talking about someone that existed before the flood. Do you think there would be a surviving text that he wrote all the way up until now? What language were they even speaking before the flood? Do you see what I'm trying to say, Raheem? There's a lot of people making up books
get that, but
saying,
is there no Enoch in the New Testament? Is there no Enoch in the New Testament?
No, Enoch is mentioned. No, there's no dispute on Enoch's existence. But a whole book written by Enoch with its own narratives and its own things, there is nothing like that in the Bible. Enoch is mentioned in the Bible briefly mentioned, but like in terms of him having a whole book, you're gonna have to authenticate that for me because I don't know if he even wrote that.
So what was
We're
the
talking close to Adam.
what is in the Gospel of Enoch?
The Book of Enoch.
I'm
Well, the
actually
Book of
genuinely
Enoch
asking.
talks about. Yeah, the Book of Enoch is basically Enoch's journey around Earth, and also basically prophesying about the flood, talking about the Watchers, the fallen angels, the Nephilim, and then even some of it talks about his journey through the heavens, the seventh heavens, and it mainly talks about the fallen angels that came and taught men a lot of mischief and wickedness, namely Azazel, Azrael, and all these different and Samuel, a lot of these angels that came down and taught men, wizardry, weaponry, makeup. It names a list of things that the fallen angels came and taught men. But am I supposed to take that as canonical? Am I supposed to take that as 100% fact? I mean, I can use it as a historical reference or use it as, this is the cultural understanding. But if it's not scripture, I can't put that on God. I
To
can't
be
put that
fair,
on,
to be fair, nothing was written down at first. It was all auditory stories. So there's a chance that it could have survived and then just been written down. Because that's how all of
But
the
do
other
you understand
Gospels
that?
were written. To be fair.
But even me saying that, right, we do realize that the conversations that God had between Adam and Eve and all these things, Adam and Eve didn't write Genesis. We can acknowledge that the stories are older than when they were written because a lot of people believe Moses wrote the first 5 books. But with the Book of Enoch, no one is trying to say someone else wrote it after Enoch, and people are saying Enoch wrote the Book of Enoch. Actually, it's in first person. Does that even sound
If it's
plausible?
auditory, well, it depends on what people say, isn't it? I don't know. Like just looking into it, it doesn't say that it was written by Enoch. It just says that it's unknown who wrote it.
So
But
that
the
already
same,
lets you know. Like,
as to
come on.
what it was. Well, no one knows who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. They say it's
No,
Moses.
we know Moses wrote it. We know Moses wrote
No,
it.
we
And
don't know.
actually, if you
We
read in
we don't know. We
we do
accept
know.
that is it. No, we don't know. We
Okay,
accept
but
that
we
that's it.
accept
Because
it
the
because
same
there's
way,
evidence that's
if
today.
Moses came, who came first, Moses or sorry, Moses? Yeah, Moses came after Noah, didn't he? So if we accept that something can come from Moses, written and taken forever, however it is done, how can we not accept Enoch as written, even though, as I said, it's more than likely auditory? Why is it we can't accept Moses? Enoch is written and
Because we
surviving.
don't know we don't know the language that Enoch would have spoke, and not only do we not know the language that Enoch would have spoke, but Enoch himself, nowhere in the Bible does it indicate that Enoch wrote something. It says in the New Testament that Enoch prophesied about something, right? It references what he did,
Auditory.
other than him just be going up to heaven. It does exactly. He was doing what he was doing in an
That's what I
auditory
said.
manner. Nowhere does it say he wrote anything, or in the Book of Enoch it says. Because if it said in the Bible and in the Book of Enoch it says, and it's talking about the Book of Enoch, I'll be like, well, that's a done deal. The Book of Enoch should be there somewhere. Because in the Bible, it goes back and references itself. You know that, right? You know, when Jesus, if you read the Gospels, he quotes the Old Testament. Jesus quotes the Old Testament a bunch of times. He says in the Book of Isaiah, it says this and this. In the Book of Psalm. So if they can quote the Old Testament, why isn't anyone going back and saying in the Book of Enoch, do you see what I'm saying?
It's a very, very good challenge. I agree. But my only thought process behind it would have been that because it's auditory rather than written down, like how a lot of the books were before they were written down. So that's my only challenge towards that. But again, I'm not really sure about it.
I mean, do I see utility in reading the book? I mean, I've read the Apocrypha. That's one book where I can say, why was that taken out? We did talk about the Apocrypha. That's a totally different story because the first King
Is
James
the Book
Version
of
Bible
Enoch
had the
not in
Apocrypha
there?
in it.
Is the Book of Enoch not in the Apocrypha?
I don't think so. I think the Book of Enoch is its own thing, included into some
I'm
versions of.
not
I know
sure.
the Ethiopian Bible has the book, but the Ethiopian version of the Book of Enoch isn't even the same as the one that everyone reads in the one that we have from the Septuagint, from the Greek. But the point I'm making is, right, those compilations, those versions, they have to flow with the rest of the scripture. If it doesn't flow with the rest of the scripture, what's the point of just embracing anything? Someone can claim this was written by David, and you read it, and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't sound like David. It doesn't connect to anything. Why are you going to add it in? There has to be a verification process. And I'm not saying man should be the only decider in that matter, because obviously you're talking about the word of God, right? You're talking about the Bible. But at the same time, you don't just add any old book in there. People can write something now. Should that just be added in because I
I
said
think
it
it
should be
has to
added
fit
in?
the narrative, as I said. You have to have something that is a story. If it doesn't fit that narrative, because I'm sure there's value in the book of Enoch. I'm sure, and for whatever
Of course there is.
or whatever books that they've taken out.
I mean,
But
I don't
if
know
it
whether
doesn't
it's
fit the
true or not that
divinity
angels
narrative,
came down and
then
taught men about wickedness, but it makes. I don't know, man. All I can tell you is I've read Maccabees, I've read the Apocrypha, and there's some interesting stuff there that can be used. There's utility in it, but can I say I got spiritual edification from it or brought me closer to God? I can't say that. No, I don't think so. Not at all. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Especially when we're dealing with the Pharisees and the Sadducees. You know, these guys knew the law back to front. Jesus had debates with them, bro. Like they knew what was in there, and there weren't no Apocrypha in there. There weren't no Book of Enoch in there. They had the same Torah that you see today, the same Tanakh that you see today. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I've read all sorts of shit. I've read the Kabbalah. I've read the Talmud. I've read the Mishnah. I've read some of the Halakha. I've read all these outside of the Bible texts.
and what have you learned?
Personally, I've not gained any spiritual edification from it at all.
Nothing.
All it's done is
That's
affirm.
crazy.
All
Nothing
it's
at
done is
all. No.
affirm. Bro, when you've got the Talmud telling you that Jesus is burning in hell in excrement, what can you do with that? Where's the utility in that? How does that better your life? When it tells you that he was an Egyptian wizard, when it tells you that you're supposed to what's it called, lick the foreskin like those guys do in the rabbi, like what's the utility? What's the utility in that? There's no utility. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So you can read things, but if it's not spirit filled, as we like to say as Christians, what's the point? You're just wasting your time. If it's not filled with the Holy Spirit, if it's not, in synchronicity with the Word of God, what's the point? You're wasting your time.
No, I get that. Yeah, I guess if it doesn't add value, and as you said, I think my mentor always used to say, when you find something and it advances your spiritual knowledge, it feels different. Like there's a feeling towards it. So I guess I can empathize with what you're saying is if it don't synchronize, which is my understanding of that same feeling I get when I'm looking at certain things, I'm like, wow, if it's with this and this and it makes sense, then yeah.
And also, I got a dark feeling from reading the Kabbalah. I'll tell you that. Like, I even advise people like, yo, don't read this shit, man. I was telling people, yo, don't read it, bro. Don't read that shit, man. Like, be careful, because you might entice you because there's certain secrets in there that may be true in the spiritual realm, may not be true. And the human curiosity is what sometimes leads to our demise. Look at Solomon. Solomon had all the wisdom, but with that wisdom and with the marrying of these pagan women, his curiosity led him to learn the wisdoms of the occult. And that's why he indulged in the evils and the paganisms of the time, because of that curiosity. Curiosity can be the problem sometimes. Oh, what's this Kabbalah all about? Next thing you know, you're reading it. Next thing you know, you're walking around with the Star of Davids and you're walking around with red strings and you're doing all these different rituals. That's the problem with the curiosity aspect of it. But if you're not founded in something, a reference point, which I was able to crawl myself out of it, I don't fall under the Kabbalah. I laugh at the Kabbalah, I debunk it. Because the reference point is the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Gospels. That's my reference point. And it stayed the same since I was born. So So yeah, man, Raheem, man, you need to come to the truth, bro.
I'm sitting in the truth, bro. I'm sitting in it.
Still
I'm
in the
dwelling in
truth.
it. I'm in. Man, but
I mean, that
you know,
evolution shit you did earlier.
truth is subjective. No, it's not hilarious. You know why it's not hilarious? I think it all depends on how you believe God works. So, for me personally, I'll try and explain it as best as I can. God. So when you see miracles and things happening, it's for me. It's very much butterfly on the wheel. I don't know if you've heard that saying before. Like butterfly on the wheel of a car causes a car accident. The car accident causes you to go into the back of an ambulance. The ambulance will, I don't know, run past a newspaper. That newspaper will open at a certain page, and then someone will see like 6 numbers, and then they'll say, "Oh fuck, let me put those 6 numbers on the lottery," and then they end up winning. That's what miracles are for me. God sets a drop somewhere, and then that is a reason why things happen and change. So whereas I referenced like the snake as the punishment, it lost its legs. That took a period in time, and then that's why that was all set in motion for that to happen. And the tool for God to use is evolution. I don't believe that God said, yeah, you're not going to have any legs, and then the legs just went poof. I believe it was a slow, punishing process that he's like walking away, and then the next day he like loses feeling in one finger or whatever it is, and then eventually one leg falls off, then it's 2, so he's scraping on his front, and then does that make sense? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
So you believe in long, slow processes rather than things being instantly generated or instantly instituted.
Yeah, I believe that instant is not how well, I think things can happen, but I think it depends on what it is instant. And I think if it's instant for you, the ramifications aren't actually for you. You're just a cog in the journey that is getting to
So
something.
does that apply to human beings? Does that apply to human beings and how we were
It's
created?
everyone and everything.
So human beings started off as what?
What do you mean? Not we started off as monkeys. That's not what I believe in. I believe that we had a very similar form to what we are now. But I believe, like how I mentioned the gallbladder before, that these things they become redundant because there's changes in our environment, and we've evolved not to use it. I know we've gone right back into this conversation again.
But Raheem, they said they started off as how we look now. So are you saying the first woman and man was an adult? Are you saying the first woman and man was an adult when they were generated? Or are you saying that what's the process? Break it down.
Humanoid. I believe humanoid in nature, like very similar to humanoid.
No, but I said adult. I'm talking about the age.
Age?
Were they adults? Were they
Logic
born?
would tell me no. Logic would tell me nah, it's impossible for them to be adults. It would have to grow. But
why?
Because I don't believe in instantaneous. I don't believe I just don't believe that you were created as an adult. I don't know. I think it's a process, and that creation is the process. So it's almost like becoming aware at a certain point that they are almost fully realized as a person, as a human being. They've now become a man, now become a woman. I don't think it is bam, you're 18 years old and in your prime created, and then you live until you're 130 something. Especially if you lived until you're 130 something, that would mean that there was a time before you got to that period. But yeah, that's why.
Okay, so the reason why I ask you this question is because typically a lot of people are against a young earth creationism because they believe that things have to operate within these long periods of time in order for them to actually become what they are. But when we're talking about the creator who has an infinite and unlimited will and power, he doesn't have to operate in the slowness of processes that we see today, especially when we're talking about the creation and generation of everything that is. So if we're talking about systems such as, you know, carbon cycles, water cycles, the whole symbiotic structure of nature, in order for everything to work in its perfect place, it would all have to be made in its perfect place maturely. If one thing was made immature, one thing was made mature, then nothing would synchronize with each other, and everything in nature would be chaos. What we do see in nature is order and synchronicity. What we do see in order is order. We do see in nature, sorry, is order and synchronicity, because everything was generated perfect and to work the way it was operated in its mature state.
So, I would disagree, and the reason why I would disagree is because time is relative, especially when it comes to creation. So the principle is that the world was created in 6 days. Excuse me, and all of its inhabitants in 6 days. But it says that one day unto God is but 1,000 years. So time is very relative. So things weren't created in its mature state. If one day to God is but 1,000 years, it means that over that time period where it felt to God, because he's working and doing whatever he's doing, it's gone quickly, it's that day. For us, if we were to watch God creating, it would be over the period of 1,000 years.
Okay, but isn't that just to express God as eternity and how God isn't affected by time? Is that not an allegory? Is that not?
I think it's more than likely both. I think that God operates on time relative to him, and we operate on time relative to us. The same way, if we go to Mars, we're not.
Time?
Because God is time. God is everything. So God is relative to time.
No, time isn't a real thing.
Time is a thing. Time is a thing. But we're about to go off onto a tangent now. That's not the original conversation. I don't want to go off onto that. But I love that conversation. I actually really enjoy the time. What is time? How do we understand time?
The reason why I'm asking questions in this line is because I'm trying to express to you that this idea that things take a long period of time to become what they are is the alternative view to the theistic view that God has the power to generate everything in its perfect state from the beginning. And that's the only way you can get all the stuff we have today. If everything was...
But perfect is so subjective. It's unbelievable. Who are you or I to determine that when God created something in its infancy, that it wasn't perfect? It was perfect for that moment, and time in its infinite continuation for perfection allowed it to mature and allowed environments to sustain and allowed things to grow and continue and so on and so forth.
Raheem, is an infant right at its perfect potential?
And is an infant? You're asking, is an infant? Oh yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
So an infant
the reason
why
I say that, the reason why I say this, the reason I didn't say best it could ever be. The reason why an infant is perfect for that period in time that it's in is because that is when it learns every single thing. After that journey, from one place to another, it's a blank slate, and a blank slate is unblemished, is perfect. It learns, it understands, it grows, and that is perfection, and that is what happens throughout our life.
Well, Raheem, I'm not talking about knowledge. I'm talking about genetically.
I didn't just mention knowledge. I said it learns and it grows. Physically, it grows.
Okay,
mentally, spiritually, it grows.
Grows to become what? Grows to become what?
To reach your peak. And that's whatever God has decided for you.
So if I'm claiming that everything was created at its peak, but if I'm claiming
but I've not said that everything is created at its peak. You said that, and I said I don't believe that.
No. But I'm trying to show you that if even in the way we see things observably today, children, yes, they have the specialities of we like how the blanket slate, whatever, but they're growing to become something, to become what at their peak, like you said, right? So if they're growing to become something, and I'm telling you that everything was created at its peak, therefore you can't then conclude that things were in its infancy stage if everything in its infancy stage is growing to become something. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
That doesn't make sense. No, because you reach your peak. If something is created at its peak, If something is created at its peak, that means it is doing nothing but declining from that moment onwards. And that's what, and I don't believe that that's how things would work.
After the
You
peak.
would skip out so many cycles that are needed in order to make things, in order to continue environments without having that original bit first. Things are created in its infancy. It cannot be created in its maturity.
No, that's not.
Even
That's
a
not true.
woman.
That's not true. It's like
No, of course it's
it's
true.
like this old saying about what comes first. It's like saying what comes first, the egg or the chicken, right?
No.
That whole argument is debunked. God didn't create children when He created Adam and Eve. He didn't make children. He
Says
made
who?
fully grown human beings. They
Says
were
who?
adults.
Says who?
It's
It doesn't mention
in the scripture. Adam was
It
a
doesn't say
man.
that
He was
he's an
formed from the
adult.
dust. Nowhere does it say Adam was born from a womb. Neither does it say
I
Eve
didn't
was
say
born
that he
from
was
a womb.
born either. I didn't say he was born. But it doesn't mention his. It doesn't mention his age. It doesn't say that he was in midlife.
It says that he was formed from the ground, and
In the
God
image.
breathed the breath of life, and he
Okay.
became a living soul. So nowhere does it talk about him being a kid, or nowhere does it talk
No,
about anything
equally
being
nowhere
infant.
does it say that he's
As
an
a
adult.
matter of fact, no, but we can. As a matter of fact, when you read Genesis 1, you look at the creation story. Everything is made in its mature state. It doesn't talk about God creating the sun. It doesn't say, "Oh, God made the sun and it was a dwarf star, or it was a blue sun." Or it just said God made the sun.
The sun is a star.
God
The
made
sun
the
is a
moon.
star.
God made the birds. God made the land animals. Like it literally just says they made everything in its state.
Is a bird in an egg
state.
not a bird? Is a baby
Is a what?
bird not a bird? Is a bird in an egg not a bird?
Yes, post reproduction.
No, yeah, no. Hold on.
Exactly.
Yes and no. Yes and no. If we're just talking about creation, because the argument's not about reproduction and wombs, I've never mentioned that. That's not what I've spoken about. I've spoken about infancy and growing, yeah, and growth. If there is an egg that appeared without the need for a womb or whatever, a chicken womb or whatever it is, or a bird womb, does that make that egg that contains a bird any less of a bird?
It means that it's a bird in its early stages of development.
There you go. Still doesn't mean it's
but
not
we're
a
not
bird.
talking about. But in order for you to get that state or that stage, it needs to come from an egg prior. So then you would have to claim that the first man and woman came from a womb and came from a sperm
I would
cell.
not.
But
I would not.
From what we know
I would just need to
what we
say
know
that if I believe that there's an appearance, a sudden like bang, there's humans and all life, my belief is that it has to be in its infancy in order to grow. I don't believe that
But
it would
why
have
does
to.
it
It
need
would
to?
come
Why
as
does
an
it need
adult.
to be in its infancy? But why does it need to be in its infancy if it's not coming out through through reproduction?
Because if you're created in a mature state, you miss out on several key stages in life. Unless we're
Like
saying
what?
when you're created in your adult in your mature state, you somehow have all of this knowledge and understanding, which isn't the case in the Bible.
But there's adults
They
that don't
had to
have
wait
knowledge.
until
Raheem.
they had to wait until they ate from the tree of good and evil in order to gain knowledge.
Yeah, but there's adults that are ignorant on things that can be taught. Your knowledge that isn't dependent upon your age. It's wisdom. It's
But they weren't
experience,
ignorant of anything, were they?
Well, they were
And
ignorant
in
of their
fact, I think it's
nakedness. They
more
didn't
in
know they were
line.
naked.
Well, you see, he hadn't let me finish. I think it's more in line with infancy to get up to naughty things such as not listening to instructions rather than being formed as an adult and doing
So you
that.
don't
I think
think
that's
a
more
rational,
likely.
you don't think a rational, fully grown adult is able to disobey orders?
Not simple orders out of sheer curiosity. Sheer
I think so.
curiosity is
You see
linked
that?
to immaturity. It's like thinking, seeing a stove on fire, and we've all done it as children. Well, the majority of us have. I've done it. Is touching a hot stove or a hot kettle, saying, "Oh, I wonder what that feels like." That's childish. They weren't children. They were having conversations. They were They weren't. It's not that. You can't be created in you cannot say that they weren't children. Sorry, is what I'm trying to say. You
You
cannot
just said they weren't
be
children.
expected.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I messed it up. Messed up what I was gonna say. You cannot say that they weren't children because they have that infantile mindset, going after
Why
things
doesn't it
for
say
basic
God made? Why doesn't it say
instructions.
God made the boy? Why doesn't it say
It
God
doesn't
made the
say God
boy and the
made an
girl?
adult either. It doesn't say
It
God
says
made an
God
adult.
made the male and it says God made mankind. He made the male and female, and he called them
Mm,
Adam, right? And then in
mm.
Genesis 2, when it talks about the creation of Adam, is Adam in the Hebrew word? There's man. It's not boy. There's a word for boy or little
That's
boy
the
or
meaning of the
child.
name. That's the meaning of the
It
name.
would be very clear if it was a child. It would have just said that God made the child. It would have been
What
very clear.
Hebrew name in the Bible is denoting their position apart from Jesus Christ? None of them. They all have meanings behind them. They all have meanings
What?
behind them. All the names have meanings behind them. They're not
Yes,
titles. Adam isn't a
exactly.
title.
And
Adam's a name. It's not a title, right? So him being
Adam is a
called
name. Adam is
a
a name,
man,
and it's
Adam's
Adam is a name and a title.
no, it's not. It's a name. We
Man,
shall call him.
Adam means no. Adam is mankind. That's the meaning in
Adam is
Hebrew. Adam means man. Adam means mankind. It means man.
it means man. It doesn't mean created as a man.
Right. So it's a title
It's
and
not a
it's a title
title.
and a name.
The title would mean that it's you are created as a man. He is a man. There you go. That is man. And there's a difference between man and mankind.
No, it's the same
My
word.
point is that
It's used interchangeably.
I don't think so. I think they're actually used differently. The sons of man saw the
No.
daughters of mankind, found them fair
Yes,
and took them as
Benny
wives.
Adam, sons of man, Benny Adam.
Say it again.
Adam, the Hebrew word for Adam, when you say son of man, you say Ben Adam or Bar Adam, son of man. Adam is man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the word means. So
It doesn't
Adam,
mean
just like every
created
other
as a man.
Hebrew
That
name.
doesn't mean created as an adult man.
Oh my gosh.
When you're a child,
But
you're a
why
young
wouldn't it
man.
be?
because you don't create things in adultcy. I've
Well,
explained
who
this.
doesn't?
You miss out on
You're now
several
claiming
core
what
things unless you're saying, and which I'm asking you, unless you're saying, unless you're saying that he was created with all of the knowledge that an adult would need to be, instead of being a child to learn everything. What was he? Are you saying that he was created
what
with
knowledge are
the
you talking?
brains
Hold on,
and
hold on.
competency of an
What
adult?
knowledge? What knowledge? Hold on. What knowledge does the kid need to acquire
I
in a
can't hear you.
perfect environment in the garden?
What?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you hear me
what
now?
knowledge does a chicken need, did you say?
Hold on, let me finish. What knowledge does a grown adult need to acquire as an infant, growing all the way to an adult, in a perfect environment, in a garden, where there's no violence, there's no nothing? What knowledge do they have to acquire before being who they are? Do they need to be
How to
made
fly.
with what? How
That's
to
like one of
what?
their
How to
basic
fly?
things, how to fly. Yeah, they learn. Birds learn how to fly. They don't just fly. Birds
Okay,
learn
so
how
do
to
bees learn how to pollinate, hold on? Do bees learn
fly.
to
Bees
pollinate,
learn
or do
how
they
to
just
fly.
pollinate?
Bees learn how to fly. Everything learns.
No, they don't learn anything. They just do. That's a lie.
Everything that is
Bees,
sentient learns.
bees do not learn. They just do. They act on instincts and impulses. They do what they were built to do, what they were made to do.
Bees have
They
to
sing. They're
flex their
synchronized.
wings,
They're perfectly.
learn what
They're
frequency to
perfectly
flap
sync.
their wings at in order
They're
to fly.
perfectly sync. They're perfectly synchronized with nature and operate naturally without having to think about it. They just do. Right? It's humans that have to relearn how to be. It's humans that have to relearn how to be in tune with nature. But even still,
Bees
we still
have to
operate on
learn
instincts and
how to
impulses.
fly. Have you not seen any documentary where bees are like trying to take off and they're bumping into shit before they like then zoom off and go and do what
No,
they're doing?
no,
Have you not seen
but
that?
hold on.
It may take minutes, it may take seconds, but it's still a
Oh
learning
my
process.
gosh. Yes,
Brother,
because
it's
it's
true.
using those
It's
things.
like a horse. A horse within the
Hold on,
first
hold on,
seconds
hold on.
of birth learns how to walk.
A bee doesn't need to sit down and listen to its teacher to teach him how to flap its wings. It just does it. That's what I'm trying
Learning
to
is
explain
not
to you.
necessarily about
These things,
teachers.
oh my gosh, these things were encoded on into these animals to do what they're supposed to do. It's nature. It's got nothing. They don't have to learn nothing. Yes, when you're talking about prides and packs, yes, some animals, they go and they watch their parents hunt and they learn from that. I'm not saying animals don't learn anything at all, but a lot of what animals are impulses and natural instincts. They don't need to learn things like we do, right?
I'm not
So
mentioned
what
like
I was
we
saying
do.
is,
That's why you keep going wrong. You keep humanizing it.
oh
It's
my
not about
gosh, what's
human.
going on? Let's
It's subjective to the animal. It's to the animal. The animal learns, whether it's for a split second or for a long, prolonged period. It learns. This is a fact. This is a
So
fact.
that's your proof. So then your proof for Adam and Eve having to be an infant is because children learn things. Is that your evidence?
Because it's a process.
Okay, so God needs to work
I
on
don't believe God
processes.
skips a
So
process.
God. So now you're putting limitations on God. God has to operate in the way you perceive the world. That there's processes, that are slow, long processes, right?
I believe God put those
This is how this
processes
is.
in place.
So God put these slow, long processes, and where are you getting this information from?
God himself says that there is a time for everything. So why would he not have long processes?
Yeah, you see,
You'd have
that's
short
where now
processes.
that's where there's the
You'd have
issue.
long
When you start
processes.
asking, when I ask, yeah, and when I ask for your foundation, it's like it's wishy-washy because if we go
That's
to the
not
letter, if we
wishy-washy.
go to the text, it's very clear. It's very clear. God
Corinthians.
said,
Is
"Let
it
there be this."
Corinthians?
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. God said, "Let there be this," and it was generated. Let there be that, and it was generated. Let there be light. Millions of years later, boom, his light. After a long process. Oh, let me make birds. Millions of years later, boom, now there's birds. After a long process, God just spoke and
No, one
it
day is to
formulated.
God but 1,000 years. One day to God is but 1,000 years, is the saying,
Okay,
right?
it doesn't say
Biblical
is
verse.
1,000 years. It's like 1,000 years. You know what simile is when
So,
you say is
but
like something?
like
It's to
means
explain
that it is, go on.
it's a simile, right? It's to portray an idea that time isn't God isn't subject to time. He doesn't perceive time in the way that we perceive time. God isn't subject to time. That's what that verse is saying. You're taking that verse literally and adding in is 1,000 years, but it doesn't say is, it says like. It's showing you that God is timeless. Do you understand that? It's
Actually,
like
King
me
James
saying
Version.
that Raheem.
Hold on. King James
It's like
Version. No,
me
no, 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 no,
saying.
no. Zulu, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm just letting you know. King James is the Bible. But beloved, do be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. King James Version.
Hey, let me look at myself. The last time we did this,
Yeah, no
I
worries,
didn't
brother.
believe you and things didn't come up.
No worries, brother. So it is 1,000 years.
2 Peter 3 verse 8. One day is
Yes.
like 1,000 years,
No.
and 1,000
King
years is
James,
like a day.
King James Version. King James Version, brother. Look at the King James Version. Don't do that.
Oh snap! Oh
Don't
snap!
do that, because you're not looking at the King
Why you
James
gotta do
Version.
that? Why you gotta do things like this for him? Why?
No, no, no. You're lying, Zulu. Don't be like that. That's what Fishboy does when he lies. Don't do that. I'll even post the link to the Bible.com, BibleHub.com.
Okay,
Read the King James Version.
okay, brother. I've typed in the verse and I'm looking at all the versions, right? And the older versions, like the KJV says, is as. When you say something is as something, does it say it is? So if I was to
That
say, for
is what as
example,
means,
Raheem's
yes.
anger is like the roar. Hold on. If I was to say in that old English terminology, as, so for example, if I was to say Raheem's anger is as a lion's roar, is that saying that Raheem literally is like a lion's roar? Or is it saying that his anger is as a lion? Because when you say is as something, it's like saying it is like. Hence why when you look at all the other versions, it says like. If you look at it in NIV, NLT, EST, it all says
But you don't go by those. You go by King James.
No. But the general consensus is that the Old English. Because remember, King James was Old English. Like we don't say thou
But you go
and
with
they.
King James. I've quoted the I don't do it. Because I've quoted NIV before, and you'd be like, no, I don't deal with that. Don't pick and choose.
Raheem, I'm trying to explain to you. Raheem, I'm trying to explain to you, yeah? In the Old English way of speaking, when you say is as something, it's not the same as saying is something. So even in that KJV version, it's not saying is. When you say is as, what does that mean? Why doesn't he just say, what's it called? A day to God is 1,000 years. Why does it say is as? It's the same way in the NLT, it says
that's what like means.
In the NL,
what does like mean to you? What do you think like means?
Is as.
What does like mean?
Is similar to. It means
Liz,
like means
that's
a
not what it
similarity
means.
to you, right? Oh, hold on, I need to take a phone call. Give me a second.
Yeah. Sure is happening. How is everybody doing? Bank holiday weekend. Got airsoft on Sunday. And then did football on Monday. What's everyone doing for their bank holiday weekend? Someone done the tongue with it. What. Square pound luck. That's what I mean.
Yo, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to start my Sabbath in a bit. But yeah, the general point I'm making. The general point I'm making is it's very important to understand how the phrases and terminologies are used in the Old English term, like when you're looking at is as something, because that's the key point. And
So
and the
you
way
said
I know
it's
I'm right
as.
is if I see, but then you cut me off. Cool, go ahead.
Sorry, it's a bad habit, and I acknowledge I need to work on it. It's just I don't want to lose my thought points.
But do you see the significance? Do you see the significance of me bringing up all the other versions that say like in conjunction with explaining why it says is as in the KJV, all actually meaning the same thing? When you say something
What does
is as
like
something
mean?
and something is like, it means a similarity.
Having similar qualities or characteristics to another person or thing.
Yeah.
I responded in a like manner.
And obviously,
so if you respond in a like manner, if you respond in a like manner, I'm aggressive to you. Your response is in a like manner. What aggression? So one day is like 1,000 years.
Oh, it's not
It's
literal.
similar to
That's the whole point.
years.
God doesn't literally sit there
Says who?
God doesn't literally sit there and 1,000 years has gone by and it's a day. It's not literal. That's the whole point I'm trying to explain to you.
Why not?
The reason why this passage is there, like I said earlier, is to express God's transcendence of time and how the
God
time that we
transcends
experience
time.
isn't relevant to God.
Time. God is time. God transcends
God isn't time. Time isn't
God
even
is
real.
time. God is everything and anything.
Oh
God is everything and anything you can imagine. This is a fact. Because otherwise you are
God isn't
putting
anything.
limitations on it. Why?
I don't
Why
believe
not?
in, I'm not a I'm not a panentheist. I don't believe God is everything.
Pantheist.
No, thank you.
How can God says
Yeah,
he's
I don't.
everything? So you
No,
don't
God
believe
is separate
God
from
is
sin.
omnipotent and omnipresent?
Omnipresence doesn't mean you're everything.
It means you're present
It
in
just means you're
everything.
No, it means not in. It means you're present everywhere, or you perceive everything. Come on, man, just yield, Raheem.
He's
Yield,
omnipotent.
yield, bro.
He's omnipotent and omnipresent. Yeah.
Just Raheem, please yield, bro, because it's
I'm
like
not
we're
going to
debating over
yield.
things that.
I'm not
Just
going to yield to
because it's
something
like.
that. I'm not going to yield to something that's not right.
But
Your
it's not right.
opinion is
It's
well.
not
It's
right.
not right. Sorry, it's not about right or wrong. It's my opinion is different. I cannot yield to something where I've not been shown anything different. You said like is
But yeah,
similar to. Similar to means basically the same as. You respond in like manner. Like manner, if it's aggression, it's aggression. If it's like time, it's like time. If God says that one day is like 1,000 years, it means he perceives one day or he's operating at what would be relative in his space as one day, whereas we would perceive it as 1,000 years. Time is relative.
okay, so let me ask you a question. When it says in Genesis 1, God rested on the seventh day, did God literally take a nap?
Rest doesn't mean a nap. Rest just means you stop.
Did God literally take a sit down and just lay back? Is that, like, what does that like?
If
We got
God
to
had
understand when we're
legs,
talking about
if God
anthromo.
had
Hold on,
legs
hold on,
and
hold
a
on.
couch,
We got to understand. Oh my gosh.
you said did
We
he
got to
kick back? And I'm
understand
saying
the
if
anthrop.
God had legs and a couch, I'm
We,
sure he
we,
would have, but
I
he
haven't even
doesn't.
finished.
Sorry,
We
go
have
on.
to
But you
remember the
said something.
we have to remember the anthropomorphisms in the scripture when we attribute human attributes and human characteristics to God. A lot of the times when we're describing God, we use them for our understanding, but it doesn't make it literal. When you say God is sitting on a throne, it doesn't make it literal. When you're saying that God is a man of war, it doesn't make it literal. When you
I've
say
not
that,
thought of it as that.
I don't know, but this is what I'm trying
You're
to explain
assuming
to you.
things.
You're reading this passage, and it's clearly a descriptive, simile type passage where it's giving glory to God and transcendence over time. And you're taking it literally saying that one day is actually 1,000 years to God. Like God is sitting there, and it's been
That's
what
what
I
the
don't know.
verse
Let's say it's been
says because it is.
Let's say hold on. Let's say hold on. Last point. Let's say it's been 10 days. Let's say it's been 10,000 years. You're sitting there saying God is sitting there thinking it's been 10,000 years, like
No,
to the teeth. Like that.
no.
That's not what that passage is saying.
No, God has said that God is operating by a time that is relative to Him. So when it's saying that He has created something within a day, it's not a day. It's a time frame that is relative to Him creating something. So if that's 1,000 years, that's 1,000 years. If it was meant to be 100 years, He would say 100 years. If it was meant to be a day, He would say, "Well, remember this fact." Because the verse says, remember this fact, yeah, that one day is unto God, but as is to us 1,000 years. It's letting us know that things operate on a different time scale. This is evident no matter where we are in the universe. If we travel to Mars, we operate by a different time. If we travel to Pluto, we operate by a different time. It's relative to where you are. It's relative. And God's the one who's allowed it to be relative.
So was God there before time?
God is time. God is time.
Okay,
God is
so when
everything.
it says in the beginning, when it says in the beginning God created, why wasn't God created? Why wasn't God? Why was there beginning of God?
Does it say there's a beginning of God? Or does it just say in the beginning
No, there
there
isn't.
was
But
God?
this is the point. But it says that because it's making the assumption or it's making the claim that God doesn't have a beginning and He's always has been God, and the beginning pertains to the beginning of this reality, the heavens and the earth, right?
Time.
So
So
only the
does that mean that
beginning,
time doesn't
only
exist?
time pertains to our perception and the earth. It has no relevance in the spiritual realm. There is no time in the spiritual realm or in the higher heavens or in the heavenly kingdom, because it's just eternity. It's just eternity. That's the state
What
of
is
existence
eternity?
in God's place.
What is eternity?
Never having a
The
beginning,
time.
never having a beginning, and never having an end.
Who
That's
said time has a
eternity.
beginning
So
and an
if you have
end?
no beginning, then you can't be tamed to time, because time indicates a beginning and an end.
Where is the end of time?
So God isn't time.
God is time. There is no beginning or end of time.
Oh my God.
The only thing that is time, is as you said
I'm
yourself,
getting a headache.
is a perception. It's a perspective, rather. Sorry. Time is everything and everywhere.
I'm actually getting a headache.
I don't understand how you could not. It's really simple. It's really simple.
Yeah, because you believe time is a real thing. That's the problem, man.
Time is a real thing. Why is time not a real
So
thing?
you think looking at a clock makes time real?
No. Time is a clock is a measurement. Is an accepted measurement of time.
Okay, it's a measurement. So
Well, that's what a clock
it's a
is.
measurement for utility. It's a measurement for utility and for telling the times and the seasons and all sorts of other things, right? The sun going up, the sun going down. But in terms of in the grand scheme of things, in the spiritual realm, in God's eyes, what's the relevance to time to Him who was there before there ever even was time, because He always was. There was never a beginning to
The
Him,
reason
nor
why
would there ever be an end to Him.
Time is relevant for God is because there are events which He has deemed very important and things that need to happen to get through to these points. Hence why He deemed that now is when I will create man, and now is when I will cause Jesus, and now is when I will enter the revelation period. Like these are all time frames, and He has decided that because time exists, and He accepts time exists
Okay,
because it's on
but
His
you think God
watch.
is
It's how He
hold on,
decides it.
Raheem. But Raheem, you honestly think God is sitting there waiting for things to come to pass, or have they already happened?
No, they've already happened, and they're continually happening, and that's
So
why
they've
time is
already
there.
happened. They've already happened. But we're just waiting to catch up to the actualization of it actually becoming what it is, right?
Exactly.
In our
Yes.
perception. So
Exactly.
if
Yes.
it's already happened in God's eyes, you can't bind God to 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4, all the way to a minute, all the way to an hour, all the way to a day, because everything that is has already happened before we've experienced it. Because God transcends beginnings and ends, right? Because He's
God
in
is.
eternity.
But I've not disagreed with that. However, I've said God is an
But you're saying
integral
that
part
God
of
operates
time.
in time. You said God is
Yes, He
time.
does.
What does that even?
God transcends time, but is also a part of time. He is above time. By that, time is created and actions happen on His say so, because you cannot limit Him. But God is everything and anything. So therefore, God is within that time.
God isn't everything, bro. He isn't everything.
Name me a single thing that God says cannot happen or doesn't happen because God said so, rather. Everything happens because
God
He said
cannot
so.
reside with God cannot reside with iniquity, with sin. It will perish.
I'm not talking, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about in relation to an event. And even then, for you to
God,
perish, God has to say so.
the point I'm making is when you say God is God in a satanic temple? Is God in a lodge? Like when you say God
Oh,
is
God,
in everything, what
for me personally, I am of the subscription that God is everything and anything. So therefore, God is both, well, from our perspective, again, God is both evil and good. So anything that is evil is because God has allowed it to happen,
yeah,
knows how it's supposed to happen, and put it into
that's
motion to
not a God.
happen.
That's not a God that's not a God that I believe, because essentially this is basically a panentheist idea that God is everything and is in everything. So He's not a distinct individual with a set of characteristics, with a set of attributes, with a set of personality. He's just
That doesn't
everything.
limit that.
That's not something.
That doesn't limit that.
That's not something that I can believe. That's not. Yeah.
But that
Why,
what you're
why
saying
does it not
doesn't
limit?
limit it. Believing that God is in everything, causes everything, and as basically is every part of everything, doesn't limit any individual attributes or things that make God unique or special. And in fact, in my opinion, it enforces it. Because no other being in existence can do these things and wants to do these things in ways that we can never even comprehend until we get to see it. And even then, we're just seeing the smallest snapshot of such a grand design. It's amazing to me. I think to turn around and be like, yeah, cool, he can't, he because he's above it, doesn't mean he's a part of it. It kind of goes against everything, because there's clear examples in the Bible where God has said things are happening in a time and advised for us to operate in times. So God would have to be a part of that in order for that to happen.
All right, brother Raheem. It's now my Sabbath, and I need to take some time to rest.
Are you 7-day
And
Adventist?
enjoy the rest. Yes, I'm also a keeper of the commandments, and it says in the fourth commandment, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Keyword, remember. So
We have not been unholy.
Pardon?
We haven't been unholy though, so that's a positive.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, we've kept it holy. We've kept it good. We've been nice, man.
Well, I mean,
thought this was
I have been
relaxing.
brought out
I've
of
been
character.
relaxed.
You know, when Shifa came on, I was brought out of character, and I may have said a few things that were quite rowdy. But you know, that was the whole situation was just, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? But
that's his purpose, though. That's what he was created for. He's put here to use those types of issues.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm a Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Peace and blessings, and big up, man. Big up, man.
Big up, man. In a bit.
In a bit.
Jedi Sniper, you there?
You know what I mean, man?
Oh, big up, man.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Excuse me. Flipping, are you gonna start your Freestyle Fridays?
Yeah, I'm just eating my food at the moment. I'm setting it up. Get me? So I was just on mute. I went I've been doing bad things, bro. Yeah. To argue with Zulu is like arguing with yourself.
Nah, I love Zulu, you know. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's very intelligent as well, though. He's got a lot of potential.
He's persistent, but he's got to remember he has to also be fluid like water.
Bruce Lee, man.
New ideas about what he believes in. You get it?
Definitely. Well, I don't think Zulu's not. I don't think Zulu's closed-minded. Because I think that's what Shifa tried to insinuate a lot earlier. Basically, that he was closed-minded and just wants to argue. I think he's just passionate about what he knows. And like anyone else, when you're learning something and it challenges your belief, you're gonna double down on your beliefs. You're not gonna wanna change.
Sometimes you can also learn and add it to your thing, which I find more of my brother Zulu has done. You definitely learn new ways and show how to do things better. You know what I'm saying? So, he is adaptable. I ain't gonna lie, but sometimes, and then another time, you can be playing devil's advocate. So,
yeah, I've heard him so many times trying that.
You have to watch that as well. So you're thinking, right, does Zulu really think this? But it's like, no. He's on the devil's advocate team. You can hear it by his voice.
That's good though. That's good. That's how it's supposed to be, you know. I enjoy them types of things. You gotta know how to push people in. It's something we can all grow.
You don't test your resolve and shit. You know what I mean? Like, why does it mean this? And why do you believe in that? And why? Why? It's a question
that will definitely get asked. If you think you're intellectually ready, this is why Khan ended up crumbling and breaking into pieces.
Man, it almost comes like he feels bullied by you guys. I don't understand it. It's crazy. I love to hear, man. He's really trying. I know he's trying. I can see him putting in the effort in loads of different aspects of himself, which is really good. But it is also sometimes hypersensitivity where it's like, fuck, man. It's not
but
that
if
deep.
you're gonna say reckless stuff, imagine that. You're gonna say that, yeah. God don't care anyway about slavery.
Yeah,
Oh shit. Double mute. If I could have muted extra, I would have muted more.
Yeah, no, fuck. Even when he said that, I was like, hey, like what? Like I get it. Everything is like in God's time, and yeah, like it ultimately is God's plan. But you kind of don't say God don't give a shit. God's plan is because He gives a shit. Like that's how it is. So I mean, yeah, fuck. God don't give a fuck about all you guys, and then he couldn't understand the whole one white slave for two black. That's to say that two black men are worth one white slave. That's that whole fucking. That's the same rhetoric that they said with not Sambo. What's the law? The fucking letter that American slaver wrote.
What do you call it? Willie Lynch.
Yeah, that's that whole shit, man. And Jim Crow and all of that type of stuff. Jim Crow, whatever his name is.
We're just going through it tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Definitely, I'll be there. As I said,
that shit's some bullshit. And what the hell has it got to do with us? You know what I'm saying? If it's explaining on how they treat us and how they break us down, well, that's the truth.
Yeah.
But put it in the document and say, yeah, it's that, and this is what it is, and da-da-da. Bro, that was a setup, man.
Definitely. They just wouldn't listen to Jedi, man.
With what I'm eating. Mad
Crazy.
Concerned with what I'm putting in my mouth. Pause. Yeah, man.
All right, Jedi, you there?
I don't even know, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna put my number in the back chat. Give that to Jedi, please.
Yeah. All right. Big up.
I know last time he said for me to find a way to get it, and no one's on at the moment. So yeah, just keep sending that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Hey, what does Randy know about Manish water, man? Fucking hell, I love Manish water. Manish water, banging soup. Yeah. I'm gonna jump off. When you starting up your live, so I can listen in.
About 9.
I'm gonna jump off and eat my dinner. I'll be in the chats. Supporting as always.
Come on, man.
Love to you, brother. Love to Jedi. Love to the panel as always. Our members in the chat.
Every single time.
In a bit, man. In a bit.
Big up. Yeah, man. Wow. It was interesting. Interesting show. Wow. I know Randy's always trying it, man. Huh? The guy who we took to clean his chicken with lemon and cut off the batty. Remember him? The other man that was licking back the pastor's nose and that. Licking it back, boy. Not cleaning the chicken. Mad salmonella chicken. Yeah. It was so good. Yeah, the way we told him to mix up the thing, yeah. He stored some of it in the freezer. He needs to allow it. About bush meat. Huh? You white people eat roadkill. Yeah? You want to tell me something? Badger and that. Yeah? Anyone can look it up. Roadkill. Yeah, about bush meat. Galang. Even bush meat is free range. Yeah? You don't want to get into a fight with a free range chicken, bro. Huh? You got all this shit intact. You know? That's what it means, man. Natural in its natural environment. You know, Africa's full of grasslands, all sorts of fruits and roots and all of that. Enough for everyone and the animals, man. But yeah, you're talking about bushmeat, man. And you're from England, no way. Yeah. When I saw the chef go inside their studio and open up the bag, and it was the badger or whatever it was had tire marks on it. Yeah, I remember I was going to scrape off the fur and make a meal. I was done. You can't tell us nothing. Wherever we come from, you can't tell us nothing, bro, because we ain't doing that. Yeah. Some of the animals that they're eating as well got certain diseases and that. Rabies and that. Like, allow it, man. Deep fried rabies. You know? Eat some rabbit, do something. Yeah? Get on the wave, man. But all this roadkill is madness. You think I'm lying that often? I'm telling you. It's real shit. I was watching it on the TV. So it's one of them Sunday breakfast ones. You know what I mean? BBC One or something. Yeah, man. And I said, yeah. That is the roadkill. Huh? I looked around. I saw, I think it was a fox still. Yeah, run over. Yeah. And I pulled it out, talking about scraping off the fur and all of that. Fucking. So, please. Yo, Kazi. Guys on mute, bro. Well, hit the like button. You know what to do, family. Let me hit the PayPal. It's Friday. You know what time it is. Yeah, I know you like hating, man. And what's Sniper eating, man? Yeah. Proper sweet potato chips, you know. Proper thing. That's why we're so strong, man. We don't waste our energy and shit. Well, fuck it. Well, you need to eat. Go and eat, man. Otherwise, you end up online like calm, cranky, and upset. Angry with the world. But, man, don't know which way is Dean is supposed to be. Because you're hungry. You're dehydrated. Look. Hold on. We're going to meet. 1 second. All right, I'm there. So what we saying, people? Hey, man, I left my brother Kimbo alone, man. He does his work in the chat, man. You know this. It's not going to change for the minute. You know? Yeah. He's the boss. Master Delio of the chat. You get me? Any subject, you know? Shit. Any subject. Islam, you name it, thing, he's on it. You know what I'm saying? Like Sonic. So, yeah, man. Big up, man, like Kimbo. Big up everyone anyway, man. Mark Smith. You man like R10. You know what I'm saying? Moroccan, Hebrew, Israelite, and all that. So yeah, man, big up the family, man. Seems like I'm gonna have to be the one shutting this shit down. Okay. What's this? All right. We are ready up Freestyle Friday and them ting there. People, I'm trying to do that multitasking thing, you know what I mean? I'm in StreamYard, I'm doing something. Right, let me just do it so I can send a link in this. So, you know, I've got somewhere to go when I shut this down. All right. Page. Cristiano Ronaldo on his way to Serie A. Boom, lad. Bad for them, you there.
And yet, in reality, this.
Puppies looks nice, check 1. Nice, check 2. Nice, check 3. Yeah, Carnival this weekend, you know. Big weekend, bank holiday weekend and all them things there. Get me. Can't wait. See what's up, wow. We ain't had no Carnival for 2 years now. That's a matter. When it's there, I don't even usually go. It's not really matter like that. But just the mere fact that you cut it off, force everybody to go this time. Because who knows, we might not get it again. Yeah. God forbid, but yeah. And the way they like to commercialize things, it might soon not have the same relevance. Alright. Sugar plum fairy. Sorry, people, I'm not even seeing you though. I'm on another screen right now. It's too good. Got my white rum ready. Uncle Ray and his nephew. Yeah, it's not Friday, man. It's Friday night. Freak on. Proud of me motherland. We do see. Proud of me ancestry. Elite Ku Klux Klan. He's back. He's back. They know he's back. This flying shit. No. Boom. All right, that's set up now. Just add something to the. Right, so what's the people saying? Big up everybody in them. What am I doing? Let's see it. YouTube. There you go. Alright, so this. Back to studio. So man got movie tags. Excuse my crudeness. But yeah, man, that's the link for Freestyle Friday. Big up. This has been Trill on Fire, Trill all week. You know what it is. Yeah, let me get a word from our sponsor and that. Yeah, me. Probably like half the team. Let's see.
Yeah, what's good? It's your boy JEDI for Trilluminati Live. Like, comment, share, and make sure you subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you stay up to date with all the latest uploads on Trilluminati Live, the most popping live stream channel on YouTube. Yeah, keep it locked. You're done now.
Come on, family. You know what time it is. Yeah. I gotta go, but y'all gotta get the fuck out of here.